in a world where spiritual energy begins to awaken. Gao Lin, an employee at an aquarium, fortuitously discovers a unique talent for beast mastery. He acquires a mysterious blue pattern on his palm, making the evolution of his pets an effortless endeavor. His first companion is a jellyfish, followed by a sea turtle, a lobster, and finally, a coral. Amidst the laughter of his teammates jokingly referring to him as a seafood, Wholesaler joins the Special Investigation Bureau, forming the Starry Night Squad. Unwittingly, he becomes embroiled in the machinations of an organization known as the Fate Bearers, all while collecting the 12 spirit orbs. This leads him to encounter influential families, such as the Su family, the hidden clan of Mount Tai Tai, and the powers of Langua and Ningua. As he unravels the mysteries of his lineage, the passive protagonist gradually peels away the layers of fog surrounding the truth of the spiritual energy revival, embarking on a new journey. Chapter 1. An Ominous Omen. On February 24th, at 11 p.m., Gao Lin, wearing headphones, hums a tune, one hand clutching a notepad while the other rests casually in his pocket as he embarks on his first patrol of the night. Before the breeding tank of the moonlight jellyfish, he is astonished by the sight that unfolds before him, nearly causing his notepad to slip from his grasp. The moon shines exceptionally bright tonight, its silvery light streaming through the glass, casting a luminous glow over a section of the back area. At this moment, the jellyfish within the tank behave unusually. Instead of drifting freely as they typically do, they're all congregated at the bottom, inverted with their tentacles reaching upward. A soft blue luminescence emanates from their semi-transparent bodies, with each glowing jellyfish reflecting one another's light, transforming the entire tank into a starry expanse. Gao Lin is utterly taken aback, tearing off his headphones to gaze in disbelief at the scene before him. Having worked in the jellyfish section of the aquarium for 3 years, he has never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. Typically, visitors see a variety of jellyfish in the exhibition area, their colors primarily illuminated by artificial lighting, with the breeding area devoid of any colored tubes. As Gao Lin draws closer, the blue fluorescence within the jellyfish seems to intensify. Unconsciously, his hand glides across the surface of the acrylic tank. Suddenly, he is seized by an icy chill that surges from his feet to his very core, leaving him feeling profoundly cold. Instinctively, he attempts to retreat, only to find his palm inexplicably glued to the acrylic surface. No, it is not merely adhesive. A thin layer of frost has formed, binding his hand to the tank. Gao Lin exclaims, feeling a jolt akin to an electric shock as he forcefully yanks his hand away, only to discover that his palm is now adorned with a delicate layer of ice. Crystals. In the moonlight, these crystals shimmer with a faint blue hue, mirroring the radiance of the jellyfish within the tank. As the water begins to roil, Gao Lin senses the ground beneath him tremble slightly. An earthquake? Panic surges within him as he grapples with fear. He reaches for the nearby alarm, but the entire control panel is now encrusted with frost, leaving him a loss due to the recent sting he experienced. The jellyfish's glow intensifies to a nearly blinding brightness, prompting Gao Lin to squint. In that moment, an odd sensation washes over him. He feels an uncanny connection to the emotions of the jellyfish: excitement, vitality. Gao Lin's temples throb as a distant, ethereal sound begins to resonate in his ears, gradually becoming more vivid, morphing into an unknown melody. A song? He hastily reinserts his headphones, attempting to drown out the unsettling rhythm with the music playing from his phone. Yet, the melody does not originate from the external realm. Rather, it reverberates directly within his mind, two contrasting voices causing his head to feel as though it might burst. Gao Lin yanks off his headphones, clutching his ears in agony as he squats down, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to expel the bewildering tune from his consciousness. He fails. The melody is one he has never encountered before, ethereal, yet imbued with mystery. Gradually, Gao Lin finds himself ensnared by the rhythm, his consciousness seemingly drawn into an alternate dimension. Everything around him blurs, with only the blue luminescence of the jellyfish growing ever more brilliant. His vision distorts, and his awareness feels submerged in the depths of the ocean, surrounded by colossal octopuses, sea turtles, countless jellyfish, and radiant corals, accompanied by a violent headache that pierces through his awareness. Dinged at a sudden, clear sound pulls him back to reality. Gao Lin collapses to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The tank has returned to tranquility. The jellyfish no longer cluster, but instead drift normally with the water current, their blue glow gradually fading. He trembles as he lifts his hand, realizing that the ice crystals on his palm have vanished, leaving behind a faint blue mark of peculiar pattern. The alarm suddenly blares, a jarring sound that makes Gao Lin's heart skip a beat. After a moment's hesitation, he manages to stand. Outside, the shouts of terrified visitors resonate throughout the aquarium. Gao Lin prepares to step outside to investigate. His phone vibrates with a call from an unfamiliar number. "Mr. Gao, please do not panic." A deep voice intones from the other end that we are personnel from the Special Investigation Bureau and will be on our way to you shortly. Please remain calm, and we will explain everything in due course. Gao Lin grips his phone tightly, the sudden strangeness of the situation leaving his mind in disarray, the experiences he just endured completely shattering his perceptions. Despite occasionally indulging in novels and television dramas, confronting the fantastical in such a vivid manner is overwhelming for an ordinary person, leaving him momentarily unable to process it. "Mr. Gao, are you there?" After a prolonged silence, the low voice returns, tinged with concern. "All right." Gao Lin shakes his head vigorously, taking a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Although he has many questions, it is evidently not the right moment to voice them. Upon hanging up, the intercom crackles to life with an announcement. "Attention all night shift employees. Immediately and orderly evacuate the visitors." Repeating, promptly evacuate the visitors. In Starry City, located in the heart of the southern basin of a northern nation, it is a burgeoning metropolis developed with provincial might, boasting a vast population. The Deep Blue Aquarium is the only one of its kind in Starry City, situated within a colossal shopping mall that spans 5 floors. Housing over 80 million liters of water and more than 100,000 marine creatures. Even at this late hour, there are still numerous visitors with night tickets and hotel guests. Deep Blue Aquarium notification. All visitors, please remain calm and follow the guidance of the staff for an orderly exit. The Jellyfish section is located on the top floor of the aquarium, with the staff's back area distinct from the public viewing area. Upon receiving the intercom message, Gao Lin exits the back area. The jellyfish in the public viewing section appear entirely normal, as if the bizarre occurrences were merely a figment of his imagination, prompting him to suppress his lingering doubts. However, as he distances himself from the jellyfish section and ventures into other areas, Gao Lin becomes aware of a faint, fishy odor permeating the air. Under normal circumstances, the ventilation system within the exhibition hall is infused with delightful fragrances, yet at present, an unsettling scent reminiscent of seawater permeates the air, carrying with it an ominous aura. As Gao Lin accompanied his colleagues in directing visitors, he attentively observed his surroundings for any anomalies. Throughout the entire 5th floor area, only near the shark exhibit tank adjacent to the escalator on the 4th floor did he notice something peculiar, a series of severe cracks, emanating outward, resulting from violent impacts. This medium-sized tank, measuring 6 meters in depth and crafted with a thickness of 200 millimeters of acrylic, would not sustain such extensive fissures even if struck by bullets. What on earth has transpired? Within this tank, only nurse sharks, known for their preference to dwell on the ocean floor, and the gentle lemon sharks resided. How could these typically docile creatures suddenly engage in frenzied collisions with the tank walls? Could be those massive ones on the 1st floor. With this thought racing through his mind, Gao Lin quickened his pace towards the ocean exhibit on the 1st floor. The entire 1st floor venue housed but a single tank, the largest indoor exhibit of its kind in the world, complemented by a lengthy underwater tunnel, a favorite spot for visitors to capture memorable photographs. Standing at the tunnel's entrance, Gao Lin gazed upward, observing the enormous whale sharks gliding gracefully as they usually do, casting immense shadows beneath the illumination. Finding no abnormalities among these great beasts, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. If these whale sharks were to behave as the others had, the consequences would be dire. The ocean exhibit alone contains millions of liters of water should calamity strike. The sheer volume, force, and the chaos of agitated marine life could spell disaster for all present. Customer service and operations personnel, stay to manage the aftermath. All other departments return to your posts. A meeting will convene in half an hour. At that moment, the director, panting heavily, arrived on the 1st floor, encountering Gao Lin and promptly seizing the walkie-talkie to issue commands. His surname is Zhang, full name Zhang Quan, a short and stout man in his 40s, affectionately nicknamed Zhang Fatty by his colleagues. He is generally well regarded in his words. Everyone is merely doing their job. No one should make things difficult for anyone else. Typically, he styles his hair slicked back and his attire consists of a suit complemented by a thermos cup, all meticulously arranged even as noon approaches. Xiao Gao, what's the situation? Zhang Quan inquired, a flicker of inscrutable emotion flashing his eyes. There are varying degrees of impact damage on the shark tanks on the second, third, and fifth floors. The acrylic exhibits are all cracked. Gao Lin had indeed not observed any further irregularities, as for the anomalies in the jellyfish breeding area. He tightened his grip, as if he could feel the blue pattern in his palm, opting not to elaborate. With a sweeping gesture, Zhang Quan signaled for Gao Lin to return to his post, as he needed to address the visitors regarding the ensuing issues. Back in the breeding area, Gao Lin dragged a stool over and sat down, beginning his examination of the blue pattern etched in his palm. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a lightning-like blue design, yet the transitions appeared smoother, akin to a fusion of an S shape and a lightning bolt with a bluted at the first corner. What could this possibly be? He attempted to poke, rub, and press it, even exhaling warm breath upon it. But the blue pattern remained unresponsive. He even raised his left hand, shouting transform, Demetia, in the name of light. Yet still, no change occurred. Pondering whether the anomalies were linked to the moonlight and the jellyfish, Gao Lin hurried to the moon jelly breeding tank, imitating a transformation pose as seen in anime, and shouted, in the name of the moon, I shall punish you, the jellyfish. Fortunately, this area lay within the blind spot of the backroom surveillance. Otherwise, he would have added a rather embarrassing chapter to his history. Alas, Gao Lin sighed, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. As an unremarkable individual who began his internship at the aquarium caring for jellyfish 3 years prior, he found himself bewildered. After laboring over the blue pattern in his palm for quite some time, he still gleaned no insights. With thoughts swirling and no clarity to be found, Gao Lin retrieved his incessantly ringing phone, revealing a flood of 99 messages in the group chat, scrolling through to see what his colleagues were discussing. Speculations ranged from whether someone had drugged the sharks, to temperature-induced stress reactions, and further down the rabbit hole, to mutations, apocalyptic scenarios, and a resurgence of spiritual energy. The discussions grew increasingly outlandish. Gao Lin felt a burgeoning sense of possibility, having witnessed and experienced the events firsthand. Although he could not ascertain the specific cause, he was certain that an unexplainable supernatural phenomenon was at play. Then there was that phone call from the Special Investigation Bureau, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. If genuine, it would undoubtedly lead him into an entirely different realm of existence. Life, without a doubt, would undergo profound transformations, and he might find himself directly contacted before he even realized it. There were undoubtedly connections that remained shrouded in secrecy. The individual had mentioned their impending arrival. If they truly came, he would have many questions to ask. As he scrolled through the chat, he pondered deeply. Director Zhang, all members, what nonsensical chatter is this? Assemble in the conference room for a meeting. Colleague A, understood. Colleague B, received. The working class trio, understood, received, no problem. While the situation remained unclear, Gao Lin instinctively resolved to maintain his current state of affairs, taking one step at a time. Chapter 2. The Beast of the Jellyfish. Having stowed away his mobile phone, Gao Lin rose to his feet, brushed off his trousers, and promptly strode towards the conference room. Fortunately, apart from the temporarily summoned leader, Zhang Pangpang, the majority present were night shift personnel. The gathering was sparse, with just over 20 individuals. Otherwise, during peak hours, it would have been impossible for him to find a seat. Initially bewildered by the unusual circumstances, Gao Lin felt a flicker of excitement, completely devoid of drowsiness. He found his eyelids battling against each other amidst Zhang Pangpang's fervent oratory that stretched on for over half an hour. He was uncertain about the specifics discussed, but caught wind of a temporary closure of the venue for 3 days. This was purportedly for assessing safety within the premises, repairing the acrylic exhibition tanks that resembled spider webs, and, as his colleagues mentioned, an edict from above. It was clear to Gao Lin that such directives would never reach the ears of mere subordinates like himself. His role was simply to fulfill his duties and collect his paycheck, though a nagging suspicion lingered that it might somehow relate to the Special Investigation Bureau. 3 days of closure? Even if it stretched to 10 days or half a month, it would not deter him and his colleagues from steadfastly maintaining their posts. As he pondered these matters, the meeting concluded with Zhang Pangpang's decisive proclamation, and he returned to the breeding area. Beep. He swiped his access card to enter the back of the breeding facility. In a moment of inattention, the raised metal base of the door handle grazed his left fingertip. Hissing, Gao Lin inhaled sharply. Pain surged through him. This unexpected sting was exacerbated by the presence of some rust on the base. Would he need a tetanus shot after work? Fresh crimson blood began to flow into his palm, and the blue patterns adorning his skin gradually began to emit a faint azure glow upon contact with his blood, the warmth in his hand noticeably waning. What was this? The blue patterns glowed upon contact with blood, a phenomenon that first occurred due to the cluster of moon jellyfish in the breeding pool. Could it possibly be related? Disregarding the pain of his wound, Gao Lin hastened to the breeding tank, directing his glowing palm towards one of the jellyfish. The creature became remarkably animated, its bell rapidly contracting as it danced within the tank, soon swelling to a size comparable to a ladle. Countless tiny tentacles along the edge of its bell transformed from transparent to a milky white. The 4 oral arms beneath visibly elongated, growing from mere centimeters to over 10. Gao Lin was taken aback. Normally, it would take around 2 months for a moon jellyfish to reach such dimensions, with the largest oral arms measuring only a few centimeters. Yet here, the blue glow had induced such rapid growth within mere minutes. It seemed the blue light could influence biological development, or, perhaps, accelerate mutations. But what of the blood? Without hesitation, Gao Lin seized a net and transferred the mutated jellyfish into a white rectangular bucket. Minutes passed, and the cut from the metal piece was nearly healed. He murmured to himself, "Let us see if it 1t cost me a piece of flesh," and pressed gently against the wound. Hiss. 1 drop, no effect. 2 drops, still no change. Today, he would not be deterred by this strange occurrence. With a determined grit, he widened the wound slightly and forcefully squeezed some blood into the bucket. The jellyfish contracted a few times before transitioning from semi-transparent to a light pink hue. Simultaneously, the blue glow from his palm intensified, enveloping the pale pink jellyfish in a radiant azure light. After a few seconds, Gao Lin suddenly felt a connection forming with the jellyfish. Information began to materialize in his mind. Species, jellyfish, level, F, ability, devour, skills, purification, aquatic realm, description, a common moon jellyfish, endowed with intelligence under the influence of moonlight and mysterious blue light. In that moment, Gao Lin felt a surge of exhilaration. Had he just acquired a legendary Pokemon? Clearing his throat, he refocused. The devour ability and purification skill were easily comprehensible, yet the meaning of aquatic realm eluded him, and there was no option to delve deeper for details. Just as he contemplated this, he sensed a ripple in his mind. You mean to say you can communicate with me? While I can grasp your intent, do you only transmit waves of sound? Let us call you Bobo, shall we? Bobo. Now, let us see what this aquatic realm entails. At that moment, Gao Lin resembled a child eager with a new toy, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Bobo. Almost instantaneously, the water in the bucket enveloped Bobo, forming a spherical aquatic realm that floated gracefully in the air. He then attempted to control the range of the aquatic realm, creating a water sphere with a maximum diameter of 10 meters. Fortunately, the back area was spacious enough. Otherwise, this could have been a disaster. The smallest droplets could be divided into countless tiny spheres, each maneuverable within a 10-meter radius centered around Bobo. After experimenting with the aquatic realm ability, Gao Lin found it to be highly versatile. However, since he had only just begun to explore this new power, he remained oblivious to the abilities of others. Given that he could do this, it was likely that others had already awakened their own powers. The phone call from the Special Investigation Bureau hinted at this. Gao Lin had never considered himself a protagonist or the most extraordinary individual. Firstly, why did the Special Investigation Bureau manage to contact him with such precision before he even comprehended the situation? This suggested the existence of some form of detecting artifact or ability, perhaps even a kind of prophecy. Secondly, the existence of an unrecognized national department hinted that the government must have been aware of potential awakenings long before and had established a mature departmental system in response. Lost in thought, Gao Lin shook off these distractions. His immediate focus should be on himself. Now that such phenomena had emerged, he needed to strategize how to navigate the impending encounter with this extraordinary world. Bobo, what does your devour ability entail? After some communication, he learned that at lower levels, there were no conditions for consumption, allowing for casual devouring, with the potential to acquire traits or skills from the consumed, albeit with limitations. Gao Lin surmised that for each level he ascended, he would unlock 2 skill slots. As for the same or higher level beings, Bobo was uncertain, and the effects of the purification skill remained untested due to a lack of reference points. Let us give this devour ability another try. The breeding area was teeming with jellyfish. There were plenty available. Employees had collected them from hydroid bodies, and there was no statistical record of their numbers. Regular moon jellyfish, akin to cabbages, were also fed to other marine stinging jellyfish. Initially, Gao Lin instructed Bobo to devour other moon jellyfish. After a while, Bobo reported feeling little change, indicating that a staggering number of ordinary jellyfish, over 10,000, would be required to level up. Gao Lin realized this was impractical. With only a few hundred jellyfish in a breeding tank, the notion of needing 10,000 would necessitate emptying multiple tanks, which would be too conspicuous during work hours. He took Bobo to the tank where it had originated, hoping the moonlight exposure would yield different results. During this time, Gao Lin also attempted to harness the latent energy within himself, let us call it spiritual energy, to activate the patterns on his palm. After some effort, the glow dimmed considerably compared to before. He had envisioned a grand experiment with hundreds of jellyfish, only to find it falling short. However, this exploration led Gao Lin to discover another application for the patterns. He could use them to draw Bobo back into himself. Upon the emergence of Bobo, it was described as an expansive marine realm, adorned above by a resplendent crescent moon. This allowed for Bobo to be kept close at all times. After much futile endeavor, Boss Gao, with a grand gesture, commanded Bobo to consume other jellyfish illuminated by the moonlight. Indeed, although the jellyfish did not fully mutate like Bobo, feedback indicated that a mere 100 would suffice for its upgrade. Gao Lin settled himself on a stool before the tank, observing as Bobo devoured one jellyfish after another, first to the left and then to the right. The currently modestly sized Bobo, with a bell diameter of merely 20 centimeters, consumed these several centimeter jellyfish with remarkable speed, though their sheer number was overwhelming. Despite the volume ingested, Bobo's bell showed no visible change, the whereabouts of the consumed jellyfish remaining a mystery. Yet Gao Lin remained utterly captivated. In just a few minutes, 100 had been consumed. Bobo began to radiate light, its translucent, pale pink body revealing intricate patterns across its bell, a sight to behold. Was this an impending upgrade? Gao Lin felt a surge of happiness. After all, it had been less than a few hours since the anomaly had first appeared. In a fantastical narrative, Bobo would undoubtedly be a prodigious talent in the realm of monster cultivation. Once the radiance dissipated, Bobo's form had doubled in size, appearing akin to a colossal jellyfish model suspended in the water. Following the upgrade, Gao Lin felt an influx of energy coursing through his own body, an indescribable sensation, yet undeniably pleasant and warm. Moments later, he sensed a boost in his mental clarity and physical prowess. Unsure if it was merely psychological, yet his muscles felt firmer. Bobo, as if sensing the moment, emitted a joyful sound. Your aquatic skill range has doubled? 100 meters? Tenfold. Brilliant, Bobo. Gao Lin gave a thumbs up, regardless of whether Bobo comprehended the gesture. Contemplating, he manipulated the patterns in his palm to check Bobo's status. Indeed, its level had risen to E. If this trend continued, the next levels would be D, C, B, A, while the existence of higher levels remained uncertain for the time being. Following the skill upgrade, an additional ability, Silver Frost, was unlocked. This skill permitted the control of a water domain to freeze, creating a surface adorned with faintly shimmering frost flowers. Delicate as if they could shatter into countless crystalline fragments upon touch, truly a work of ice art. With this in mind, Gao Lin stroked his chin and, in eager anticipation, dashed to retrieve a foam board typically used for leisure. He positioned it upright against the wall and then stepped back a few meters. This will do, Bobo. Go for it. Bobo seemed puzzled by the human's peculiar behavior. With a chuckle, Gao Lin scratched his head and instructed, Bobo, try dispersing the water into a cone and execute a needle-like attack on this board. Then incorporate the silver frost. Bobo appeared to grasp the command. Whoosh whoosh. Continue. Let us see how long it lasts. Under the continuous application of these two skills, Bobo managed to maintain the effect for 5 minutes. Although brief, the coverage was extensive, 100 meters, astonishing. He then assessed the damage, finding that it had completely penetrated 10 centimeters of foam board, leaving numerous dents on the wall, despite the foam's strong shock-absorbing properties. Further experimentation ensued, including the creation of ice shields and ice walls, yielding excellent results. It was clear that this water domain was nothing short of a miraculous technique, offering endless possibilities for play. Time flew as Gao Lin immersed himself in experimentation until 8 a.m. The sound of the workday alarm jolted him from his excitement, and he glanced apologetically at the now listless Bobo. My apologies, Bobo, rest well. With that, he stored Bobo back in the palm space and swiftly cleaned up the scene. By the end of his shift, he had yet to hear from the Special Investigation Bureau's contact. Never mind, he thought. It was time to return home for some sleep. Clocking out. Ding, you've clocked out. Gao Lin, thank you for your hard work. Gao Lin replied. It's no trouble, just a tough life. Chapter 3, Joining the Official Ranks. As he rode a shared bicycle home, Gao Lin pondered over Bobo's skills. From what he could ascertain, each upgrade unlocked 2 skill slots. One would automatically fill upon leveling up, while the remaining slot would likely require significant consumption of jellyfish. However, aside from the few hundred moonlit jellyfish, he struggled to find other mutated creatures to devour. While sharks exhibited abnormalities, they were not suitable targets as their potential danger was too great. After all, Even one shark would equate to a month's salary. And he could not afford to recklessly consume one, especially since they could be discovered within half an hour of doing so. After such extensive deliberation and the acceptance of various revelations, Gao Lin felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He hastily consumed a simple meal of porridge and buns at the community entrance, fulfilling his hunger. Once home, a quick wash-up led him directly into the realms of slumber. Yet, in the depths of his sleep, his expression suggested he was ensnared in a nightmare. Upon awakening, his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He had experienced a peculiar dream, finding himself submerged in the deep sea, surrounded by countless tendrils. These tendrils coiled around him, attempting to drag him into the unfathomable abyss. It felt as though he had connected to the vision he glimpsed during his time in the aquarium. Gao Lin glanced at the clock on his bedside table. It was 1 p.m. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting slender beams across the floor. This mundane scene seemed to suggest that all that transpired last night had merely been a dream. However, when he raised his hand, the faint blue patterns in his palm served as a reminder that it was all too real. Ding dong. The doorbell rang suddenly, causing Gao Lin's heart to skip a beat. Cautiously, he approached the door and peered through the peephole. 3 individuals clad in dark uniforms stood outside. The leader appeared to be a man in his 30s, possessing a resolute demeanor and sharp eyes. Mr. Gao Lin, we are from the Special Investigation Bureau. As if aware that Gao Lin was observing through the peephole, the man displayed his identification. We had a conversation over the phone previously. May we come in for a brief chat? His deep voice belonged to the same individual who had called him last night. Gao Lin hesitated momentarily before opening the door. The 3 entered in a single file, and the leading man introduced himself. I am Wang Lei, the team leader of the Xinghua branch of the Special Investigation Bureau. Gao Lin noticed that Wang Lei's right hand rested firmly at his waist, where a bulge suggested a firearm. The other 2 stood at the door, exhibiting well-trained poise. How did you find me? Gao Lin inquired. Don't be alarmed, Wang Lei said, drawing a device resembling a supermarket scanner from his right hand. He pointed it at Gao Lin, and the device emitted a series of beeps. Spiritual power reading. F. Wang Lei remarked to himself. Could you elaborate on what you witnessed last night? Just as Gao Lin was about to respond, a sharp pain shot through his temple. Bobo's presence surged within him, and his awareness sharpened, allowing him to perceive the flow of spiritual energy around him. Wang Lei emitted a unique wave of energy, one that felt somewhat intense. You've awakened. Or should I say, undergone a transformation? Gao Lin blurted out. Wang Lei's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise before he regained his composure. It seems you have already discovered the truth. Indeed, I am a fire element awakened. With a graceful gesture, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, conjuring a puff of flame out of thin air. He then produced a cigarette. Mind if I indulge? Please, go ahead, Captain Wang, Gao Lin replied. Subsequently, he succinctly recounted the events of the previous night, yet refrained from elaborating on Bobo's abilities. Beside Wang Lei, 2 individuals were diligently recording details with a voice recorder and a notepad. During their conversation, they invited the 3 to sit in the living room, while Gao Lin politely declined the cigarette offered by Wang Lei. Although he occasionally smoked, he remained cautious about accepting items from strangers. Wang Lei merely smiled and said nothing further, lighting his cigarette and taking a leisurely drag before exhaling a plume of smoke. He then spoke slowly. Last night, a surge of spiritual energy was detected. Someone has targeted you. Before Gao Lin could ponder the implications of this statement, Wang Lei's subsequent words corroborated some of Gao Lin's suspicions from the previous night. The tides are changing, Wang Lei continued. The revival of spiritual energy is imminent, and you are among the first to awaken. Marine life will be the first to be affected, followed by a monumental transformation in the world. But why have you sought me out? Gao Lin inquired, perplexed. We require your assistance, Wang Lei replied, locking eyes with Gao Lin. The Special Investigation Bureau is forming a unique team composed entirely of awakened individuals. We are particularly interested in your beast taming abilities. A wave of dizziness washed over Gao Lin. The overwhelming amount of information was difficult to digest. He had never disclosed his abilities to anyone, so how could the Special Investigation Bureau be aware of them? I understand you have many questions. However, before you decide to join the Special Investigation Bureau, some information must remain confidential for the time being, Wang Lei stated, extinguishing his cigarette and continuing. However, I can reveal this. In just a few days, there will be a widespread revival of spiritual energy. At that moment, Gao Lin's phone vibrated with a message from an unknown number. Do not trust the Special Investigation Bureau. They are exploiting the awakened. We can grant you true power. The fated. Gao Lin's heart raced as he looked up at Wang Lei, only to find him fixated on the screen of his phone. It seems they have already reached out to you, Wang Lei said, his tone serious. The fated are a group of ruthless extremists. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Gao Lin found it challenging to make any immediate decisions. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary worker, and now he was being courted by two unknown factions. Unsure whom to trust, one thing was certain. His life would never return to its former state. Please give me some time to consider, Gao Lin said, massaging his temples. Of course, I hope it won't take too long, Wang Lei replied, providing his contact information before taking his leave with the other two. Once downstairs, Wang Lei pulled out his phone. Director, the meeting has concluded, just as you anticipated. It was unclear what was said on the other end. Understood. Wang Lei stowed his phone and glanced back at the floor. Whispering to himself, he mused, I hope everything develops favorably, before departing with his companions. After watching the members of the Special Investigation Bureau leave from his balcony, Gao Lin gradually withdrew his gaze. He returned to the living room, grabbed a bottle of chilled cola, and reclined on the sofa, guzzling it down with a long belch. Ah, refreshing. Wang Lei was remarkably perceptive. To notice him from the 15th floor was impressive. Given the current information, the Special Investigation Bureau had official backing, and his upbringing had instilled a subconscious inclination to join them. Regardless of what transpired next, it was evident that the authorities had prepared extensively, with access to broader and more comprehensive channels of information. However, joining the Special Investigation Bureau would undoubtedly limit his personal freedom. After all, he had read enough novels to know that joining an organization often came with various obligations. It certainly would not be as comfortable as being a lone wolf. But considering the impending upheaval in the world, teamwork would surely provide greater security than going it alone. The member who had locked onto him, as mentioned by Wang Lei, was likely not an ordinary individual. As for that organization, the Fated, they were elusive and insidious, revealing themselves only through a single message, which was hardly a good sign. True power, it sounded all too reminiscent of the temptations found in anime or dramas where villains struck deals with demons. This was entirely outside of Gao Lin's realm of consideration. Was this unusual occurrence connected to the Fated organization? He could not say for sure. However, one thing was certain. Both the Special Investigation Bureau and the Fated had their sights set on the marine aquarium in this city. With only a few days left before the widespread revival of spiritual energy, his first course of action should be to enhance Bobo's level as much as possible, thereby increasing his leverage. The second consideration was to contemplate joining the Special Investigation Bureau, since marine life would be the first to be affected. The vast array of over 100,000 marine creatures in the deep blue aquarium could undergo dramatic transformations. Even if the Special Investigation Bureau were to announce the revival of spiritual energy and drain the aquarium or relocate the marine life, few would believe it, and it would likely incite panic. Furthermore, to prevent any malicious actions from ill-intentioned individuals, he could only let things unfold naturally and manage the transformations of the aquarium's creatures. Additionally, the authorities had countless concerns regarding public safety, matters far beyond Gao Lin's current comprehension. The good news was that he had night shifts for 7 consecutive days this week, allowing him to continue experimenting with Bobo's ability to devour other creatures during the night. Just then, his stomach let out an untimely growl of protest. Well, one step at a time. After all, food is paramount, and health is the foundation of all endeavors. Gao Lin rubbed his belly, tidied up a bit, and prepared to head out in search of sustenance. The end of February still bore a chill, characteristic of early spring. Dressed in a yellow hoodie with a black short-down jacket and casual trousers, he felt quite the dapper young man, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. As he strolled along the bustling streets of Xinhui City, typically shrouded in gray skies, he was pleasantly surprised to find the sun shining today. The warmth of the sunlight dispelled some of the early spring chill. With the sun out, the parks, streets, tea houses, and even the stone pillars at the parking lot brimmed with people, some sitting, some standing, some squatting, whether alone or in small groups. Men and women of all ages conversed animatedly, gesturing with enthusiasm, or engrossed in their own worlds, playing mahjong or chess. The atmosphere was relaxed and enjoyable, a stark contrast to his experiences the previous night. He found a rice bowl shop with a sunlit entrance, where the proprietress recognized him. Hey there, handsome. Back for the twice-cooked pork rice bowl? Yes, please. And make it with irjing tiao, if you would, Gao Lin replied. Absolutely. Twice-cooked pork was Gao Lin's favorite, especially when prepared with half-fat, half-lean pork belly, making it delectably savory. As he waited for his meal, Gao Lin squinted his eyes, savoring the tranquility and comfort that he might not experience again. Here you go. If you need more rice, just let me know. The proprietress cheerfully presented his dish. The generous portion and delightful flavor were just as he remembered. What a comfort. The chili pepper ignites a fiery sensation across the entire oral cavity, while the pork belly, having been sautéed to a delicate golden crisp, exudes a savory aroma tinged with spice. Each morsel of meat, accompanied by a slice of chili, pairs exquisitely with a generous scoop of rice, offering profound satisfaction to the soul, taste buds, and belly alike. Gao Lin remained silent, wholly absorbed in his meal. As he walks back after dining, he observes the bustling passers-by, hearing their laughter, and within him, a resolute belief solidifies. Orphaned since childhood, he navigated through mandatory education until graduating high school, subsequently gaining admission to the Agricultural University of Xinhui City. Through the aid of student loans and part-time work during his spare time, he successfully completed his degree. Fortuitously, he majored in marine biology, which aligned perfectly with his employment at the aquarium. He often reflects on his journey, grateful that he did not stray from the right path, acknowledging the kindness of those who have supported him along the way. Now, he is ready to embrace a new chapter in life, a life that is distinctly different. With this thought in mind, Gao Lin retrieves his phone and dials the contact he acquired a few hours prior. Hello, Captain Wang. I wish to join the Special Investigation Bureau. Chapter 4, Biological Mutations. In Xinhui City. On the 4th floor of a blue and white police station outside the city's 4th ring, Wang Lei leads Gao Lin into a conference room. As you can see, the first 3 floors are designated for standard police operations, while the 4th floor is reserved for the Special Investigation Bureau, which addresses extraordinary incidents. The conference room is modest, featuring a simple layout with a refreshment station and a projection screen. Upon entering, one finds a podium with a computer, flanked by 3 sofas arranged around a coffee table piled with documents. 4 individuals are seated casually on the sofas. Allow me to introduce, Wang Lei begins. This is Gao Lin, whose ability is Beast Mastery, enabling him to control a mutated jellyfish named Bobo. He gestures toward the group. Starting from the left, a cold, short-haired man with a tall, lean frame crosses his arms and fixes a piercing gaze on Gao Lin, reminiscent of a predator sizing up its prey. This is Lan Feng, a former Special Forces operative who awakened his ability, the Heavenly Eye, during a mission. His extraordinary vision allows him to perceive weaknesses with flawless recall. As Wang Lei speaks, Lan Feng's pupils shift to a golden hue before returning to normal, nodding at Gao Lin in acknowledgement. Next is a short-haired woman reclined on the sofa, one hand resting on an antiquated Tang sword. Her athletic build and sun-kissed skin reveal her as a seasoned fighter. This is Su Lan Lan, hailing from a family of blacksmiths. Her ability enhances the weapons she forges. With an intrigued expression, Su Lan Lan greets Gao Lin. Hello there. Finally, a handsome face that catches the eye. She giggles, covering her mouth. The third individual, a stout and affable man, rises to shake Gao Lin's hand. I'm sure Zhuang, but you can call me Brother Zhuang. He glances at the still chuckling Su Lan Lan with a hint of exasperation. Don't mind her, that's just how Lan Lan is. My ability is gigantism, allowing me to grow larger and enhance my strength and defense. Rest assured, Brother Zhuang will protect you in times of danger, he asserts, thumping his chest with pride. Thank you, Brother Zhuang, Gao Lin replies sheepishly, also acknowledging Su Lan Lan. Wang Lei then gestures toward a young man on the right sofa, whose hair is styled in a bun and dressed in casual athletic wear, resembling a Taoist priest in a robe. This is Lu Jiming, a disciple of the celestial master from Tiantai Mountain. He possesses the ability of spiritual spring, which accelerates the cultivation of spiritual energy. You may regard him as a versatile practitioner. He is proficient in many skills. Lu Jiming greets Gao Lin with a smile, his gaze revealing a sense of curiosity. Once introductions are complete, all but Lan Feng extend a warm welcome. Su Lan Lan, having never seen a beast companion before, eagerly encourages Gao Lin to summon Bobo, who she excitedly carries around, exclaiming, so cute, like jelly, as she playfully interacts with Bobo's watery domain. Gao Lin feels a pang of concern that she might inadvertently distort Bobo's form. Following this, Wang Lei assists Gao Lin in processing their respective files. What? You're saying Bobo is already at a level with 3 skills and can acquire another? Gao Lin inquires, bewildered. Is that unusual? Wang Lei paces the records room. Under normal circumstances, beast masters among awakeners are exceedingly rare. Typically, a first-level beast master can only bond with 1 beast companion, and each time the beast levels up, it learns a new skill automatically. He then incinerates the file Gao Lin just completed, offering him a new one to fill out. Furthermore, beast masters can cultivate their own abilities. In equal levels, they inherently possess greater strength compared to other awakeners. For instance, an E-level beast master summoning 5 companions with a mere wave would render battles trivial. However, it is also possible for powerful awakeners to swiftly defeat a beast master, thereby concluding the encounter. Wang Lei, looking intently at Gao Lin, sternly advises, this matter must remain between us. No one else should know. Understood, Gao Lin replies. Wang Lei continues, now, hurry and complete this. This is the cultivation method for awakeners, the spiritual energy formula. Follow it diligently. He hands Gao Lin a blue-covered book and a mobile phone. This phone contains access to the official Awakener forum. You'll find much information to assist you. By the time they finish, it is already 8 in the evening. Wang Lei invites the 6 of them to enjoy a hot pot dinner to foster camaraderie. Afterward, he accompanies Gao Lin to the aquarium for his night shift. For the next few days, simply focus on your duties at the aquarium. Be cautious of the Destiny organization. They are also monitoring the aquarium. Should any anomalies arise, notify us immediately, and we will initiate our response. As the night shift commences, Gao Lin endeavors to relocate as many jellyfish as possible under the moonlight, and indeed, they begin to exhibit unusual behaviors. After 2 consecutive nights of such operations, Gao Lin gains the ability to manipulate the blue patterns in his palm to access information on the jellyfish he has encountered. All are classified as F level, with the moon jelly possessing a singular skill of purification, while the red moon jelly, box jellyfish, bears a skill of paralysis. After surveying others like the cloud jellyfish's entanglement and the box jellyfish's stinging, Gao Lin finds himself dissatisfied. Ultimately, he hesitates between the electromagnetic skill of the pearl jellyfish and the rejuvenation skill of the lighthouse jellyfish. Although perplexed as to why the pearl jellyfish possesses an electromagnetic skill, the lighthouse jellyfish's ability to revert from maturity to youth is more comprehensible. Currently, Bobo's skills include purification, water domain, and silver frost, which together provide a comprehensive array of attack, control, and defense. However, uncertainty looms over what anomalies might arise at the aquarium tomorrow. After much deliberation, he ultimately opts for the electromagnetic skill. It is only when nearly 100 pearl jellyfish have been consumed that Bobo signals success. Gao Lin exhales in relief. Had the consumption yielded no results, it would have been a significant loss. Given Bobo's current E level, 100 jellyfish are insufficient for an upgrade. If the desired skill is not absorbed, the only option for leveling up would be to consume other jellyfish, which may not yield the skills he seeks. As Bobo approaches the completion of consuming the accumulated mutated jellyfish, it begins to radiate light, floating gracefully in the air. At this moment, Gao Lin is filled with elation. As the brilliance fades, he focuses his thoughts, activating the blue patterns to inspect Bobo's information. Species, jellyfish. Level, D. Talent, devour. Skills, purification, water domain, silver frost, electromagnetic, healing. Void. Introduction. From an ordinary jellyfish at the outset, it has undergone a profound transformation, seemingly imbued with an air of mystery. After Bobo leveled up, the surge of feedback energy returned, more potent than the last, directly flooding into Gao Lin's limbs and vital organs. In the past couple of days, he has been practicing the spiritual technique given by Wang Lei, sensing a notable shift in the fluctuation of his spiritual energy, distinctly feeling it ascend to a level. The feedback from his beast companion post-upgrade is akin to a river compared to a mere water tank. Yet the benefits of his cultivation lie in its gradual accumulation over time. Now, he is poised to begin his search for a second beast companion. Even a few punches thrown into the air produce the sound of slicing through the void. After a few satisfactory gestures, Gao Lin concluded this brief exhibition with a sense of accomplishment. He then excitedly communicated with Bobo and attempted the healing skill. A transparent bubble formed, spreading over the wound he had inflicted upon himself, visibly accelerating the healing process, an impressive regenerative ability. While he could not yet experiment with internal injuries, the prowess of external wound healing was evident. Bobo, you truly are an all-rounder, splendid. After showering Bobo with praise, Gao Lin instructed it to devour the remaining mutated jellyfish. Though few in number, even the tiniest morsels are still sustenance. From Bobo's feedback, it appears that D-level devouring an F-level entity has become virtually ineffective, possibly due to the insufficient quantity. Henceforth, aside from regular surveillance, Gao Lin spent his time immersed in training, while Bobo absorbed the moonlight in midair. During the night shifts, he also inspected other floors, finding no abnormalities, leading him to suspect that the earlier shark incident was merely a figment of imagination. Nevertheless, he felt a pervasive sense of unease, as if an unseen presence were watching him, sending chills down his spine. Time passed swiftly, and it was now the 3rd night since Gao Lin awakened his powers. The 5 members of the special operations team were concealed throughout the aquarium, while Gao Lin roamed about with unrestrained confidence. Various other personnel from the Special Investigation Bureau were stationed in different areas of the aquarium, albeit without awakened abilities. Yet each was skilled in combat and armed with specialized weaponry. Beyond them, no one else remained. During the day, residents and employees of nearby malls and hotels had been evacuated, and all branches of law enforcement and military units in Xinhui City were on high alert in the surrounding area. This extensive security presence instilled a sense of fear and unrest among the citizens, as if a dark cloud loomed over the entire city. At precisely midnight, the aquarium erupted into chaos, with sounds of crashing and shattering resonating throughout, accompanied by the anguished cries of marine creatures. The seawater surged with debris, and Gao Lin swiftly navigated through the wreckage. A hoarse shout from Wang Lei echoed through the communicator. First floor containment has failed. Repeat, first floor. The latter part of his message was drowned out by a piercing shriek. In the past few days, the Special Investigation Bureau had secured the aquarium to prevent the closure of the gates to the anomalies, yet in an instant, it had all collapsed. Without time to ponder, the already summoned Bobo displayed a sudden surge of luminescent patterns across its umbrella-shaped form, with its 4 tentacles vibrating vigorously like electrified strings. Gao Lin felt his temples throb as a web-like perception beyond the 5 senses unfurled in his mind. Within a 30-meter radius, all biologically electric entities transformed into pulsating points of light. Electromagnetic skill, capable of both offense and magnetic feedback for searching. Be careful. Gao Lin urgently yanked at a nearby investigator. A spiny octopus tentacle pierced through the wall, blue-white arcs of electricity crackling between its suckers. Bobo's umbrella shape contracted into a dart-like form, its dark limbs surging with electromagnetic energy, tracing a trajectory in the darkness to strike the colossal octopus. A sea-level octopus. Newly mutated, it had already reached sea level. The aberrant octopus emitted a wail akin to a newborn's cry, its severed tentacles twitching and sparking with electricity. The side of the severance writhed with flesh, soon sprouting a new appendage, a testament to the octopus's regenerative prowess. In the next moment, one tentacle clung to the ceiling, hoisting itself aloft, while the other 7 tentacles lunged toward Gao Lin's face like serpents in a jungle. In a flash of thought, Bobo instantly conjured an ice shield from the water domain and silver frost skill, which shattered upon impact. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Gao Lin slid down, narrowly evading the flailing tentacles. Unfortunately, another investigator was not so fortunate. A tentacle pierced through his chest, the protective gear proving utterly ineffective. With a swift motion, the octopus's tentacle withdrew, and blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! Gao Lin's body trembled uncontrollably at this sight, having only recently awakened his powers. Though he knew that life-and-death struggles would become commonplace, he never expected them to arrive so swiftly. Witnessing a fellow human lose their life before his very eyes was harrowing. The octopus, however, offered no respite for Gao Lin's sorrow. Its tentacles surged forward once more. Bobo, try purification. As Bobo soared through the air, a mysterious chant emanated, sending ripples across the water domain sphere. The rampaging mutated octopus gradually ceased its flailing tentacles. Bobo, freeze it. Within Bobo's semi-transparent form, a spiderweb of silver veins illuminated as the water domain and silver frost activated. The octopus, which had been shrieking moments ago, was instantly encased in ice, though it still struggled against its bonds. It was merely confined. Slaying it was far from simple. Gao Lin continued to direct Bobo to envelop the giant octopus in layers of water domain before freezing it again. He forced himself to remain composed, moving the recently fallen investigator aside and closing his eyelids. I'm sorry, but I have more pressing matters at hand. As Bobo continued its chant of purification, the creatures on the 5th floor gradually fell silent. The 5th floor was home to jellyfish and corals, which, after mutation, had not exhibited any significantly lethal species. The only substantial entity, the octopus, had been frozen, while the previous sharks had all been relocated to the 1st floor ocean area for repairs. Gao Lin, over here. Su Lanlin's voice called from the escalator entrance. Dressed in a black tactical suit that melded seamlessly with the shadows, this girl appeared almost ghost-like, startling Gao Lin with her sudden emergence. They joined forces and made their way to the 4th floor escalator, where the remnants of various marine creatures lay scattered. What have you done? This is fresh. Well, at least it's better than being roasted by a 10-meter-long electric eel, she remarked, wiping off the slime splattered on her goggles. Her short hair impeccably neat. As her words fell, the entire coral wall to the right of the escalator collapsed with a thunderous crash. Over 20 mutated piranhas smashed through the acrylic barrier, their inflated pectoral fins unfurling like gliding wings, releasing high-pressure jets of water from their sharp jaws. Bobo emitted a high-frequency hum, its umbrella's edges splitting as countless tentacles danced. An ice wall formed from the water domain and silver frost, providing solid protection for the two. Seizing the moment, Su Lanlan dashed forward, her saber slicing through the air, sending waves of blade energy. In mere moments, over 20 piranhas were reduced to disarray. With a graceful turn, she declared, "Let us go. We need to help the team leader. The situation on the 1st floor is likely dire." Gao Lin stood in awe, taken aback by her fierce prowess. As they traversed the 4th floor area, several formidable foes had already been vanquished by Su Lanlan, leaving only a handful of lesser calamities behind. Under the purifying incantations of Bobo, the atmosphere of the 4th floor gradually settled into tranquility. However, Gao Lin harbored an unsettling feeling. The fifth and fourth floors seemed almost too serene. Chapter 5, Double-Edged Sword. The third floor was under the jurisdiction of Shizhuang and Lan Feng, where the illumination began to fade as they descended from the fourth floor. Occasionally, one or two containers still emitted a faint glow, guiding Gao Lin and Su Lanlan toward the sounds of conflict ahead. Fortunately, Bobo's electromagnetic feedback remained firmly rooted in Gao Lin's mind, aiding their navigation toward the source of the sounds and lights. Without such guidance, traversing the pitch-black surroundings with merely 2 flashlights amidst the ruins would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. The path was strewn with the remnants of battles, evidence of destruction, and the scattered remains of defeated foes. Among them, some marine creatures, still twitching, lay ensnared in the debris, a testament to the fierce skirmishes that had unfolded on the third floor. Gao Lin exchanged a glance with Su Lanlan. Shizhuang's combat style had always been brutish, akin to that of a rampaging gorilla. As Su Lanlan dispatched the still-breathing mutated beings, she cautiously maneuvered through the gaps left by collapsed walls. Following closely behind her, Gao Lin refrained from vocalizing his thoughts on her cautiousness. The sounds of combat grew increasingly near as they passed through a crevice in the fallen structure. There, Shizhuang resembled a green giant, his muscular form nearly brushing the ceiling as he grappled with a colossal mutated sea turtle. Lan Feng was conspicuously absent from sight. Gao Lin channeled his palm's blue markings to assess the mutated turtle's condition, promptly alerting Su Lanlan and Shizhuang. The creature was classified as a C-grade mutated sea turtle, possessing skills of gigantism, biting, resilience, and water column. Enough of the details. Let's strike it down, Su Lanlan declared, her movements deliberate, each step intensifying the radiance of her Tang sword. After 5 steps, the gathered energy reached its zenith, and with a thunderous shout, she commanded, "Stand clear." Shizhuang, recognizing her intent, swiftly retreated. With her hands raised above her head, Su Lanlan summoned her spirit energy and leapt into the air, poised to deliver a decisive blow. The mutated turtle, in response, retracted its limbs, and its shell shimmered with a yellow pattern. The impact felt akin to striking steel as Su Lanlan's Tang sword clashed against the turtle's shell, showering sparks in all directions. The immense recoil sent her flying several meters back, crashing against a distant acrylic panel, causing her sword to slip from her grasp. Gao Lin rushed to assist her, asking, "Are you all right?" Su Lanlan, clutching her chest, replied, "I'm fine. This shell is incredibly tough." However, she couldn't suppress the wave of nausea that surged up, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Lin's thoughts raced, prompting Bobo to administer healing. Gradually, Su Lanlan's condition stabilized, indicating that the internal injuries had indeed responded to treatment. Once her wounds had healed considerably, Su Lanlan retrieved her Tang sword and inquired, "What shall we do next?" "This giant turtle is blocking our path, and I cannot reach the captain." Shizhuang, witnessing her being flung back, immediately surged forward again. The turtle's offensive capabilities were lacking, yet its formidable defense rendered both Shizhuang and the creature at an impasse. "We cannot engage directly. Its resilience likely enhances its defense and possesses a rebound effect. Bobo, purify and then seal it." Bobo, suspended in midair, resumed its purification chant. In an instant, the mutated turtle reverted to its original form. The next moment, a blue water sphere enveloped it, followed by a silvery frost that encased the turtle in ice. "Let us go." With the turtle diminished in size, a path opened up, and Gao Lin swiftly followed the electromagnetic map in his mind, leading Su Lanlan and Shizhuang towards the second floor. They knew this reprieve would not last long. The turtle would soon break free from its icy prison. Shizhuang had also returned to his normal form, trailing behind, assuring them, "There was only this one giant creature on this level. The rest have been dealt with." Su Lanlan gave him a thumbs up. "Well done, big guy." But what of Lan Feng? Gao Lin had intended to ask this from the outset, but time had slipped away, and now he cast a searching gaze. Shizhuang shook his head. "I'm unsure. I didn't encounter anyone during the initial disturbances." Upon hearing this, Gao Lin couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, but could not pinpoint it. Just then, a resounding explosion echoed in the distance, the sound of ice shattering. There was no time for contemplation. Quickly, that creature has broken free. Reaching the second floor, the trio found an unusual silence. Traces of battle were sparse, and they could still see some talismans glowing faintly. It appeared that Lu Jiming had already neutralized the threats on this level, as the electromagnetic map revealed no other life forms. As they prepared to descend to the first floor oceanic area, the ground beneath them trembled violently, fissures spreading like spider webs. Before they could react, the floor collapsed entirely, plunging them into the unfathomable depths of the sea. The icy water enveloped Gao Lin's body instantaneously, and he instinctively held his breath, the roar of the collapsing structure resonating in his ears. Struggling to open his eyes, He sought the silhouettes of Su Lanlan and Shizhuang amidst the murky depths. However, darkness enveloped him, save for the faint glimmers of light in the distance. Su Lanlan, Shizhuang, Gao Lin called out in his mind, reaching out through the bond with Bobo. Bobo promptly responded. A blue luminescence emanating from Gao Lin's palm as the electromagnetic map of nearby life forms materialized in his consciousness. He discerned Su Lanlan struggling not far away. Her legs were pinned beneath debris, rendering her unable to swim freely. Swiftly, he swam toward her, grasping her arm and pulling her closer. Simultaneously, he felt a powerful current surge from the depths, as if some colossal entity was approaching. His heart raced. The 3 whale sharks had detected their presence. 3 B-grade creatures. This is dire. Bobo, prepare for battle. Gao Lin commanded inwardly, and Bobo emerged from his palm, radiating a silvery glow. The surrounding waters began to crystallize, forming protective barriers. However, these layers were akin to paper, easily shattered upon impact. At that moment, the electromagnetic signal representing Shizhuang abruptly vanished into the abyss. Gao Lin felt a pang of concern, yet time was of the essence, as the massive forms of the whale sharks loomed into view. Each opened its cavernous maw, sharp teeth glinting ominously in Bobo's silvery light. We need to find a way to surface. Su Lanlan clutched Gao Lin's arm tightly, her voice trembling as she gestured her intent. Blood flowed from her leg wound, staining the surrounding waters crimson. Gao Lin nodded. He understood the urgency of escaping this aquatic realm before the trio of whale sharks could unleash their devastating assault. Directing Bobo to emit an electromagnetic field, he sought to disrupt the sharks' movements. Bobo unleashed a powerful current, momentarily slowing the sharks' advance. With urgency, Gao Lin propelled himself backward, dragging Su Lanlan along as Bobo conjured barrier after barrier to stave off the impending attack. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Lin pulled Su Lanlan swiftly upward, racing toward the surface. However, the speed of the whale sharks was not significantly hindered. Suddenly, the 3 whale sharks opened their massive jaws, each unleashing a powerful torrent of water that scattered the 2 individuals, causing the barrier conjured by Bobo to dissipate entirely. Gao Lin was swept away by the force of the water, losing his sense of direction. When he finally regained his balance, he discovered that Su Lanlan had been swept close to one of the whale sharks. Su Lanlan, Gao Lin shouted in a panic. But aside from choking on a mouthful of water, he could produce no sound. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he swam desperately towards her, only to see the whale shark's jaws gaping wide, poised to swallow her whole. At that critical moment, a silvery light erupted from Bobo's form, instantly freezing the seawater between the shark and Su Lanlan into an impenetrable ice wall, even larger and more robust than the previous barrier. The whale shark collided violently with the ice, emitting a deafening roar. Gao Lin swam over rapidly and pulled Su Lanlan behind him, then ascended towards the surface. Alone, Bobo lacked the strength to withstand the whale shark's relentless assault for long. A solution was imperative. Just then, Gao Lin sensed a familiar aura descending from above. He looked up to see Captain Wang Lei and Lu Jiming descending from the surface, radiating immense spiritual energy. Gao Lin, Su Lanlan, hold on. Lu Jiming's voice reached Gao Lin through an inexplicable medium. The flames in Wang Lei's palm continued to blaze fiercely, seemingly unaffected by the water. Meanwhile, Lu Jiming formed hand seals, reciting incantations. A golden talisman shot from his hands, rapidly expanding in the water to form a golden barrier, temporarily entrapping the other 2 whale sharks. They had bought Gao Lin and Su Lanlan precious time to escape as Gao Lin propelled Su Lanlan toward the surface. Gasping for air, seizing the opportunity, he commanded Bobo to release a healing wave for Su Lanlan. Gao Lin, coordinate your attack, Lu Jiming shouted. At that instant, Wang Lei hurled his flames forward, creating a searing blade of fire aimed directly at one whale shark's head. The intense heat caused the surrounding seawater to begin boiling. Gao Lin immediately instructed Bobo to unleash its most powerful electromagnetic pulse in tandem with Wang Lei's assault. Bobo released a fierce electromagnetic current that fused with Wang Lei's fiery blade, creating an electric firestorm that struck the whale shark's head. The creature let out a pained roar as the electric firestorm incapacitated it. The sight of crimson blood sent the other 2 whale sharks into a frenzied rage as they struggled violently against Lu Jiming's golden barrier. Lu Jiming, hold firm, Wang Lei shouted, preparing for a second strike. At that crucial moment, Gao Lin felt a powerful psychic wave emanating from the depths. He turned abruptly, spotting Shizhuang and the curator Zhang Pangpang appearing behind the whale sharks. The 2 whale sharks immediately broke through Lu Jiming's golden barrier, while Zhang Quan held a faint blue orb radiating light, coldly observing them. Gao Lin was momentarily stunned. Curator, Brother Zhuangyu. Gao Lin, be careful. Su Lanlan's voice called from behind, instantly placing herself in front of Gao Lin as the whale shark's tail fin sent them flying. At the same time, Zhang Pongpong's psychic powers erupted, and Gao Lin felt a powerful force tugging at his consciousness, as if attempting to extract him from his body. It was a psychic ability. His awareness began to blur, and he sensed his spiritual energy being voraciously absorbed by the orb in Zhang Pongpong's hand. Bobo's form also started to dim, as if on the verge of vanishing. The situation for Lu Jiming and Wang Lei was equally dire. Their movement slowed, evidently affected by Zhang Pongpong's psychic influence. Bobo purify. Yet, against the control of psychic abilities, purification proved ineffective. Hold on. Su Lanlin's voice reached Gao Lin faintly, her complexion pale. She had just shielded Gao Lin from the whale shark's direct strike, and coupled with her earlier loss of blood, she was clearly nearing her limit. Gao Lin gritted his teeth, fighting against the encroaching psychic influence. If they did not act soon, they would all be drained of their spiritual energy by Zhang Pongpong's orb, reduced to mere husks. The premeditated setup of the aquarium, forcing everyone to battle mutated creatures, then striking when they were vulnerable, was a truly cunning plan. A sudden spark of insight flashed in Gao Lin's mind. If Bobo could devour mutated beings, perhaps Zhang Quan's orb, Bobo consume it. Gao Lin commanded in his mind, simultaneously activating the blue patterns in his palm, a blue light surging into Bobo. Bobo's form jolted as silvery light erupted anew, its body rapidly expanding, transforming into a massive jellyfish shape that surged toward the orb in Zhang Pongpong's grasp. Zhang Quan, caught off guard by Gao Lin's unexpected counterattack, displayed a fleeting expression of astonishment, attempting to use his psychic powers to control Bobo. However, under the influence of the blue patterns, Bobo moved with astonishing speed, making contact with the orb in the blink of an eye. The spiritual energy within the orb began to be voraciously consumed by Bobo. No! Zhang Quan screamed in fury, trying to retract the orb, but it was too late. Bobo swiftly absorbed the energy within. Enraged, Zhang Quan divided a portion of his psychic energy to restrain Bobo while reclaiming the orb, but this action caused his mental control to waver. Shizhuang, act now. Zhang Quan commanded as he controlled the remaining 2 whale sharks to attack. In that instant, Shizhuang completed his transformation, standing atop one of the whale sharks, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Captain." Simultaneously, Captain Wang Lei seized the opportunity presented by Zhang Quan's momentary lapse in psychic control, igniting the embers of his fire abilities. Breaking free from the mental grip, flames radiated from him as though he had spontaneously ignited, his black combat uniform singed and crackling in the firelight. This was his ultimate technique, evolved from his fire abilities, one he had thought he would never need to use. Wang Lei chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking he had found a promising recruit for the team, believing the Special Investigation Bureau of Xinghui City was finally on the right path. His expression shifted, fixing his gaze on Shizhuang. "I never expected a traitor among us. Let this all end." With that, he emitted an even greater blaze, the searing heat causing the surrounding seawater to evaporate rapidly, creating a thick mist that obscured everyone's vision. "Wang Lei, you're insane. You'll die doing this." Shizhuang's voice trembled. Wang Lei did not respond. His eyes were filled with resolve, determined not to allow these fated individuals to continue their rampage. "From here on, it's up to you," he said, his voice low yet unwavering, glancing at the others before charging toward Zhang Pangpang, transforming himself into a flaming spear aimed at piercing Zhang Pongpong's heart before the whale sharks could harm his teammates. "No!" Zhang Quan let out a desperate roar, feeling himself locked in place, unable to move an inch, scrambling to use other items to fend off Wang Lei's impending attack. However, Wang Lei's flames had completely consumed him, leading to the collapse of Zhang Quan's mental abilities. In the midst of a white haze, a burst of crimson flames erupted, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. It was resplendent and searing. The deafening roar of the explosion sent shockwaves, propelling those nearby far away. The thick acrylic panel, over a meter thick, in the marine area finally succumbed. With a crack, it shattered instantaneously. A deluge of seawater surged forth, engulfing the crowd in its tumult. Gao Lin felt his consciousness return to his body, too preoccupied with the injuries and the piercing pain to ponder. Scanning the surroundings, he saw Lu Jiming, now recovered, using talismans to control 2 mutated whale sharks. "Gao Lin, quickly," he urged. Lu was on the verge of exhausting his spiritual energy as a C rank, having managed to control 2 mutated whale sharks of a higher rank, a remarkable feat after years of cultivation. Though both whale sharks were gravely injured from the explosion, their B rank status still loomed large. Had it not been for their ability to rapidly absorb spiritual energy and recover, they would have likely lost their combat efficacy long ago. With a thought, Gao Lin instantly connected with Bobo, skillfully employing water domain skills through electromagnetic feedback as the umbrella-shaped form expanded, with surrounding tentacles vibrating vigorously. Two immense water spires materialized in midair, dwarfing the whale sharks at over 10 meters in height. The larger the ice spires formed, the more taxing it became for Bobo. At this moment, Lan Feng staggered out from an unseen corner, his body battered, eyes glowing with golden light as he shouted, "Gao Lin, aim for its gills. Silver Frost." Bobo. Gao Lin sensed Bobo's strain as 4 tentacles began to tremble. Finally, the 2 colossal ice spires took shape. In an instant, they struck the massive bodies of the whale sharks, glistening with frost as they pierced through the gills, guided by Lan Feng's celestial insight. The whale sharks emitted anguished cries, their immense force tossing them against the rear of the marketplace. Bobo, encase it in water, give it the final blow with electromagnetic energy. Realizing Bobo's weakness, the combination technique had nearly depleted all of its spiritual energy. Overcoming the 2 injured whale sharks proved to be excessively strenuous. Had it not been for the energy absorbed from Zhang Quan's spiritual orb, they would have been utterly powerless by now. Gao Lin summoned all his spiritual energy, channeling it into the azure patterns on his palms and directing it toward Bobo. A surge of crackling electricity erupted from Bobo, racing toward the still struggling whale sharks. With the strike, Bobo shrank considerably, resembling a dehydrated jellyfish. Bobo. The weakened Bobo transformed into a silver light, retreating to Gao Lin's palm space, unresponsive to his calls. At last, the venue fell silent, devoid of any abnormal beasts. The remnants of the arena creaked amidst the dripping water and sizzling electricity. The air was thick with the scent of blood, brine, and the acrid smell of smoke. The central aquarium had been utterly devastated, nearly collapsing, leaving the surrounding marketplace unrecognizable. Gao Lin, Lu Jiming, and Lan Feng, struggling to regain their composure, searched for others and discovered Su Lan, unconscious and her clothes in tatters. Amidst a heap of debris soaked in seawater, Lu Jiming's usually immaculate hair hung disheveled and wet. The captain is gone. For a moment, Gao Lin's head buzzed with a ringing in his ears. Ugh, my head hurts. Upon awakening again, Gao Lin found himself in a single-person hospital room, and 4 in his left hand and bandages wrapped around his head and body. "You're awake," Lu Jiming said, entering the room. "Don't move around too much. The doctor said you have a mild concussion." Gao Lin lay there, contemplating. "What about the captain?" Lu Jiming paused momentarily. The captain ignited the fire seed he evolved from his fire abilities, escaping control and perishing with that psychic destiny bearer. Gao Lin stammered, "Don't dwell on it." Lu Jiming interjected with a sigh. "This was the captain's choice. Some things must be done by someone, don't you think?" A silence fell in the room. Gao Lin had anticipated witnessing another vibrant life extinguished before his eyes, devoid of even a complete corpse. Like a brilliant spark that vanished without a trace after burning out. Though their acquaintance was brief, a sense of emptiness settled within him. Having experienced the brutality among awakened ones with the mindset of an ordinary person for over 20 years, a transformation began to take root. In the midst of the urgency, Lu Jiming broke the silence. Shi Zhuang was a mole for the Destiny Bearers in the Special Investigation Bureau. He had already pinpointed the timing and escaped with that orb. Lan Feng was taken down from the start by Shi Zhuang and that psychic ability user. The subsequent events unfolded just as you witnessed. Had Lan Feng not possessed exceptional physical resilience, he would have perished under the collapse of the aquarium after breaking free from mental control. Gao Lin found it hard to reconcile the term traitor with the honest and simple man he had first met, who had patted his chest and promised protection. Yet, witnessing the reality, it was true. Having escaped, the next encounter would be a life-or-death clash. What about Lan Feng and Su Lan? Lu Jiming smiled slightly. "Just focus on resting. They're both fine. You've been unconscious for 3 days, and you suffered the most severe injuries." He changed the subject, however. After learning of the incident, the Su family quickly dispatched personnel to take Su Lan back. "She returned to Shiliang City, and she visited you before leaving. But you were in a coma and didn't see her. Spiritual energy has fully revitalized. Lan Feng has been busy with these matters over the past few days, and more people are awakening. Fortunately, the official authorities have laid groundwork, so Xinghui City hasn't faced any major disturbances, but the online uproar is tremendous. You might find it interesting to look into. As for me, I've never cared much about these matters, just here to look after you." As if a floodgate had opened, or perhaps due to the camaraderie forged in battle, Lu Jiming began recounting recent events to Gao Lin. Over the next couple of days, Gao Lin perused online news, discovering who had awakened powers and where biological mutations had occurred. The authorities had started concentrating the population in towns. Currently, things seemed manageable. Land-based creatures had undergone widespread mutations, leaving room for maneuver. Most inland cities had stabilized. However, coastal cities faced dire circumstances, with calls for personnel and a plea for awakened ones to participate in defense. While large coastal cities were still holding, Some small fishing villages had already succumbed to the ocean's tides. Recently, Gao Lin had attempted to reach out to Bobo but received no response. He was unsure of Bobo's condition and could not access his palm space. He urged Lu Jiming to read his fortune, but Lu dismissed his concerns, offering no further reassurance. He resembled a fortune teller beneath a bridge, leaving Gao Lin uncertain of the reliability of his words. Finally, on the morning of the third day after Gao Lin's awakening, the white-coated director entered for an examination, declaring him fit for discharge. He marveled at the resilience of awakened individuals, noting how such severe injuries could heal in mere days. Despite his busyness, Lan Feng took the time to come and pick Gao Lin up from the hospital, now speaking even less than before. Lu Jiming mentioned that Lan Feng felt guilty, believing that had he been more cautious, the situation might not have escalated to this point. Once a team of 6, now only 3 remain. Standing at the hospital entrance, Gao Lin took several deep breaths, feeling a sense of having narrowly escaped death. The director wishes to see you, Lan Feng said to Gao Lin. The 3 of them returned to the blue and white building, which seemed more vibrant and bustling than before, with an increased number of people. The 4th floor remained unchanged, yet there were noticeably more individuals coming and going. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Director Lu, this is Gao Lin. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Lan Feng said, ready to turn and depart. Lu Renliang sipped his tea and replied, my child, it's not your fault. Go ahead and be busy. Lan Feng paused briefly before exiting the room. You too, please take a seat. I would like to hear your thoughts on this matter. Chapter 7, The Rampage Incident. Gao Lin sat upright on the office sofa. Director Lu, are you suggesting that the anomalies in the marine aquarium's biological entities are linked to the machinations of the Destiny organization? Based on the information available to me, the shark incident on the 28th was likely caused by Director Zhang's psychic abilities. However, I cannot comprehend the reasoning behind such an unnecessary action. Given that the spiritual energy only began to recover in mass 5 days ago, the Destiny organization should have acted at the last moment, utilizing the spiritual pearls to absorb the energy. There was no need to create chaos ahead of time and draw the attention of the Special Investigation Bureau. Lu Renliang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, very perceptive. The Destiny organization first emerged 6 months ago, yet their primary motive for this operation is not the spiritual energy. That is merely incidental. As he spoke, he extended his index finger from his teacup towards Gao Lin. The main objective is you. Me? Gao Lin was perplexed. Before awakening his powers, he was an utterly ordinary individual. Since our Special Investigation Bureau has the means to track you, the Destiny organization undoubtedly possesses the same capabilities. According to historical records, there have been accounts of the Destiny organization dating back to ancient times, during which they assumed the role of priests. Upon finishing his statement, Lu Renliang waved his hand to project a holographic image. The first scene depicted the tribal era, with priests praying for divine protection, a bountiful harvest, and the tranquility of their tribes. The offerings evolved from pigs, sheep, and cattle to include children and women. The imagery then shifted abruptly to the era of slavery, where the priestly role morphed into shamanism, venerating the heavenly deity, serving as a tool for kings to oppress and control the slave class. Transitioning to the feudal society of the Imperial Age, the Destiny organization adopted the official title of the Astronomical Bureau. Lu Renliang turned away from the holographic display. In the early days of the new era, the Northern Kingdom rigorously suppressed feudal superstitions, eliminating all but the Taoist temple on Mount Tiantai. Unexpectedly, 6 months ago, remnants of the past rebranded themselves as the Destiny organization and began opposing the authorities. This is the origin of the Destiny organization. The recent aquarium incident marks the first direct confrontation between the Destiny organization and our Special Investigation Bureau in the past 6 months. Gao Lin, your life is more significant than you realize, Lu Renliang stated earnestly, adding silently to himself, you must grow stronger quickly. Time is of the essence. Gao Lin hesitated, sensing that Lu was aware of his unspoken thoughts. All right, you may leave. The marine creatures that were still alive have been brought back. If Bobo awakens and needs anything, let Lan Feng take you to the underground level 7. Lu Jiming had remained like a transparent figure, following Gao Lin as they prepared to exit. Lu Renliang added, by the way, we have recently recruited several awakened individuals. You should promptly form a new team. Xinghui City will not remain peaceful for long. What are you thinking about? After the two returned to the conference room, Lu Jiming inquired, noticing Gao Lin's furrowed brow and silence. Gao Lin came to his senses, rubbed his temples, and shook his head. It's nothing. The habitual motions of shaking his head and massaging his temples had begun to feel routine. All the uncertainty and fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. As long as he became powerful enough, no conspiracy or scheme could withstand his might. Gao Lin glanced at his palm. The blue patterns appeared to have elongated, nearly reaching his middle finger. The entire design seemed more vibrant than before, as if a current of life flowed beneath his skin. Currently, Bobo remained in an unawakened state, and Gao Lin felt utterly powerless without him. He was still at E rank. Having learned through his hospitalization and Lu Jiming's explanations that every ordinary person's powers initially awakened at F rank. With each upgrade, their abilities strengthened, similar to Su Lanlan, who was now at D rank. When she was F rank, she could only enhance her own spiritual weapon. At E rank, she could empower others with a time limit. Now at D rank, she could maintain the enhancement of her spiritual equipment as long as her own energy did not deplete. As for Lu Jiming, an anomaly, he awakened at C rank. After his awakening, his spiritual abilities could accelerate the gathering of surrounding spiritual energy, spirit gathering array, quicken his own recovery, fast mana regeneration, and bestow spiritual energy upon others without any side effects, among other things. When he first heard this, Gao Lin was astonished, realizing that it was as if they had awakened to a full upgrade, silently marveling at the situation. However, regarding his beast mastery ability, it was quite literal, mastering beasts. After upgrading to E rank, he could exchange spiritual energy with his pets. Additionally, the blue patterns on his palm contained a spatial element and could trigger biological mutations, initially Bobo's mutation. Beyond that, he had yet to discover anything else. What Gao Lin lacked most at present was an offensive capability. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of his phone ringing interrupted his thoughts. Hello? Gao Lin. I heard you woke up and were discharged from the hospital. Congratulations. Su Lanlan's voice chimed from the other end of the line. Her tone was cheerful but slightly hurried. And Gao Lin immediately sensed it. Thank you. Are you all right? I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? But I have to go now. I'll come back to find you all. We'll go see the captain together then. Click, that girl is in quite a rush. Gao Lin thought, but she mentioned coming to find us? He felt puzzled. Since the Su family was so concerned for her safety that they sent someone to escort her away, how could they let her out now? Oh, something's about to happen. Lu Jiming remarked after a long silence. No sooner had he spoken than the alarm of the Special Investigation Bureau blared suddenly. What a jinx, Gao Lin muttered. TSK, I can foresee things. Do you understand the principles of divination? Lu Jiming retorted. 7 red dots lit up around Xinghue City on the holographic map. Director Lu summoned a satellite image. He took out a walkie-talkie, provided instructions, and then completed a phone call. Lan Feng, Gao Lin, and Lu Jiming were once again summoned by the director. The Special Operations Team of the Special Investigation Bureau, codenamed Starry Night. The director tossed 3 obsidian badges onto the control panel. These newly issued specific spiritual energy equipment can withstand lethal strikes at critical moments and are also useful for detecting mutated entities. Each provincial capital has 5. Don't lose them. Go to the training ground. I've arranged for several candidates. Choose your team members and await instructions. Having finished, Lu Renliang began ushering them out. It appeared that only one team member was still needed. Lan Feng fastened his new badge and held a dagger adorned with dragon scales. Assuming that Su Lanlan would undoubtedly return. Observing Gao Lin fastening his badge while gazing at the dagger, Lu Jiming whispered, "That's a gift Su Lanlan smuggled in. You'll want to choose wisely." Upon reaching the 6th underground level, one finds themselves in the Special Investigation Bureau's psychic equipment repository. Gao Lin, who possesses no offensive capabilities, had already contemplated his needs prior to arriving. Firstly, he had never trained in martial arts. He was utterly unfamiliar with conventional weapons like swords or knives, although he could wield a stick with some degree of skill. Given his current level, however, his offensive power was limited, leaving him with only the option of a psychic handgun. You might inquire about his accuracy? That's a jest. In the past, during outings, he was notorious for causing the proprietor to flee with his prowess at shooting balloons for prizes. At noon, 12 candidates stood in the training field of the Special Investigation Bureau. Beneath the steel-reinforced dome, a red-haired youth was toying with arcs of lightning dancing at his fingertips. With 3 unconscious challengers sprawled at his feet. A D-class lightning awakener, he had set 5 police vehicles ablaze last month. As Lu Jiming flipped through the files, a frown creased his brow. Yet, in a berserk state, he had rescued a kindergarten school bus. As Gao Lin stepped into the arena, his wristwatch vibrated, revealing a mission notification. Shi Zhuang had appeared in the West Side Logistics Park, where 13 workers had been transformed into a half-fishman state. Their trajectory aimed at Pier Number 2. This pier is situated near the logistics district along the Nanjiang River, which traverses Xinghue City. That's our target, Gao Lin declared, pointing at the red-haired youth, while simultaneously relaying the coordinates to Lan Feng. We are heading to Pier Number 2. The training grounds gate creaked open, and the previously warm sunlight was obscured by a sudden gathering of dark clouds. As Gao Lin leaped into the military jeep, He noticed Lu Jiming inscribing runes onto psychic bullets intended for him, while the new recruit was already crackling with arcs of electricity. "Hello, I'm Lei Lai." The red-haired youth grinned widely, revealing sharp canines. "Just so you know, if I lose control, aim for the back of my neck." With a sudden jolt, Lan Feng pressed the accelerator, and the jeep roared to life. Raindrops the size of beans began to pelt the windows. "It's raining," Gao Lin noted, observing the uncharacteristically heavy downpour for early March. His left hand unconsciously rubbed against his palm, where the blue markings were now slightly cold. As they approached, Lan Feng extracted a dagger from a berserker's body and tucked it into his pocket. The berserkers are moving towards the pier. In a matter of minutes, the four had dispatched 7 rampaging awakeners. Director Lu stood beside a holographic sand table, with a three-dimensional map of Xinghui City suspended above a circular conference table. The red dots representing anomalous events proliferated like malignant sores, with the densest concentration at Pier Number 2. With the number of berserkers rising, all personnel were mobilized. At the command, every awakened and non-awakened agent trained in combat rushed to various anomalous locations. Emergency news report. Emergency news report. A significant number of berserkers have gone berserk in Xinghui City. Citizens are advised to stay indoors and avoid going outside. If you encounter a berserker, please keep your distance. The announcement repeated, warning all citizens to remain indoors. As the Xingye team arrived at Pier Number 2, they found hundreds of berserkers congregated there. The trio scanned their surroundings with the obsidian badges, exchanging glances. Thankfully, the highest rank present was only C level, with the majority being E and D level. Lei Lai curiously observed their badges, his hands positioned at his sides, fingers curling upward as electricity crackled in his palms. "Let you experience the taste of being charred. After this, I want a badge as well." With a flourish of his hands, lightning spheres rained down upon the berserkers, each C level and below falling with a single strike, showcasing the terrifying power of a lightning awakener. "Then let us engage in battle," Gao Lin declared, drawing his psychic handgun. There was no need for mercy with these completely deranged berserkers. Chapter 8, Thunderous Fury. Lan Feng activated his celestial eye immediately, alerting them, "Aim for the heart." With that, he executed a swift maneuver, plunging the dagger into the heart of an oncoming berserker. The berserkers appeared to be former ordinary people, some clad in aprons, others in logistics uniforms, and a few dressed as security personnel, a diverse assortment. "Help! Save me!" a voice cried from a nearby truck. Belonging to a man in his 30s, Gao Lin exchanged a glance with Lan Feng, whose eyes gleamed with golden light. "Ordinary person. Let us save him." Gao Lin hesitated momentarily before making his decision. Lei Lai provided cover for Lan Feng, who swiftly approached the truck. The man, perceptive enough, jumped out as the two shielded him, returning to the protective circle. "Get in the vehicle, don't wander off," Lan Feng instructed, resuming combat. Gao Lin crouched atop the jeep, with Lu Jiming at his back. The number of berserkers continued to swell, as if responding to some unseen command, encircling the four from all directions. The previously open riverside street had become a congested battlefield within minutes. Lei Lai and Lan Feng took charge of the eastern flank, while Gao Lin and Lu Jiming faced the onslaught from the west. The gathering had exceeded 1,000 berserkers, and their numbers were still increasing. "This won't do. There are too many. Sooner or later, we'll be worn down here," Lu Jiming lamented. Although his talismans could clear out a dozen enemies at a time, crafting them required psychic energy. By the time he exhausted his supply, he would be unable to inscribe new ones amidst such chaos. As Gao Lin squeezed the trigger, his mind raced with thoughts. He had yet to spot Shi Zhuang, and he was uncertain if other fated ones were present. However, he had a theory that needed testing. Gao Lin dove into the driver's seat. "Lu Jiming, clear a path for me." With a pained expression, Lu Jiming pulled out a stack of talismans. "You say clear a path as if you don't care about the cost," he complained while his hands worked swiftly. "Command, go." Lan Feng and Lei Lai, positioned behind the vehicle, quickly leaped onto the roof as Lu Jiming unleashed a barrage of talismans. Wind symbol, explosive symbol, thunder symbol, creating a breach in the encirclement. Thank goodness for official vehicles, Gao Lin thought as the jeep surged forward, swiftly passing through the opening, before slowing to a speed of 40 miles per hour, just fast enough for the berserkers to keep pace. Sure enough, all the berserkers followed in pursuit, clearly intent on them. Understanding the situation, Gao Lin decided to go big. "How did you end up here?" He finally had the opportunity to ask the man he had just rescued. News broadcasts had repeatedly urged citizens to stay indoors, and this was the first ordinary person he had encountered since leaving the bureau. Thank you so much. You must be Awakeners, right? I've seen you online. But this is my first real encounter." The man babbled excitedly, somewhat incoherently. Gao Lin furrowed his brow. "Oh, I apologize for my excitement. I'm just a freight driver. I just delivered a shipment overnight. By the time I arrived, it was already noon. I thought I'd take a little rest in the truck after a quick meal. I had no idea I'd wake up to find so many strange-looking people around the dock. The man continued. I saw one of the workers being injected with something by a burly man, and he transformed into one of those creatures. I didn't dare make a sound, not even a call for help. Gao Lin caressed the steering wheel, neither acquiescing nor responding, instead retorting, are there any relatively secluded or open spaces nearby? Yes. There is a sunken square in the logistics park, the man replied after a moment of contemplation. As they sauntered along, a large group of rampaging individuals led them to the logistics park. Gao Lin instructed the man to remain in the car and had Lu Jiming affix a calming talisman to him. The man's expression was marked by fear. Can I join you? If I'm left here alone, I'm finished. Gao Lin gestured for him to follow. They arrived at a circular sunken square, quite spacious, surrounded by a ring of restaurants and supermarkets, likely a place for meals or rest for those in the logistics park. They found an unoccupied shop and instructed the man to stay inside. As they turned to leave, they failed to notice a fleeting glimmer of danger in the man's eyes. Once back in the center of the square, they stacked 4 containers in the middle, perfect, one for each of them, with Lei Lai standing in the center. With everything prepared, Gao Lin couldn't help but adopt a serious demeanor. They should be arriving soon. The next move is yours, Lei Lai. Lei Lai, with a charming flick of his crimson hair, proclaimed, just leave it to me. Remember to knock me out when it's over. Having relocated from the dock to this location, all was based on the meticulous dossier they had reviewed on Lei Lai. Name, Lei Lai. Level, D. Age, 19. Ability, Thunder, F-Class Thunderball, E-Class Lightning Strike, D-Class Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm releases rationality, briefly entering a levitating state, exhausting all spiritual energy to summon a thunderstorm covering a 100 by 100 meter area. A quintessential high explosive, high attack area damage skill. Its drawback being that after 3 seconds, he becomes completely incapacitated. The roars grew increasingly closer. 1, 2, 3 rampagers charging from all directions. Lei Lai needed to conserve his spiritual energy. After all, the greater the reserve, the more formidable the power of the lightning he could unleash. Until a sufficient number of rampagers arrived, they had to remain on standby. Thus, the ensuing battle fell entirely to Gao Lin and Lu Jiming. Lu Jiming patted the large weapon he had retrieved from the car, firebombs, pulse guns, grenades, and with his remaining talismans, they should hold their own. Bang! Gao Lin's bullet flew out, marking the commencement of the battle. Following suit, our nonconformist Lei Lai raised his automatic rifle and began firing. Although he couldn't utilize spiritual energy, nor could he wield conventional firearms, he still had access to spiritually enhanced weaponry, which boasted a significantly higher lethality than standard rifles. Alas, the firepower was limited. Once the additional spiritual energy was expended, it would revert to the functionality of ordinary equipment. It was only a matter of time before the Su family or the authorities developed a method for automatic recharging or utilized their own spiritual energy to replenish them. Whichever party succeeded first, the group would be the immediate beneficiaries. Meanwhile, within the Special Operations Bureau, Director Liu observed the red dots on the holographic projection converging en masse towards the logistics park, stroking the bronze ring in his hand. It was time to initiate the netting process. Yes, a shadowy figure acknowledged before retreating. In the holographic display, green dots representing the Special Operations Bureau began encircling the red dots, symbolizing the rampagers, rapidly closing in. Liu sighed, I hope those kids can hold on. Just half an hour prior, when Gao Lin first reported the plan, Liu had been opposed. But due to Gao Lin's insistence and the need to minimize urban destruction while considering civilian safety, he reluctantly acquiesced, reminding the Xingye team to prioritize their safety. At that moment, the sunken square in the logistics park was a cacophony of bloodshed, flames, explosions, bullets, and roars, rendering the figures in the square's center invisible from the outside. At that moment, the man from behind the shop pushed the door open and began to play a ceramic flute. The sound was not loud, yet it precisely reached the ears of the surrounding rampagers. Instantly, the rampagers' bodies began to swell. Their dark green skin was covered in scales, some sprouted gills, while others exhibited fins on their backs, their faces grotesque and exaggerated, rendering them unrecognizable as human. The rampagers surged even more frantically towards the center of the square, at which point Gao Lin's handgun had become utterly ineffective. The lethality of the other weapons was insufficient for a single fatal blow. Lu Jiming, Gao Lin shouted. The man chuckled, momentarily catching his breath before continuing to play the flute, a mocking smile creeping across his lips while the rampagers ignored him. However, the next moment, the music ceased. With a swift flash, a pair of daggers severed the tendons in the man's hands, followed by Lan Feng delivering an elbow strike to his chin. The man was propelled backward, unable to react before a kick landed heavily in his abdomen. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he clutched the flute tightly, staring incredulously at Lan Feng. How can this be? Seeing he could still speak, Lan Feng plunged another dagger into his head, rendering him unconscious. From the outset, Gao Lin had detected inconsistencies in the man's explanation but had dismissed them, perhaps attributing them to some unspoken issues. Upon arriving at the square, the man insisted on accompanying them, which solidified Gao Lin's suspicions about his true nature. If he were a normal person, he would have known that remaining silent would ensure the rampagers overlooked him. Moreover, having witnessed the rampagers heading towards the Xingye team, he would have been much safer in the car. Why insist on following the group? Thus, once the skirmish commenced in the square, Gao Lin casually deployed smoke bombs to obscure visibility and instructed Lan Feng to keep a watchful eye. Should the man exhibit any suspicious behavior, he was to act on Lu Jiming's signal and take him alive. The moment the flute music ended, the pressure on the three in the center diminished significantly. Gao Lin's wristwatch vibrated again, displaying a mission notification. 90% of rampagers have gathered. The plan is set to commence. With a long exhale, Gao Lin felt a sense of relief. They were soon to be out of ammunition. Lan Feng, return and take over Lu Jiming's position. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lan Feng appeared at his side, ready to protect their rear. Lu Jiming, Lei Lai, prepare. At this, Lei Lai cracked his neck and fingers, exuding a valiant demeanor. Bring it on. With that, Lu Jiming placed his hands on Lei Lai's back, channeling spiritual energy into him. Before their eyes, Lei Lai transformed from a dashing youth into a considerably larger figure. As if inflated, he exclaimed, "Ah, this is pushing my limits." Absorbing an entire C-class spiritual energy is quite the feat. Showtime. Suddenly, Lei Lai levitated, surrounded by dazzling blue lightning, the currents coursing through his body. His red hair morphing into a striking blue-white hue, dancing wildly as arcs of electricity flickered between the strands. Thunderstorm. In an instant, the sky darkened, heavy clouds rolling in, and thunder rumbled ominously. With a roar, countless bolts of thick blue lightning descended from the heavens, striking the ground with ferocity. The lightning roared like a dragon, tearing through the air and producing a deafening cacophony. Lu Jiming hurriedly unleashed a flurry of defensive talismans, forming intricate protective barriers. Wow, even I find this quite intimidating, he quipped, tossing out more defensive talismans, feeling reassured as he clapped his hands. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck the ground, erupting in a dazzling display of light that scorched the earth, leaving behind a myriad of charred craters, while the surrounding air warped due to the intense heat. The berserkers struck by the lightning emitted piercing screams, their bodies convulsing violently under the electric onslaught, their scales singed black and even emitting wisps of smoke. Some of the lower-tier berserkers were utterly reduced to ashes by the strikes. Each time a bolt of lightning struck a berserker, it would chain react like a flash of lightning, rampaging across the battlefield. With the relentless thunderclaps, the ground trembled, and under the backdrop of the storm, Lei Lai's figure appeared strikingly colossal. In what felt like mere seconds, once the thunderous assault ceased, not a single living shadow remained in the vicinity. The air was filled solely with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Chapter 9. A Blessing in Disguise. After unleashing his ultimate move, Lei Lai abruptly returned to his original form, devoid of any lingering spiritual energy, plummeting straight down from the air. His limbs flailed wildly as he descended, producing a series of incoherent sounds. Gao Lin swiftly darted forward to catch him, yet Lei Lai continued to thrash about, as if lost to reason. It was no wonder he had emphasized the end of the attack so insistently. A swift chop from Gao Lin to the nape of Lei Lai's neck finally brought him to stillness. Lan Feng approached, dragging the man who had previously played a type of ancient Chinese musical instrument, alongside Lu Jiming. What shall we do next? Lu Jiming gestured towards the man. Though the task had been perilous, fortunately, none of the group had sustained serious injuries. It seemed Lu Jiming was beginning to grasp the meaning behind his master's decision to send him to the Special Investigation Bureau in Xingye City. Gao Lin placed the unconscious Lei Lai onto the jeep and glanced at the man. First, notify the other teams to wrap things up quickly. This person needs to be taken back to the director. Lan Feng unceremoniously tossed the man into the trunk and simultaneously activated his wrist communicator. Soon enough, members of the Special Investigation Bureau's other teams began to gather in the square. Report. All berserkers in Xingye City have been eliminated. After a brief inquiry, Gao Lin found that none of the teams had detected any suspicious individuals. But what about Shi Zhuang at this moment? Could it be that just the man in the trunk and Shi Zhuang orchestrated all of this? How could two individuals have possibly created such a multitude of berserkers within a mere few hours? It defied logic. Meanwhile, not far from the logistics park, on the rooftop of a residential building in the free trade zone, Shi Zhuang knelt on the floor, cold sweat streaming down his face as he faced a man in security uniform with his back turned. The rooftop was eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as the security-clad man gazed in the direction of the logistics park for a long while. Well, it's not the first time a mission has failed. A few more attempts will yield experience, he said, turning around to reveal a devilishly charming face adorned with an incongruous gentle smile. Third time's the charm. He patted Shi Zhuang on the shoulder, as if to offer consolation. Thank you, Siming. I shall certainly fulfill the next directive, Shi Zhuang thought, feeling a heavy weight lift from his heart. Just as he began to relax, an excruciating pain shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Shi Zhuang curled up in agony, his sturdy frame suddenly appearing fragile, unable to emit a single sound of pain. No escape from this fate. What a pity for Bai Li, such an obedient one. Let's retreat. We cannot remain in Xinghui City. With that, Siming leapt from the 21st floor. Shi Zhuang slowly recovered from his torment, still respectfully cupping his fists in the direction of the man's vanished form. As you command. Back with Gao Lin, after all the teams had assembled. They formed groups of 5, totaling over 100 personnel. After Lan Feng finished arranging them, he reported 35 lightly injured. 3 severely injured have been sent to the hospital for treatment. At this moment, everyone subtly turned to Gao Lin, awaiting his next command. Lan Feng thought to himself that perhaps Gao Lin could lead the team to avenge Wang Lei, the dependable captain. Noticing the gazes fixed upon him, Gao Lin smiled involuntarily. What are you all looking at? Return to the bureau. Yes. The teams departed in an orderly fashion, and a curious youth pursued his captain with a question. Captain, is that the Xingye team? Who is that commanding figure at the front? So imposing. Close your mouth. Do not ask what you should not, the captain replied, giving him a light tap on the back of the head. Compared to previous missions, this one could not be deemed a loss. During the aquarium incident, only a handful of the frontline personnel remained. Coupled with the director's prior admonitions to the team leaders, the respect in their gazes towards Gao Lin deepened. Turning to the youth, he urged, hurry and catch up, unbeknownst to the thoughts in their hearts. Gao Lin was contemplating how to return to the bureau to hand over the man from the trunk. Perhaps he could extract some valuable information from him. At the Special Investigation Bureau, in Director Lu's office, the same trio, Gao Lin, Lu Jiming, and Lan Feng, were present. Lei Lai was currently recovering in a special hospital ward, having just regained consciousness, though still weak and requiring a couple more days of rest. The operation went well. The individual you brought back has already begun interrogation. Lu Renliang, as usual, was sipping tea while observing the silent trio. Would you care to try? No need, Gao Lin replied with a sheepish smile, raising his cup. I prefer plain water. I truly cannot discern the flavor of tea. As he spoke, Lu Renliang projected a holographic display, revealing footage of individuals, men, women, the elderly, and children, injecting themselves with substances, exhibiting erratic behavior in bars, supermarkets, and at home. Is this a form of drug? Gao Lin instantly grasped the implication. Lu Renliang sighed. Yes and no. The samples we received earlier revealed that these drugs contained a similar spiritual energy wave that, when administered to normal individuals, could induce mutations. The investigation ultimately traced the source back to the man you brought back, Bai Li. No wonder we had not received any prior warnings. He managed to disseminate it to so many people within just a few hours. This oversight is regrettable. We had no idea there were so many addicts in Xinghui City. Though these individuals are detestable, they should not become experimental subjects for the Destiny organization, nor weapons for insurrection. Gao Lin chose not to elaborate further. Now that the discovery had been made, Director Lu would assuredly take the necessary steps to address the gaps in their investigation, leaving him with little to worry about. Lu Renliang closed the holographic display and retrieved 2 badges representing the Xingye team, handing one to Gao Lin. Once Lei Lai regains full strength, pass this to him. He is a good kid. Understood, Gao Lin replied, carefully storing the badge. The other badge remained unspoken for, but Gao Lin surmised it was meant for Su Lanlan. Lu Renliang then shifted his tone, raising his voice. Gao Lin. Gao Lin involuntarily stood at attention, responding crisply, present. He found it odd. He had never been in the military, yet it felt reflexive. From today onward, you are the captain of the Special Operations Team of the Xinghui City Special Investigation Bureau, codenamed Xingye. Gao Lin was taken aback, feeling somewhat at a loss. Director, Lu Renliang interrupted him. Can you handle it? Yes. What is this? He has only recently joined the Bureau. In terms of seniority, Lan Feng had been in the Bureau for an indeterminate length of time. In terms of strength, Lu Jiming, who had been smiling brightly, seemed to bear the weight of a glaring on his forehead. This is their consensus, Lu Renliang added, noticing Gao Lin's glance at the other two. This is no light burden. Lu Jiming spread his hands and said, You know me. I tend to be rather lazy and disinclined to engage in deep thought. I acknowledge you, But Blue Peak speaks little. It seems he has overthought it. After all, he is just a captain. Having spent 3 years in the aquarium as a minor supervisor, managing merely 5 people, it's quite comparable. As he spoke, Gao Lin felt a familiar presence emanating from the blue pattern, a warm current flowing into his body once more. Bobo has awakened. Moreover, it seems he has even leveled up. Lu Jiming exchanged a glance with Blue Peak, astonished at how quickly this kid had progressed. Wasn't he at just a short while since his awakening? Already at D rank? The two felt an urge to improve their own training. They couldn't allow newcomers to surpass them. With a thought, Bobo was summoned. It had been a while since they last met, and Bobo affectionately circled around Gao Lin. Now, Bobo had grown larger, its umbrella-like body measuring approximately 80 centimeters in diameter, and with its 4 tentacles, it appeared even longer than Gao Lin, who stood at 183 centimeters. Gao Lin reached out through the water to pat Bobo's head and accessed its information. Species, Jellyfish. Level, C. Talent, Devour. Skills, Purification, Water Domain, Silver Frost, Electromagnetic, Healing, Symbiosis. Description, once a feeble moon jellyfish, it has now undergone a remarkable transformation, with an adorably soft and cute exterior concealing an extraordinary surge of spiritual energy. It turned out that when it absorbed the spiritual energy of Zhang Pongpong's artifact, the immense power contained within could not be digested immediately. Thus, after exhausting its energy in battle and suffering bodily damage, it fell into a slumber, requiring a week to awaken and subsequently advance. Next time, caution is warranted. Bobo must not consume entities beyond its level, for another prolonged slumber would leave Gao Lin feeling rather insecure. The symbiosis skill implies a bond between the beast and its master, ensuring that as long as neither is destroyed, both may survive. This exceptional life-preserving skill significantly enhances their safety. Now that Bobo has awakened, Blue Peak, take your captain to the 7th floor and deal with those creatures. During this period, the remnants of the mutated marine life in the aquarium have been quite the burden for Director Lu. He feels his hair thinning and his appetite growing, all while requiring dedicated care and defense. The problem is, within Xinghui City, Gao Lin is the sole beastmaster, and with the others unable to form contracts. It would be a waste to eliminate everything. Fortunately, the solution has awakened, and Lu Runliang gazed at Bobo with increasing fondness. Bobo, it murmured, that strange uncle is terrifying. Lu Jiming excused himself to train and instructed Gao Lin and Blue Peak to seek him out once they had resolved their matters, his demeanor suggesting he was preparing a surprise. Following Blue Peak to the 7th floor of the Special Investigation Bureau, it now resembled a miniature aquarium, a testament to Director Lu's hard work. Observing the various tanks, it was evident that this was no small endeavor. Under the guidance of the staff, they were introduced to the mutated marine creatures, arriving at a large, enclosed tank that was somewhat dimly lit. Before Gao Lin could fully comprehend the scene, Bobo, who had been floating leisurely behind them, suddenly darted in front, glaring at the tank, its body radiating silver light as if ready to charge. With the illumination provided by Bobo, Gao Lin discerned that it was the massive octopus from the 5th floor of the aquarium. He reached out with his thoughts to soothe Bobo. The little creature harbored a grudge, having previously caused great distress to both man and beast. Now, confronted by Bobo, the octopus displayed a fearful expression. Bobo, devour it, Gao Lin commanded. Even without Bobo's animosity, considering the loss of a personnel member due to this creature, Gao Lin had no intention of sparing it. Back in the aquarium, it had been Bobo's full utilization of skills that had managed to subdue the mutated octopus. And now, under the might of Bobo's 4 tentacles, it had no chance to struggle. A flash of dark blue luminescence passed, and Bobo effortlessly consumed the C-rank mutated creature, then floated back to Gao Lin, playfully waving its tentacles in a display of triumph. May the deities bless us, Omnipotent One. Namo Amit Ba, Amen, Gao Lin murmured, finally ceasing his fervent chanting under Blue Peak's astonished gaze. Ignoring Blue Peak's excitement over drawing cards, he activated the blue pattern to bring up Bobo's panel. Wow, a golden legend. He had successfully acquired the locking skill of the Amakusa jellyfish, and upon closer inspection, he found a lord skill following it. Gao Lin's expression darkened as he realized there was no room left in his skill slots. Blue Peak observed the rapid shift in Gao Lin's expression, almost as if he were a master of disguise. Sensing Gao Lin's mood, Bobo began to comfort him. Explaining the new ability, Gao Lin's demeanor softened slightly upon understanding. This skill was indeed quite advantageous, as Bobo's Lord skill would exert absolute pressure over other mutated creatures of the same level, unless they too possessed a Lord skill. Otherwise, with a flourish of its tentacles, Bobo seemed ready to dispatch them with ease. Very well, every bitter fruit is also a fruit, Gao Lin thought. Retracting his earlier complaints to the deities, I beg your pardon for my earlier insolence. May you be magnanimous and not hold a grudge. Finally, he approached the mutated sea turtle and said, Hey, I wonder if you can understand me. Would you like to become my pet? If so, just blink your eyes. Bobo, ever cooperative, employed the Lord's pressure, and the turtle's perceptive eyes began to blink rapidly. The turtle thought to itself, I don't want to. But look at this duo, they hardly seem like benevolent beings. My neighbors were all devoured by this pink, malevolent little jellyfish. I certainly do not wish to meet the same fate. Gao Lin was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the communication. Then relax, he said, before borrowing Lanfeng's dagger. He made a small incision on his palm, allowing the crimson blood to seep into the blue pattern once more. The blue pattern erupted in radiance, casting its light upon the sea turtle. Initially apprehensive, the turtle soon acclimated and began emitting a comfortable sound. As time passed, the once dull yellow shell of the turtle deepened in hue, and a mysterious, yellowish aura emerged along the intricate patterns of its shell. Sharp, bony spines began to sprout from the edges of the shell, and the entire turtle's size swelled dramatically, growing from an initial 2 meters to 8 before it finally ceased. Its limbs became more robust, resembling sturdy pillars. Gazing at this colossal creature, Lanfeng's previously frosty expression softened, astonished by the extent of the beast taming talent. As the brilliance faded, Gao Lin dripped the blood from his palm onto the turtle's head. With this single drop, he distinctly sensed a bond forming. A warm sensation enveloped him, bringing immense comfort, though it was still insufficient for him to advance further. Nevertheless, Gao Lin felt a profound sense of satisfaction. If this blood bond were akin to the one he established with Bobo, he mused that such a large turtle might not yield enough blood for a contract. Upon reflection, he realized that when he had formed the contract with Bobo, it had been a simple matter, as Bobo had possessed only the blue pattern and no trace of spiritual energy, merely an ordinary creature, which explained the effort required to bond with it. From now on, you shall be called Yiya, he declared, disregarding the turtle's potential objections. As it had no voice to contest, with a swift motion, he summoned it into the blue patterned space. Subsequently, he examined Yiya's status panel: species, sea turtle, level, sea talent, bloodline skills, giantization, bite, resilience, water column, trample, guardian, spin, lord. Description: a small sea turtle awakened its bloodline talent following the resurgence of spiritual energy. Under the influence of the blue pattern, its bloodline power has been significantly enhanced, resulting in a formidable increase in combat strength. Gao Lin had previously witnessed the first 4 skills and the Lord skill, and Guardian was understandable. It likely provided a protective shield. As for spin, he pondered silently, contemplating the protruding bony spines that adorned the turtle's shell after its evolution. Goodness, quite the specialization, he mused. With the addition of such a powerful companion, Gao Lin's spirits soared. With 2 sea-level guardians and himself now at D-level, he felt elated at the day's numerous fortuitous events. What a delightful day for the common folk. He hummed unconsciously. Lanfeng shot him a perplexed glance. Is he experiencing a split personality? He wondered, noting the stark contrast to Gao Lin's demeanor during their missions. Hey, Xiaofeng, close your astonished mouth. Haven't you ever seen a handsome man sing? Gao Lin jested, lightening the mood. Lanfeng smirked. You're truly delusional. There's no saving you. Diagnosis complete. He quickly returned to his usual demeanor and said, Let us go. Lu Jiming has messaged us to head over. With that, he strode off briskly. Wait for me, Gao Lin called out, chuckling at his own jest. As they approached, Lu Jiming appeared in beach shorts and a tank top, wearing flip-flops. He opened the door with a flourish, flipping his hair dramatically while gesturing invitingly. Gentlemen, please come in. Will it be a quick bite or an overnight stay? Inwardly, Lanfeng thought, another one with a serious case of delusions. The Special Investigation Bureau's dormitory was standard, comprising a suite with an additional training room. With a series of knocks, Lu Jiming opened the training room door, revealing walls and floors adorned with intricate symbols. The overall appearance resembled a network of veins converging at the room's center. In each corner rested a meditation cushion. What is this? Gao Lin and Lanfeng exchanged puzzled glances. I devised this recently, a symbol array to enhance the gathering of spiritual energy, combined with my abilities. It will enrich the room's spiritual energy, he boasted, striking a pose. It at least doubles the concentration of spiritual energy, he added, eagerly awaiting their praise. Impressive. Lanfeng acknowledged. Only you could come up with this, little master. Are the other cushions meant for us? Indeed, today is filled with good news. Gao Lin freely showered compliments. Lu Jiming nodded in satisfaction. Let us go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to a feast. The feast turned out to be a sizable takeaway of spicy hot pot. Dig in. This place is delicious. How could we get such food on the mountain? He urged, savoring the spiciness while beckoning them to join. There might even be a surprise after we finish. True to his word, the food was indeed flavorful, albeit exceedingly spicy, so much so that even Gao Lin, who had a penchant for chili from a young age, found himself guzzling half a bottle of soda. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Lu Jiming, being closest, turned to answer it. Wow, it smells amazing. You guys are enjoying delicious food without me? A lively voice chimed in. It was Su Lan Lan. The moment Gao Lin and Lan Feng recognized the voice, their eyes lit up. Welcome back, the beautiful Su. Lu Jiming seemed to have anticipated her arrival, promptly pulling out a chair and fetching a set of utensils. There's still rice. Make do with that. Su Lan Lan, sporting her signature short hair and dressed in a work uniform, appeared unchanged and content with their reaction, taking a seat. You wouldn't believe it. I had to wear my mouth raw before my grandfather finally let me out. She conveniently omitted the part about having knocked out a few guards in her desperate bid for freedom. During their last phone call, her tone had revealed urgency, hinting at her hasty retreat when caught, resulting in her being recaptured. Ultimately, upon her release, her grandfather had insisted she deliver a plethora of spiritual equipment to the Special Investigation Bureau. In all of Bagua, only the Su family could afford to be so lavish with spiritual gear. Meanwhile, their bureau struggled to provide each member with a single piece of equipment. Upon receiving Su Lan Lan, Lu Renliang had been grinning from ear to ear, making numerous promises to ensure her safety. After they had eaten their fill, Su Lanlan's expression shifted abruptly. When Captain Wang was around, he often took us out for hot pot or spicy food. A sudden heaviness fell over the atmosphere. Let us go visit the captain together. As promised, Gao Lin replied. Last time we discussed it, we would go see Captain Wang once he returned. Quickly tidying up, the group set off towards the cemetery. The grave marker was simply inscribed, Wang Lei's tomb, along with the dates of birth and death. Su Lan Lan placed her carefully chosen flowers, while Lan Feng silently cleared away the surrounding debris. Lu Jiming solemnly paid his respects, and Gao Lin offered a pack of cigarettes. Lighting one. It was Wang Lei's preferred brand. Watching the curling smoke dissipate, Su Lan Lan couldn't hold back her emotions, and the group was unsure how to console her. Gao Lin handed her a Starry Night badge and gave her shoulder a comforting pat, remaining silent. They lingered in silence for a long while, until dusk began to settle. A chill wind swept through, signaling that Wang Lei was perhaps urging them to return. Upon returning to the vehicle, Su Lan Lan seemed to revert to her lively and enthusiastic demeanor. I heard we have a new team member. Where are they? At the provincial hospital. Do you have no heart? You have no heart. I am the great benefactor. Do you know that? Do you have any idea how I've been surviving all this time? And now you come to see me. The bedridden Lei Lai wailed. It wasn't until Gao Lin tossed him the Starry Night badge that he was instantly soothed. Ceasing his cries and tantrums, blissfully attempting to pin the badge onto his hospital gown, Su Lan Lan remarked, such a handsome red-haired lad. But unfortunately, he's a fool. Lan Feng added, there's always one more. The following day, Lei Lai clamored to be discharged and returned to the Special Investigation Bureau. In the days that followed, Lan Feng took Lei Lai and Gao Lin under his wing, training them in combat techniques, physical conditioning, and shooting drills. Initially, Lei Lai was quite resistant, prompting Lan Feng to enlist the esteemed Bo Bo to impose a blocking skill on both of them. With his face bruised and battered, Lei Lai ceased his rebellious antics, instead dedicating himself to rigorous training, vowing that once he improved, he would seize the opportunity to retaliate. However, his temperament evidently did not lend itself to tranquility. Chapter 11, Training Battles. After several days of practice, Lei Lai grew dissatisfied. Why don't those two have to train? He pointed indignantly at Lu Jiming and Su Lan Lan. Since you refused to heed advice, I possess some knowledge of martial arts, he declared. Thus, Lei Lai found himself on the receiving end of another beating. Though Lu Jiming moderated his strength, avoiding any face strikes, otherwise he would undoubtedly end up with a bruised visage once more. When Su Lan Lan brandished a Tang Dao to challenge him, Lei Lai promptly fell silent and requested additional practice. From that point onward, a ranged AE mage began to evolve in an unusual direction. Over the course of more than 10 days, they engaged in various training sessions by day, while also dedicating 2 hours each afternoon to cultivating the synergy between their pets. Initially, they practiced stationary drills, allowing the two creatures to acclimate to each other's abilities. But it became evident that pitting them against one another was far more effective for adaptation. Both Bo Bo and Yiya had reached level C and possessed lordly skills, rendering them evenly matched. Even when Bo Bo sealed Yiya's abilities, he could not breach the turtle shell's defenses, and Yiya struggled to make contact with the levitating Bo Bo, thanks to Bo Bo's healing skills. Lan Feng intensified their training regimen, and any minor injuries sustained were swiftly healed, transforming their ordeal into a purely psychological trial. Each return to the training room left them utterly exhausted. Yet both their combat skills saw remarkable enhancement. One cannot help but commend the training facility crafted by Lu Jiming. After half a month of practice, Gao Lin felt it rivaled the spiritual energy feedback he experienced when contracting the sea turtle Yiya. Meanwhile, Lu Jiming had become wholly immersed in the training facility, striving to be the first to break into level B, oblivious to the reactions of the other four. A cluster of D-level individuals stood before him, and it was inconceivable that they could surpass someone of his level directly. Su Lanlan, influenced by the group, persisted alongside Lu Jiming for a week before decisively abandoning the monotonous training in favor of tinkering with spiritual equipment. Recently, Xinghui City had been unusually tranquil, reminiscent of life before the resurgence of spiritual energy, albeit with significant differences. On the wartime front, the authorities acted swiftly. Combat in coastal regions had stabilized, with no large-scale conflicts or casualties reported, and any incursions by marine beasts were quickly suppressed. During this period, numerous Awakeners and Awakening teams shone brightly, with the most prominent being the Miracle Team from the Haizhou Special Investigation Bureau, led by a B-level Awakener and comprised entirely of C-level members. The Miracle Team traversed the coastal front, saving countless lives, and as they were affiliated with the authorities, the media clamored to report on their exploits. As for the land-based beasts, it was puzzling that the frequency of their attacks had diminished since the onset of the spiritual energy revival, as if some entity were suppressing them. Beyond the coastal battles, the northern authorities had begun to extend their efforts in various directions, such as significantly expanding recruitment for special investigation bureaus across different regions and integrating spiritual energy cultivation, abilities, advancement systems, and beast identification into mandatory curricula. Amid these changes, the Starry Night team, engrossed in their training, research, and cultivation, remained largely oblivious to the developments, only learning of them through notifications on their mobile devices without delving deeper. At this juncture, the Special Investigation Bureau in Xinghui City was markedly different from before. The Special Investigation Bureaus in provincial capitals were now fully operational, with improved facilities. Regular public security duties had been entirely relocated, and the blue and white building, comprising 4 upper floors and 7 basement levels, was now entirely under the purview of the Special Investigation Bureau. In the office on the 4th floor, Director Lu Runliang stood by the window, gazing towards the training grounds. These little rascals are quite diligent. His assistant, Leon, remained silent. Has Bai Li failed to provide any useful information? Director Lu inquired, shifting his gaze back from the training grounds. Bai Li was the man previously apprehended at the logistics park. Apart from his name and his allegiance to the seer, he had revealed nothing further, claiming he had never encountered Shi Zhuang. Leon responded respectfully. After pondering for a moment, Lu Renliang concluded, "Then we shall transport him to the headquarters in Kyoto. The headquarters has means to elicit the truth from him. They possess a memory-reading specialist with mental abilities. If he wants to speak, we'll have to resort to making Bai Li appear foolish." He proceeded to arrange this, and Leon nodded in acknowledgement before departing. Seated once more in his designated chair, Lu Renliang removed a bronze ring from his finger, murmuring softly, "Only half a month left, little ones. You must exert yourselves." He then retrieved his phone, seal off Thunder Mountain, and deploy surveillance. As dusk fell, the orange-red sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over everything it touched. It was now mid-March, with temperatures hovering around 17 to 18 degrees, pleasantly mild. Gao Lin and Lei Lai had just concluded a day of training, their clothes drenched in sweat. The two appeared far healthier than when they first began training, exuding a vibrant energy. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lei Lai remarked, "Yesterday, Sister Lan mentioned that Lu Jiming is on the verge of breaking into B level. It's absurd how fast he cultivates." Gao Lin maintained a more measured perspective, recognizing that the more formidable his teammates became, the greater their collective security. "We need to step up our game. I'm still the captain, and I can't afford to fall 2 levels behind." From the outset of their training, Gao Lin had noticed that after upgrading to D level, he had gained a new ability allowing him to train alongside his pets. Even if the beasts resided in his palm space, they could still benefit from his spiritual energy, doubling the intensity of their cultivation. The result was that he enjoyed his training immensely, albeit drawing in too much energy at once. Aware of this, Lu Jiming had grumbled after a lengthy session in the training facility, replenishing some talismans that Gao Lin could not comprehend. Afterwards, everything returned to normal. Lu Jiming's dormitory had transformed into the base of the Starry Night team, as the office assigned by Director Lu was seldom visited. Upon returning to the dormitory, they found Su Lanlan comfortably indulging in chips and soda in the living room, seemingly at ease. "Why are you so relaxed today?" Upon returning, Su Lanlan was either immersed in her training or tinkering with those spiritual energy devices on the 6th underground level, sometimes even later than Gao Lin and the others. "Hush!" Su Lanlan made a shushing gesture. "Lu Jiming is about to level up." After saying this, perhaps having consumed too much soda, She let out a long burp, nonchalantly taking another sip. Gao Lin and Lei Lai exchanged exasperated glances. In just a few minutes, Gao Lin could distinctly sense the aura of spiritual energy surging wildly into the training room. The group exchanged knowing glances. B-level. Ha ha, I've leveled up. With that, Lu Jiming kicked the door of the training room open with a bang, strutting out with an exaggerated swagger, tossing his hair back with a flourish. The others, initially genuinely pleased for his advancement, simultaneously rolled their eyes in disdain. Lu Jiming, feeling deflated, had clearly failed to impress. Blue Foam, aside from training 2 rookie soldiers during the day, was also occupied with various other tasks. Recently, the Special Investigations Bureau had recruited a substantial number of Awaken individuals, allowing him to gradually delegate some responsibilities to others. Today marked the completion of this handover. Upon Blue Fang's return, the group resumed their training, only to be astonished by the heightened concentration of spiritual energy, now 4 times greater than outside. It was akin to a powerful cultivator in the nascent soul stage training, with the others in the foundation establishment stage effortlessly absorbing spiritual energy at an accelerated pace. Noticing the delight on everyone's faces, Lu Jiming waved his hand. Hurry up and train. With a B-level powerhouse leading you, if you can't level up quickly, it would be embarrassing for my abilities to be known. The response to his proclamation was met with 3 eye rolls and a twitch from Blue Fang's mouth. When an individual's life trajectory becomes highly repetitive, time often seems to pass swiftly. In the recent half-month, Blue Foam, Lei Lai, and Su Lanlan had all successfully advanced to sea level. Now, only Gao Lin, the captain, remained stagnant in his progress. He had always felt on the verge of breaking through to sea level, yet no signs had manifested. Lei Lai, brimming with confidence, boasted about wanting to challenge the captain. Feeling invincible after his advancement, he completely disregarded Su Lanlan, who looked at him as if he were a fool. It appeared that apart from Bobo's healing and sealing abilities, Lei Lai had yet to witness the full extent of Gao Lin's 2 pet beast powers. Poor child. He would surely regret it soon. The members of the Starry Night team arrived at the training arena's dual platform. Lei Lai's incessant shouting attracted numerous colleagues from the Special Investigations Bureau, who gathered to watch. Lu Ju's assistant, Lian, approached with a report. Director, would you like to take a look? Lu Renliang smiled. No need, let them be. Aren't you worried about Captain Gao? He inquired. Worried? I'm only concerned if Lei Lai gets beaten too badly and it affects our mission in a few days. Back at the dual platform, Lei Lai leaped onto the stage, twisting his joints audibly. Come on, Captain. Lu Jiming assumed the role of referee, silently muttering a word of caution for Lei Lai. Then blew the whistle. Lei Lai versus Gao Lin, the match begins. With a command, Lei Lai shouted, Watch out, Captain, as he conjured 2 lightning orbs, hurling them towards Gao Lin's face. Gao Lin dodged swiftly, the lightning orbs crashing into the ground behind him, leaving charred marks. Without much time for Gao Lin to think, a barrage of lightning orbs rained down upon him in an instant. A series of explosive bursts and flashes of lightning obscured the spectator's view of Gao Lin's movements. The onlookers gasped, It can't end like this, can it? As the blinding light faded, they finally beheld a massive tortoise beast lying on the platform, its round eyes half closed, as if still waking up. Gao Lin was seated cross-legged atop the turtle's back, a golden-yellow protective barrier securely shielding him. Stampede. The previously disinterested turtle slowly rose to its feet, its 4 pillar-like legs rhythmically pounding the arena floor. The crowd felt as if an earthquake were imminent, with those of lesser strength struggling to maintain their balance. Blue Foam quickly urged everyone to step back from the platform. The stomping range extended 20 meters, and only once they stood beyond this perimeter could they regain their footing. Facing the stomping directly, Lei Lai suddenly felt disoriented, a wave of dizziness washing over him. In the blink of an eye, Lei Lai vanished, utilizing his newly acquired sea-level ability, Lightning Flash, transforming into a bolt of lightning that reappeared behind Gao Lin. He then conjured a lightning spear, declaring, I refuse to believe I can't break through your defenses. With the spear solidified, he hurled it towards the protective barrier. 1 spear. 2 spears. The golden yellow shield shattered under the onslaught. Oh, Gao Lin remarked, somewhat surprised, recognizing the formidable power of Lei Lai's lightning abilities. Previously, during training with Bobo and Yaya, he had been unable to breach that defense despite employing various tactics. However, Gao Lin smirked, summoning another golden yellow barrier around himself. Lei Lai, nearly swearing in frustration, gritted his teeth. Then I'll just have to unleash my ultimate move. Lightning energy began to coalesce around him, lifting him off the ground. Gao Lin knew the devastation that Lei Lai's thunderclap could unleash. If allowed to manifest, he might escape unscathed, but the training field would be in ruins, and the boy would likely end up in the hospital for a day or 2. Indeed, subduing Lei Lai with a single beast proved challenging. In a real-life combat scenario, Disregarding all else, one could easily withstand the attack until Lei Lai exhausted his ultimate move, then move in for the kill. For now, Gao Lin merely focused his thoughts. Bobo Seal. The moment Bobo emerged, pink-purple chains ensnared the airborne Lei Lai. Midway through his skill, Lei Lai felt as though he had been struck by a silence ability in a game, unable to release his skill as chaotic spiritual energy surged within him. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting towards the ground, only to be cushioned by Bobo's water domain ability, preventing a humiliating crash. Wah! I give up. Stop bullying me. Captain, you're being unfair. Su Lanlan, Blue Foam, and Lu Jiming all remarked, poor child. The remaining spectators exclaimed, wow, Captain Gao is amazing. Gao Lin jumped down from Yaya and approached, delivering a playful flick to Lei Lai's forehead. Bobo heal. After casting the healing spell, Bobo circled around Gao Lin. Noticing Su Lanlan's adoring gaze from afar, Bobo instantly transformed into a flash of silver light and vanished. As Su Lanlan hurried over, she lamented, wah, Bobo has rejected me. During this time, she had frequently doted on Bobo, akin to petting a cat. Gao Lin helped Lei Lai to his feet, patting his shoulder, signaling that he needed more practice. Just as Lei Lai was regaining his composure, he burst into tears, running away. The sheer number of spectators, coupled with his own bravado in calling them to watch, made him feel utterly humiliated. Lu Jiming looked on in disbelief as Lei Lai fled. Is he going to be alright? What could possibly happen? The kid just has thin skin. He'll be fine soon enough. Gao Lin waved dismissively, summoning Yaya back. Children nowadays, a good thrashing can keep them in line for quite some time. It's not a bad thing. In that moment, Gao Lin found himself empathizing with the parents of classmates who had been reprimanded during his school days. A certain organization of destiny bearers has placed an overwhelming burden upon Gao Lin, leaving him feeling suffocated. He harbors a persistent premonition that the day he must confront the destiny bearers again is not far off. In the following days, Lei Lai has exhibited a marked compliance, realizing that neither Lu Jiming nor Gao Lin are adversaries he can overcome. Recently, the rigorous training imposed by Lan Feng has left him with a lingering psychological shadow. Overall, he still harbors a degree of trepidation towards Lan Feng, who, with his stern demeanor, evokes the same disquieting feelings one experiences when facing a strict homeroom teacher, an inexplicable urge to avoid him. As for Su Lanlan, after witnessing her effortlessly wielding an oversized sword during various experimental trials with her companions, he has resolved that this woman is not to be trifled with. After all, which cute girl swings a massive blade as tall as herself? On March 31st, at 8 in the evening, the group received a notification from Director Lu. Gathering in his office, apart from the 5 members of Lan Feng's squad, several other team leaders were also present. Once everyone was assembled, Lu Runliang activated a holographic projection. Displayed before them was Leiyin Mountain, a 5A scenic area near Xinghui City. The group was filled with curiosity. Tomorrow, a new temporal relic would manifest here. As Lu Runliang spoke, his assistant Lian distributed information to the assembly. The first appearance of a temporal relic occurred 3 years ago in Kyoto, where I was stationed at the time and participated in that event. As Lu Runliang reminisced, the group began to grasp the nature of these temporal relics. In essence, they resemble the mystical realms depicted in fantasy novels. Since the first relic emerged in Kyoto, a total of 15 have appeared worldwide. Some relics are utterly barren, devoid of any treasures, while others resemble veritable treasure troves brimming with celestial materials and are remarkably safe. Conversely, certain relics pose significant dangers. When perilous temporal relics first manifest, they tear open spatial rifts, unleashing various mutated creatures that threaten the surrounding area. The Kyoto relic, by contrast, was relatively safe, almost as if it were offering a boon. Those who participated experienced substantial growth in strength and resources. Lu Runliang himself was subsequently transferred to Xinghui City to serve as director. According to information obtained by the headquarters, temporal relics are classified into 4 levels. Green indicates complete safety, yellow signifies potential dangers that can be managed, orange represents high-level threats capable of releasing mutated creatures, and red indicates the potential for severe natural disasters accompanied by formidable mutated beings. A misstep in dealing with a red relic could obliterate an entire city or even a smaller nation. Notably, the neighboring Ningbo province, last year, experienced a red relic event that triggered an unprecedented tsunami, resulting in immense losses, only subdued through the assistance of the International Alliance. The relic poised to appear at Leiyin Mountain is anticipated to be at least of yellow level. Lu Runliang's expression was grave. The Xingye squad would be responsible for exploring the relic, while the remaining personnel would maintain vigilant defense. Should any mutated creatures emerge from the relic, none must be allowed to escape. The Xingye squad remained, while others were dismissed to prepare. Once the others had departed, Gao Lin inquired. Director Liu, is there any detailed information about this relic? Lu Renliang shook his head. The specific level of the relic remains unclear, necessitating your exploration. Should the relic prove to have exploitable value, we will organize a team for its reclamation and subsequent development. Your safety is paramount. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, retreat immediately. We will monitor the situation from outside. If it exceeds our capabilities, I have already reported to headquarters, and assistance will be dispatched. He felt immense pressure. He was responsible for a cadre of formidable individuals, a daunting little Taoist from the Tiantai Mountain, the cherished jewel of the Su family, the highly regarded Lan Feng, and Gao Lin. The misfortune of any one of them would spell disaster. What about me? Lei Lai interjected, but Lu Renliang produced a stack of documents. These are the records of all known relics. Study them for reference and to familiarize yourselves. He then gestured for the group to leave. As they exited, Su Lanlan was practically bubbling with excitement. Wow, the legendary relic. I finally have a chance to see it. Lei Lai echoed her enthusiasm, while Lu Jiming cautioned. We must remain vigilant. My master has warned me to never underestimate any relic. Gao Lin clapped his hands together. Lu Jiming is right. Everyone, go and prepare your gear. We'll regroup in the dormitory shortly. He waved the stack of documents, emphasizing the need for pre-battle preparation. Recently, Gao Lin's training had stagnated, so undertaking a mission could prove beneficial. Nevertheless, he sensed that Director Liu had withheld certain information. He couldn't pinpoint what felt amiss, but his intuition nagged at him. Oh dear, I'm exhausted. Su Lanlan exclaimed as she entered, jingling as she rummaged through her new bracelet, producing an array of energy equipment. Wait, are you pulling things out of that bracelet? The others stared, captivated by her accessory, which made Su Lanlan feel a sudden pang of anxiety. What are you all doing? Gao Lin grinned and pulled her down to sit, eagerly offering to massage her shoulders. Lanlan, do you have any more of those bracelets? Can you get one for each of us? The others, except for Lan Feng, joined in. Lei Lai half-squatted to knead her legs while Lu Jiming massaged her arms. Enough. Enough. There are only a few of these, fewer than 10, crafted from a stone my grandfather researched for 2 years after the Kyoto relic. He kept one for me, but I believe the rest went to headquarters. Seeing the disappointment in their faces, Su Lanlan added, perhaps we might find similar stones in this relic. When we do, I can ask my grandfather to make one for each of you. The group was merely expressing envy. They had no intention of demanding anything without merit. After all, they were a team. Su Lanlan's possession implied that the rest need not carry cumbersome supplies. It was a 20 by 20 meter storage space, though it could not hold living creatures, thus solidifying Su Lanlan's role as the walking repository of resources within their team. She then proceeded to introduce each piece of energy equipment. Captain, this is an electromagnetic cannon designed for you. It compensates for your lack of offensive capabilities, and I've modified it to channel Bobo's electromagnetic skills, making it incredibly powerful. Gao Lin accepted the weapon, noting its sleek, rifle-like design, deep purple hue, and smooth surface. He tested its feel and was impressed. No wonder he had once lost Bobo while experimenting with this very device. Next, she handed Lu Jiming a translucent jade pendant. This enhances spiritual energy. It seems like you have everything else, so this is perfect for you. Then she presented Lei Lai with a pair of gloves and gave Lan Feng a pair of goggles, ensuring that each individual received something tailored to their needs. She also distributed various standard protective gear without further elaboration, essentially outfitting everyone to the teeth. Sister Lan, from now on, you're our big sister. It became clear why Director Liu valued Su Lanlan so highly. She was akin to a walking, talking treasure trove. Even within the headquarters, she would likely be treated like a revered deity. The group expressed their gratitude to Su Lanlan, then entrusted her with their essential supplies for the upcoming expedition. Stowing them away in her spatial bracelet, Gao Lin instructed everyone to don their equipment and acclimatize to the weight, emphasizing that they should not remove it even at night, so as to minimize any potential hindrance during combat. Once adequately equipped, the group began to delve into the data regarding the relics that had previously surfaced. Upon thorough examination, it became evident that yellow-level relics could potentially harbor C and B-grade mutated beasts. In contrast, orange-level relics were teeming with B-grade entities, with numerous A-grade ones and even the possibility of S-grade beings lurking within. It would be disingenuous to claim that Gao Lin was not anxious. However, given their foresight regarding the emergence of relics and the extensive preparations made by the team, they felt somewhat reassured. Even if faced with orange-level relics, retreating was an option. Should they need to flee, they could promptly notify the director for assistance. As long as they avoided red-level threats, they anticipated no unforeseen complications. Moreover, the team's strength had significantly escalated, rendering them comparable to the recently formidable Miracle Squad. Each member possessed at least a B-grade capability, while Gao Lin uniquely commanded 2 C-grade companion beasts. Strength, after all, is the wellspring of confidence. On the following morning, at 6:30, military vehicles departed in an orderly fashion from the Special Investigation Bureau. Within the Starry Night Team's vehicle, Lan Feng was at the wheel, while the others appeared to be in high spirits. "Shall we consult an oracle?" Gao Lin inquired, turning to Lu Jiming, who was seated in the back. "I consulted before we left this morning, and there were no issues," Lu Jiming replied, omitting that the divination had yielded the water mine hex, indicating danger and adversity above, yet promising vitality below. Concerned that this might unsettle the team's morale, he refrained from mentioning it, as the transition from peril to safety could indeed be plausible. The vicinity of Thundersound Mountain was already designated as a cautionary zone, with personnel meticulously inspecting each vehicle. From the boundary onward, the area lay silent. Save for the Special Investigation Bureau's convoy, Gao Lin opened the car window, observing an absence of avian life outside. Strange, he mused. Upon arriving at the mountain foot parking lot, the Starry Night team separated from the others, who remained stationed at the base and mid-slope, while their objective was the summit. There were 3 defensive lines, a team of Awaken individuals at mid-slope, another at the base, and a military encirclement 1 kilometer away. The Starry Night team aimed for the peak, as Thundersound Mountain was vast and shaped like a table, necessitating their prompt descent to be the first to investigate should a spatial rift manifest. Around 9 o'clock, the wind at the summit began to intensify, despite the clear skies. The breeze bore a chilling quality. The group felt a tightening in their chests. Something was imminent. Gazing upwards, they witnessed the sky contorting, with thunder and lightning emerging amidst the morning sun, devoid of any clouds. This bizarre scene rendered them mute, their eyes fixated on the peculiar phenomenon. This is Chapter 13, the Thunder Relic. The celestial phenomena continued to shift, as clear blue skies suddenly became engulfed by swirling dark clouds. Within the cloud layer, violet arcs of electricity danced, and the scent of ozone permeated the air. The hair on their exposed skin bristled due to static electricity. The distortion of space intensified, and sunlight refracted through the warped atmosphere, producing a prism-like effect reminiscent of the Tyndall phenomenon. With a resounding crash, colossal lightning bolts descended upon the pinnacle of Thundersound Mountain, creating a vortex of energy. Pulsing arcs of violet electricity crackled at the vortex's perimeter, emitting a sizzling sound. Debris struck by the lightning began to levitate, encircling the vortex's entrance and forming an electromagnetic field, with low growls reverberating in the distance. This must be the portal to the relic, they surmised. As the anomaly stabilized, the group refrained from making any hasty movements until they received a notification on their wrists. After thorough examination, it was confirmed to be a yellow-level relic. Fortunately, no mutated beasts emerged. Given their capabilities, they should be able to handle it. Had it been an orange-level relic, they pondered whether their colleagues stationed below would ever be seen again. With a sense of relief, Gao Lin led the team in preparation to enter the relic. Lei Lai, you take the lead. Given the current circumstances, this appears to be a thunder-based relic, he directed, and the team arranged themselves in a cross formation. Lei Lai took the forefront, followed by Su Lan in the middle, with Lan Feng and Gao Lin flanking either side, and Lu Jiming bringing up the rear. As they passed through the vortex's entrance, they experienced no discomfort, akin to traversing a luminous curtain. The sight that greeted them within the relic left them utterly astonished. "This," Lei Lai exclaimed involuntarily. Gazing upwards, they beheld an expansive ceiling adorned with luminescent crystal clusters, flickering in sync with the rolling thunder. The ground beneath their feet was charred black, devoid of any trace of soil, as though it had been incessantly struck by lightning for years, with faint currents of electricity coursing through it. Gao Lin instructed everyone to activate their psychic equipment and directed Lu Jiming to choose a path as they cautiously began their exploration. After a considerable time had passed, Lu Jiming's silence prompted Su Lan to question, "Your divination doesn't have a cooldown, does it?" They had been walking for nearly 2 hours, with nothing to observe save for the scorched earth beneath and the flickering sky above. Occasionally, they encountered hovering orbs of lightning that drifted slowly through the air. Proximity would elicit electric shocks, and Su Lan had already been startled several times. Lu Jiming remained silent, his demeanor revealing an unusual seriousness as he scrutinized their surroundings. Trust him and continue forward, they thought. Seeing Gao Lin speak, Su Lan ceased her inquiries and maintained the empowerment of everyone's equipment. After about the length of a tea break, Lei Lai inexplicably began to float. Gao Lin halted Lan Feng, giving Su Lan a knowing glance. Understanding the signal, Su Lan quickly retrieved a detection device from her bracelet and began to operate it. "This area has a disrupted magnetic field. Entering will result in a state of weightlessness," she explained. Initially, Lei Lai found the sensation amusing, but upon hearing Su Lanlin's explanation and realizing he was drifting further away, He focused his thoughts to control his psychic energy, enveloping himself in electricity. Unbeknownst to him, this action triggered a chain reaction, the surrounding atmosphere erupting into a cacophony of lightning strikes. In mere moments, the entire area was engulfed, leaving Gao Lin and the others no time to evade or summon their companion beasts. Fortunately, Lu Jiming, ever vigilant, swiftly conjured a stack of golden defensive talismans that floated protectively around them, shielding them from the onslaught of lightning. Lei Lai, are you alright? Come back quickly. Gao Lin called out. Hearing this, Lei Lai focused his energy, executing a lightning dash to leap back. But with him came a surge of charged particles from the surrounding air, causing a violent uproar. The booming thunder was no longer mere flashes of lightning. It manifested as rapid strikes, hurtling toward the group. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Lin hastily summoned his turtle companion, Yaya, and bestowed upon the team a protective barrier of deep yellow energy. Lei Lai, refrain from using any abilities or psychic energy, Gao Lin admonished. Lei Lai offered an awkward smile, the electricity dissipating from his body, while the lightning posed no threat to him. The ensuing thunderclaps instilled a sense of trepidation. The group ceased their movements as the thunderstorm raged on for about 10 minutes, with Yaya tirelessly bestowing fresh protective shields upon them. Thankfully, they managed to endure the onslaught. However, it was disheartening that they had yet to encounter any mutated beasts, and the most suitable explorer, Lei Lai, had been incapacitated, leaving Gao Lin feeling somewhat exasperated. Consequently, the formation shifted. While Su Lanlan remained central, Gao Lin and Lei Lai exchanged positions. Gao Lin summoned Bobo, retracting Yaya, ensuring a swift response to any anomalies that might arise. Yaya's considerable size posed a risk of inadvertently triggering unforeseen circumstances. Su Lanlan continuously monitored their surroundings, and the journey ahead remained remarkably tranquil. Whenever they encountered static fields or areas of gravitational anomaly, Su Lanlan adeptly detected them in advance, guiding her companions to steer clear. The landscape unfolded as an endless expanse of plains, devoid of any flora or fauna. Apart from the sound of their footsteps and the distant rumble of thunder, the silence was unnervingly profound. After nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the mouth of a canyon. The canyon gaped open in the plain, plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. Occasionally, sparks of electricity flickered within, momentarily illuminating the rocky walls before vanishing. Should they venture down to investigate? Su Lanlan felt uncertain. She sensed electrical elements and particles below. While the light was discernible to the naked eye, the nuances of the gravitational field remained elusive due to the limitations of her detection range. The others turned to Gao Lin, awaiting his decision. The group decided to split into 2 factions, first exploring the canyon's edge. Communication devices were rendered useless within the ruins. But Lu Jiming had a messaging talisman, allowing for basic communication. After reminding everyone to exercise caution, Lu Jiming led Lan Feng, while Gao Lin, Su Lanlan, and Lei Lai proceeded in their chosen direction. Soon, Lu Jiming relayed a discovery through the talisman. The group swiftly regrouped at the canyon's edge, where Gao Lin peered down to find a series of steps descending into the depths. This suggested that there might once have been signs of habitation here. Let us descend and investigate, Gao Lin urged, stepping onto the first step unhesitatingly. Nothing seemed amiss, so he continued downwards, followed closely by the others, with Lu Jiming naturally taking the rear to remain vigilant. The further they descended, the more Gao Lin felt an unnatural pull emanating from the canyon walls. He halted, prompting Lu Jiming to inquire about his findings. Didn't you notice that the gravitational pull intensifies as we delve deeper? Gao Lin remarked. The others paused to sense the growing force, and indeed, they could feel it. Su Lanlan pondered for a moment before retrieving a glowing energy device, securing it with a rope and releasing it downwards. As it neared the point of invisibility, a resonant chime echoed. The energy device adhered to the canyon wall, its light flickering briefly before fading into darkness. There's an exceptionally strong magnetic force on either side of the walls. Our energy devices might be rendered inoperative below. Su Lanlan lamented. Let us stow everything away then, Gao Lin replied, handing over any metallic gear to Su Lanlan for safekeeping. These items were valuable, and losing them here would be a significant blow. With this, they had effectively lost another combat asset, as Su Lanlan's Tang Dao was also metallic. Their detection instruments and weapons were all secured in spatial bracelets, uncertain of the magnetic intensity that lay below. Lan Feng, we'll rely on you to keep a watchful eye, Gao Lin instructed. The darkness deepened as they descended, prompting Lan Feng to nod and emit a golden glow from his eyes, taking up the second position in line. Suddenly, he called out with urgency, everyone, be cautious. An aberrant beast approaches. Upon closer inspection, he added, it appears to have no discernible weak points. Despite not seeing anything, the group reacted instinctively, with Bobo positioning itself defensively in front of them. A flash of blue light zipped past, revealing a small creature composed entirely of blue crystal, with 4 claws and a pair of diminutive wings. In the blink of an eye, it crashed against their golden defensive talisman, its diminutive form, barely half a meter, exerting an unexpectedly powerful impact that sent tremors through the array. In that fleeting moment, Gao Lin activated the azure patterns on his palm, conjuring information about the creature in his mind. Species: Crystal Clan, Thunder Crystal Beast. Level: B. Skills: Charge, Thunderstorm, Thunderstrike, Thunderflash, Crystallization. He promptly shared this information with the others. Realizing its initial strike had failed, the small beast began to absorb the surrounding electrical elements. They could not afford to let it unleash its power. With the group precariously balanced on the narrow stone steps, lacking any handrails, a fall could prove fatal. Bobo. Seal it. With the manifestation of deep purple chains, the Thunder Crystal Beast's brewing storm was instantaneously quelled. The superior seal could only hold for 5 seconds, but fortunately, Lu Jiming reacted swiftly, launching an attack with talismans. The Thunder Crystal Beast was soon engulfed by the onslaught, disappearing from view. As they hastened downward, uncertainty loomed regarding how many of these Thunder Crystal Beasts awaited them. They had already ventured deep for nearly an hour, and retracing their steps was no longer an option. The most prudent choice was to reach the canyon's bottom quickly. Once there, they would be able to stand their ground against any further assaults, without the worry of being caught in a precarious position. Suddenly, they felt a lightness in their steps, their speed doubling, thanks to Su Lanlin's newly upgraded group acceleration ability. The group fell silent as they descended. Eventually, amidst the distant low growls, they reached the canyon floor, but before they could steady themselves, dozens of Thunder Crystal Beasts surged towards them, led by the very creature they had encountered earlier. The others displayed a variety of colors, and Gao Lin's heart sank as he scanned the assembly, noting that all were of B rank, with 3 A rank beasts among them. In addition to the blue Thunder Crystal Beast. Wasn't this supposed to be a yellow ruin? Lu Ju has misled me. Gao Lin remained silent, resolutely summoning the sea turtle Yaya. Lu Jiming promptly infused Su Lanlan with spiritual energy, as the recent group acceleration had drained her significantly. Lei Lai, eager to unleash a thunderous attack on the pack of Thunder Crystal Beasts to prove whose lightning was superior, was halted by a mere glance from Gao Lin. Observing that the Thunder Crystal Beasts did not immediately strike, Gao Lin attempted to communicate. We have inadvertently trespassed. If we have disturbed you, we shall withdraw at once. The previously frightened blue creature chirped at them, while the 3 leading Thunder Crystal Beasts surged with electricity. This is bad, Gao Lin thought, prompting Yaya to envelop them in protective shields once again. However, the A-rank Thunder Crystal Beast's attacks proved overwhelmingly powerful, shattering shield after shield. In what felt like half an hour, yet only half a minute had passed, Yaya's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and the continuous use of protective skills exacted a tremendous toll, 5-fold for the 5 of them. What now? Gao Lin's mind raced with anxiety as he forced himself to remain calm and devise a strategy. Su Lanlin's energy had significantly replenished thanks to Lu Jiming's assistance, allowing her to accelerate the group again, but they could not outrun the airborne beasts. Chapter 14, Canyon Crisis. Lei Lai, brimming with thunderous skills yet limited by his C rank, found his attacks against the Thunder Crystal Beasts ineffective, without any unusual static fields in the canyon. His thunderballs had minimal impact. Lan Feng was unable to use his dagger, and his Heavenly Eye skill had yet to uncover any weaknesses in the Thunder Crystal Beasts. Now, only Lu Jiming and Gao Lin remained with their respective aberrant creatures. This sense of helplessness echoed a past encounter with 3B rank whale sharks in an aquarium. Gao Lin's mind raced with urgency. He could not afford to remain idle, waiting for the spirit energy of the sea turtle to deplete. If the guardians faltered, there would indeed be no recourse left. Lu Jiming, let us engage with them, Gao Lin declared, and with a mere thought, a flash of silver light enveloped Bobo. A wave of lordly pressure descended upon the cluster of Thunder Crystal Beasts. The foremost A-grade beasts merely flickered for a moment before regaining their composure. While the B-grade creatures wobbled slightly, their ability to attack hindered. Lu Jiming unleashed a barrage of attack talismans, which erupted amidst the beasts. A multitude of talismans danced through the air under his command, raining down upon them. The leading purple Thunder Crystal Beast emitted a prolonged cry, preparing to unleash a thunderstorm assault. The other 2 A-grade beasts also conjured lightning techniques to counter the talismans. Under the relentless lordly pressure maintained by Bobo, some of Lu Jiming's talismans struck the B-grade beasts, causing minor explosions that shattered a few crystals. At that moment, the purple Thunder Crystal Beast let out a low growl, and all the Thunder Crystal Beasts began to emanate a spectrum of brilliant lights, indicating crystallization and skill activation. The remaining talisman attacks from Lu Jiming merely dimmed the glow of the beasts without inflicting any significant damage. This won't do. Their defenses are too formidable post-crystallization. Lu Jiming exclaimed in desperation. Bobo, constrained by the need to maintain the lordly skill-s pressure, could not employ other abilities. Gao Lin immediately commanded Bobo to unleash a water column attack after growing larger, but its effectiveness was negligible. Yaya spin. The colossal sea turtle began to whirl rapidly, channeling all remaining spirit energy into a high-velocity spin, charging directly at the beast horde. The impact scattered the thunder crystal beasts, sending them reeling. But apart from a slight dimming of their surfaces, they appeared largely unscathed. Frustrated, Lei Lai could no longer contain himself and unleashed a variety of lightning-based skills. At that moment, Yaya had exhausted its spirit energy entirely, transforming into a beam of white light and returning to Gao Lin's palm space. The guardian skill dissipated. Bobo, too, struggled to maintain the pressure of the lordly skill. Its umbrella-like form trembled. Sensing this, Gao Lin quickly channeled spirit energy to Bobo. Yet, the disparity in their levels proved insurmountable. If we cannot fight, we must attempt to flee, he declared. Lan Lan, empower us with speed. The group felt a sudden lightness. Bolting away frantically, the thunder crystal beasts immediately gave chase, but due to Bobo's ongoing lordly skill, they wobbled during the pursuit. In the meantime, Lu Jiming continuously summoned a cascade of golden talismans, forming a hemispherical barrier to impede their flight speed. However, this level of defense was effortlessly breached by the leading A-grade thunder crystal beasts. The cycle continued, yet they remained unable to shake off the pursuit of the thunder crystal beasts, and it was only a matter of time before their spirit energy was fully depleted. The canyon was shrouded in darkness, with visibility nearly non-existent. Fortunately, there was only one path. Guided by the silver glow of Bobo's body and the luminescent talismans of Lu Jiming, they barely managed to discern the way as they fled at breakneck speed. Leading the charge was Lan Feng, who felt a pang of guilt for not being able to assist, despite his silence. He yearned to make himself useful, activating his heavenly eye skill to scout for potential hiding spots. During this frantic escape, they were intermittently struck by the relentless attacks of the thunder crystal beasts. While Lu Jiming fared slightly better, the others, lacking protective spirit energy equipment, suffered grievous injuries, their own energy rapidly waning. Seizing a moment, Lu Jiming unleashed his evolved C-grade ability, extending several spirit energy conduits from his fingertips to connect with his companions. Instantly, they felt a surge in their spirit energy recovery, enabling them to accelerate further. Coupled with the spirit energy stored in the jade pendant Lan Lan had provided, he stated seriously, I can maintain this for at most half an hour. His B-grade spirit energy was abundant. Yet sustaining 5 individuals while simultaneously casting talismans was at the very limit of his capabilities. Just as he felt his strength waning, Lan Feng's excited voice broke through. Quick! There's a cave ahead. The entrance was small, allowing only one person to squeeze through at a time. Thankfully, Lan Feng was there. The others, in their frantic flight, would likely have overlooked the side entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, they scrambled inside. Gao Lin brought up the rear as the thunder crystal beasts closed in. He commanded Bobo to conjure layers of ice walls. However, these hastily formed barriers lacked sufficient strength, shattering almost instantly upon contact with the lightning strikes. Gao Lin, hurry! Lan Feng extended a hand to pull him in. Though fragile, the ice walls bought Gao Lin a critical moment, and with a swift motion, he was grasped by Lan Feng and pulled inside just as a torrent of lightning crashed down, stirring up dust at the cave's mouth. The entrance was too small for the larger A-grade beasts to enter. To ensure their safety, Gao Lin directed Bobo to seal the entrance with layers of ice walls. And from a distance, they could still hear the enraged roars of the thunder crystal beasts outside. The tunnel was long and winding. As they crawled deeper, it gradually widened, allowing them to crouch, and eventually, they could stand and walk freely. All the while, Gao Lin directed Bobo to reinforce the ice walls, continuing until Bobo and his own spirit energy were nearly depleted. As they pressed further in, they noticed a glimmer of light ahead. Upon closer inspection, they found an ancient stone door, the light emanating from the crevices around it. The group combined their strength to push the door open, revealing a spacious chamber. It was an octagonal room, approximately 20 square meters in size and 3 meters high, with pillars at each corner separating the walls. Each pillar was embedded with luminous crystals that illuminated the entire chamber. Mysterious patterns adorned the walls, with flashes of lightning flickering across them. Ultimately, these patterns converged in the center of the chamber, forming a circular pool about a meter in diameter, filled with a viscous, shimmering liquid that sparked with electricity. This is a thunder pool, Lu Jiming exclaimed in surprise. Gao Lin and the others exchanged puzzled glances. The thunder pool is a gathering of liquid lightning, a rare treasure of nature. We have one on Tiantai Mountain, and my master cherishes it dearly. I never expected to find one here, Lu Jiming explained. Lei Lai, brushing his singed hair, remarked, then this is quite a valuable find. Wow, we've hit the jackpot. Su Lanlin's weary demeanor transformed as her eyes sparkled with excitement. Fixating on the thunder pool. There's so much here, it could easily fill several barrels. That's subject to confiscation. Gao Lin chuckled at her avaricious expression. Observing the corners of Su Lanlin's and Lei Lai's mouths droop, he quickly added, but Director Lu Want know how much we've found. Will he? They exchanged knowing smiles, while Lan Feng turned his head, feigning ignorance. At that moment, the exhausted group finally relaxed. Lu Jiming produced some talismans and set up several formations. Non-lightning ability users can only extract a maximum of 5 drops of thunder liquid at a time. And as for you, Lei Lai, do your best but don't overexert yourself, or else. His unspoken warning was understood by all. They each settled cross-legged within the protective formations. Gao Lin guided a drop of the thunder liquid, which revealed a deep purple hue, sparkling with faint electric light. As if it possessed a life of its own. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the magical array, he took a deep breath, regulated his breathing, and activated his spiritual energy technique to enter a meditative state. Gradually guiding the thunder spirit liquid into his throat, a powerful current surged through his body, causing his muscles to tremble slightly and a faint purple light to emanate from his skin. The current coursed through his meridians, bringing waves of tingling sensations. Gao Lin gritted his teeth, focusing his mind to direct the current along the pathway dictated by his spiritual energy technique. As time passed, the current gradually stabilized, and the spiritual energy within him became purer and more potent. His meridians expanded, allowing the flow of spiritual energy to become even smoother. Opening his eyes, Gao Lin felt a remarkable enhancement in his strength, speed, and reflexes. The wounds he sustained from previous attacks were healing and scabbing under the immense spiritual energy of the thunder spirit liquid, while his depleted spiritual energy was completely replenished. Is this the power of the thunder spirit liquid? Gao Lin clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, a smile creeping onto his lips. He sensed that just one more drop would elevate him to the next level. Lu Jiming watched as everyone absorbed their first drop before feeling relieved enough to sit down and begin his own absorption. Although the other effects of the thunder spirit liquid were of little use to him now, the vast spiritual energy was still something he could harness. Time passed without him noticing, and as Gao Lin absorbed the second drop, his body suddenly moved, as if breaking through a barrier, his entire being surging with spiritual energy. He had broken through. C-rank, he was finally no longer at the tail end. Gao Lin felt immense satisfaction and continued to absorb the next 3 drops before pausing to relish the fluctuations of spiritual energy within him. If C-rank could be further subdivided, he was at least in the mid-range of C-rank, a bountiful harvest indeed. Looking around, he noticed that everyone was still in a state of cultivation, and he summoned Bobo and Yaya, guiding the 2 pets to absorb the energy. The pets absorbed it much more swiftly, with Bobo devouring 5 drops in one go before settling down to digest. When Yaya finished absorbing, Su Lanlan and Lan Feng opened their eyes, both sensing that B-rank was not far off. Time flew by. The 4 gathered around Lei Lai, with Su Lanlan exclaiming in astonishment, "This must be the 10th drop. Yet this kid has gained the most." In the midst of their idle waiting, Su Lanlan pulled out some snacks from her spatial bracelet and shared a bottle of beer with everyone. As Gao Lin glanced at the brand of beer being handed to him, his mouth twitched slightly. "Relax, it's low in alcohol, just 1 bottle, it won't hurt. Besides, who knows how long Lei Lai will take. We should celebrate our narrow escape." With that, Su Lanlan nonchalantly opened her bottle and took a hearty swig, exclaiming, "Refreshing." Chapter 15, The Mysterious Altar. After everyone had eaten and rested sufficiently, Gao Lin and Lu Jiming began to study the structure of the entire secret chamber. After they entered, the stone door had closed automatically. Attempts to push it open from the inside proved futile, the exit blocked, and they were met with a horde of thunder crystal beasts guarding the path back. Lei Lai was enveloped in a protective shield formed by thunder elements, surrounded by a translucent purple lightning aura. Su Lanlan counted, "That's 30 drops now." With a sudden crack, the lightning shield shattered, releasing a tremendous wave of spiritual energy from Lei Lai, the pressure nearly sending Su Lanlan sprawling. "B-rank," Lu Jiming murmured, quickly stepping in to shield Su Lanlan and Lan Feng. Having just leveled up, Lei Lai struggled to control his spiritual energy, noticing the resistance from the others and hurriedly reined in his energy fluctuations, apologizing profusely. The group didn't hold it against him. He was just a kid, after all. Yet they felt joy for him, envy mingling with admiration, as they were not thunder-type ability users. "Lu Jiming, you have experience. How do we handle this?" they asked. Having absorbed only a fraction of what was needed for the entire thunder pool, Lu Jiming produced a jade bottle, thankfully pulling out an item he had prepared for emergencies. The small bottle, barely 10 centimeters tall, astonishingly contained the entire essence of the thunder pool. But how do we get out? Su Lanlan asked, a hint of frustration creeping in. Look here, Gao Lin pointed to the emptied thunder pool at the raised octagonal stone in the center. He pressed down on it. Lei Lai glanced around, but there was no reaction. Suddenly, the stone floor beneath them began to tremble, and the group quickly formed a circle. Gao Lin summoned Yaya. Just in case of a collapse, they might need some support. The ceiling of the secret chamber opened, revealing an aperture the size of the floor. His concerns were unfounded. As they felt the floor start to rise, akin to an elevator, the pressure in their ears fluctuating. Slowly, they began to see light above. With a thunderous crash, they reached the top, the impact scattering them in disarray. Ugh, Lei Lai coughed, choking on dust. This place is in disrepair. The equipment is older than I am, and it's less stable than my newly acquired spiritual energy. As they returned to the surface and lifted their heads, they were greeted by the familiar sight of glowing crystal clusters, shrouded in ominous lightning. Before Gao Lin could speak, Lu Jiming directed, to the right. Inside the ruins, all magnetic fields were disrupted, with no sun or trees to provide directional guidance, forcing them to rely on their surroundings for orientation. Thus, Lu Jiming had been marking the entrance as position with runes since they entered, using his ability to calculate directions, which was far better than wandering aimlessly. After leaving the canyon, Su Lanlan once more pulled out gear for everyone to wear, brandishing detection instruments, relieved to find no unusual static or magnetic disturbances along the way. Gao Lin felt reassured enough to let Bobo unleash its electromagnetic skills to explore the surroundings. Suddenly, Bobo's tentacles quivered, the edges of its umbrella glowing with a silvery light. In Gao Lin's mind, the magnetic field map indicated a strong life response ahead. However, he frowned, but it feels strange normally. Bobo wouldn't exhibit any anomalies in the presence of typical life forms. The air began to fill with a burnt odor, mingling with an unusual fragrance. Su Lanlan's detection device vibrated slightly, her vigilance heightened as she scanned the surroundings, sensing something amiss. Lanfeng silently drew his dagger, his eyes glinting like a hawk as he surveyed the area. 2 o'clock, he whispered, there is something there. As a tree came into view, standing 3 or 4 meters tall, everyone held their breath, fixated on it. Its trunk gleamed with a metallic silver-gray hue, adorned with lightning-like patterns. The leaves were semi-transparent, with faint purple glows at the edges. Most striking was the spherical lightning hovering above its crown, gently spinning and emitting a soft crackling sound. Lightning strike tree? Lu Jiming murmured. Su Lanlan's instrument went haywire, the spiritual energy readings soaring. Suddenly, the spherical lightning split into dozens of smaller orbs, circling the tree crown. The leaves rustled without wind, producing a crisp sound akin to metal clashing. Retreat, Gao Lin shouted, but it was too late. The nearest orb of lightning surged forward towards them. Bobo quickly unfurled its umbrella, conjuring an ice wall barrier. Su Lanlan's Tang Dao flew from her hand, tracing an arc through the air. Taste this. The blade struck the spherical lightning, igniting a violent explosion. Lanfeng had leapt to the side, his dagger slicing through the air, but his strike was intercepted by a suddenly extended branch, the metal clashing creating a deafening sound. More trees emerged in the distance. These lightning strike trees can move. Lu Jiming swiftly formed seals, and the talismans ignited in the air, warding off the incoming spherical lightning. Gao Lin observed the surface of the thunderstrike tree, where the lightning patterns shimmered with a rhythmic fluctuation of light and shadow. He shouted, Lanfeng, have you discovered its weakness? Lanfeng retreated a few steps, having just used his heavenly eye to discern the weak point up close, and responded. Attack the second segment of the trunk. Upon hearing this, Gao Lin commanded Bobo to unleash the silver frost ability of the water domain, encasing the thunderstrike tree in a layer of silvery frost, which caused its movements to slow. Su Lanlan summoned her Tang Dao, the blade radiating a dazzling crimson glow. She advanced swiftly and precisely struck the designated spot, producing a piercing metallic screech from the thunderstrike tree. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Li Ming shouted, Thunderstrike. As a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking the crown of the nearest thunderstrike tree. Lanfeng took this chance to surge forward, plunging his dagger into the fissure created by the earlier assault. There is something inside, he exclaimed. The trunk is hollow. The struck area of the thunderstrike tree split open, revealing a pulsating crystal within. Is this a thunder crystal? Su Lanlan gazed at the crystal in disbelief, noting its remarkably high purity. She had seen similar ones in her grandfather's forge, but none matched the purity of this one. Lu Jiming rapidly set up a golden talisman barrier, warning, be cautious. The other thunderstrike trees have been alerted. The surrounding trees began to sway violently, coalescing more spherical lightning in the air. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of charred matter and the tang of ionized air, making each breath a stinging endeavor. Collect a sample and retreat immediately, Gao Lin commanded. Lanfeng swiftly extended his dagger, slicing and prying to quickly secure the thunder crystal. Su Lanlan severed a branch from the thunderstrike tree with her Tang Dao, silver sap oozing from the break. Gao Lin shielded the group as Bobo continuously emitted streams of silver light. The water domain silver frost effectively halting the advance of the tree horde. Su Lanlan also empowered the group with acceleration, urging retreat. Encased in Lu Jiming's golden talisman barrier, the group hastily vacated the perilous zone. There were simply too many thunderstrike trees in the vicinity, and the canyon did not seem far off. If the battle could not be concluded swiftly, they risked attracting the thunder crystal beasts, creating a dire scenario with danger both behind and ahead. Their mission was merely to serve as a vanguard for reconnaissance. Now that they had clarity on the situation, they would naturally report back to Lu Ju for further arrangements, rendering a desperate fight unnecessary. The group changed direction, steering clear of the canyon and the cluster of thunderstrike trees, and continued their exploration. The electric field ahead exhibits abnormal intensity. Su Lanlan squinted her eyes. Gao Lin signaled for everyone to halt, and Su Lanlan proceeded to examine her monitoring device, noting a rhythmic fluctuation every 2 seconds, though its nature remained unclear. However, the surroundings appeared unaltered, and the group remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from employing any electromagnetic or lightning-related abilities. Lanfeng activated his heavenly eye, utilizing the C-grade break illusion skill. It seems to be an ancient altar, he reported, yet no other life forms have been detected. Gao Lin summoned Yaya, directing it to scout ahead. Approximately 50 meters later, Yaya's massive form vanished. Communicating mentally, Yaya replied, "All is normal, no anomalies detected." Lanfeng maintained his watch with the heavenly eye, observing no unusual movements. Only then did the group step forward, their figures flickering past, leaving no trace of their passage. In the altar's core area, 6 majestic stone pillars loomed, their surfaces etched with flowing runes. A source crystal hovered at the altar's center, casting an extraordinary purple light, while the sound of thunder reverberated in their ears. The core of the ruins elicited expressions of astonishment among the group. Unlike other ruins that were merely empty, this one possessed a core. Mastering the core would grant them dominion over the entire site. Gao Lin gestured for the group to refrain from approaching just yet and to examine their surroundings first. Su Lanlan explored beneath the altar, discovering an energy circuit akin to a circuit board. She then lightly tapped the altar with the hilt of her Tang Dao, producing a peculiar resonance. "There are gaps inside," she mused, tapping again. "Mechanisms may be in operation." Lanfeng inspected the altar's steps, his dagger suddenly pointing at the top. "There is a mechanism here." His dagger deftly lodged itself against a protruding spike, poised to spring forth. Lu Jiming traced the runes on the altar's surface, his brow furrowed. "This is a type of thunder rune," he murmured, documenting a method of energy conversion. Meanwhile, Lei Li, who had little understanding of such matters, darted over to investigate. Confident in his combat skills, Gao Lin quickly summarized the findings: energy conversion runes, mechanisms, and internal mechanical operations. The altar radiated an unmistakable aura of danger, yet the allure of the ruin's core was undeniable. He shared his thoughts with the group, prompting Lei Li to declare, "What is there to fear? I'll give it a try. If anything goes awry, I can use Thunder Flash to retreat." As Lei Li finished speaking, the other 3, excluding Lanfeng, gestured for him to proceed. "Heh, you said it yourself," they teased. Lei Li sensed he had been set up, but lacked proof. They did not let him approach unprepared. Su Lanlan empowered him with speed and equipment, Lu Jiming enveloped him in a talisman shield, and Gao Lin instructed Yaya to provide him with protection. With a huff, Lei Li dashed to the altar's center, aiming straight for the thunder source crystal. The moment he grasped it, he was thrust away by a powerful force. The thunder source crystal began to flicker violently, its blinding purple light making everyone instinctively shut their eyes. The altar trembled, runes igniting one after another, while the ground fractured in a spiderweb pattern, fine arcs of electricity leaping between the crevices. "Be careful," Gao Lin cautioned, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Looking up, he noticed the crystalline clusters on the ceiling beginning to charge, emitting a disconcerting hum, while roars from the thunder crystal beasts and the crackling of the thunderstrike trees filled the air. The silhouettes of the aberrant beasts began to materialize at the periphery. The group quickly turned their gazes toward Gao Lin, awaiting his command. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, "We must go all out to seize the thunder source crystal. Our only escape lies in mastering it." They were perilously close to disaster, with no time to report back to headquarters, and he swiftly relayed orders to the others. Chapter 16, The Ruins Core. Bobo's umbrella expanded, unleashing a maximum capacity of water to envelop a vast expanse of thunderstrike trees. The silver frost was activated. While it inflicted little harm on the trees, it effectively restrained them, as he continuously repeated the two skills to delay their advancement. Gao Lin pressed his hands to the ground, summoning curtains of water to block the thunder crystal beasts, the water crackling amidst the electric arcs. This was his newly acquired ability to wield the skills of aberrant beasts post-C grade. Simultaneously, he commanded Yaya to cast protective spells on his companions and fend off the lightning storms descending from the ceiling. Su Lanlin's Tang Dao struck the ground, beginning to dismantle the altar's energy nodes. Various mechanisms on the altar began to activate, while Lei Li darted among them, skillfully evading. Lan Feng weaved through the throngs of beasts, his dagger slicing through the air with silver flashes. Special ammunition detonated, releasing dense clouds of smoke. Lu Jiming conjured a talisman array, the golden light weaving into a net that ensnared 3 A-grade thunder crystal beasts. Lei Li quickly, Lu Jiming urged, biting his fingertip to draw blood. I can't maintain this for long. In that moment, Su Lanlin's voice urgently reached them. Several energy cores have been destroyed. Lei Li, try again. Lei Li watched as everyone fervently fought to buy him time, the crimson hue beginning to spread across his body. Damn it, it was now or never. He teleported directly to the core of the ruins, placing both hands upon it, exerting every ounce of strength to resist the repulsive force of the thunder crystal source. Bolts of lightning and mechanical assaults struck him incessantly. The protective shield had already shattered, and the defense provided by Yayo was on the verge of collapse. With a crack, a purple lightning bolt from the heavens cleaved through the protective barrier, followed by a barrage of mechanical attacks and lightning strikes that swiftly rendered Lei Li's energy equipment useless. A pained cry escaped his lips, as his energy gear failed. He was on the brink of being skewered when Bobo's new shield finally refreshed in response. Gao Lin was not only controlling Bobo, but also engaged in battle, all while keeping an eye on Yaya to ensure the group was continuously shielded. He was stretched thin. Lei Li had barely been shielded for 2 seconds before the altar's mechanical assaults, and the relentless lightning from above became overwhelmingly dense. Lu Jiming felt on the verge of collapse. What to do? Were they all to meet their demise here today? Gao Lin scanned the group. Nearly everyone was on the brink of exhaustion, with Lei Li already collapsed upon the altar, and Yaya tirelessly providing him with a protective shield. In an instant, Gao Lin regained his composure and pondered what else could be done. That's right, the blue pattern on his palm. Let's try the blue pattern. Worst case scenario. He'd emerge as a hero 18 years later. He urgently cast another shield upon himself and dashed toward the center of the altar. He had to be swift. In the process of shielding himself, he could hardly tend to the other damages. Upon reaching the core of the ruins, he once again cut his palm, blood flowing forth as the blue pattern radiated brilliantly. He implored, please, let me not be thwarted today. As the glowing blue pattern enveloped the core of the ruins, the entire space seemed to pause. The blue pattern swiftly seized control of the core, and Gao Lin was momentarily taken aback. This truly worked. Looking around, he saw the expressions of his comrades frozen, as if a temporal stasis had been released. The purple lightning in the sky hung, suspended mid-fall. At that moment, Gao Lin felt as if he were the sovereign of the ruins, able to manipulate everything within at will. With a mere thought, the dome returned to normalcy, and all lightning and other attacks vanished from the air, while the thunder crystal beasts and lightning-struck trees were relocated elsewhere. Then with a wave of his hand, he lifted the temporal restrictions. Su Lanlan, wielding her Tang sword, lamented, oh no, I'm going to be done for. Lu Jiming furrowed his brow. I had calculated that there was hope. Lan Feng remained silent. Lei Li, having sustained grave injuries, was rendered unconscious. Do not disturb. The others snapped back to reality. Huh? What about all those beasts? As Gao Lin began to explain, while continuously casting healing spells with Bobo, the group finally relaxed, collapsing in an unceremonious heap upon the altar. Even Lan Feng's expression softened. Each had their own secrets, and no one inquired how Gao Lin managed to control the core of the secret realm. Their bond had deepened to a life-and-death friendship. And Su Lanlan once again produced a stash of beer, urging everyone to partake in a drink. Lu Jiming couldn't help but deliver a light smack to her head. The captain just healed you, and you want to drink right after your wounds have barely closed? Will you even recover? The healing spell merely accelerated the body's repair rate. It was not akin to a game where a single treatment restored one to full health. Gao Lin observed that Lei Li's wounds had stabilized, his breathing becoming more regular. But noticing the various projectiles embedded in his body, he refrained from removing them. Summoning the core of the ruins from the blue pattern, he noted that this time the core emanated a gentle blue glow. He sensed the entire realm, discovering that the only creatures present were the 2 types encountered previously. The area was roughly the size of Xinghue City, with 80% being plains. as well as the canyons they had traversed and the hilly regions inhabited by the lightning-struck trees, alongside a thunderstorm area they had yet to explore. Upon sensing the volatile magnetic field and elemental lightning within, he found no treasures, only a place fraught with danger and devoid of opportunity. TSK. It was truly thanks to old Lu, Gao Lin thought, giving Lu Jiming a hearty pat on the shoulder. Had it not been for Lu Jiming's guidance, Gao Lin would have inevitably led the group into the most perilous area on the map due to his dubious title of God of Africa. Easy there, that hurts. Lu Jiming protested, shaking off Gao Lin's hand. What is the plan moving forward? Gao Lin rose, dusting off his trousers. We're heading out. We need to get this little brat to the hospital quickly. Using his water manipulation skill, he levitated Lei Lai like a waterbed. Get ready. This is the moment of miracles. In the next instant, they found themselves at the exit. With a flicker of thought, the spatial transition occurred, and they stood beside the exit. Su Lanlan gasped in awe. What just happened? It's like a spell. Gao Lin had indeed executed it flawlessly. At the entrance of the ruins, Assistant Lian paced restlessly around Lu Runliang, who was surrounded by other Awaken team members. All right, enough already. Can you stop pacing? It's giving me a headache. Lu Runliang pinched the bridge of his nose. His phone had been incessantly ringing all day, from the Su family to the headquarters, bombarding him without respite, though Tian Taishan remained relatively composed. Director, it's been 2 full days with no news. Do you think something might have happened to them? Lu Runliang cast a stern glare at Lian. Find a moment to sew your mouth shut. Just as he finished speaking, he spotted 4 figures emerging from the ruins, their appearances ragged and bearing serious injuries. Wait, 4 of them? Lu Runliang grew anxious, not even having the chance to discern who was who, as they all looked as if they had been struck by lightning. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just as he felt a sense of impending doom, Gao Lin approached, cradling Lei Lai. Director, please arrange for Lei Lai to be taken to the hospital immediately. A sigh of relief escaped Lu Runliang as he gestured for Assistant Li and to make arrangements. 2 days. If you hadn't come out, I would have sent people in to check. After instructing the others to remain on guard, it was evident that the group was utterly fatigued, likely having gone 2 days and nights without sleep. As for everything else, since they had emerged, it was evidently resolved. They would report once everyone had rested. There was plenty of time. Xingye team, Lu Runliang called. The 4 responded, present. Lu Runliang ordered. Now, immediately, return, freshen up, eat, and sleep. Rest well, and await your report. TSK, what did you think? He had managed to give Gao Lin a scare. Following this, a team of medical personnel swiftly approached, examining the group. You're all fine. Just make sure to rest for a few days. The journey back was silent. On the way home, Gao Lin reflected on their adventure in the ruins, concluding that had it not been for the blue pattern on his palm, the others would have been doomed. The higher the level, the more difficult it became to deal substantial damage to the beasts. What was the true nature of this mysterious blue pattern? Initially thought to be a beast control ability, it had become clear through their battles that it was far more complex. What other secrets lay within him? What did Director Lu mean when he said that his life was more valuable than he imagined? Perhaps Lu Runliang knew something, but evidently, it was not yet time to share. Unable to fathom the reasons, Gao Lin attempted to reflect on his past 22 years. He could not recall anything before the age of 3, and the subsequent years were, to put it succinctly, rather mundane. Restraining oneself from divergent thinking, at least for now, is indeed a positive development. What unfolds in the future can be addressed when the time comes. Living in the present moment is of utmost importance. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? Perhaps it will be filled with surprises. Gao Lin quickly reassured himself. The 4 members of Team Starry Night returned to their dormitories, and Gao Lin hastily refreshed himself. His previously slightly lengthy hair had turned a charred black. He decided to grab a razor and swiftly shaved it down to a neat buzz cut. As for Su Lanlan, the mere thought of her brought a smile to his face. He fell into a deep slumber, and upon awakening, he glanced at the time. 18 hours had passed. It was now precisely 4 in the morning. Oh dear, what a peculiar time to awaken. After a simple meal to satiate his hunger, Gao Lin, feeling rather listless, pulled out his phone to scroll through. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, his once indispensable phone had been neglected for far too long. Even plugging it in felt as though it took an eternity to power up. Ding, 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 ding. Upon turning it on, messages flooded in, various news alerts and greetings from green bubbles. Shocking news. A rising star in the entertainment industry has awakened a metal-based ability. Mysterious ruins have surfaced in Xinhui City, and the truth is, residents of Jiangshui City reported hearing enigmatic sounds in the dead of night. A hodgepodge of information filled the screen, with entertainment updates revolving around which celebrity had awakened what peculiar powers. Gao Lin scrolled aimlessly for a while before opening WeChat. 31. The goofball. Lindsay, how have you been these past few days? I must tell you, our base. 32. The goofball. Are you alright? You've been silent. 35. The goofball. Dude, don't scare me like this. Up until yesterday, Gao Lin had intermittently chuckled at the messages from his college roommate and close friend, Song Chihui. Since the incident at the aquarium, all communication within the agency had been through wristbands, rendering his phone little more than an ornament. With any news he had previously consumed filtered through Su Lanlin's device. Well, it had been over a month, so a brief reply wouldn't hurt. At 6 o'clock, while Song Chihui was lost in slumber, Gao Lin sent him a voice message, hoping to rouse him from his sleep. The 17th chapter, The Starry Night Badge. As early April brought a warming trend, the weather in Xinghui City also transitioned from its usual overcast gloom. By 6:30, after organizing reports on the ruins, the horizon began to brighten. April 3rd felt like a splendid day. After printing the documents, he ventured out for a brief workout. Following a quick rest, he retrieved his phone and dialed Song Chihui's number. The prolonged ringing lasted for about 10 seconds before it connected. Holy moly, Lindsay, did you see the news? The aquarium incident. I thought you were done for. You vanished for a month. Are you alright? Did you end up severely injured in the hospital? His friend bombarded him with questions, leaving no room for Gao Lin to respond. He quickly interjected, cutting off Song Chihui's barrage of words. Guess what? I've awakened an ability. I'm working at the Special Investigation Bureau now, and life is treating me rather well. Ignoring Song Chihui's astonishment, Gao Lin continued to reassure him. Just waking you up, change your position, and go back to sleep. With that, he abruptly hung up. Ha ha ha, what a relief. It's been ages since I've indulged in such mischief. It feels rather delightful. Following a series of voice messages from Song Chihui, they engaged in a profound conversation that lasted over half an hour, concluding only after Gao Lin assured his friend that he owed him 3 meals. He sent a message via the wristband to the team members, inquiring about their breakfast preferences and planned to pick something up for them on his way. It was still only a little past 7 when they all gathered at Director Lu's office, swiftly tackling the breakfast tasks while awaiting his arrival. Did you all forget something? Before long, Lu Renliang entered the office, his brow furrowed. Who ate the chive dumplings? The smell is overwhelming. His gaze swept across the group. The others sat upright, while only Su Lanlan glanced around, fixated on the ceiling and preoccupied with her nails, deliberately avoiding Lu Renliang's gaze. Lu Renliang inwardly lamented the situation. Just then, Gao Lin timely offered soy milk and fried dough sticks. Director Lu, I brought you breakfast since you didn't eat. He signaled to Su Lanlan, who quickly understood and rose to open a window for ventilation, returning to her seat with an obedient demeanor. Lu Renliang accepted the breakfast without a word. I've already notified someone to pick up Lei Lai. They should arrive soon. Please wait a moment, and once everyone is here, report on the situation regarding the ruins. Lu Jiming slapped his forehead, realizing something felt amiss. Moments later, Lei Lai entered, knocking on the door. Upon seeing his teammates grinning at him, he huffed. And after reporting to Lu Renliang, he sulkily took a seat. Lu Renliang had finished his breakfast and began brewing tea, signaling that they could commence. Gao Lin stood up to present the report, detailing the size of the ruins, the static fields, magnetic disturbances, weightlessness, canyons, thunder crystal beasts, cave thunder pools, lightning-struck wood, magnetic storm centers, altars, and the core of the ruins. The others also contributed samples of thunder spirit liquid, lightning-struck wood, and thunder crystals as needed. Thank you for your hard work. An A-grade exotic beast appeared in the yellow ruins. Although Gao Lin glossed over the specifics, Lu Renliang was well aware of the perilous circumstances they faced at that time. However, the core of the ruins may need to be borrowed by the Bureau for a while. Gao Lin had no objections. The core served no purpose beyond controlling the ruins, so he readily handed it over. Lu Renliang stroked his bronze ring, and the core vanished with a flash. As compensation, you may keep half of the thunder spirit liquid. Why not the whole amount? Lu Renliang found himself in a bind. He too had to report back. Yet the headquarters was unaware of how much thunder spirit liquid they possessed. He planned to keep half for himself and reserve some for other members of the Bureau. Calculating his moves carefully, bring your Starry Night badges. I will distribute them to you tomorrow, Lu Renliang instructed, pointing at the badge on Gao Lin's chest. Huh, oh alright. Gao Lin replied, slightly bewildered. Meanwhile, Lan Feng, usually inscrutable, displayed a fleeting hint of joy. During this perilous moment within the ruins, the badge's protective effect had not been triggered, suggesting it only mitigated fatal injuries. I will await instructions from headquarters regarding the follow-up on the 16th ruins and will do my utmost to secure commendations for you, Lu Renliang stated solemnly. Before the others could respond, he shifted the conversation. Do you remember the man you brought back from the logistics yard? Bailey? Gao Lin recalled him vividly. Is there any information? With an expressionless demeanor, Lu Renliang blew on his tea, taking a sip. The headquarters conducted a memory search through abilities. He is a leader directly subordinate to the three heads of the Destiny organization, known as the Earthly Fate. Earthly Fate, Gao Lin pondered this designation. Clearly a code name within the Destiny organization. Based on Lu Renliang's earlier explanations of the organization's evolution, it likely derived from the concepts of heaven, earth, and humanity. However, what were their true intentions? Their initial contact stemmed from the aquarium incident, followed by the chaos among ordinary people, suggesting an ongoing experiment. The revelation from Bai Li's memory indicated that the upcoming target for Earthly Fate was Jianshui City. Strangely, Bai Li appeared to be an ordinary person devoid of any spiritual energy, yet he gained the ability to control those in a frenzy with the assistance of Earthly Fate. Lu Renliang continued his explanation. The headquarters issued a directive for your team to assist the Special Investigations Bureau in Jianshui City 2 days hence. The specific intelligence will be revealed upon your arrival in Jianshui City. The group responded affirmatively. Due to the previous incident of a traitor within Shizhuang in Xinhui City, a nationwide wanted notice has been issued for the individual. However, since the chaos at the logistics terminal, there has been no further trace of him, as if he has vanished from the mortal realm. Consequently, the information dissemination within the Special Investigations Bureau has become exceedingly stringent. Even Lu Renliang is only privy to this much, remaining oblivious to the finer details embedded in Bai Li's memories. Lu Renliang then advised the team to rest and recuperate over the next 2 days, inquiring about Gao Lin's thoughts on the third and fourth companion beasts, assuring that he would also keep an eye on their search. Gao Lin expressed his delight, explaining that Bobo is versatile but lacks specialization, serving primarily as a support role, while Yaya excels in defense, embodying a quintessential tank. He summarized the team's abilities. Su Lanlan as a support who has transitioned from being critical of Tang Dao at the aquarium to willingly providing equipment and empowerment. The reconnaissance assassin Lan Feng, the straightforward thunder mage Lei Lai, who specializes in pure offense, and Lu Jiming, a jack-of-all-trades capable of attack, defense, control, and mana recovery. The team is currently in dire need of a beast with robust offensive capabilities, specifically one that is neither of the thunder element, to avoid situations like the one encountered in the relic where thunder-based abilities proved ineffective. Thus, they urgently require a beast of the gold or fire element. Lu Renliang assured them he would be vigilant in the search. Gao Lin, lacking any definite ideas, initiated a discussion with the others. Su Lanlan expressed her desire for an aesthetically pleasing psychic beast, emphasizing its appearance. Lan Feng objected to the psychic element, sensing that his abilities might soon evolve in that direction. Lei Lai suggested acquiring 2 strong offensive beasts, asserting that with his 3, they could decimate any adversary in a single barrage. Lu Jiming, after contemplating for a moment and tossing 3 coins for divination, proclaimed that they would soon encounter a suitable beast. After an extensive discussion with little resolution, they turned to Lu Renliang, requesting a focused search for powerful offensive beasts, particularly those with unique abilities. Lu Renliang deemed it a minor issue, feeling gratified at the enthusiastic exchange among the team members, reminiscent of his own past with a similar group. Upon returning to their small base from the office, in Lu Jiming's dormitory, Gao Lin produced half of the thunder essence and prepared to distribute it evenly among the team. No, Captain, this is compensation from Lu, we cannot accept it. Su Lanlan immediately protested, recognizing its immense value, an indication of its rarity, especially for thunder element awakeners. Lan Feng and Lu Jiming echoed her refusal. Lu Jiming added that non-thunder element awakeners find the effects of the essence akin to regular spirit liquid after their initial 5 drops. Otherwise, at the thunder pool on Tiantai Mountain, he could have taken advantage of it despite his master's vigilance. Lei Lai, pleased, retracted his half-extended hand. He was not thoughtless, but simply hadn't considered the implications, adhering to his usual demeanor of accepting freely. No, we wouldn't have made it out alive this time without every single one of us, Gao Lin asserted firmly. Under Gao Lin's insistence, amidst their back and forth, the team ultimately divided over 200 drops each, while Gao Lin retained over 600. In Su Lanlan's words, Bobo and Yaya are also integral members of the team and should be considered. Gao Lin smiled knowingly. Despite their brief acquaintance of just over a month, they had already become comrades one could trust with their backs. Excitedly, Lei Lai rushed to the training room with his share of thunder essence, exclaiming his intent to enter seclusion for cultivation, aiming for the A level that dazzled everyone's eyes. The vigor of youth is truly remarkable. Just yesterday morning he had been unconscious, and now he was lively and animated. The following day, Lan Feng collected the Starry Night team badges from Lu Renliang. The badges had undergone a significant transformation. Under the light, they shimmered with brilliance. The circular badges were adorned with 3 silver stars along the edges, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. The central body exhibited a profound night sky blue, meticulously polished to emit a captivating sheen. The reverse bore the team's motto, Stars Guide, Night as Companion, inscribed in bold, powerful lettering. A result of the team's collaborative deliberation after Lu Rinliang solicited their input the previous day. Lan Feng explained that each additional star on the badge signifies greater military merit, with a total of 12 ranks, and they currently held 3 stars. Without needing further elaboration, the team understood the significant difficulty in achieving each additional star, indicating that Lu Rinliang had indeed secured them a commendable honor. Gao Lin affixed the badge to his chest. Feeling its cool touch ignite a swell of pride within him, reminiscent of the fantasy of donning military attire during his school days. Chapter 18, The Drowning Case. In the blink of an eye, the team found themselves aboard the train heading to Jiangshui City. As the train traveled, Gao Lin reflected on the news he had previously encountered regarding Jiangshui City. It reported that residents along the Pingjiang River had heard faint, abnormal cries from the water at night, leaving the article lacking in context and closure. Song Chihui happened to be in Jiangshui City as well, and had reached out to Gao Lin before their departure, expressing eagerness to host them and offering assistance should the need arise. Gao Lin's roommate was no ordinary individual. Prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, his family was involved in the garment business, possessing considerable assets. Since university, he had been attentive to Gao Lin's financial struggles, frequently inviting him out for meals and breakfast, often providing help indirectly. By the time they arrived in Jiangshui City, it was already evening, and they had arranged to report to the Special Investigations Bureau the following morning. Gao Lin organized their stay at a guest house near the Pingjiang River for the night. Su Lanlan suggested they explore the area, but the other 3 displayed little interest. Ultimately, only Gao Lin was persuaded to accompany her. The night in Jiangshui City was vibrant, illuminated by lights, with the river breeze carrying a moist atmosphere that embraced them. Gao Lin stood by the river's railing, gazing at the shimmering surface. A slight furrow etched on his brow. Bobo floated silently on his shoulder, its tendrils gently swaying as if attuned to the spiritual energy flowing within the waters. Captain Gao, what are you daydreaming about? Su Lanlan's voice called from behind, approaching with a cup of hot milk tea, her face lit with a cheerful smile. This Jiangshui City is quite lively, far more interesting than Xinghui City. She extended one hand to offer Gao Lin the milk tea while playfully ruffling Bobo's form with the other, leaving Bobo looking both resigned and aggrieved. Gao Lin snapped back to reality, accepting the milk tea with a smile. Indeed, but we are not here for leisure. I know, it's an investigative mission. Su Lanlan pouted. But what do you think of your roommate Song Chihui? I can't shake the feeling that he is a bit peculiar. During their train ride, Gao Lin had shared details about his university roommate, who had offered to assist them. It had now been over a month since the resurgence of spiritual energy, leading to a significant number of awakeners emerging. Online data indicated that over the past month, the population in various regions of the northern country had diminished by 1% due to various anomalies. One must not underestimate that 1%. The northern country is the world's 3rd most populous nation, with a population of 600 million, meaning that 1% equates to over 6 million lives lost. For any reasonable individual, the mere mention of the Special Investigation Bureau would prompt them to steer clear. Tasks associated with this bureau invariably result in significant casualties among ordinary civilians, with the sole exception being Starshine City. Gao Lin did not respond immediately. Song Chihui had been his most trusted roommate during their university years, and they had shared a profound bond over those 4 years on campus. However, during their previous voice conversation, Song Chihui's demeanor had undoubtedly unsettled him. Once Gao Lin broached the topic of the organization known as the Destiny Bearers, his friend consistently evaded the subject, opting instead to discuss matters pertaining to the Special Investigation Bureau, as if he preferred to delve into those topics. Gao Lin sensed that Song Chihui was concealing something, hoping it was merely his overactive imagination. He decided to refrain from overthinking and to wait until they met the following day. He patted Su Lanlan on the shoulder and said, "Let us go. The others are still waiting for us." The next morning, the Starry Night team convened at the Jiangshui City branch of the Special Investigation Bureau to meet with the liaison. Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was a middle-aged female operative, both competent and stern. She handed a stack of case files to Gao Lin, her tone grave. Recently, there have been multiple peculiar drowning incidents in the Pingjiang waters. The deceased all bear strange markings, suspected to be signs of spiritual erosion. Based on the information from headquarters, we initially suspect a connection to the Destiny Bearers. Gao Lin opened the files, horrified by the images of the deceased, whose skin was marred by web-like patterns. These were all targeted, ordinary people, and it was beyond doubt that this was the handiwork of the Destiny Bearers. It bore a resemblance to the previous incident involving rampagers in Starshine City, yet it was distinctly different. The earlier rampagers had been living entities after infection, whereas those found in Jianshui City had all perished. Lu Jiming leaned in to take a look and remarked, "These appear to be the results of some form of spiritual parasitism." Indeed, Zhou Yu nodded in affirmation. "We discovered transparent parasitic entities within the bodies of the deceased, but their origin remains unclear. Has there been any anomalous fluctuation in the spiritual energy concentration in the Pingjiang waters?" Lan Feng suddenly interjected. His clairvoyant abilities rendered him particularly sensitive to changes in spiritual energy, and he had noticed some irregularities the previous night. "Yes," Zhou Yu replied, pulling up a map of spiritual energy distribution. "In the past month, there has been a sudden spike in the spiritual energy concentration in certain areas of Pingjiang. Although the cause is unknown." Gao Lin nodded thoughtfully. "It seems we should commence our investigation in the waters." Lei Lai stood up. "So what should we do?" Su Lanlan nodded, indicating her readiness for instructions. "No need to rush. I will meet someone tonight. During the day, we will spread out to see if we can uncover any additional clues," Gao Lin replied, determining that the team would split into 3 groups to gather information on the deceased. Jianshui City had been thoroughly investigated, and from the deceased's family and social connections, no issues had arisen. They decided to examine the places the victims frequented to identify any commonalities. Gao Lin formed one group, Su Lanlan teamed up with Lan Feng, and Lei Lai partnered with Lu Jiming, and they separated to conduct their investigations. After a long day, they were all exhausted. Gao Lin's investigation led him to a delivery man who had traversed nearly a quarter of Jianshui City before his untimely demise. Except for the time spent recovering the body from the Pingjiang waters, his entire timeline had been consumed with the hustle and bustle of daily life, and he lived alone. Reviewing the community surveillance footage revealed that he had been completely solitary, leaving no actionable leads. Meanwhile, Su Lanlan's inquiries centered on a chef with a remarkably simple social life. According to statements from the restaurant, he had vanished on his day off. "I have some information that might pique your interest," Lu Jiming interjected. Having chosen to investigate a clothing salesperson, this deceased individual worked as a salesperson at a store under Song Chihue's mother's name. Gao Lin was reluctant to associate this case with Song Chihue in any way and promptly examined the deliverman's parcel delivery route. As it turned out, 2 weeks prior, he had indeed delivered a package to Song Chihue. A throbbing sensation coursed through Gao Lin's temples. Reason urged him to investigate Song Chihue, while emotion insisted that it was merely a coincidence. Aside from the anomalies in the Pingjiang waters, this was currently the only lead, Lan Feng remarked. Su Lanlan stepped forward to reassure him. "It's all right, Gao. It could just be a coincidence." That night, Gao Lin discreetly contacted Song Chihue. Upon receiving the call, Song appeared exceptionally cheerful and eagerly offered to assist in the investigation. They arranged to meet at a riverside eatery. "Lin, it's been a while." Song Chihue greeted him with a warm embrace, his face aglow with a smile. "You're doing well, I see, having joined the Special Investigation Bureau." Gao Lin chuckled lightly, patting him on the shoulder. "Not too shabby, and you? How have you been?" Song Chihue's expression momentarily stiffened before he replied with a smile. "Oh, same old. Just passing the time." After they sat down, Gao Lin cautiously broached the subject of the Destiny Bearers, and Song Chihue's eyes immediately flickered, offering only evasive comments. Then, he suggested they investigate the Pingjiang waters together, insisting that something was amiss, before excusing himself to the restroom. Song Chihue had never been adept at lying. Even during their university days, he was easily readable. Gao Lin watched his retreating figure intently. "There's something off," he murmured into his wrist communicator to Lan Feng. "Understood. I'll keep an eye on him," came Lan Feng's voice in response. A few minutes later, Lan Feng sent a message. He is using an encrypted communicator in the restroom to send a message. The content reads, "The target will approach, retreat." Gao Lin's heart sank. Song Chihue. To avoid alarming him, Gao Lin decided to remain still for the time being. Since Song Chihue wanted him to investigate the Pingjiang waters, they would proceed there. That night, the Starry Night team boarded a boat to patrol Pingjiang, hoping to uncover further revelations. Lan Feng stood at the bow, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he scanned the waters in the direction of the boat's movement. Suddenly, he turned to the others and pointed towards a whirlpool in the river's center. "There's a faint spiritual energy fluctuation there. Something lies beneath the surface." Though I couldn't make it out clearly, Gao Lin nodded and summoned Bobo, gesturing for it to dive underwater for reconnaissance. Bobo's tendrils unfurled in the water and quickly relayed information that a cluster of submerged stone pillars, obscured by silt, lay at the riverbed, inscribed with runes. They instructed Bobo to retrieve one of the pillars. It was a fragment over a meter long, with the character for walk awkwardly carved upon it. Lu Jiming approached to inspect it. These runes have a gathering effect on spiritual energy. It appeared that numerous anomalies in the Pingjiang waters were caused by similar pillars. If Song Chihui had sent that message and made an urgent withdrawal, then who was behind this? Someone with capabilities substantial enough to facilitate such a rapid evacuation. After several hours of thorough searching, they discovered nothing further. It was as if that pillar fragment had been deliberately left as a clue for them. A sense of unease gnawed at Gao Lin. The following day, the team, armed with new information from Zhou Yu, ventured to the center of the river, where they discovered abnormalities, guided by the intel. They found Zhou Yu already directing operations, as the boat had retrieved a considerable number of mutated silverfish. These fish possessed fins as sharp as blades and contained toxic spiritual energy. Su Lanlan used her powers to sense the fish and frowned. These fish have been artificially modified. They seem to harbor enhanced spiritual energy. It seems the Destiny Bearers have conducted a significant number of experiments here, Gao Lin stated gravely. At that moment, Lan Feng interjected. There's a broken jade tablet down below. Following Lan Feng's guidance, Bobo surfaced with a half-broken jade tablet. Upon the surface of the inscription left by the Destined Ones, a subtle wave of spiritual energy could still be felt. Chapter 19, The Water Element Spirit Pearl. Lu Jiming conjured a tracing talisman from thin air, tapping into the spiritual fluctuations of the source jade tablet. The talisman soared aloft, rustling in the air, beginning to guide the group towards their destination. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yu, the group followed the talisman's direction, arriving at an abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts of Jianshui City, not far from the Pingjiang River basin. Upon reaching the plant, Lan Feng activated his celestial eye for a thorough examination, while Gao Lin employed electromagnetic sensing. Finding no traces of life, they entered to investigate with a sense of relief. The chemical plant appeared dilapidated, reminiscent of a relic from the last century, seemingly long forsaken. After a meticulous search, they discovered a hidden laboratory deep within. Without Lan Feng's keen insight, they would have certainly overlooked it. Upon entering the laboratory, the air was thick with the pungent scent of formaldehyde, and the tables were cluttered with dissection samples of mutated fish. Connecting this to the incidents involving rampaging entities, Gao Lin surmised that the Destined Ones were orchestrating a grand scheme aimed at transforming ordinary individuals into superhumans. On the walls of the laboratory, a map depicting the distribution of spiritual energy in the Pingjiang waters was marked with red dots, one of which indicated the location they had searched yesterday. In a corner, Lan Feng discovered a safe containing a plethora of transaction details, including records of dealings between Song Chihui and members of the Destined Ones. His presence confirmed Gao Lin's suspicions, causing him to clench his fists, a tumult of emotions swirling within. The transactions detailed the dissemination of parasitic seeds in exchange for wealth, beauty, and other riches. Notably, Song Chihui's transaction sheet indicated that each seed sown would grant his mother an additional half-month of life. Gao Lin's grip tightened, his knuckles cracking in indignation. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the laboratory, and the ground beneath the chemical plant trembled violently. The group made a hasty retreat, but it was too late. The entire structure collapsed instantaneously. Gao Lin quickly summoned Yiya, pulling everyone onto its back, while simultaneously unleashing a formidable yellow-hued shield. Dust and debris enveloped them as the chaos ensued. Once the tumult subsided, Gao Lin guided Yiya out from the rubble. To their astonishment, they discovered a subterranean passage leading to the dark river beneath Pingjiang. Four intact stone pillars emerged before them, pulsating with a vigorous spiritual energy that surged upward, converging at their peaks. At the center of the pillars, a pale blue spirit pearl was voraciously absorbing the spiritual essence from the river. Before they could begin their investigation, Gao Lin shouted a warning. Be cautious. From the depths of the dark river surged 5 serpent-like creatures, their heads resembling monstrous fish, while their tails were serpentine, covered in bony spikes, exuding an aura of ferocity. Class C, Gao Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Such creatures posed little challenge for the Xingye team. Bobo, activate the Silver Frost Domain. Gao Lin commanded. Bobo unleashed a frigid gust, instantly freezing the waters and immobilizing the serpents. Su Lanlan unsheathed her enhanced Tang knife, taking swift strides, and now capable of executing 6 steps. The powerful momentum of her blade, infused with spiritual energy, severed the head of one serpent. Lu Jiming conjured talismans, unleashing a barrage that reduced 2 serpents to mere remnants. Lei Lai, not to be outdone, summoned lightning to swiftly dispatch another, while conjuring a long spear of electricity to eliminate the last one. Lan Feng, observing the Class C classification, remained passive, keeping his celestial eye focused on the surroundings. Just as the group began to relax, Lan Feng suddenly remarked, "There's someone." He swiftly leapt from the shadows to seize a figure, none other than Song Chihui. Caught off guard, Lan Feng faltered, loosening his grip slightly. In an instant, Song Chihui erupted. Breaking free from Lan Feng's hold and sprinting towards the center of the pillars, intent on seizing the spirit pearl. Gao Lin confronted him, the two locking eyes in a tense standoff. Lindsay, don't stop me. Please, they promised to save my mother. But I didn't know it would endanger those two. Song Chihui cried in desperation. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the void, a devilishly charming smile gracing his face as he waved his hand. A powerful spatial wave rippled around Song Chihui, intending to silence him without uttering a word. Sensing the imminent threat, Gao Lin instinctively summoned Yiya, whose massive frame shielded Song Chihui. The impact of the attack shattered Yiya's shell, transforming it into a silver light that returned to Gao Lin's palm. What a pity, the enigmatic man mused, displaying a hint of regret. Had Shi Zhuang been present, he would have recognized this individual as one of the 3 leaders of the Destined Ones, Beast Taming, an S-class spatial element esper. The backlash from Yiya's injury caused Gao Lin to cough up blood, while the starry emblem flickered with silvery light, attempting to mend the damage. Yet, his consciousness began to wane, his gaze fixated on the mocking eyes of the man above as he slowly succumbed to darkness. Thanks to Bobo's symbiotic capabilities, half of the burden was shared, yet Bobo's brilliance dimmed considerably as it stood defiantly before Gao Lin, prepared to confront the enemy with fierce resolve. Captain! Su Lanlan exclaimed in alarm. The members of the Xingye team finally rallied around Gao Lin. Lu Jiming, grave and composed, was surrounded by a flurry of talismans as they faced the sinister figure in the air. Lei Lai's anger flared. Who are you? Do not be alarmed. I lack the time. Beast Taming chuckled, gradually vanishing into thin air. Lindsay, Song Chihui pleaded, rushing to support Gao Lin, repeatedly apologizing. I left you a message on the pillar to help you escape. Lu Jiming assessed Gao Lin's condition. The severe mental trauma from Yiya's injury had rendered him physically weak and internally wounded. He instructed Bobo to perform a healing spell on Gao Lin and asked Lan Feng to contact Zhou Yu for assistance in transporting Gao Lin to the hospital. Lei Lai glared at Song Chihui, wary of his potential for further mischief. Lu Jiming scrutinized the stone pillars, then produced talismans, weaving intricate hand seals. A network of golden lines unfurled in the air, gradually enveloping the spirit pearl, eventually sealing it successfully. The surrounding pillars ceased their gathering of spiritual energy, and the essence of Pingjiang began to stabilize. Gao Lin was transported to the hospital for treatment as the Xingye team, under Zhou Yu's guidance. Briefed Director Qin of the Jiangshui City Special Investigation Bureau about the anomalies in the Pingjiang waters and the circumstances surrounding the drowned victims, presenting the transaction records found in the chemical plant safe. However, Song Chihui's transaction was conspicuously absent, leading the team to conclude that they would have to wait for their captain to regain consciousness before making any decisions regarding him. Director Qin warmly invited the team to dinner, but their spirits were dampened, leading to a brief summary before they returned to the hospital to keep vigil over Gao Lin. After the Xingye team departed, Director Qin's expression darkened, seething with rage. Bring in those worthless fools, he bellowed. A dozen leaders, including Zhou Yu, faced a torrent of scathing rebuke. While the Xingye team had resolved the issue in 2 days, their bureau had made little substantive progress over the course of half a month. Headquarters would undoubtedly impose penalties, but that did not prevent him from first reprimanding his subordinates. The volatile atmosphere within the Jiangshui City Special Investigation Bureau was palpable. Upon learning the cause of Gao Lin's fainting spell, Director Liu immediately leveraged his connections to procure a miraculous elixir. After consuming it, Gao Lin remarkably regained consciousness within a mere 2 days. When the captain awoke, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group, with all but Lan Feng resuming their usual carefree demeanor. During these days, Song Chihui had been diligently tending to Gao Lin in the hospital, harboring a sense of envy for Gao Lin's camaraderie. Had it not been for his mother's predicament, perhaps he too could have engaged in the playful banter reminiscent of their university days. Alas, those times were irretrievably lost. Once Gao Lin's spirits had somewhat improved, he sought a private conversation with Song Chihui. It was revealed that his mother had suddenly begun experiencing severe headaches, with medical examinations yielding no discernible issues, only to subsequently fall into a deep coma. At that juncture, an individual claiming to be from the Fated One's organization approached him, asserting that fulfilling certain demands would restore his mother's health. The subsequent events unfolded as Gao Lin and his companions had investigated. He complied with the organization's directives, disseminating parasitic seeds on 2 occasions. During this tumultuous process, Song Chihui also awakened his blood-related abilities, managing to conceal this from the Fated Ones as they attempted to exert control over him, all while feigning a continued search for a means to save his mother. He had an inkling that his mother's coma was orchestrated by the Fated Ones, prompting him to commence an investigation until Gao Lin's notification of his arrival in Jiangshui City, at which point he sought to dissuade Gao Lin from getting involved. The Fated Ones, under the impression that he was under their control, relaxed their vigilance, allowing him to clean up the aftermath. The stone pillar in Jiangxin was a deliberate placement on his part, as was the safe in the chemical factory. Regarding the spiritual pearl, his original intent was to ascertain whether it could aid in saving his mother. After their discourse, Song Qihui finally relaxed from his previously tense state. Yet Gao Lin harbored an unsettling feeling that all these events were somehow directed at him, including the spiritual pearl, which seemed intentionally left for him. Particularly, the enigmatic man's sardonic expression did not seem indicative of a genuine intent to eliminate him. There remained an abundance of uncertainties. Ultimately, Song Qihui's fate was sealed when Lu Renliang ordered his remote detention for interrogation at the Special Investigation Bureau. However, Gao Lin secretly implored for an opportunity to atone for his transgressions, also requesting Lu's assistance in relocating his mother to Xinghui City for treatment. Before parting, Song Qihui visited the hospital room, slipping a note to Gao Lin that hastily read, "Beware of the lunar eclipse. He has infiltrated the upper echelons of the Special Investigation Bureau." Following this, Song Qihui was taken away. A week later, Gao Lin stood by the riverside, gazing at the now tranquil waters, though his heart was tumultuous. Bobo floated gently on his shoulder, its tentacles swaying softly as if to offer solace. "Captain Gao, we must depart. You've sustained serious injuries and should not be exposed to the cold wind for long." Su Lanlan's voice chimed in beside him, accompanied by Lu Jiming, Lan Feng, and Lei Lai, who also regarded him. "Let us go," Gao Lin murmured softly, turning away from the riverbank. Recently, Director Lu had communicated that a formidable beast from the assault division was ready, promising to surprise Gao Lin upon his return. Let time unravel the mysteries. All inquiries shall eventually find their answers. It is time to return to Xinghui City, the very origin of it all. As for the other conspiracies aimed at me, they will inevitably come knocking, he pondered. Chapter 20. The Beastly Lobster at the Xinghui City Special Investigation Bureau. Lu Renliang gazed with satisfaction upon the resplendent lobster before him, its length exceeding 3 meters, with claws that appeared razor-sharp. Lu had exerted considerable effort for this endeavor and was confident Captain Gao would be pleased. Lian chimed in, affirming Lu's expectations. "This Captain Gao is a man of exceptional capability. It seems the earthly decree is at least an S rank based on the information currently held by the Special Investigation Bureau." Since regaining consciousness, Gao Lin had been striving to communicate with the sea turtle, and it was only today, during their return journey, that it finally awoke. He produced the Thunder Spirit liquid, instructing Bobo to present it, ensuring proper care. Such heavenly treasures were beneficial for healing injuries. Coupled with Bobo's occasional healing assistance, he believed recovery would soon be attainable. This time, he had underestimated the situation. Who could have foreseen that a mere casual strike from the enigmatic man would nearly spell disaster for Gao Lin? Finally back, Su Lanlan exclaimed joyfully the moment she stepped out of the station. She immediately suggested a lavish meal, followed by a determination to train rigorously to avenge their previous encounter with the enigmatic man. Meanwhile, the usually lively Lei Lai appeared much more composed after their journey through Jiangxi City, lost in thought. Lu Jiming tucked away his phone, declaring, "The Bureau's vehicle has arrived. Let us proceed. I heard the director has prepared a new beast for the captain. Let us go see." Gao Lin, now intrigued, called for his companions as they filed into the vehicle. Upon returning to the Bureau, the routine of presenting reports resumed. Although some details had already been communicated, it was imperative to clarify certain aspects in person for the Bureau's comprehensive analysis. "Director, this is the spiritual pearl from beneath the chemical factory." Lu Jiming presented the pale blue orb, its glow slightly dimmed due to its seal, rippling with occasional water-like patterns. Lu Renliang displayed no surprise, appearing familiar with the object. He took the pearl, assessing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within. This should be entrusted to Gao Lin. Let Bobo absorb the spiritual energy within. It should elevate Bobo to B rank. He then commenced an explanation. In the Northern Kingdom, there exist 12 spiritual pearls, of which the Special Investigation Bureau currently possesses 4: wind, darkness, earth, and wood. The pearls themselves lack inherent powers. They merely accelerate cultivation, allowing the user to absorb the contained spiritual energy and facilitate self-recovery. They are akin to self-recharging power banks. The water-type pearl in the possession of the Fated Ones is information previously unknown to the Special Investigation Bureau. The headquarters had long since mandated that all resources in Xinghui City be prioritized for Team Xingya. Gao Lin, recognizing the urgency of enhancing his strength, welcomed the opportunity. The adversaries he would encounter in the future were likely to grow increasingly formidable, should the next opponent prove stronger. What then if even Yaya and Bobo's symbiosis could not withstand the onslaught? Summoning Bobo, Lu Jiming swiftly performed the necessary incantations to break the pearl's seal. Bobo immediately enveloped the water-type pearl with its 4 appendages, eagerly beginning to absorb its energy. Bobo, Gao Lin said, stroking its umbrella-like form, you must give it your all. With a flicker of blue light, he stored Bobo back into his spatial realm. Following the directives from headquarters, our Special Investigation Bureau in Xinhui City will fully support your strength enhancement, Lu Renliang proclaimed with a sweeping gesture. Wow, there's something for us too. Su Lanlan exclaimed with delight, while Lei Lai nodded in agreement. Lan Feng remained inscrutable. Lei Lai. Lu Renliang's voice rose, summoning attention. Lei Lai stood abruptly, a hint of excitement in his tone as he replied, present. From this moment forth, the first team members will be entirely responsible, led by you to the 16th relic. The extent of your enhancement will depend on your own capabilities. After this declaration, Lian led the first team members into the office. Are we leaving now? Lei Lai asked, bewildered, having just returned from a lengthy train journey and still adjusting to his seat. The personnel dispatched from headquarters, along with the Special Investigation Bureau in Xinhui City, had thoroughly surveyed the 16th relic, marking all hazardous areas. Extensive research had been conducted on the mutated organisms and flora within. Thunderstrike wood was identified as a premier forging material, capable of augmenting the attack strength of lightning-type abilities while diminishing the impact of lightning-based attacks. The crystalline essence within the mutated Thunderstruck wood can be directly absorbed by individuals with similar abilities, adhering to principles of sustainable development. Researchers have embarked on studies concerning the mutation of Thunderstruck wood, aiming to cultivate and control these mutations artificially. Additionally, vast deposits of thunder crystals have been discovered in the layers of thunder crystal beasts, and mining operations have commenced. Although the magnetic storm center within the ruins poses dangers, it presents an exceptional training ground for those wielding thunder abilities, provided one is adequately prepared. Reluctantly, Lei Lai spoke up, asking if they could not wait until tomorrow, as he had yet to see the captain's new pet beast. Before he could finish his sentence, a glance from Director Liu prompted him to promptly shut his mouth. All right, Director, I'll set out immediately. As he turned to leave, he noticed his teammates smiling at him with expressions suggesting they would not see him off. Su Lanlan even waved goodbye. Lei Lai huffed, refusing to glance back at his teammates who remained silent, his retreating figure exuding determination akin to a soldier heading into battle, yet still embodying the traits of a child. Lu Renliang shook his head and smiled after his departure, his tone softening as he addressed Lanlan. Director, I'm here, responded Su Lanlan, donning a hat and bobbing her short hair. Gao Lin had long been puzzled as to whether she wore a wig. Upon exiting the ruins, only Lu Jiming's hair remained unscathed. The rest of the team, including Lei Lai, had suffered singed locks, transforming his once vibrant red mane into a cropped style. The two conversing remained oblivious to Gao Lin's racing thoughts. This, Lu Renliang began, producing a white porcelain vial, is a newly developed awakening pill made from herbal materials sourced from Ruin 1. I've already discussed it with your grandfather, and he mentioned it depends on your willingness. Awakening pill? What is it for? Haven T, I already awakened? Su Lanlan inquired, perplexed. Lu Renliang regarded her with kindness. For those yet to awaken, it offers a 50% chance of doing so. For those who have already awakened, it can randomly alter or enhance their abilities. Lu Renliang shook the vial in his hand, akin to a playful tease. Would you like to give it a try? The Bureau had meticulously studied Su Lanlan's abilities. Her initial 3 skills bore some redundancy, leading to a decision made after extensive discussions with the elder of the Su family. I'll give it a try, she declared without hesitation, accepting the white porcelain vial. Following their recent team missions, she sensed her powers, aside from acceleration enhancement, lacked significant impact. The spiritual energy equipment remained in its developmental stage, with the highest level currently at Grade A, crafted by her grandfather. Her equipment's enhancements were of little assistance to the current team. Lu Renliang smiled encouragingly, reminding her that training should not be neglected. He then produced 2 more white porcelain vials. These are your spiritual energy pills, one for you and one for Lu Jiming. Su Lanlan accepted them gratefully, tossing one to Lu Jiming. She recognized this type, having consumed it before. It was among the initial medicinal concoctions researched by headquarters, effective only for grade B and below, and scarce due to the rarity of raw materials. Every herb harvested from Ruin 1 diminished the available stock, as those containing spiritual energy were notoriously difficult to cultivate, relying on a few awakened individuals with abilities to assist in plant growth. Lan Feng, you should return to headquarters, Lu Renliang instructed. Lan Feng hesitated, expressing his ability to train without additional resources. Lu Renliang spoke earnestly. You know that only by doing so can you achieve greater heights and protect those you wish to safeguard. After much inner conflict, Lan Feng finally resolved, all right. The remaining 3 were left bewildered. Gao Lin, Su Lanlan, and Lu Jiming exchanged rapid glances. What is going on? Gao Lin queried. Is it a tale of a wealthy heir falling for a farmer's daughter, with the family intervening and the heir running away? Su Lanlan shrugged. I have no idea. I haven't heard any gossip from headquarters or Kyoto. Lu Jiming quickly attempted calculations. I don't know. I can't figure it out. Lu Renliang gazed in exasperation at the trio, who were engaged in silent communication and rapped on the table. Only then did they sit up straight, though their eyes continued to dart towards Lan Feng. Let us go see the new pet beast I've arranged for you, Lu Renliang announced as he rose. All right, director. After you, please take care, Gao Lin exclaimed, instantly springing into action, holding doors and offering assistance with exaggerated enthusiasm. Who is this? Su Lanlan asked. I don't know, Lu Jiming replied. Following a rapid exchange of glances, Lan Feng also stood to follow, all curious about the third pet beast Lu Renliang had prepared for the captain. Unfortunately, Lei Lai had no such fortune, as he was likely already at Thunder Sound Mountain by this time, descending to the 7th underground level. The previously devoured marine creatures were now inhabited by various exotic beasts. Lu Renliang disregarded the others, ultimately arriving at a shallow tank draped in black cloth, creating an air of mystery. Clearing his throat, Lu Renliang coughed, prompting the four to stand at attention. Assistant Li and yanked the cloth away, and the sudden burst of golden light caused the four to squint. Su Lanlan shielded her eyes with her hands, peeking through her fingers. Wow, what a magnificent lobster. Wait, a lobster? Gao Lin's eyes adjusted to the golden light, revealing a majestic 3-meter-long golden lobster. He momentarily choked, forgetting to assess its information. Ha, Captain, when you're old, you can open a seafood restaurant and make a fortune. Su Lanlan teased. Lu Jiming chimed in. It looks tender. Those massive claws would make for a delectable roast. And lobsters can regenerate, you know? Even Lan Feng couldn't help but smile at the sight. The golden lobster, initially exuding confidence, inched closer to the corner upon sensing their gazes. The human world was indeed perilous, where one could be devoured at a moment's notice. Gao Lin covered his face with one hand, lamenting that he would never escape the world of seafood. Lu Renliang playfully slapped the back of Gao Lin's head, exclaiming, This was exchanged from Sea City's miracle team. Don't be ungrateful. It's precious. Take a good look. The brat was unaware of the effort Lu Renliang had exerted. As long as the creature's skills were impressive and met the criteria for a strong offensive type, its appearance mattered little. Even if it had the form of a mosquito, he would gladly form a contract with it. No, Director, I trust your judgment. But I just feel like I'm completely tied to seafood now, Gao Lin said, swiftly dodging another playful slap from Lu Renliang. Approaching the lobster, he focused, his palm glowing with blue light as he accessed the information in his mind. Indeed, it perfectly aligned with his aspirations and requirements. He immediately stood straight and bowed, thanking the director profusely. Your generosity is beyond measure. I vow to serve you in my next life. Lu Renliang waved his hand, interrupting. All right, enough of that. Hurry and contract it, then clear out. You're in my way. With that, he departed with Lian. Gao Lin executed a deep bow as he watched Lu Renliang leave, before turning to the golden lobster, rubbing his hands together. Hee, little lobster, here I come. The three bystanders internally groaned. This is simply unbearable to watch. Chapter 21. A Call for Help from the Sea. Having had 2 complete experiences in contracting pet beasts, Gao Lin borrowed Lan Feng's dagger once more and inflicted a small wound upon his left hand. Poor thing, it had suffered thrice in a month. Bathed in the blue glow from his palm, the golden lobster rapidly completed its evolution. Indeed, the ability Gao Lin had named evolution would activate as long as a seafood product was illuminated by the blue light, regardless of its appearance or abilities. The transformation is nothing short of an evolution. As the radiance dissipated, the golden lobster had grown in size, no longer emitting its own light. Its armor now shimmered with countless tiny particles that flowed languidly. It was not merely gold. Its hue resembled that of golden silkwood, imbued with a sense of vibrant life. Species, lobster. Level, B. Talent, mutation. Skills, penetration, corrosion, enhancement, stacking, frenzy, shuttling, exemption, amplification, weakening, lordship. Description, a lobster endowed with the talent of mutation. Possessing considerable intelligence after the resurgence of spiritual energy, it showcases extraordinary abilities post its evolution through the blue markings. Gao Lin couldn't help but smile broadly at the array of skills. Though devoid of any direct attack capabilities, it was replete with various buffs, capable of overwhelming foes with a single claw under stacked conditions. Lu Ju truly is a benevolent soul. Were he to seek out such a creature himself, who knows where he would have started in such a perilous world? Previously, he had considered venturing into the deep mountains to search for terrestrial beasts. But Lu Ju had dissuaded him, warning him against reckless abandon with a grave demeanor. Conversely, he dismissed the other ordinary creatures without talents. Much like those on the 7th floor, finding none to his liking aside from the golden lobster, which had dramatically elevated his standards since the beginning. It was a pity about the few whale sharks from the aquarium. They were formidable beings as well. Yet now, he was on the verge of acquiring a third companion. Reminding himself to be content. How many could boast such prowess as his, with 2 skills at level 1? He chuckled, planning to bring Lu Ju some soy milk and fried dough sticks next time, for the old man had been exceptionally kind to their Starry Night team, diligently nurturing them. Lu Ju retorted, "I'm not even 50. What old man?" Satisfied, he formed a contract with the golden lobster, naming it Jingguang. Su Lanlan, standing nearby, remarked that the name was less appealing than shrimp, to which Gao Lin, acknowledging his ineptitude at naming, conceded. The energy feedback from the contract made Gao Lin feel he had reached the sea level threshold. He merely awaited Bobo to digest the energy from the spirit pearl, after which he would promptly ascend to be level. As for leveling up, it was a matter of mere effort, simple and straightforward. When he bid farewell to Lan Feng, he left with a promise to return swiftly. Su Lanlan mentioned her intent to find a place for cleansing and renewing her essence, embarking on a journey of destiny alteration. Left behind were Gao Lin and Lu Jiming, exchanging glances. In less than half a day, the Starry Night team had dwindled to just the 2 of them guarding their stronghold. A month passed, and apart from their regular training, Gao Lin and Lu Jiming occasionally undertook tasks around Xinghui City. Over 2 months since the resurgence of spiritual energy, various terrestrial creatures, albeit weak, had begun to awaken. Xinghui City witnessed incidents involving mutated beasts causing harm or death, primarily stemming from rampaging rodents or swarms of aggressive bees. However, the city's vastness meant that the Special Investigations Bureau could not address every situation promptly. Fortunately, any task they participated in was resolved at lightning speed, leading to the Starry Night team's reputation growing ever more illustrious among their colleagues. Su Lanlan and Lei Lai had returned as well, with Su Lanlan experiencing significant advancements. Having ascended to B-level, the updated skill effects astonished everyone. E-level granted mental recovery, D-level enhanced attack, and B-level directly conferred teleportation ability, albeit with a 3-day cooldown. An invaluable escape tactic. Lei Lai returned somewhat disheartened, believing he could break through to A-level. Lan Feng had yet to return, nor had any news been received, leaving them puzzled. They sought Lu Ju for information, who merely dismissed their concerns, assuring them that he would be back soon, urging them not to worry. In the ensuing days, Bobo and Yiya both ascended to B-level, and Gao Lin also advanced through 2 substantial energy feedbacks. During this period, the Northern Kingdom's governmental response and meticulous planning had stabilized the national situation, with the Special Investigations Bureaus across various cities now adequately staffed. Awakened individuals among the general populace began to emulate the Special Investigations Bureau, forming teams for exploration in the wilderness, seas, and deserts. The government supported these civilian endeavors, establishing communal halls in various departments where teams could officially register and undertake or post missions, resembling a mercenary guild. Subsequently, the government announced that 3 months later, a national team competition would be organized, open to all ages, provided the teams consisted solely of awakened individuals and had registered officially for over a week. From counties to cities, provinces, culminating in a national final, the Starry Night team, consisting of 4 members, found this news particularly enticing, as Lu Ju emphasized the importance of not only bringing glory to Xinghui City, but also the allure of the grand prizes. The members of the Starry Night team remarked, "Prizes are secondary. Our primary goal is to bring honor to Xinghui City." With the backing of the Xinghui City Special Investigations Bureau, they could directly participate in the provincial competition, as Xinghui City itself served as the provincial capital, sparing them from unnecessary preliminary battles. Once the official announcement spread, the nation buzzed with excitement, capturing the attention of all, young and old alike. Meanwhile, in Kyoto City, Huang Qin, dressed lightly, finally spotted Lan Feng at the headquarters of the Special Investigations Bureau, accompanied by a sharply dressed young man. Lan Feng did not spare her a glance and walked past. The formally attired man blocked his path, stating, Qin is speaking to you." Lan Feng forcefully pushed aside the obstructing Qin Tianhao, retorting, "This is none of your concern." Though he paused his steps. "Wow, how much you've changed," Huang Qin remarked, twirling her hair playfully. "What is this? In less than half a year, you're eager to distance yourself from us? You know well what you've done," Lan Feng replied coldly, striding away without further ado. Huang Qin glared at his retreating figure, and once he was out of sight, she turned her attention to Qin Tianhao, saying, "Had you not intervened, I would have succeeded. No rush. In 3 months, at the national competition, he will return. I hear the Starry Night team is quite intriguing," Qin Tianhao replied, a shadow crossing his face. "Indeed, He has only just reached B level. It's quite the blow to him, Huang Qin remarked, her demeanor shifting. Her displeasure evident as she bit her teeth at the latter part of her statement. Qin Tianhao, ensuring no one was around, whispered, Qin, be cautious with your words. Huang Qin rolled her eyes, dismissing his concerns. Why worry? Now that it's out in the open, we must seize it. Return and ensure the others train hard. Lan Feng and the Starry Night team will not leave Kyoto unscathed next time. The two departed, oblivious to a figure that materialized in the air after their exit, murmuring. So there are hidden truths. As if recalling something, the figure vanished into thin air, swiftly departing toward its destination. Upon Lan Feng's return to Xinghui City, he was warmly welcomed by his companions. Welcome back, Ice Block, Su Lanlan exclaimed, organizing Lei Lai to fire off celebratory cannon blasts directed at Lan Feng. Gao Lin and Lu Jiming were also laughing heartily nearby. Thank you, everyone. Lan Feng inexplicably felt a warmth in his heart, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This sensation was truly delightful. That almost imperceptible smile was precisely captured by Gao Lin. Wow, Lan Feng, did you just smile? Is that true? Come on, big Ice Block, share a smile with us. Lu Jiming and Su Lanlan began to tease him. Lei Lai remained silent, pondering why he had not received such treatment upon returning to the team. Heaven, discern loyalty from treachery. Treat us differently. Humph. The entire Starry Night team had assembled, all at B grade. After reporting back to the Special Investigation Bureau, at the strong insistence of Su Lanlan, they decided to indulge in hot pot. After a month of busy schedules, it had been a while since they gathered together, and during the meal, they listened to Su Lanlan recount her recent activities. You have no idea. That awakening pill is truly unfit for human consumption. There were times when the pain nearly caused me to faint, Su Lanlan exclaimed, while skillfully picking up tripe. Unfortunately, it is only effective when consumed once. Otherwise, I would have had Grandpa procure a few more for me to thoroughly wash away my skills. Initially, Gao Lin thought this item was incredibly powerful. If someone wealthy and powerful got their hands on it, what kind of monster could they potentially create? However, after hearing Lu Jiming's explanation, he learned that the randomness was significant. It was primarily taken by unawakened high-ranking individuals, among those who had already awakened. Besides the two who initiated the experiments, Su Lanlan was the first to dare consume it. It could easily render one's most favored and adept skills useless. And with the limited number of awakening pills available, no one was willing to gamble on such slim odds. Just as the conversation was heating up, their wristbands began to vibrate, emitting red light. Red emergency alert. The Destiny organization has emerged in the fishing villages within the jurisdiction of Linhai City, with a large number of mutated sea beasts appearing along the coast, urgently requesting assistance. As soon as the information was received, Director Lu's voice connected through Gao Lin's wrist. Members of the Starry Night team, prepare to depart for support. Helicopters have already been dispatched to retrieve you. Gao Lin affirmed, understood. What is the Destiny organization up to again? Linhai City managed to endure the beast mutations during the spiritual energy revival without seeking aid from Xinghui City. So this situation must be dire. In Shiliang City, within an ordinary office of a teaching building, the enigmatic man who had previously injured Gao Lin was casually half-sitting on a desk, one hand propped up while the other twirled a pen. Actions have already commenced in Linhai City. A 30-something female teacher, wearing black-framed glasses, sat at her desk grading papers, offering no reply. Seeing her lack of response, the enigmatic man grew impatient. Are you addicted to being a teacher or something? The bespectacled teacher finally replied, understood. The enigmatic man calmed his irritation. Suit yourself. I have notified you, I'm off. As he spoke, the space around him began to ripple, and he slowly vanished, his pen landing precisely in the pen holder on the desk. Chapter 22, Undercurrents. In a certain part of Linhai City, a burly man lay in bed, coughing incessantly, struggling to rise as he searched for something. Shi Zhuang, if you can't handle the afternoon, let someone else take over. Many of my sisters are eager for it. Sun Meichi remarked coldly from the side. Seeing that Shi Zhuang did not respond, she continued to mock him. Just look at the three of you. Wu, Si, and Mo. All of you messed things up, and yet the earth deity didn't take your lives. As she spoke, Sun Meichi stood and walked to the bedside. I owe you one. If you hadn't abandoned Zhang Quan, Fat Zhang, and fled, he wouldn't be dead, and I wouldn't have had to step up. Shi Zhuang replied, his head wrapped in bandages, obscuring his vision. He finally found a cup and took a sip of water to soothe his dry throat before hoarsely speaking. Don't get too pleased with yourself. I completed my mission in Linhai City. If you mess up later, your fate won't be any better than mine. TSK. It took losing over half the manpower to achieve this, and I'm left half dead. Do I need you to remind me? Sun Meichi scoffed as she exited. Foolish. Once she departed, Shi Zhuang muttered two words under his breath, and the room fell silent, save for the intermittent sounds of coughing. Linhai City is the southernmost provincial capital of the north, adjacent to the South China Sea. Before the revival of spiritual energy, Linhai City was the preferred destination for coastal tourism and vacations in the north. At this moment, the Starry Night team had arrived above Linhai City. From the aerial view, the city appeared as a triangular landmass jutting into the South China Sea, surrounded by water on three sides. As the plane descended, they could see the coastline. The defensive line of Linhai City was approximately 3 kilometers from the shore, constructed atop the foundations of prior residential buildings, forming a grand and impressive circle around the city. However, it was evident that countless mutated sea beasts were relentlessly emerging from the ocean, attacking the defenses in a siege-like manner. This isn't right, Lu Jiming remarked, confused. Without any warning, only Linhai City among all coastal regions of the north is under attack. Gao Lin was equally perplexed about how the Destiny organization had instigated such a massive assault of mutated sea beasts, reminiscent of the previous chaos at the aquarium. In the aftermath of the rampaging entities and the parasitic beings from Jiangshui City, researchers discovered that the Destiny organization was extracting the genes of marine mutated creatures and conducting experiments on humans using some form of supernatural ability. Given the limited information from past encounters with the Destiny organization, it was too little to draw any conclusions. This time, the support from Xinhui City was led by the Xinhui team along with action teams 1 through 5, totaling 30 members. Upon arriving at the Linhai City Special Investigation Bureau, they encountered a 5-member squad, 3 men and 2 women, dressed in matching gray and white uniforms adorned with swirling patterns. Aside from their heads and hands, they revealed no other skin. The leader approached Gao Lin, extending his hand for a handshake. "Hello, I am Ji Chuan, captain of the Miracles team from Haizhou City. Pleasure to meet you," Gao Lin replied, shaking Ji Chuan's hand and expressing gratitude for the lobster gold exchange with the director. "I want to keep you. You've just arrived, right? Go see Director Zhao. We arrived yesterday, and these sea beasts seem endless. We have tasks at hand, so let us catch up later." After exchanging pleasantries, Ji Chuan led his team away. After they passed, Lei Lai exclaimed, "In this 30-degree weather, don't they find it hot wrapped up like that?" Su Lanlan pretended to cover her mouth. "The poor kid hasn't even walked far." Sure enough, not far away, a girl turned and coldly remarked, "We come with our own air conditioning. No need for the red-haired non-mainstream to worry." "Wow, wait," Lei Lai began, but was quickly silenced by Lu Jiming, who urged him to move along. "Come on, this isn't a day out. Can't you see the situation is urgent? Director Zhao is waiting." Director Zhao Dahai was a portly middle-aged man. With thinning hair, he had aged even more since stabilizing Linhai City after the revival of spiritual energy. With the emergence of sea beasts attacking, he felt that once this was over, he could retire to a life of solitude. The sea beasts had begun to attack in waves 3 days prior. Initially, their numbers were manageable, much like the situation immediately following the revival, which Linhai City could easily handle. As time progressed, the situation escalated without interruption, leading to significant personnel losses. The following day, Director Zhao hastily dispatched a plea for assistance, prompting neighboring cities to urgently mobilize their personnel to provide support, which allowed them to endure until today. Investigators were continuously dispatched in an attempt to delve into the matter, yet the sheer number of sea beasts rendered their efforts futile. Those sent out either engaged in combat with the beasts or were forever silenced. Submerged in the depths of the ocean, with no other recourse, they sought aid from Xinhui City, having heard of the Beastmasters Awaken there, all of whom possessed dominion over sea creatures. Zhao Dahai succinctly outlined the situation, gulping down half a bottle of water and absent-mindedly smoothing his sparse hair before continuing. "Therefore, I implore your Xingye team to assist in the investigation. If the source of the problem remains elusive, we will have to urgently evacuate the populace. However, in Luhai City, everything will be lost." As Zhao sighed, he lamented that local residents, unless absolutely necessary, seldom relinquished everything they had worked for throughout their lives in their city. "I beg of you all," Zhao Dahai truly finds himself devoid of alternatives. Surrounded by the sea and under siege, no amount of high-level awakened individuals in Luhai City would suffice, and the reinforcements from other cities cannot remain here at all times. Gao Lin swiftly sidestepped to avoid Zhao Dahai's bow and helped him up. "Director Zhao, your words are too heavy. This is our duty and our mission, one we cannot shirk." Upon exiting, Gao Lin promptly instructed the first team of 5 to follow the leads provided by Zhao to investigate. The remaining teams, 2 through 5, comprising 20 individuals, were directed to assist at the defense line. Any relief, however small, would be beneficial. Su Lanlan inquired, "Captain, what about us? What shall we do?" Gao Lin glanced at Lu Jiming and replied, "Let us first head to the defense line and assess the current situation with the sea beasts. Old Lu, choose a direction." Lu Jiming produced a divination plate, murmuring incantations. The result indicated the south. The decision not to commence the investigation with the Destiny organization stemmed from prior encounters with them. After this group completed their plans, unless the opposing party chose to reveal themselves, such as Zhang Quan, Shi Zhuang, Bai Li, and the enigmatic man, there had been no effective information from anyone else, including subsequent investigations by the Special Investigation Bureau. All those who had taken action seemed to vanish into thin air. Would this time be different? Could someone from the Destiny organization actively reveal themselves? Thus, one team was assigned to investigate, while the others would explore alternate avenues. Surely one side would yield results. The coastal defense had descended into chaos. The scene was starkly different from observations made from above. The air was filled with the roars of sea beasts, the sounds of cannon fire, and various elemental powers illuminating the battlefield in a kaleidoscope of colors. The sea breeze carried the acrid scent of blood and gunpowder, as sea beasts were continuously vanquished, only to be replaced by fresh waves of attackers. Fortunately, the reinforcements from various locations managed to keep the sea beasts at bay, approximately 100 meters from the defense line. With only a few stray beasts being dealt with by the melee fighters stationed on the walls. Within the defense line, makeshift camps had been established, where resting awakened individuals and those wounded were receiving treatment. In stark contrast to the external turmoil, the internal operations were orderly and efficient, with a significant number of ordinary, unawakened individuals present. Xingye team, all members mobilize. Gao Lin commanded in a low voice. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lei Lai darted out of the defense line with a flash, wreaking havoc among the sea beasts. His lightning chain skill was tailor-made for group combat. Each flash of electricity could fell numerous sea beasts. Gao Lin surveyed the battlefield, noting that most were below B rank, with only a few at that level. Alleviating his concerns for Lei Lai's safety, he waved his hand to summon 3 of his beast companions. The sea turtle Yaya now possessed a new skill called Spirit Devour after reaching B rank, allowing it to absorb a portion of the spiritual energy contained within any unbroken attacks. With a protective shield in place, it charged into the throng of sea beasts, trampling and executing swift maneuvers, effectively eliminating waves of attackers. Meanwhile, the lobster, Jingguang, unleashed its fury, activating all its skills except for the berserk mode. Its body radiated a golden glow, and with a sweep of its massive claws, it cleared a swath of foes. As it accumulated kills, its attack power and speed increased, enhanced further by its teleportation skill, allowing it to weave through the mass of sea beasts and create significant gaps in their ranks, surpassing even Lei Lai and Yaya. The aura surrounding Jingguang continued to intensify. If one were to identify the most visually captivating combatant, it would undoubtedly be Bobo, whose abilities in water manipulation and silver frost froze everything within a 100-meter radius into ice sculptures, easily shattered by subsequent sea beasts. Gao Lin maintained a steady barrage of water spells, augmenting Bobo's new B-rank toxin ability, unleashing a torrential rain of toxic droplets upon the sea beasts. The relentless onslaught trapped the incoming sea beasts within a designated area. On the other side, Su Lanlan empowered the surrounding awakened individuals with enhanced attack and speed, while also applying elemental effects to various artillery and psionic weaponry. The projectiles launched bore diverse elemental enhancements, significantly amplifying their lethality. Meanwhile, Lan Feng, armed solely with dual daggers, darted about, finishing off any gaps in the defense line. Lu Jiming, however, did not engage in combat. Instead, he sat cross-legged atop the defensive wall, extracting spiritual energy from the bodies of deceased sea beasts and utilizing transmission skills to replenish the energy of nearby awakened individuals who were running low. Following the Xingye team's engagement in battle, the southern defense line experienced a marked alleviation. A recently rotated awakened individual gazed at the unfolding scene in awe. Is this the power of a team with a code name? Previously, he had heard tales of the miracle team's might from the west, but had been skeptical. Now, he was thoroughly convinced. Another nearby responded, I heard it's the Xingye team from Xinghui City. I feel utterly useless here. I even think that the ceaseless sea beasts are no match for these few individuals. As time passed, those low on spiritual energy sought Lu Jiming's assistance for replenishment before continuing their assault, growing increasingly ferocious in their combat. In merely an hour, the battlefield at the southern defense line had been pushed back by over 100 meters. Chapter 23, Spiritual Vein Contamination. The Xingye team had been tirelessly engaged for an entire afternoon and evening. The front line had shifted directly to the coastline, and at this point, the sea surface had begun to froth. Countless sea beasts continued to emerge from the southern seas, seemingly driven by a command, disregarding their own mortality and casualties. The seawater was stained a deep crimson with blood. Gao Lin and his team, though drained of spiritual energy, received replenishment from Lu Jiming and mental restoration from Su Lanlan. The entire Xingye team operated like an inexhaustible machine, moving through the battlefield as though in a realm devoid of others. At this moment, a notification buzzed on Gao Lin's wrist. The Destiny organization had contaminated the spiritual veins beneath the southern sea, inciting the uprising of the sea beasts. Upon receiving this information, Gao Lin swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, shouting, "Xingye team, assemble." Lei Lai flashed to his side. "Captain, what's wrong?" He had never experienced such exhilarating combat, cleaving through foes with ease. Once Lan Feng, Su Lanlan, and Lu Jiming gathered, Gao Lin spoke. "We must go to the depths of the southern sea. The contamination of the spiritual veins below is the root cause of the sea beast siege." Su Lanlan hissed in frustration. "Once again, it's that Destiny organization, like cockroaches in a restroom, impossible to eradicate and utterly repugnant." "Captain, do you have a plan?" Lu Jiming remained the voice of reason. Gao Lin nodded, suggesting, "Let us just sit tight and charge ahead." Given the current circumstances, any boat or yacht would be overturned by the sea beast long before it could travel a nautical mile. After reaching B grade, Yaya's form had doubled in size, boasting a diameter of 16 meters, resembling a cruise ship when stationary. Upon arriving in the South China Sea, Yaya glided through the waters with the ease of returning to its home base, disregarding the tidal waves of sea beasts with a remarkable steadiness. The other sea creatures converging on Linghai City seemed to regard Yaya as one of their own kind. Despite swimming in the opposite direction, they showed no inclination to attack. The journey was remarkably tranquil, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding Linghai City. Su Lanlan comfortably set up a table and lounge chair on the back of a sea turtle, enjoying some juice, as if she were on a leisurely vacation. "Oh, life is truly beautiful," she sighed, rolling over to ensure an even tan. Lei Lai found it blindingly irritating. He couldn't fathom what this woman had stuffed into her spatial bracelet. Alcohol was one thing, but now a table, lounge chair, and juice? Her carefree attitude was baffling, especially since they were on a mission. "Little Lei, put away that disgruntled expression," Lu Jiming teased from the side, before turning to Su Lanlan. "Could you get me a lounge chair as well?" Lu Jiming settled into the chair he received with a contented sigh. "Ah, this is delightful. Captain, Lan Feng, would you like one too?" Gao Lin, facepalming, declined, realizing these two clowns were more entertaining than he was. Lan Feng remained silent, sitting erect on Yaya's back, eyes glimmering with vigilance. At that moment, the jellyfish Bobo, released by Gao Lin, danced through the waters, following closely behind Yaya's movements. Typically, Bobo resided in its own watery domain or the aquatic realm of the blue pattern space. While that realm, always bathed in moonlight, was indeed beautiful. Experiencing the sunlit azure sea for the first time filled Bobo with excitement and joy. By around 1 in the afternoon, propelled by Yaya's speed, they arrived near the center of the sea. The previously calm waters began to churn with increasing waves as they approached. 2 nautical miles ahead, whirlpools began to form. "Be cautious," Lan Feng warned. Lu Jiming, who had been dozing off, and Su Lanlan sprang into action, Lu Jiming adjusting the folds of his sportswear. With a wave of her hand, Su Lanlan stowed away all her belongings, her tang knife reappearing in her grasp. The carefree Lei Lai also stood up, brushing off his backside. With Bobo's water domain skill enhancing their steadiness, the group felt less impacted by the whirlpools as they neared the center. "Something is rising." Lan Feng's voice trembled involuntarily as he activated his celestial vision, spotting an enormous tentacle shooting up from the ocean floor. With a thunderous whoosh, the massive tentacle ascended, causing the surrounding waters to thrash violently. The colossal appendage stirred the ocean, leaving Yaya disoriented beneath the towering waves. The group, shielded by their protective skill, clung tightly to Yaya's back. Suddenly, another gigantic tentacle emerged from the depths, striking Yaya with precision. The violent impact sent the individuals on its back tumbling within the protective barrier, akin to balls in a lottery draw. "What in the world is that?" Gao Lin exclaimed, fighting back nausea. The entire event unfolded in a mere instant, leaving no time for the group to react. The massive turtle was flung through the air like a mere toy. Gao Lin, suppressing a wave of dizziness, summoned Yaya back into his spatial realm, alongside Bobo, to lift the others, keeping them afloat in midair. Once stabilized, they turned to face the towering monstrosity before them. "So, the SS Great Abyss Lord truly exists," Lu Jiming remarked bitterly. A gigantic deep-sea octopus gradually revealed itself from the whirlpool, its casually displayed tentacles each exceeding 100 meters in length. Its eyes, resembling colossal lanterns, coldly scrutinized the group. "Humans, do you dare to show yourselves?" The voice resonated directly within their minds. Gao Lin, overwhelmed by shock, understood that if they handled this poorly, they might find themselves on an expedited journey to the underworld. He stepped forward respectfully and bowed deeply. We did not intend to disturb you, esteemed one. We merely seek to investigate the contamination of the spiritual vein. If we have caused any inconvenience, we shall take our leave at once. We hope you will overlook our impetuousness. The Abyss Lord's demeanor remained inscrutable, yet given the opportunity for dialogue, Gao Lin opted to apologize first. If necessary, Su Lanlin's spatial teleportation could facilitate their escape. Wasn't it you humans who caused the trouble a week ago? Now you feign innocence, it replied, its tone dripping with disdain. The Abyss Lord had lost track of how long it had existed, having witnessed the evolution of human history without ever troubling them. However, as humans began their maritime explorations, its presence was discovered. Preferring solitude, it retreated to the South China Sea, where a natural underwater whirlpool provided refuge from human intrusion. But months ago, as spiritual energy revived, human figures began searching the South China Sea, prompting it to remain vigilant and concealed. A week prior, it had been careless, distracted by a figure, resulting in the contamination of the underwater spiritual vein. The sea creatures reliant on this vein began exhibiting abnormal behavior, and days later, the scent of the polluted vein reached Linghai City, compelling it to unleash the mutated sea beasts to exact a toll from these humans. Esteemed one, you must refer to the chosen ones of the Destiny Organization. Our Northern Kingdom government harbors no malice against you, Gao Lin interjected. Bobo floated nearby, addressing the colossal octopus. Gao Lin deciphered Bobo's meaning. Great octopus, we are here to capture the villains. Do not hinder our path, and we shall assist you. A cold sweat broke out on Gao Lin's brow as he wondered if Su Lanlan could promptly activate her spatial teleportation to whisk them away. To his surprise, the Abyss Lord remained unexpectedly calm. Come, let us take a look, it declared, enveloping Gao Lin in a surge of spiritual energy and drawing him toward the ocean depths. Esteemed one, hey, my teammates are still up there, Gao Lin protested, but the Abyss Lord paid no heed to his cries. It whisked him and Bobo away, vanishing from sight. In a frenzy, Gao Lin summoned Yaya to the surface to catch the remaining members. Meanwhile, the others in the air were frantic, as the water domain skill lost its stabilization without Gao Lin and Bobo. Splash, splash, for splashes echoed as they fell into the sea. Fortunately, Yaya arrived promptly, scooping them up one by one onto its back. What do we do? The captain has been taken, Su Lanlan exclaimed, her face a picture of urgency. Lu Jiming quickly calculated, responding, it's all right, it's auspicious. The remaining 3 members relaxed slightly, for they held unwavering faith in Lu Jiming's divinatory abilities. Curiosity piqued. Lan Feng inquired, how do you know about this giant octopus? It is recorded in ancient texts from Tiantai Mountain. In the South China Sea, there exists a giant octopus that claims to be the Abyss Lord. It cherishes tranquility and should not be disturbed. Otherwise, peace shall be disrupted, Lu Jiming explained. The ancient texts dated back hundreds of years, indicating that the Abyss Lord was indeed SS Great. The trio exchanged odd glances. Time passed, and suddenly, several figures emerged from the sea. Sun Meichi wore a face of resentment, declaring, this Starry Night team isn't all that impressive. They couldn't even hold off that giant octopus for half an hour. Just as I was about to seize it, this is so frustrating. Sister Meichi, this colossal octopus is beyond our means to combat directly. We can only divert its attention. Let us retreat for now and devise a new strategy, suggested one of Sun Meichi's subordinates. Meanwhile, the 4 individuals, Lu Jiming and his companions, exchanged glances. The fate bearers shall be subdued. From the moment these 5 ascended from below, they had been detected by Lan Feng, who had cast a concealment array to obscure their presence. Although it masked their aura, anyone who merely glanced around would have spotted them. It was astonishing that these individuals had remained entirely oblivious. As Sun Meichi's team struggled to catch their breath, they were suddenly bombarded by a barrage of lightning strikes, electric chains, and various talismans. In a moment of panic, Sun Meichi pulled one of her comrades in front of her as a shield against the onslaught, simultaneously channeling her spiritual energy into an almost imperceptible glimmer, allowing her to escape. Lan Feng retrieved the fate bearers from the ocean's surface. 1 was dead, 3 were gravely injured and unconscious, and the leader had fled. Even after employing the Heavenly Eye skill, no trails could be discerned, and Lu Jiming's group had no intention of pursuing them. They had to await the captain's arrival. 3 captures were sufficient. Su Lanlan produced several pairs of shackles from her spatial bracelet and affixed them to the unconscious individuals, nodding in satisfaction. New products, designed to suppress spiritual energy. Once donned, they resemble ordinary humans. Meanwhile, at the underwater spiritual vein, under the Abyssal Lord's protective aura, Gao Lin was completely unfazed, moving about with remarkable ease, which was rather extraordinary. Curiosity piqued, Gao Lin pondered, why does the Elder place such trust in me? The Abyssal Lord had transformed into a chibi version of an octopus and replied without turning. Trust? If I had not first seen your little jellyfish and turtle, do you truly believe you would have emerged from that initial strike unscathed? Furthermore, one among you bears a familiar essence. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Gao Lin chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head, realizing he had inadvertently benefited from the favor of the pet and Lu Jiming. The spiritual vein wound its way beneath the ocean, rising in rugged mountain formations, shrouded in swirling black mist that obscured its true appearance. Previously vibrant and colorful, the spiritual vein had deteriorated since the arrival of a group a week prior, and the Abyssal Lord gazed intently at the mountains before him. I too have attempted numerous methods to dispel this black mist, yet to no avail. The sea beasts of the South Sea rely on the underwater spiritual vein for their cultivation, while simultaneously subduing whatever lurks beneath it. During the recent surge of spiritual energy, most of the South Sea beasts refrained from participating in the siege, allowing Linhai City to survive. When Gao Lin and the others appeared before him, the Abyssal Lord sensed their presence and realized he had been manipulated. Indeed, upon returning to the spiritual vein, he had felt several human auras fleeing. He did not intervene, but instead guided those individuals inadvertently towards the little Taoist on the ocean's surface. Chapter 24, The Abyssal Lord. Following the emergence of this situation within the spiritual vein, a multitude of sea beasts underwent mutation, attacking frantically even without my command. At this juncture, I sensed a familiar essence in Linhai City, which prompted me to redirect my wrath towards it. I can currently command the sea beasts to retreat temporarily, but I cannot suppress them for long. With that, the Abyssal Lord departed, gesturing for Gao Lin to explore freely, hoping he might uncover something noteworthy. Meanwhile, at the defense line of Linhai City, they've retreated. The sea beasts have ceased their assault. We have triumphed. The Miracle team to the west exchanged glances. And Jichuan exclaimed, the Starry Night team, Gao Lin, truly possesses some prowess. In the Linhai City Special Investigation Bureau, Zhao Dehai gazed at the holographic projection, bursting into laughter, finally releasing a breath of relief. The people of Linhai City believed the crisis had passed, unaware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. At the underwater spiritual vein, Gao Lin was now troubled, unable to ascertain the nature or origin of the black mist. Attempts to disperse it with spiritual energy were futile, as it quickly replenished from the surroundings, seemingly parasitic upon the spiritual vein, absorbing its essence to transform into the black mist. He experimented with the azure pattern in his palm, finding it unresponsive to the black mist, leaving Gao Lin utterly perplexed. Just as he was at a loss, a pop sound echoed from the side. Bobo, do you perceive a similarity between this black mist and the water elemental spiritual pearl you previously absorbed? Bobo responded affirmatively, activating its devouring skill, and began to absorb the black mist. Startled, Gao Lin halted Bobo, warning that such a thing should not be consumed carelessly, fearing potential repercussions. After a thorough explanation from Bobo, he relented, allowing it to continue. The absorbed black mist seemed to cease its regeneration, as if cut off. Observing that Bobo exhibited no adverse effects, Gao Lin encouraged it to devour freely. At this moment, a hypothesis formed in Gao Lin's mind. The resemblance to the water elemental spiritual pearl meant there must be other elemental pearls associated with the black mist. As far as he was aware, the only dark elemental pearl was held by the Special Investigation Bureau. How could it be in the hands of the Fate Bearers? Had infiltrators penetrated the Bureau's headquarters? Was it perhaps related to the lunar eclipse spoken of by Song Chihui? Temporarily suppressing these thoughts, he resolved to report the situation to Director Liu upon his return, as he could not involve himself in headquarters matters and needed to verify the status of the dark elemental pearl. Lost in contemplation, Gao Lin took out the water elemental pearl, playing with it in his hand. The energy within, previously absorbed by Bobo, had turned white. Not long after, it regained a sense of vitality, the color reverting to a pale blue. This pearl seemingly possessed only the ability to absorb and store spiritual energy. However, it appeared to hold more potential than that. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Lord, observing Gao Lin's palm adorned with the azure pattern, noted a change in expression. No wonder that little jellyfish and turtle possessed exceptional qualities. Upon seeing Gao Lin produce the water elemental pearl, the Abyssal Lord silently exhaled, relieved that the matter could finally be addressed. Gao Lin bowed towards the spot where the giant octopus had vanished. Elder, it appears that through Bobo's devouring, the issue of spiritual vein contamination may be resolved. However, given the vastness of the South Sea spiritual vein, it cannot be entirely rectified in a short time. My teammates await me on the surface. I wonder if you could convey a message for them to return, or perhaps escort them down. The depths of the ocean remained unfathomably deep, and Gao Lin had completely lost contact with Yiya, his communicator proving ineffective. Resolving the vast issues of the underwater spiritual vein would take several days. They could not leave Lu Jiming and the others exposed to the elements above. No sooner had Gao Lin finished speaking than he received a response from the Abyssal Lord in his mind. In mere moments, a surge of immense spiritual energy enveloped the 4 members of the Starry Night team, bringing them down. This time, the descent was far less gentle, leaving the group disoriented. Su Lanlan patted her chest, relieved to find she could breathe normally. After scanning the area and noting the absence of the Abyssal Lord, she finally spoke. "You scared me. This esteemed elder doesn't even announce his presence." Gao Lin chuckled in amusement. "The elder can hear you." Just as Lei Lai was about to interject, he hastily fell silent, while Su Lanlan quickly bowed, muttering incantations. "Please forgive me, esteemed elder." "Captain, what is the situation?" Lu Jiming inquired after regaining his composure and surveying their surroundings. Gao Lin briefly recounted the issue of the spiritual vein contamination and his suspicions. The others mentioned capturing several members of the Fate Bearers on the ocean surface, who were now resting on Bobo's back, asking Gao Lin how to proceed. Realizing that these individuals likely intended to distract the Abyssal Lord while executing their ulterior motives, Gao Lin's mind raced. Unexpectedly, the Lord of the Abyss returned swiftly, prompting an urgent retreat that caught several individuals off guard. After a moment's contemplation, Gao Lin instructed Lan Feng to escort those individuals back to Linghai City while they awaited further instructions. He felt uneasy about leaving Su Lanlan alone, but trusted Lan Feng to keep her in check. Lan Feng readily agreed, while Su Lanlan pouted, grumbling about being rushed away without properly observing the spiritual vein's characteristics. Gao Lin, hearing none of her mutterings, bowed respectfully towards the distance, expressing gratitude to the elder. With a swift motion, a piercing scream echoed, fading into the distance. Once back on the surface, Su Lanlan regained her composure and stomped her feet in frustration, lamenting her needless worry for him. Under the relentless consumption of the waves. 2 days later, the serpentine spiritual vein once again radiated its original brilliance, a resplendent cascade of white. The previously murky seabed transformed into a realm of light. Under the Lord of the Abyss's command, marine creatures congregated, an endless expanse of them absorbing the spiritual energy of the vein to cleanse their former aberrations. The sight from a trapezoidal platform was nothing short of magnificent. With a gradual approach, Gao Lin expressed his gratitude to the diminutive jellyfish, noting the Lord of the Abyss resembled it in size. The jellyfish proudly swayed its bell, asserting that it was merely being courteous to the grand octopus, which had feasted well, enough to sustain it for quite some time. "Elder, now that the issue has been resolved, we shall take our leave and not impose further," Gao Lin stated, preparing to depart. However, the Lord of the Abyss shook his head and insisted, "Not so fast. Accompany me to a certain place." Before Gao Lin could respond, he was whisked away, leaving Lu Jiming and Lei Lai exchanging bewildered glances. Upon regaining his sight, Gao Lin found himself within a secret chamber, at the center of which lay a box bound by several chains of cold iron. The Lord of the Abyss floated nearby and spoke. "This is beneath the spiritual vein. Deeper still lies a volcanic crater. You may take what is inside the box." With a gentle flick of its tentacle, the chains unraveled, allowing the box to float towards Gao Lin. The box appeared unremarkable, a simple wooden chest devoid of any extraneous ornamentation. "What is this, elder?" Gao Lin inquired, perplexed. "You need not concern yourself with too much for now. When your strength is sufficient, the knowledge will come to you," the Lord of the Abyss replied before vanishing with Gao Lin once more. Back at the platform near the spiritual vein, Gao Lin had scarcely regained his footing when he, along with Lu Jiming and Lei Lai, was once again enveloped by a massive surge of spiritual energy. Consider this a token of gratitude for resolving the spiritual vein's pollution. The Lord of the Abyss's voice echoed in Gao Lin's mind. Upon reaching the surface, Gao Lin and Bobo prepared their aquatic skills to elevate the 3 of them, thus averting an untimely plunge into the South Sea. Lei Lai, curious about what had transpired, was just about to inquire when he was abruptly lifted aloft. "Captain, what did you just do? What is in that box?" he asked, to which Lu Jiming also cast a questioning glance. Gao Lin shook his head, indicating uncertainty, and bowed deeply to the whirlpool. "Thank you, elder." After completing his bow, he opened the box, and an intense heat swept through the surrounding air. Inside lay a fiery red spiritual orb. Lu Jiming exclaimed in astonishment, "A fire-type spiritual orb." Then realization struck him. So that was the meaning behind the divination 3 days ago. Confusion clouded Gao Lin's mind, but he quickly suppressed his thoughts and secured the box. He then guided them back towards Linghai City, using his aquatic skills like a surfboard. Before long, they arrived at the Special Operations Bureau, greeted by Zhao Dahai, who appeared several years younger. "Indeed, good news invigorates the spirit. Ha! Youthful heroes emerge, splendid indeed. We owe you all a great debt of gratitude." Zhao Dahai warmly welcomed them into the bureau. Then, shifting his tone, he remarked, Lu Renliang has struck gold. What do you think of Linghai City? Taken aback, Gao Lin replied, the scenery is nice, the director is diligent, and the citizens are united in purpose. It is excellent. Well then, would you be interested in transferring to our Linghai City Special Operations Bureau? I can smooth things over with Lu Renliang, Zhao Dahai suggested, rubbing his hands in anticipation. His gaze fixed on Gao Lin. These are all talented individuals. If we can entice them away, our special operations team in Linghai City would be incomparable to the likes of Xingye and Qiji. Under Zhao Dahai's eager persuasion, Gao Lin and his companions hastily completed their report, expressing their intent to return to Xinghua City. They hastily exited the Linghai City Special Operations Bureau, handing over the 3 captured fate bearers to Zhao Dahai. With the culprits behind the siege of Linghai City now in his custody, Zhao Dahai redirected his focus, vowing to extract information from them to share with Xinghua City. Meanwhile, in a certain location within Linghai City, Shi Zhuang had nearly recovered, radiating the power of an A-grade entity. Lying in bed was Sun Meiqi, who now appeared subdued, in stark contrast to her previously haughty demeanor. Shi Zhuang sighed, stating, the Earth Division does not favor explanations. Failure is failure. Contemplate how you will contend with him. With that, Shi Zhuang exited. Sun Meiqi stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Chapter 25, The Cloud of Betrayal. At the Xinghua City Special Operations Bureau, Gao Lin and his team completed their report on the rescue mission in Linghai City. Lu Renliang, unusually serious and without tea, tapped his fingers slowly on the table. Dark-type spiritual orbs, lunar eclipses, combined with the difficulty of capturing core members after each incident. He remained silent for a time, then spoke, regarding your suspicions. We currently lack substantial evidence. Let us observe if anything can be extracted from those 3 in Linghai City. Just as he finished speaking, Assistant Lian entered, nodding at the members of the Xingye team. Director, we received a call from Linghai City. The 3 fate bearers we captured mysteriously died overnight, without revealing any clues. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room stood up abruptly. With a thud, Lu Renliang slammed his fist on the table, causing tea sets to scatter across the floor. Damn Zhao Dahai, he can't even keep track of a few people. Realizing he had lost his composure, Lu Renliang steadied himself and addressed the Xingye team. Do not involve yourselves in this matter. I will report to headquarters. You all should prepare for the upcoming competition. Once outside, Lei Lai followed closely beside Gao Lin, unable to contain his curiosity. Captain, what does this mean? I've never seen Director Lu so angry. Before Gao Lin could respond, Su Lanlan interjected, with that brain of yours, it's best to use it sparingly. It's at least 90% new. Overuse may lead to dementia. As she finished, Lu Jiming swiftly restrained Lei Lai, who had jumped to retaliate against Su Lanlan, tucking him under his arm and dragging him forward. Ouch, Brother Lu, I'm sorry, that hurts, take it easy. The playful banter pulled Gao Lin from his thoughts, and he shook his head with a smile. Didn't Director Lu say we need worry? Everyone stay alert and avoid unnecessary chatter. It's clear he doesn't want us involved. The others nodded in agreement. What Gao Lin did not disclose was that Director Lu likely had his own list of suspects, which led to his uncharacteristic outburst upon hearing news from Linghai City. The individuals capable of unsettling Director Lu would at the very least be a city bureau chief, or more audaciously, someone from headquarters. After the departure of the Xingye team, Lu Renliang remained silent for an extended period before finally retrieving his phone to engage in a swift conversation with Zhao Dahai. Nearby, Lian listened intently, his heart racing and cold sweat trickling down his face. It was only after Lu Renliang ended the call that he cautiously ventured, Director, this. Lu Renliang interrupted him, finding Li En's demeanor inexplicably amusing. Shaoan, you've been with me long enough. You usually handle matters with decisiveness and thoroughness. What's wrong? Are you frightened by such a trivial issue? Lian suppressed his inner turmoil, thinking, trivial? It's only your so-called trivial matters that have me breaking out in a cold sweat. Lu Renliang paused briefly before continuing, make the necessary arrangements. I will depart tonight. Also, stay in Xinghua City and keep an eye on those few. Ensure they do not cause any trouble. With that, he pulled a sheet of paper from his drawer, swiftly scribbled a note, placed it in an envelope, and handed it to Lian. If those little rascals find out, give this to them. Lian accepted it with a respectful nod. The operation in Linghai City took a week to complete, and the subsequent time was devoted to the Xingye team's rigorous training regimen. With just over 2 months remaining until the national competition, the pressure exerted by the miracle team they encountered in Linghai City was palpable. Besides their captain, Ji Chuan, there were also 2 formidable young women in the team, emanating an intense sense of strength. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the leading teams nationwide have been Miracle and Xingye. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of Beigua, Numerous other provincial teams waited in eager anticipation for their chance to make their mark in the national competition. Under the influence of Gao Lin's unparalleled prowess, the members of the Xingye team immersed themselves in their training, while the team was fervently engaged in their practice. A significant event unfolded at the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau. A sudden raid was conducted against the traitors within the organization, and Lu Rinliang faced impeachment from senior officials, leading to his suspension and detention in Kyoto pending further investigation. Due to their relentless training, the members of the Xingye team only learned of these developments a month later, after their return from Linhai City. Typically, their days revolved around training, sleeping, and ordering takeout for meals. On this particular day, Su Lanlan and Lei Lai were clamoring to go out for hot pot to unwind. They had just gathered their things and were en route when they speculated about the unexpected turn of events at the headquarters. How could such a commendable person as Director Lu be suspected? Indeed, I've heard he has been dismissed and detained in Kyoto for an investigation. Sigh. I wonder who they will send to oversee Xinhui City. I hope they're easy to deal with. Though the Xingye team was somewhat perplexed, they sensed that something significant had occurred. Without regard for their planned hot pot outing, they hastily made their way to Lu's office. Upon pushing open the office door, still catching their breath, they found Lian seated on the couch, waiting for them. You're here. Sit down and take a moment, he gestured to them. Before they could even inquire, Lian began speaking. A month ago, on the night you submitted your report, Director Lu arranged to go to Kyoto, instructing me to keep a close watch on you and prevent you from wandering. A week later, I received news of his dismissal. Beyond that, I know nothing. As he spoke, he handed them an envelope. This is from Director Lu. He said to give it to you once there's news from Kyoto. I didn't want to disturb you since you've been so focused on your training. Gao Lin accepted it with gratitude and opened the envelope, prompting the rest of the team to gather around. Inside was a succinct message. Focus on your training. If you fail to achieve commendable results in the competition, humph. After reading it at a glance, Gao Lin neatly folded the note and returned it to the envelope. Let us go. After we finish the hot pot, it's back to training, he signaled to Li and before waving to the others. Watching them depart, Lian murmured, Director, your judgment of character has always been impeccable. Far away in the northwestern region of Beigua, in Shiliang City, the Su family's main hall was bustling. At this moment, the family patriarch, Su Wenhui, also Su Lanlan's grandfather, was seated at the head of the table. The Su family had historically governed Shiliang City, functioning as a quasi-autonomous administrative region. Unlike other prominent families, the Su family operated with remarkable straightforwardness, devoid of intrigue or deception. Flanking the table were 6 individuals, Su Lanlan's great-uncle, second uncle, as well as her elder and younger aunts, and her mother. At this point, her aunt Su Yunlu spoke up. Why the urgent summons? Su Wenhui, whose name belied his robust physique, was a man of considerable strength, his voice booming. Elder brother, why don't you explain? After a brief pause, he continued. A month ago, thefts began occurring at our family's mines. Initially, we paid little heed, but the subsequent loss of mined materials and mysterious cave collapses raised alarms. The Special Investigation Bureau's demand for spiritual energy equipment is substantial, and I fear we may face supply issues. He paused again before adding, moreover, rumors have begun circulating among the populace about the Su family's wealth rivaling nations, inciting calls for independence in Shiliang City and other escalating tales. This was brought to attention by Su Lanlan's uncle, Su Yunhui, realizing the urgency of the situation that necessitated her swift return from Kyoto. Su Yunlu understood that someone was plotting mischief on their territory. Yunlu, Yunyan, Su Lanlan's mother, our family counts on your sharp minds. Investigate thoroughly, and we will offer our full support, Su Wenhui's resonant voice declared. But let us keep this from Lanlan for now. We wouldn't want her to worry. The thought of the spirited girl brought warmth to everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, Su Lanlan remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events back at the Su family, diligently honing her skills in the training room. After their meeting, Su Yunlu and Su Yunyan promptly set about conducting their investigation. Rarely residing in Shiliang City, they had returned in haste to review documents and gather intelligence. Located on the northwestern frontier of Beigua, Shiliang City was established in a desert. Facing scarce water resources but possessing abundant mineral wealth, the Su family had protected this land for generations. Currently, the Su family controlled 3 mines, 2 of which were situated near the border. According to the information provided, the workers were pilfering materials, and since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the number of awakened individuals in Shiliang City had surged. Many miners had also awakened, but fortunately, despite the family's limited numbers, Su Wenhui's leadership had attracted a significant following, helping to maintain order against those with nefarious intentions. However, the stolen mines primarily contained common metal veins. And without the Su family's forging techniques, it was impossible to craft spiritual energy equipment. This was precisely why the Special Investigation Bureau sought to collaborate on procurement. These hard rocks were not spiritual veins, rendering the theft of the minerals seemingly futile. Interrogations of captured individuals revealed that someone was purchasing the stolen goods at high prices, but they were vague about the buyer's identity. The chosen transaction sites were all in bustling districts, deliberately chosen to avoid surveillance, and the locations varied. Su Yunyan and Su Yunlu analyzed all testimonies and summarized the mineral losses, realizing that the operations required substantial traffic and efficient transport to evade suspicion. At last, after considering the trading locations currently at their disposal, the two exchanged glances and settled on a singular destination, the new gravity bar. Su Yunyan felt a twinge of familiarity with the name. This is one of the establishments owned by my elder brother, Su Yunlu interjected. A hint of unease creeping into her thoughts. She stifled Su Yunyan's impulse to consult their brother. Let us first investigate. Perhaps he remains oblivious to the situation. There's no need to rush. The Special Investigation Headquarters in Kyoto, the Su family in Shiliang City, and the fates of the destined ones were all entwined in a web of intrigue. Chapter 26. Times have changed. As it was only noon, the patrons had yet to arrive at the new gravity bar. The two began to probe into another matter, one that appeared far simpler. As they had already garnered some leads, a student protest for independence at a local high school. The rumors had originated from this very institution. They swiftly organized a team to investigate, but the entire endeavor yielded no results, as if these students had conjured the notion from thin air. There was no apparent cause. Even some previously exemplary students and teachers had joined in. This suggested only one possibility. They had succumbed to some form of mind control or were indoctrinated with this idea. Allowed to manifest it gradually, they arranged for personnel to examine the students and faculty, seeking a means of remedy. With this lead severed, their attention turned to the bar that evening. As night fell, the moon in the vast northwest shone exceptionally bright, casting a silvery glow. Shiliang City had concluded its day's hustle, and the streets were alive with neon lights and revelry. Two figures, one tall and one short, strolled through the bustling crowd. Drawing attention, Su Yunyan found herself unable to refuse her younger cousin's request and was perplexed as to why she had acquiesced to Su Yunliu's suggestion. The duo had come without any subordinates, relying solely on Su Yunliu's ability to disguise herself and their carefully chosen attire. They transformed from two striking, accomplished women in their 30s into entirely different personas. At this moment, Su Yunlu sported gold-rimmed glasses, standing at 6 feet tall, clad in a waistcoat and dress pants, exuding the demeanor of a successful young man. Meanwhile, Su Yunyan appeared as a delicate student, nestled under Su Yunliu's arm as they entered the new gravity bar. By 10 o'clock, the air was saturated with deafening music, cheers, and the thrumming of a dance floor filled with revelers, showcasing the bar's popularity. They settled into a booth on the second floor, where a perceptive server named Xiao Li guided them to their seats. Under his enthusiastic recommendations, Su Yunlu ordered an extravagant array of premium drinks. As they gazed toward the bustling dance floor below, they couldn't help but be captivated by the atmosphere. Su Yunyan began to engage Xiao Li in casual conversation, attempting to extract information. Indeed, we receive a substantial number of customers daily, and the consumption of beverages is immense. Oftentimes, we must restock late into the night, he replied amiably, responding to her inquiries. As their conversation meandered, and having gleaned no further useful information, Su Yunyan ordered more drinks. Once Xiao Li departed, she pulled out her phone and instructed her subordinates to follow the delivery truck that evening to investigate. Sure enough, within 2 hours, news arrived that they had apprehended the individuals involved in the exchange. Su Yunlu coldly retrieved her phone, commanding, "Apprehend all personnel involved." Meanwhile, at the Su household, Su Wenji kicked open his son's door. In the bewildered gaze of Su Yunhui, he angrily demanded, "Is this mineral business you're doing?" A flicker of panic crossed Su Yunhui's face as he vehemently denied the accusation. "Yunyan and Yunlu have gone to the new gravity bar, and you're still putting on an act." Su Wenji raised his hand as if to strike him. "Dad, times have changed," Su Yunhui retorted, catching his father's hand midair, his voice trembling. "The world belongs to the Awakened now. If you're not awakened, you are nothing." Releasing Su Wenji's hand, Su Yunhui attempted to explain. As if to convince both his father and himself, "I just want to awaken. I haven't done anything wrong." Internally, he was consumed by resentment. Why had Lon Lon already awakened while the family expended considerable resources to procure an awakening pill? He held a fondness for Lon Lon, who had always followed him around, calling him uncle. His grievances were not with her. Rather, he was discontent with the inequities of fate and the family. Su Wenji trembled with indignation. His son a source of frustration at over 60 years of age, with this being his only child. Su Yunhui, reckless in his youth, remained unestablished even at over 40. They had quarreled frequently in the past, sometimes resorting to violence. Over the years, Su Wenji had come to terms with the situation. Relieved that the younger generation of women in the Su family had begun to rise, easing their relationship. Who could have anticipated that this wayward son would seek family benefits for personal gain? It was evident to him that an awakening pill could not be exchanged for mere tons of minerals. What they truly desired was Su family's forging techniques. You wretched child! You wretched child! Su Wenji's fury surged, and in an instant, he fainted. Su Yunhui slowly assisted his father, resolving that once the night passed, the Su family would remain unchanged. He then called out, "Someone, quickly fetch a doctor. My father has collapsed." At that moment, the new gravity bar was devoid of patrons. Surrounded by law enforcement, and the once vibrant dance floor now held a dozen apprehended suspects. None could contain their nerves, and after a round of questioning, they divulged all they knew. Su Yunlu and Su Yunyin could not act unilaterally. They needed to return and consult with the three elders. The mineral situation was indeed orchestrated by their elder brother, with the delivery destination pinpointed to Jianshui City. What exactly was he up to? The suspects were unaware, merely following orders. Upon returning to the Su residence, in the main hall, they noted an empty seat. It was then they learned that Uncle Su Wenji had regained consciousness only to find Su Yunhui missing, prompting an urgent search for his brothers to discuss the matter. Feeling an unsettling premonition, Su Yunlu suddenly spoke up. "This is bad." As the others turned their gazes toward her, she continued bitterly. The target was never the Su family, nor the forging techniques, as Uncle claimed. These were mere distractions, designed to keep us preoccupied with family matters and our elder brother, leaving us with no attention for the larger scheme. The collective realization struck them. The target is the energy or force-type spirit beads. Just then, a subordinate reported that the energy or mind had come under attack by unidentified forces, simultaneously disrupting all communication. Su Wenji slammed his fist into the chair, rising in fury, causing the chair to splinter into shards, and the marble floor beneath him to crack. Well, they dare to scheme against the Su family. With that, he vanished in a blur. The remaining three attempted to pursue him, but Su Yunlu stopped them. "It's futile. If Uncle cannot handle them, our presence would be in vain. Let us wait for news." Su Yunyan directed her subordinates to arrange for healing, dispatching healing-type awakened ones to the energy or mind. Su Wenji lamented. Unfortunate fate for the family. Unfortunate fate. Within a mere span of time, Su Wenji had arrived at the energy or mind, where besides the incapacitated guards, naught else remained. Sensing the surroundings, he confirmed that the spirit beads had vanished. Su Wenhui sighed, searching for a breath among those still gasping, and fed another elixir to one of them. Before long, a person opened their eyes, gazing at Su Wenhui and stuttering, "City Lord Su, an unknown force has attacked, and they have taken the spirit pearl." At this moment, Su Wenhui, now composed, replied, "I understand. Do not speak further." The medical team arrived belatedly to commence their rescue operations. Meanwhile, a group of individuals stood quietly several kilometers away, with the second-in-command of the Jianshui City Special Investigation Bureau, Zhou Yu, at the forefront. "Where is it?" Su Yunhui inquired coldly. Zhou Yu handed him a white jade bottle, her tone starkly contrasting with the composed demeanor she had displayed while interacting with Gao Lin and the others. "Thank you for your cooperation, young Master Su. I wonder where young Master Su will go from here. If you find yourself without a destination, you are always welcome to visit us. This is no concern of yours." Who could have known that the chaos in the capital, stirred up by the traitorous eclipse, originated from Ms. Zhou in Jianshui City? Zhou Yu smiled gently, yet her voice carried an implicit threat. "I trust young Master Su is an intelligent man," she added, glancing towards the direction of Shiliang City. "Let us hope so." Su Yunhui retorted, turning to leave. "Team leader, why not?" one of his subordinates suggested, making a gesture across his throat. Zhou Yu withdrew her gaze from the departing figure and turned her murderous stare towards the subordinate. The man immediately knelt, trembling slightly. "I spoke out of turn. Please punish me." After a brief pause, Zhou Yu softened her gaze. "Rise. Do not speak of things that do not concern you. Return now." At that moment, in the teacher's dormitory of a high school, a bespectacled female teacher slowly removed her glasses, causing the surrounding space to ripple once more. She deftly put her glasses back on and slashed her hand through the air like a blade. The sinister figure of D. Simon gradually materialized, evading the attack. And his voice echoed, "It seems only you can take action. Another spirit pearl is in hand." The teacher shot him a cold glare. "Next time, just teleport directly to the dormitory, or I'll end you." D. Simon felt a chill run down his spine under her stare, finally noticing the surroundings were entirely pink. It was as though he had uncovered a significant secret. "Ha ha, you actually." Before he could finish his sentence, The teacher's strike came crashing towards him. After a hasty exchange of blows, he activated his powers, causing space to ripple once more. I'm leaving now. I won't say a word. Goodbye. Once he departed, the bespectacled teacher remained silent for a moment before stepping onto the balcony to gaze at the school. After a brief while, she waved her hand as if retrieving something. The students and teachers under the Su family's watch emitted a soft snort in their sleep. The following morning, these individuals astonishingly returned to normal, devoid of any memory of their prior actions. Within a week, the Su family swiftly stabilized the aftermath of the incident regarding the lost spirit pearl and Su Yunhui's disappearance. During this time, Su Yunlu dispatched numerous personnel to search for Su Yunhui, yet to no avail. The unknown force similarly failed to trace its origins. It is time to return to the capital, Su Yunlu pondered from the highest building in Shiliang City. Brother, where on earth are you? A lingering sense of unease gnawed at him, as he felt this situation was far from simple. Beside him, Su Yinyan sighed. Do not worry, I will remain at home. Chapter 27. The eve of the provincial competition. Time flew swiftly. By early August, the weather in Xinghue City had become increasingly warm. With the arrival of a letter from Bureau Chief Liu, the Xingye team had been diligently honing their skills for nearly 2 months. The Xinghue City Special Investigation Bureau had yet to appoint a replacement for the bureau chief position, which brought some relief to the team. Assistant Li Yin had been meticulously organizing everything during this time. The national competition had commenced in the county, with fervor and excitement. As the saying goes, the stars do not disappoint those who strive. And just before the upcoming provincial competition, Lu Jiming was promoted to Grade A. While the other members of the Xingye team were not far behind in their breakthroughs, they only needed an opportunity, and Gao Lin believed they would all advance swiftly. The provincial competition in the southern province was set to begin the day after tomorrow, and Leon, who had been extremely busy, visited the dormitory to remind the team. The competition begins the day after tomorrow. Do not put too much pressure on yourselves. Take these 2 days to rest well. Moderation is key. Since returning from Linhai City over 2 months ago, the Xingye team had not left the confines of the Special Investigation Bureau, aside from a single outing for hot pot. Their days had been consumed by meals, sleep, and rigorous training in the practice rooms and combat drills. While it was no surprise that Lan Feng and Gao Lin could endure such a regimen, it was unexpected that even the usually carefree Su Lanlan and Lei Lai had dedicated themselves to serious training. Lian felt a mix of pride and concern, thinking, children, do not overexert yourselves. With the competition looming, I must remind you. In addition to the reminder, he also explained the rules for the provincial competition. The competition will adopt a point system. With your team included, there will be a total of 128 teams, drawn randomly for 1v1 matches. Each victory earns a point. On the first day, each team will compete in 3 randomly assigned matches to determine the top 64, and this process will continue over 3 days. The top 3 teams from the provincial group will represent the southern province in the national finals in the capital. After briefly outlining the rules, Lian informed them that their team number had been drawn, which was 99. The competition would commence on August 5th, with the matchups determined on site. The venue would be the Xinghue City Provincial Sports Center, featuring 6 arenas, and they would compete in Arena 5. After handing over a number plate along with a stack of documents, Lian emphasized the importance of maintaining their condition and resting well, though he was not overly worried about the Xingye team's capabilities. However, one could never be too cautious. A slip-up could lead to complications with Bureau Chief Liu. With the introductions complete, Lian departed to arrange accommodations for the teams arriving to participate, inspect the competition venues, ensure logistical support, and oversee promotional and broadcasting operations. Indeed, this competition would not only attract tens of thousands of live spectators, but would also be broadcasted live. With the highest anticipation currently surrounding the match between Xinghue City and Haizhou City. Unbeknownst to the team, Lian had already registered a social media account for Xingye and maintained frequent updates, inadvertently turning them into star competitors. Of course, this had all been orchestrated by Bureau Chief Liu beforehand. Lian was merely executing the plan. The competition is upon us so soon, Su Lanlan remarked in surprise. The days of repetitive, high-density training had flown by. Lei Lai, somewhat disinterested, chimed in. Yeah, I feel like I'm on the brink of Grade A. Give it another 10 days or 2 weeks, and I'll definitely level up. He had insisted on being the first to advance when they were just starting, only to be overtaken by Lu Jiming. With a swagger, Lu Jiming returned from the refrigerator with drinks, casting a challenging glance at Lei Lai. Do you think everyone possesses my talent? You're not even close to surpassing me, right? Why compete with a freak like Lu Jiming? Only our captain's advancement speed can match his. Su Lanlan took a satisfying sip of her refreshing beer, enjoying the moment. During this period, Gao Lin had not encountered a suitable pet contract. Otherwise, if he could contract 5 beasts at B grade, 2 would have sufficed to elevate him to A grade. He had previously taken a liking to the Abyss Lord encountered in the South Sea, yet he feared that merely voicing this desire might result in being crushed by the giant octopus's tentacle. Moreover, contracting across one rank was already the limit. If the octopus elder truly agreed to become his pet, given its strength, which was once SS level and now seemingly SSS level, such a contract would overwhelm him with energy feedback that could utterly shatter him. However, during this time, Bobo had completely digested the dark energy devoured in Linhai City, which had propelled Bobo to breakthrough into A grade. After reaching A grade, Bobo acquired a skill known as fission, a form of asexual reproduction characteristic of jellyfish during their polyp stage. Based on Bobo's skill performance, it could rapidly produce a large number of mature moon jellyfish, all at D grade strength, each randomly possessing one of Bobo's skills. It is anticipated that as Bobo's level continues to rise, the strength of the jellyfish produced through fission will also improve. Currently, Bobo's skill slots still had 2 vacancies, and Gao Lin was adamant about not hastily filling them. He insisted on waiting for a skill that was both satisfying and remarkable before considering allowing Bobo to consume more to gamble on potential outcomes. Since awakening his extraordinary abilities, merely half a year had elapsed. He believed in taking his time, emphasizing the importance of steady and measured progress. As Gao Lin and Lan Feng listened to their teammates' idle chatter, he perused the materials left by Lian. This stack contained information on opponents that Lian deemed worthy of attention. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries ensures victory in every battle. One must never underestimate any opponent, for even a lion exerts its utmost strength when hunting a rabbit. The first half of the materials detailed each opponent's abilities and the enhancements they gained upon leveling up, providing comprehensive insights. As he continued reading, he noted details such as height, weight, preferences, marital status, favorite colors, and even the number of ex-girlfriends each individual had. Gao Lin found this excessive and incredulous. Was he expected to call out opponents' ex-girlfriends' names in the arena to shatter their resolve? Upon skimming through the data, several individuals caught the attention of both Gao Lin and Lan Feng. The most remarkable was a 9-year-old girl, and Gao Lin beckoned everyone to take a look. Name: Huang Chengcheng, female, age, 9 level. See ability: F doll, designates an enemy to transform into a doll. The duration shortens with greater level disparity. E grade inheritance: the designated doll can inherit 80% of the original strength and skills. D grade puppet, commands the doll to engage in combat. C grade unknown, previous battles have not revealed this. Wow, this ability is impressive. It is particularly suited for a 5v5 arena format, right at the start. The opposing team loses a member, turning the tide to 6 against 4. Su Lanlan exclaimed. No wonder she can hold her own among a crowd of adults. Lu Jiming remarked. Fortunately, we have a captain, with 3 pets. Even if we encounter her, we won't suffer in numbers. Gao Lin swiftly devised a counter-strategy. As long as the little girl didn't react too quickly, they would seal her off at the outset to limit her capabilities. However, this skill sent a chill down Gao Lin's spine. Had they not received prior intelligence, she could easily have transformed a teammate into a doll and turned on them, presenting a perplexing dilemma. The other individuals who piqued their interest were several B-grade team leaders, all elemental or power-type awakeners, but he would not elaborate further on them. Lei Lai, growing impatient after a while, scoffed. These individuals are no match for a single thunderclap from me. Su Lanlan quickly retorted. That would be the kind that leaves you a fool, lying around for a day while we're left to face 4 opponents? The two engaged in a light-hearted banter. After reviewing the materials, Gao Lin felt a sense of reassurance. There were no significant issues, and securing first place in this provincial competition seemed almost certain. Would they represent Xinhui City in Kyoto? Gao Lin had a premonition that if they went to Kyoto, everything could be resolved. However, the journey to Kyoto would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. For now, they needed to focus on performing well in the competition. Once in Kyoto, they would confront whatever obstacles arose. Time swiftly passed, and it was now August 5th, the day of the competition. It was just past 7 o'clock. The event was set to commence at 8. The provincial sports arena was already teeming with spectators, with all venues featuring a central sunken arena for the matches. The arenas had been renovated, each comparable in size to 2 standard basketball courts, comfortably accommodating 10-person battles. Protective barriers had been erected around the arena to prevent stray attacks from endangering the audience, as a significant portion of those present were ordinary citizens. The 5 members of the Xingye team arrived at their designated resting room in Venue 5, where they could glimpse the arena through the window. Although the distance was considerable, the room was equipped with 2 screens. One displayed the entire arena's proceedings, while the other connected to the official live broadcast, showcasing over 10 million viewers from Xinhui City, with numbers rapidly climbing. The night before, Gao Lin had requested the specific match venues and times for the teams he wished to monitor from Leon, but Leon had refused. His exact words were, "To ensure the fairness and transparency of the competition, all participants' numbers are kept confidential and drawn at random." This meant he was aware of the numbers and venues, but not which participants would enter the arena first. Everything was uncertain. Initially, Gao Lin thought their team, number 99, would certainly compete in the afternoon, allowing them to watch other matches in the morning. However, he was informed that if luck was not on their side, their team could be the first to battle in Venue 5. Lin had successfully arranged matters to keep them away from eager reporters, which was why they had arrived at the resting room early to prepare. The 5 of them were spirited, and while they did not wear matching attire like the Miracle team, each proudly displayed the badge representing the Xingye team, currently boasting 3 stars. "Heh, I'm feeling inexplicably excited," Lei Lai exclaimed, leaning against the window railing, awed by the multitude of spectators below. Su Lanlan rolled her eyes and remarked, "You'd think you've never seen a crowd before. This is nothing. There will be even more spectators in Kyoto. Don't freeze up and forget your skills." As they conversed, the clock struck 8. In Venue 5, the host, renowned television presenter Jiang Ming from the southern province, stepped onto the stage. "Hello, dear audience." The crowd responded enthusiastically, "Hello. Welcome to the inaugural national tournament of the northern region, here at the southern province. We are at the selection event for the top 3 teams in the province at Venue 5. I'm your host, Jiang Ming, and it's a pleasure to see you all." Cheers erupted from the audience, and with just a few opening remarks, the atmosphere was electrified. Without further ado, let us randomly select the combatants for the first match in Venue 5. Please direct your attention to the big screen. The screen rolled into action, revealing the first number, 60, the second number, 99. Let us welcome both teams to the arena. Chapter 28, Dominating the Championship. Lion's prediction had indeed come true. He truly was a harbinger of doom. Gao Lin grimaced slightly. Under the guidance of the staff, the Starry Night team made their way to the entrance passage. As a few members stepped onto the stage, the surrounding cheers grew louder. Jiang Ming announced, "Let us welcome Team 60 and the Starry Night team, number 99. The audience chanted, "Starry Night, Starry Night, Starry Night." The host, with exceptional emotional intelligence, refrained from introducing them separately, yet the audience remained unconvinced. Gao Lin and his companions stood momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden surge of fans. Having devoted themselves solely to training and missions, they were unaware of their burgeoning online fanbase, where the barrage of comments in the livestream obscured any visibility of the participants. Nevertheless, they maintained their composure, smiling and waving at the enthusiastic crowd. Team 60 comprised 4 males and 1 female, a standard configuration of tank, mage, warrior, assassin, and healer. Upon realizing they were matched against the Starry Night team, their spirits plummeted. What a stroke of misfortune. Were they destined merely to be fodder? Their strength was not lacking among the awakened in the provincial capital, all at C rank, which placed them in the upper middle tier. They had hoped to secure a place in the top 64, yet had lost a point right from the outset. The leading warrior took a deep breath. Rallying his teammates, "We may not win, but let us give it our all and see how far we fall short of the title contenders. Let us go." As both teams took their positions, Gao Lin observed the opposing team's serious demeanor and understood their intentions. He exchanged a glance with Lei Lai, who nodded in agreement. Skipping the traditional pre-match banter, Jiang Ming promptly initiated the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let the match begin. At Team 60, just as the tank raised his light shield, Lei Lai had already utilized Thunder Flash to enter the arena, swiftly following up with a chain lightning attack before retreating. The members of Team 60 could barely react. The electric arcs of the chain lightning erupted among them, crackling with ferocious energy, leaving the 5 huddled on the stage, overwhelmed by the sheer might of the lightning. Only the tank, shield in hand, fared slightly better, albeit half-kneeling, as his light shield dissipated. As Lei Lai exited, he conjured a lightning sphere in one hand and fashioned a lightning spear in the other, preparing for a finishing blow. At that moment, the tremulous warrior from the opposing team stood, stammering, "Team 60 concedes." What was there left to fight for? The opposing team had only dispatched 1 member, clearly holding back. Continuing would only lead to humiliation. Jiang Ming's voice echoed throughout the venue. "Let us congratulate Team 99 for securing their first victory in a mere 3 seconds. Earning 1 point. The audience and livestream chat erupted. "Wow. Starry Night, Starry Night." The first day of competition soon came to a close, with the next 2 teams conceding outright, recognizing their inability to compete. They preferred to conserve their strength rather than risk injury, as no amount of healing skills could restore them instantly, potentially jeopardizing their subsequent matches. Thus, aside from Lei Lai's brief display of prowess in the opening match, the rest of the team had not engaged in any skirmishes. The following day also marked the competition for other provincial capitals. After returning to their dormitory, Gao Lin searched for the Miracle Team's match videos. he discovered that the woman who had previously taunted Lei Lai was an ice elemental ability user. Upon her entrance, she quickly encased the opposing team in ice, displaying a cold demeanor that denied them any opportunity to concede. Of course, no life-threatening harm was permitted. As one of the rules stipulated, actions that could endanger life were strictly prohibited during the match. Lian explained that incapacitating or severely injuring an opponent was acceptable, as long as it did not result in death. He had also emphasized to the Starry Night team the importance of cultivating a positive public image, avoiding excessive cruelty. The team collectively thought to themselves, what do they take us for, sadists? Who enjoys tormenting others for fun? On the second day of the grand competition, only the top 64 teams competed. Based on points accrued from the previous day, the Starry Night team held the top position. The day's matches consisted of 3 rounds, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening, determining the top 32, top 16, and top 8 teams respectively. Once again, Lei Lai concluded the matches swiftly, with no teams conceding outright today. However, in the evening match, they faced an opposing captain who was B rank. Cold Wind, utilizing his clairvoyance, swiftly identified their weaknesses, allowing Lei Lai to eliminate them in 2 rounds. From the audience's perspective, the Starry Night team advanced to the provincial top 8 with the prowess of a single member. This feat spawned numerous bloggers who meticulously analyzed match videos, scrutinizing the players' skills and combat habits. Among them was a blogger known for frame-by-frame analysis, who noted a fleeting glimmer of gold in Lan Feng's eyes, asserting, this player, based on all previously gathered information and witness accounts from Starry Night's missions, has a notably low presence. The blogger adjusted his glasses, continuing, however, I beg to differ. Given the publicly available information, Lan Feng possesses formidable combat abilities and impressive physical attributes, yet his abilities remain unmentioned. Therefore, based on this moment, I boldly hypothesize that his ability relates to his eyesight, enabling him to discern his opponent's weaknesses. Moreover, throughout the encounter, I observed that his lips remained still, suggesting that if my first conjecture holds true, he may possess mental abilities that emerge after advancing. After watching this video shared by Su Lanlan, Gao Lin couldn't help but marvel at how a mere flash of gold could nearly unveil half of Lan Feng's skills. Long before Lu Ju announced the competition, Lan Feng's previously undisclosed skill had been preserved as one of the team's trump cards. This explained why, during the support mission in Linhai City, Lan Feng had merely been assisting. It became evident that they must tread carefully in the upcoming matches, revealing as little as possible. The provincial competition posed minimal pressure. The primary objective was to prepare for the Kyoto showdown. The less information their opponents had about them, the better. Indeed, Gao Lin's caution proved wise. In Kyoto, Qin Tianhao was diligently studying videos related to the Starry Night team. He had even tracked down footage from the Linhai City rescue operation, as well as the abilities exhibited during the Jiangshui City support mission. Huang Qi remarked, "You've been at it for hours. Is it really necessary to be this thorough?" Without glancing away, Qin Tianhao replied, "Replaying the footage of the Linhai City battle involving the Golden Light, the more I understand, the higher our chances of victory." As one of the 3 code-named teams within the Kyoto Special Investigations Bureau, all 3 teams were only required to participate in the finals. Thus, Qin Tianhao had ample time to thoroughly analyze his anticipated opponents, with the primary focus being Starry Night and Miracle. Starshine City, the 3rd day of competition. Today featured 3 matches, 1 to determine the top 4, 1 for the top 2, and an evening match for the championship. The semi-final round was swiftly concluded, as the opposing team conceded, opting to preserve their strength for the loser's bracket in hopes of securing a higher ranking. In the afternoon's final match, they unexpectedly faced Huang Chengcheng's team. Beyond Huang Qingqing's unique abilities, the team included 2 B-rank players, a fire elemental user, and a giant tank, along with 2 C-rank healers. This dual healer tank configuration supported a fire mage, with Huang Chengqing providing hard control. Gao Lin prepared to take the field himself, as his 3 familiar beasts were well known. Lan Feng's trump card skill needed to remain undisclosed, and with Lu Jiming now A rank, no one was aware of it either. Thus, he too would remain on the sidelines. However, they could retain some skills from the 3 familiar beasts, evaluating the situation as the match unfolded, indicating to Lan and Lei Lai. The 2 were advised to take action promptly should the situation take a turn for the worse. As the host commenced the countdown, the competition officially began. At the sound of the command, the moment Gao Lin summoned 3 pet beasts, he felt his body start to transform, his consciousness remaining crystal clear. He could still communicate normally with the 3 pet beasts, yet he found himself unable to exert control over his own body. Alas, he had underestimated the speed of Huang Chengqing, which was hardly that of a mere 9-year-old. Gao Lin observed as he morphed into a diminutive doll-like figure, and without delay, he communicated with Bobo to cast a barrier on Huang Chengqing, followed by Yaya bestowing protective spells upon the others. Now, a 9-year-old girl and a doll were locked in a silent stare. The fire elemental abilities of the opposing team conjured a series of fireballs that struck the barrier before Gao Lin, creating a cloud of smoke. Once Bobo had completed the barrier, Gao Lin directed him to unleash a torrent of ice shards, which cascaded down upon their foes. The opposing muscle-bound man instantly swelled in size, completely shielding his companions behind him, his skin emanating a dark azure glow, successfully withstanding Bobo's assault, albeit visibly injured. After all, it was an A-class attack. Despite Bobo's lack of proficiency in offensive capabilities, it was far beyond what a B-class could easily endure. Behind them, 2 healing awakeners unleashed a barrage of restorative spells. Alas, as Gao Lin, now a mere doll, observed this scene, he realized that this team was indeed a formidable adversary. The fire elemental man, having gathered his strength since the previous fireball barrage, appeared to be preparing a significant move of his own. With a commanding shout, flickering embers, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing, began to drift languidly towards Gao Lin. After executing this attack, the man nearly collapsed, sitting cross-legged at the edge of the arena, slowly regaining his energy. Bobo's icy domain swiftly formed a colossal ice wall. Fortunately, the slow-moving embers afforded Bobo ample time to gather his strength. Boom! As the flickering embers collided with the ice wall, they erupted into a spectacular explosion. The resounding blasts continued, shaking the ice wall violently until it ultimately shattered. A wave of intense heat, combined with the steam from the melting ice, enveloped the entire arena. With a swift thought, Gao Lin recognized an opportunity. A flash of golden light darted through the haze. The golden figure, seizing the moment of obscured vision, traversed swiftly to the rear of the enemy, dispatching both the fire elemental man and the 2 healers with remarkable efficiency. Before the mist dissipated, the figure returned to Gao Lin's side as if it had never moved at all. As the fog cleared, Gao Lin had reverted from his doll-like state. The opposing muscle-bound shield-bearer turned to see his teammates fallen and, with a bitter expression, conceded, "We surrender." Jiang Ming proclaimed. "Let us congratulate the Xingye team for advancing to the top 2, finishing in just 5 minutes." Although the audience had not witnessed the final moments clearly, they were perplexed as to how the earlier back and forth had culminated in such a swift defeat. Coughing slightly, they acknowledged that it had indeed been a 1-against-5. Yet this did not dampen the cheers that erupted upon hearing of the Xingye team's victory. In the evening finals, they faced off against a team led by 2 B-class fighters. This peculiar team, devoid of any strange abilities, was notably a kitchen knife squad, lacking both healers and a tank. Once again, Gao Lin took the lead. The kitchen knife team found themselves utterly helpless against Bobo. And with just one of Bobo's pet beasts, Gao Lin concluded the battle, clinching the provincial championship. Based on their completion time, the second place was awarded to Huang Qingqing's team, while the kitchen knife team secured 3rd place. Both teams had remained undefeated except in their encounters with the Xingye team. That night, the cheers in Venue 5 belonged solely to the Xingye team. Lian, representing the Xinghua City Special Investigation Bureau, presented awards to the top 3 teams. The 2nd and 3rd place teams were granted the opportunity to train for a month at the 16th relic site, with each member of the 3rd place team receiving 5 drops of Thunder Spirit liquid, and each member of the 2nd place team receiving 10 drops. Meanwhile, the champion Xingye team stood together, holding a magnificent trophy made entirely of gold, exchanging glances of disbelief. Still on the podium, they refrained from inquiring about the promised grand prize. "Is this all there is?" Lian, ignoring their expressions, replied, "I have no idea. Director Liu never mentioned it. I dared not make any promises." Director Liu added, "The person is currently detained in Kyoto. Do not inquire further." Chapter 29, Arrival in Kyoto. The provincial championship in Nanxing concluded amidst jubilant celebrations, with the Xingye team emerging victorious through sheer strength, becoming the focal point of the national finals. Without granting them much time to linger, a brief overnight rest was all they had before setting off the next morning. Lian, the team leader, guided the Xingye team, Huang Qingqing's squad, and the kitchen knife team aboard a flight to Kyoto. Kyoto, situated in the northern region, has historically been the most frequently chosen capital throughout various dynasties. It is an ancient yet vibrant city, serving as the political, economic, and cultural heart of the north. As Gao Lin and his companions disembarked from the plane, they were awestruck by the scene before them. Forgive Gao Lin, for it was his first visit to Kyoto. He had never encountered such a bustling metropolis. Neon lights flickered along the streets, and the air was thick with rich spiritual energy, as if every inch of land pulsed with vitality and strength. Towering skyscrapers, busy thoroughfares, and throngs of people surrounded them. "This is Kyoto," Su Lanlan exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, as she gazed around. "It's even more splendid than Xinghua City." She even began to hum a tune, "The Bustling Night City." By the way, Lanfeng, having lived in Kyoto since childhood, you must be quite familiar with this place? Lanfeng gazed at the city with a complex expression and replied slowly, "It's all right. Once the competition is over, I'll take you around." "Yay, it's my first time here." Su Lanlan beamed. The others were puzzled. Miss Su has never been here before? Su Lanlan felt wronged. Explaining that she had spent her childhood in Shiliang City before moving to Xinhui City, and had indeed never visited Kyoto. The concentration of spiritual energy in Kyoto is among the highest I've ever seen, comparable to Tiantai Mountain, Lu Jiming remarked, feeling the spiritual fluctuations around him with a hint of nostalgia. Tiantai Mountain is a small place, and with a crowd inside. Gathering high concentrations of spiritual energy is relatively simple, but Kyoto, being such a vast city, brimming with spiritual energy, is no small feat. With a grin, Lu Jiming mused. If we could replicate the training room here, we could soar to new heights. Gao Lin remained silent, yet a hint of gravity graced his features. Kyoto was not merely a symbol of prosperity, it was also a haven for the strong. The opponents in the national finals would likely be far more formidable than those they had encountered in Xinhui City. Moreover, what had prompted Director Lu's earlier visit to Kyoto? Gao Lin had a foreboding sense that all would be revealed after the finals. Huang Qingqing's team and the kitchen knife team exchanged thoughts. That year, I was as still as a quail amidst the crowd. They were merely here to observe, experiencing the event firsthand. The thought of facing off against a team as monstrous as the Xingye team in the finals left them feeling utterly deflated. The group arrived at the headquarters of the Kyoto Special Investigation Bureau. This towering modern edifice was adorned with runes pulsating with spiritual energy, radiating a faint glow. At the spacious entrance, guards clad in specialized battle armor wielded energy weapons, their gazes sharp as blades, appearing far more formidable than any other Special Investigation Bureau Gao Lin had encountered. Xinhui, Jianshui, Lanhai, we mean you no harm. Li, the team leader, greeted them as a middle-aged man in a black and blue uniform approached, with a gentle smile adorning his face. Chun Ming introduced himself as the reception officer from the Kyoto Special Investigation Bureau, responsible for the arrangements concerning accommodations and the upcoming national finals. "Pleased to meet you," he said, extending a friendly handshake to Leon, who nodded to the others, signaling them to follow. Chun Ming guided them through the grand hall and into the elevator, ascending to the higher floors. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a breathtaking view of Kyoto unfolded before them. Leilai leaned against the glass, pointing in astonishment at the distant silhouette. "Look over there. Isn't that the iconic Ling Tower of Kyoto?" "Indeed," Chun Ming smiled, following his gaze. The Ling Tower serves as the spiritual nexus of Kyoto and is the tallest structure in the city. At its pinnacle rests a spiritual orb that sustains the entire city's energy. The others chimed in. The orb is so conspicuously placed at the top. It speaks volumes about Kyoto's confidence, unperturbed by potential thieves. Gao Lin's gaze lingered on the Ling Tower, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Every encounter with a spiritual orb had brought its share of complications and encounters with the Destiny Bearers organization. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, this was Kyoto, and the Destiny Bearers were unlikely to engage in open conflict. Once their accommodations were settled, Lian convened a meeting to discuss the rules of the national finals, which differed from those in Xinhui City. He activated the projector, revealing the detailed schedule of the competition on the screen. The contest was divided into two segments, team battles and individual matches. The team competition operated on a points system, awarding 3 points for a victory, 1 for a draw, and none for a loss. The individual matches would follow a knockout format, with each duel conducted in a 1v1 format, adhering to the same points rules. The final rankings would be determined by the cumulative points from team and individual performances. "The rules are straightforward," Lan Feng inquired calmly. "Who are our opponents?" "Our most formidable adversaries include the Tianqi team and the Phantom team from Kyoto," Lian replied, pulling up their profiles. The captain of the Tianqi team, Lin Tian, is an A-class awakened with spatial abilities, while the Phantom team is led by Yi Qing, also an A-class awakened, who wields illusionary powers. Beyond that, we lack further information. Lian cleared his throat. "You should be familiar with the miracles of Haijo City, so I won't dwell on that. However, I've heard rumors that one of their team members has reached A-class. Kyoto also boasts the Guangming team, featuring 2 A-class awakened, Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao," he continued, casting a glance at Lan Feng. "You should be quite acquainted with them." "All A-class," Gao Lin furrowed his brow, realizing that the other team members were likely all B-class, eliminating any tier-based advantage. Lan Feng interjected. "Huang Qin possesses sound wave abilities, capable of shattering targets or causing internal injuries with high-frequency waves. Upon advancement, she gains capabilities like dizziness and tinnitus. Qin Tianming wields gravitational powers, enhancing his attacks or restraining foes through gravity manipulation. That was a succinct and effective introduction. As expected of you, Lin noted. It's crucial to pay close attention to these teams. The strongest teams from other provincial capitals consist predominantly of B-class members, threatening, but not nearly as formidable as these four. Observing the silence among his companions, Gao Lin spoke up. Why the somber faces? We are not without our strengths. Old Lu is also A-class, and the rest of us are all B-class. Plus, our captain has an A-class pet beast. Cheer up, everyone. At his words, Su Lan Lan and Lei Lai's expressions softened. They were merely grappling with the peculiar and unpredictable abilities of their opponents. Indeed, if all else fails, I can take to the skies and unleash my ultimate move. Without an A-class tank, no one will have an easy time ahead, Lei Lai declared with a spirited demeanor. Su Lan Lan too felt a wave of relief wash over her, thinking, what is there to fear? I have spatial teleportation abilities. If we face a formidable opponent, I could teleport behind them for a surprise attack. How exhilarating. Exactly, Lian affirmed, I have faith in your abilities. Adjust your mindset and give it your all during the competition. Let us go. The group rallied together with encouraging cheers. That evening, after the meeting adjourned, Gao Lin stood alone on the balcony, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant Ling Tower. Bobo hovered on his shoulder, its tendrils gently swaying, seemingly offering comfort. What troubles you, Captain? Lu Jiming approached, clutching a bottle of iced cola. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss in Kyoto, Gao Lin replied, his voice low. The energy emanating from the Ling Tower feels peculiar. Don't you sense it? Lu Jiming nodded in agreement. I too have noticed it. We have encountered 2 spiritual orbs already. Yet their power alone cannot account for the abundance of energy saturating the entire city. Do you think the Destiny Bearers might take action here? Gao Lin inquired. That is quite probable. Lu Jiming's expression turned grave, before he could no longer contain a chuckle. You worry too much. Do not overthink it. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to support it. Moreover, this is Kyoto, and it's the time of the national finals. The Destiny Bearers would be foolish to stir trouble now. Gao Lin remained silent for a moment, exhaling a breath of relief. Perhaps he had been overly anxious. Indeed, as Lu Jiming had said, Kyoto, the headquarters, those old men were likely concocting some mischief. Enough of this, time for bed. The following day, the team arrived at the training facility of the Kyoto Special Investigation Bureau for adaptive training. The venue was equipped with state-of-the-art facilities and a high concentration of spiritual energy, making it ideal for cultivation. Just as Gao Lin and his team prepared to commence their training, a group of young individuals clad in black uniforms entered. At the forefront stood a tall, imposing figure with a stern gaze, Lin Tian, the captain of the Tianqi team. You must be Gao Lin of the Xingye team. Lin Tian stated coolly, striding towards him. That's me, Gao Lin nodded, maintaining unwavering eye contact. I've heard about your commendable performance in the Xinghue City competition. Lin Tian remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips. However, this is Kyoto. I trust you won't disappoint me. We won T, Gao Lin replied calmly. Lin Tian chuckled softly, then turned and walked away, exuding an air of confidence and arrogance, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of the competition. After the training session, Leon, reminiscent of a doting parent, gathered the team for a pre-competition pep talk as the finals were set to commence the following day. The national finals are not merely a test of strength, but also a battle of wits, Leon declared with seriousness. The opponents from Kyoto are formidable, but so are you. Remember, your safety is paramount. None of you can afford to get into any trouble. The night before, Director Liu had held a secret meeting with Leon. Should anything happen to these precious treasures, Liu would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon him. Understood. The team responded in unison. Leon also reminded the Kaidao team and the Huang Chengqing team, particularly the 9-year-old girl, who had piqued Director Liu's interest due to her abilities. Gently ruffling Huang Chengqing's hair, Leon said, Chengqing, if you find yourself at a disadvantage, don't hesitate to concede. The young girl tilted her head back, her 2 pigtails swaying. If I get my head patted, I want to grow tall. I want to be as tall as Sister Lan Lan. Her innocent remark left the group utterly charmed. Chapter 30. The opening of the finals. The national finals day arrived, and the entire nation rejoiced. Those who could attend the event did so, while those unable to be present watched the live broadcast on television. This marked the grandest event since the resurgence of spiritual energy, akin to past athletic competitions. The authorities intentionally promoted the awakening and showcased the strength of the northern regions during this momentous occasion. Since the onset of the mutation in the neighboring country, probing efforts have been incessant, all of which have been discreetly managed by the authorities. However, there remains a possibility of errant individuals causing disturbances in the future. Thus, the government has been fervently promoting spiritual cultivation, guiding and encouraging the awakened, and forming teams in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. The grand opening ceremony of the national finals is held in a colossal arena beneath the Spirit Tower. There are no longer any venue restrictions. Even if each provincial capital brings 3 teams, only one team will compete. The remaining 2 teams serve merely as spectators or reserve forces. A total of 24 teams are participating, and the victor will be determined within 3 days. The arena is filled to capacity, with the audience buzzing with excitement. Their countless gazes fixed upon the central stage. Gao Lin and his companions stand in the contestant passageway, feeling both nervous and exhilarated amidst the deafening cheers from outside. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of the National Awaken Championship. The voice of the host, Jiang Ming, reverberates throughout the arena. Over the next 3 days, we shall witness the emergence of the strongest Awaken team from the north, comprising 24 elite teams from various provincial capitals. As the stirring music plays, the competing teams make their entrance one by one. Each team is composed of champions from their respective provinces, with numerous supporters in attendance. The Xingye team, as the champions of the southern province, enters second to last. When their name is called, the arena erupts into thunderous applause. Su Lanlan constantly pulls her teammates to inquire about her attire and makeup, anxious about any potential faux pas. Let us go. It's our turn. Gao Lin exhales deeply, feeling a surge of excitement as he leads his team into the spotlight. In the center of the stage, the Xingye team stands out with remarkable poise. All strikingly handsome or beautiful, their appearance rivaling that of any dignitary. Su Lanlan and Lei Lai enthusiastically wave to the audience, while Lanfeng maintains a stoic expression, surveying the crowd. Lu Jiming exudes calmness. Gao Lin stands at the forefront, his gaze resolute. They are fully prepared to face any challenge. The opening ceremony concludes in under half an hour, free from any tedious speeches by leaders. With Jiang Ming announcing, "Let the draw for the matchups begin." The national finals officially commence. The first team battle pits the Xingye team against the Chuanguang team from Guangzhou. The captain of Chuanguang, a tall man, stands opposite with a grave demeanor, the atmosphere of his team tense as if they are about to confront a formidable beast. Comprising 4 men and 1 woman. Their classic brawler combo is supported by 2 assistants, all at B rank. Damn, our luck is terrible. We face the top favorites right off the bat. The Chuanguang team members murmur internally, though they are not to be underestimated. The match begins. At the referee's command, the battle ignites. The male assistant from the opposing team strikes first, summoning a radiant aura behind the Chuanguang team, followed by a golden spear hurled by their warrior. Accompanied by the entangling skills of their wood element mage, 5 massive vines extend from their side, agile as tentacles, attempting to ensnare the Xingye team. All this transpires in a flash. Gao Lin summons his giant turtle, Bobo, whose massive shell effectively shields the Xingye team, while a vast yellow protective barrier envelopes the 5 members. The extending vines find no purchase, unable to breach the defensive skill, and instead ensnare Bobo. With a powerful bite, Bobo breaks free, but the opposing warrior seizes a fleeting opportunity to strike Yiya on its left foreleg. The attack does not penetrate, yet it leaves a mark, a testament to Yiya's resilience. With the initial strike thwarted, the warrior swiftly retreats. Gao Lin, sensing the moment, initiates Yiya's trample ability. The entire arena reverberates as if war drums are echoing, causing the warrior to stagger. Yiya capitalizes on the opportunity with a spin, delivering a colossal impact that sends the warrior spewing blood, perilously close to being thrown off the stage. The wood element user hastily uses the vines to catch their airborne warrior, while the female assistant begins to cast a healing spell. The brief exchange concludes swiftly, with only Gao Lin and his pet beast engaged from the Xingye team. The opposing team, while not weak, is entirely countered by Yiya, unable to control the situation or inflict significant damage. With only a pure tank and 2 supports left, they struggle to pose a threat against Yiya. Just as Gao Lin prepares to summon Yiya for an expedited conclusion, the captain of Chuanguang, with the aid of his teammates, manages to stand. With great difficulty, he declares, "We concede." Although they possess trump cards, facing the Xingye team offers no need to exhaust their full strength to probe their other abilities, which would merely benefit another team. Gao Lin smiles, offering a respectful nod to his opponents. In the resting area, Huang Qin observes this scene, pouting, "What a useless display. This is rather dull," before signaling to a nearby individual, who respectfully withdraws. Following this, the 1v1 personal match occurs, with Chuanguang forfeiting. The Xingye team earns a full 6 points from the battle. Online discussions about this moment erupt, with some cheering for the strength of the Xingye team, others praising Chuanguang's wise decision, and some deeming it cowardly behavior. Regardless, none of these opinions affect the 5 individuals present. In the afternoon, they face another all-B-ranked team, with 2 lightning element attackers proving somewhat challenging. Gao Lin summons Bobo and Yiya, and alongside Lei Lai, they achieve a decisive victory, bringing their score to 12 points and securing advancement to the top 8. The remaining teams, Miracle, Phantom, Apocalypse, and Light Fate, also each attain a perfect score of 12 points on the first day. The officials are intentionally avoiding early encounters between these teams. However, it is certain that tomorrow, two of these teams will inevitably clash. Today, Gao Lin observed these teams' matches, noting they too swiftly resolved their battles with just one or two members deployed, revealing little information. Several A-rank players didn't even take action. What Gao Lin did not anticipate was that in the first match of the second day, the opponents would be Xingye versus Apocalypse. Watching the disdain in Lin Tian's eyes from across the arena, Gao Lin struggled to suppress a twitch of his features. What a juvenile attitude. We are all adults here. Let's maintain some composure. He regretted not sending Lu Jiming to draw, given his poor luck. As the next match approaches, Gao Lin advises his teammates, let us go all out. Swift resolution is best. We can't afford to hold back. If we do, we might find ourselves capsized. The match commences. With the referee's signal, Lin Tian waves his hand, activating his spatial control ability. An invisible spatial barrier envelopes the entire arena, while the other members of the Apocalypse team swiftly disperse, attempting to encircle the Xingye team from multiple directions. Be cautious. Their aim is to divide our formation. Gao Lin whispers a warning. Leave it to me. Lu Jiming chants a lightning rune, summoning thunder to repel the approaching Apocalypse members. Su Lanlan swiftly empowers her teammates with enhanced attack and speed, while Lan Feng activates his celestial eye to lock onto the enemies. Lei Lai gathers electricity in his hands, ready to unleash a tempest. Bobo, Silver Frost Domain. With a thought, Bobo releases an icy chill, freezing the arena's ground and restricting the movements of the Apocalypse team. Lin Tian sneers, clenching his hands together, causing the spatial barrier to constrict, ensnaring the Xingye team. Xingye team, you cannot escape. The voice of Lin Tian echoed from all directions. The members of the Apocalypse squad had completely surrounded the Starlight squad, poised to act at a moment's notice, waiting for Lin Tian to hear the words surrender from their adversaries. Who said we were going to flee? Gao Lin's lips curled into a slight smile, the azure patterns on his palms shimmering as he exchanged glances with his teammates, ready for action. Su Lanlan understood the cue. Group spatial teleportation. The members of the Starlight squad vanished in an instant. Lin Tian's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly retracted the spatial barrier, attempting to reconstruct it. But it was too late. Various talismans from Lu Jiming were already activated, targeting Lin Tian and the Apocalypse squad members directly. Boom. In a flurry of panic, Lin Tian constructed a spatial barrier to protect his teammates, while he himself executed a spatial teleportation to the side. The hastily erected barrier managed to deflect most of the talisman attacks, yet some still struck his teammates in the Apocalypse squad, without a meat shield to absorb the blows. Facing an A-grade attack, all four were left spitting blood. Lei Lai and Lan Feng rushed forward to deliver the finishing blows, casting the four out of the ring. Gao Lin smiled at Lin Tian. Now it's 8-1. Lin Tian, filled with rage, retorted, you all. How despicable. Let us fight with honor. The Starlight squad, having long found him irksome, was eager to oblige. Under the assault of 3 magical beasts and 5 people, Gao Lin had already devised a strategy the moment Li and introduced Lin Tian's abilities, focusing on an unexpected approach, capitalizing on the initial engagements. Lin Tian's proud and arrogant demeanor made him susceptible to underestimating his opponents, and as he believed he had the upper hand, they vanished from his sight. Anyone would be momentarily caught off guard, and in the heat of battle, a moment's distraction could determine victory or defeat. Who could have known that Su Lanlan also possessed group spatial teleportation abilities? Despite Lin Tian showcasing his spatial traversing and various spatial capabilities, he remained outnumbered, and his opponents did not grant him the time to compress space and trap them again. After all, Lanlan's spatial teleportation could not be utilized again in this competition. Lin Tian, battered and bruised, with a swollen face, could no longer endure and let out a pained cry before losing consciousness. The onlookers formed a circle around the fallen Lin Tian, and Su Lanlan sheathed her dagger. Oh dear, did we go too hard? The others quickly exchanged glances, concealing their implements of attack, feigning innocence, and anxiously awaited the referee's verdict. The referee proclaimed, I am the referee, I cannot be swayed. In the first round of the team competition, the Starlight squad emerged victorious. As for the subsequent individual matches, there were none, for the Starlight squad had been too merciless. It would take the Apocalypse squad some time to recover, leading to an immediate declaration of victory for the Starlight squad. They scored 6 points, bringing their total to 18. The 4 members of the squad cheerfully greeted the audience as they exited amidst the cheers, needing to rest and recuperate for the challenging match in the afternoon. Although Lanlan's spatial skills had been revealed, the advantage was a swift resolution to the battle, with everyone largely unscathed. Thus, The top 4 teams in the nation were born: Starlight, Miracle, Light, and Phantom. In the afternoon, during the drawing of lots, Gao Lin insisted that Lu Jiming take the stage. To his surprise, the result was none other than their old friends, the Miracle Squad. Lei Lai clamored for a fair 1v1 against the girl with built-in air conditioning. Chapter 31, Elemental Fusion. After the Starlight Squad triumphed over the Apocalypse Squad. In the lounge of the Light Squad, Qin Tianhao remarked, "I told you it wouldn't matter. Lin Tian couldn't win." As he observed Huang Qin reclining on the sofa. After speaking, he reached over to massage her shoulders, but Huang Qin pushed him away, retorting angrily, "Then we shall take matters into our own hands. The championship prize is ours for the taking. And it would be best if we could take down Lan Feng as well." At the nationwide semifinals in the afternoon, the host Jiang Ming's voice rang out passionately. "Welcome back, everyone. Here we are at the national tournament semifinal. Let us welcome the competing teams. From Xinghui City, the Starlight Squad, facing off against the Miracle Squad from Haizhou City. The Miracle Squad, comprising 3 men and 2 women, was clad in matching gray and white outfits. Leading them, Ji Chuan spoke with a warm smile. "I didn't expect to meet you in the semifinals." Gao Lin clarified that it was Lu Jiming who had drawn the lots. "Since we are all so familiar, let us settle it with one decisive move. Even if we lose, we will still have the energy to fight for 3rd place. What do you say?" Ji Chuan proposed. Gao Lin, somewhat taken aback, considered the suggestion. The Miracle Squad had fought their way through with only 3 teammates engaging at most. And based on prior research, they were quite intriguing. With all 5 elemental attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, they possessed a balanced composition of strong attackers, mages, tanks, healers, and control. From a strength perspective, they were on par with the Starlight Squad. Gao Lin exchanged quick glances with his teammates, who all conveyed a silent message: "You are the captain, you decide." Reluctantly, Gao Lin replied confidently to Ji Chuan, "Let us give it a try." "Good, that takes courage," Ji Chuan praised, casting a glance at the referee. As the countdown concluded, with a resounding "Begin," Gao Lin summoned his water spirit, Bobo, and the sea turtle, Yaya, swiftly issuing commands for full defense. With just one successful block, they could secure victory. The Starlight Squad had high confidence in their defensive capabilities. A massive water curtain began to solidify into an ice wall in the air under the influence of silver frost, directly obstructing both teams' lines of sight. Bobo maintained the effort, the ice wall thickening continuously. Yaya's form also enlarged, completely shielding the Starlight Squad beneath him, while activating his resilience. Intricate golden-yellow patterns glowed on his body and shell. The protective barrier enveloped them in an instant. Lu Jiming's spiritual energy flowed through the team, connecting them in a radiant silver pentagram formation. With precise hand seals, talismans were cast, and a golden defensive array was swiftly established just behind the ice wall. Su Lanlan unleashed her empowering abilities, enhancing everyone. Lei Lai, shedding his nonchalant demeanor, readied himself for a powerful attack. All of this transpired within mere seconds. Lan Feng's eyes gleamed with vigilance as he warned, "Be careful. The opponent Mu Qingqing is gathering energy. The rest of the team remains motionless." Under the watchful eyes of Lan Feng and the audience, including the viewers at home, Mu Qingqing completed her preparation. Taking a deep breath, she slowly raised her hands. Surrounding her, 5 colored orbs of light began to manifest, representing the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. "Gold!" Ji Chuan exclaimed, unleashing metallic blades. "Water!" The air-conditioned girl erupted with a tidal wave. "Fire!" The fire mage raised his hand, summoning a roaring flame dragon. "Earth!" The earth mage stomped, causing the ground to tremble, where the special stone slab was engulfed in swirling yellow sand. "What?" Mu Qingqing called out, green light bursting forth from her being. With Mu Qingqing's declaration of elemental fusion, the abilities of the other 4 converged into a radiant beam of light, merging with the orbs surrounding her. The 5-colored luminescence intertwined, forming a dazzling pillar that shot skyward. Mu Qingqing was enveloped in light, lifting off the ground, her gray and white attire shimmering with brilliance. Her aura surged, breaking through the A-grade limits and reaching S-grade. Elemental fusion of the 5 elements. Mu Qingqing's melodious voice, at this moment, resonated throughout the arena like a divine whisper. She suddenly thrust her hands forward, and vibrant beams of light converged into a colossal torrent of energy, surging straight towards the Starry Night team. The very fabric of space seemed to tremble in the wake of this energy cascade. The defensive shield of the arena began to quiver in response. Alarmed expressions crossed the faces of several referees as they rushed forward, pouring their efforts into reinforcing the arena's defenses. These children are truly a handful. There was no need for Lan Feng to remind them. The moment they sensed the S-class aura, Everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. Before Gao Lin could contemplate further, he decisively propelled Su Lan Feng, and Lei Lai off the arena. The three gasped in shock, with Su Lan nearly brought to tears as she landed outside the ring. At that moment, the energy torrent collided with the ice wall, but alas, even the ice barrier, painstakingly maintained by A-class Bo, shattered in less than 2 seconds. Lu Jiming, drawing upon his own blood, unleashed all his might to activate more golden talismans. In the first second, the talisman array trembled violently. In the second, it stood on the brink of collapse, and by the third second, it erupted in a spectacular explosion, injuring Lu Jiming with the immense backlash, causing him to spit blood. Gao Lin, having been prepared all along, immediately sent Lu Jiming out upon witnessing his grievous state. Leave the rest to me. He then turned with resolute eyes, thinking, 5 seconds will suffice. Calmly sensing the location of Yaya the turtle, he fixed his gaze on the approaching energy torrent. The once overwhelming momentum seemed to wane slightly after breaching 2 layers of defense. A tremendous roar reverberated as the torrent struck Yaya's protective shield, which held for a mere 4 seconds before it too shattered. In the next moment, both the sea turtle Yaya and Gao Lin vanished, leaving behind only a gleaming golden lobster. The lobster flickered briefly before disappearing as well. The energy torrent crashed into the arena floor, sending tremors through the entire arena and the audience. As they struggled to regain their footing, spectators incredulously rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they had merely imagined it. Where had such a massive turtle and a fleeting golden flash vanished? Look, there's Captain Gao, an astute onlooker exclaimed. At that moment, Gao Lin stood behind the miracle team, flanked by the resplendent golden lobster, the magnificent sea turtle, and the graceful jellyfish Bo. It turned out that upon sensing the S-class presence, Gao Lin had simultaneously pushed down his teammates and mentally communicated with the golden lobster to use its teleportation, stealthily maneuvering behind the opponents. The dazzling array of colorful energy torrents on the arena completely concealed the traces left by the golden lobster's teleportation, unnoticed by anyone. In mere seconds, he had reached the back of the miracle team, and utilizing his newly acquired ability to switch positions after advancing to B-class. He seamlessly reclaimed Bo and Yaya while simultaneously swapping places with the golden lobster. The process was not difficult, yet timing was crucial. Any miscalculation of even a second could have led to dire consequences, rendering him gravely wounded. Although he had previously withstood the S-class attack from that beguiling male figure, it was at the cost of Bo's weakened synergy, a week spent recuperating in the hospital, and Yaya's severe injuries sustained over more than a month. At this moment in the arena, as the energy torrent dissipated, Mu Qingqing's body faltered from the excessive exertion. Ji Chuan and the others, equally fatigued, hurried to support her, their gazes towards Gao Lin filled with astonishment and admiration. I never expected you would manage to pull through, Mu Qingqing said weakly. Gao Lin, with unwavering eyes yet a tone of respect, replied, You are formidable. I never anticipated that it would be you leading your team to A-class with such incredible abilities. This time, I merely took advantage. Ji Chuan's smile returned. Let us have another match next time, he said, glancing at the referee. We concede. They had spoken of a decisive victory, and given their current state, they had no spirit energy left to continue the fight, whereas Gao Lin and his 3 beasts still had fighting capacity. The referee announced the conclusion of the match, declaring the Starry Night team the narrow victors, eliciting a rousing applause from the audience in celebration of this exquisite battle. Online, the Miracle team, known for their credibility, strength, and captivating performances, was met with a chorus of acclaim. Below the stage, Su Lan and the others supported the injured Lu Jiming, gazing at their captain, who seemed to radiate brilliance. Upon returning to the lounge, Lu Jiming had begun to recover thanks to the treatment provided by the logistics team. Next time you pull a stunt like that, give us a heads up. You nearly scared us to death, Su Lan remarked exasperatedly to Gao Lin as he entered. Exactly, Lei Lai chimed in, while Lan Feng nodded in agreement. Gao Lin, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, replied, My apologies. The situation was urgent, inwardly vowing to do it again if necessary. Seeing his sincere attitude, they decided to let it slide. This afternoon, I suspect the Phantom team will either concede outright or put on a show, Lan Feng commented, not elaborating further. Su Lan replied incredulously. Is that Light Fate team really that formidable? Indeed, Lan Feng succinctly affirmed, thinking that their strength was not solely in power, but also in their cunning strategy. As anticipated, during the afternoon's semi-final match between the Light Fate and Phantom teams, Qin Tianhao proposed a decisive 1v1 battle. Surprisingly, the Phantom team agreed, with Qin Tianhao facing off against their captain, Yi Qing. Within 5 minutes, devoid of any extraordinary abilities, they engaged in a raw hand-to-hand combat. Qin Tianhao emerged victorious, after which the Phantom team promptly conceded. The audience was left fuming, as this was the semi-finals for Awakened beings, not merely a brawl. Online, accusations of foul play began to circulate. However, the referees remained unfazed by the proceedings and swiftly declared the Light Fate team the finalists for tomorrow's championship. The members of the Starry Night team exchanged glances, realizing that the Light Fate team had kept their true strength hidden throughout the competition, seemingly aiming for the championship. It was clear that tomorrow's final would be unpredictable. Chapter 32, The Final Showdown of Light Fate. Following the events of yesterday, public discourse had shifted dramatically, with calls for the Starry Night team to confront the royal family's suspected underhanded players. Speculations arose regarding whether the national championship had already been predetermined. Huang Qin, upon reading these comments, felt an urge to leap through the screen and silence the naysayers. Is this what you call a strategy? Qin Tianhao maintained his composed demeanor, as though everything was under control. As long as we win today, public opinion will turn in our favor. After elevating someone to godlike status, we can then bring them back down to earth. Isn't that more amusing? Regardless of how the online discourse evolved, the progression of the competition remained unaffected, and the audience arrived even earlier than before. The official broadcast had attracted billions of viewers, nearly encompassing the entirety of the northern nation. Thanks to the elixirs brought by Li In and the assistance of healing awakeners, Lu Jiming had fully recovered. As the host, Jiang Ming welcomed the audience. Both teams emerged from their respective lounges, slowly making their way to the central arena, greeted by waves of cheers for the Starry Night team. The cheers surged higher with each moment, while only a few sporadic shouts for Light Fate could be heard, drowned out by the overwhelming tide. Huang Qin led his team swiftly toward the arena, mentally relishing the thought of crushing Starry Night underfoot and silencing their cheers. Meanwhile, Qin Tianhao appeared indifferent to the commotion. "Oh, Lan Feng, long time no see," Huang Qin's voice floated across as the Starry Night team entered the arena. Gao Lin furrowed his brow, sensing the intense hostility emanating from his opponent. He glanced back at Lan Feng, who remained inscrutable, betraying no signs of emotion or response. Stepping forward, Gao Lin introduced himself. "Starry Night team, I look forward to your guidance." The members of the Light Destiny team remained silent. "Ah, how intriguing. There seems to be some unpleasant history here." Nevertheless, in the face of such overt animosity, it was clear that action must precede discussion. This was a most contemptible display, even more so than the overly dramatic Lin Tian. Gao Lin remained indifferent to whether his adversaries replied, having fulfilled his obligation of courtesy. He stepped back, signaling the referee that they could commence. Aside from Huang Qi and Qin Tianhao, the remaining three members of the opposing team possessed abilities related to light, gold, and ice. At the onset of the match, Huang Qi positioned himself in the center of the formation, his hands gliding through the air as if playing an ethereal melody. Qin Tianhao, arms crossed and gaze icy, was enveloped by a gravitational field. "Sound wave resonance," Huang Qi exclaimed, one hand suddenly slicing through the air. Invisible sound waves surged forth like crashing waves. The eardrums of several individuals throbbed painfully, their movements becoming sluggish. Su Lanlan covered her ears, her complexion paling. In terms of abilities, light speed and sound speed remained within the realm of physics, being the two swiftest forms. At that moment, Bobo's hemispherical ice shield had finally coalesced. Since this was a sound wave ability, as long as the ice shield was not shattered instantaneously, it could reflect a substantial portion of the sound waves. Gravitational domain. Qin Tianhao followed suit, forcefully pressing down with his hands. The bodies of the Starry Night team members instantly felt as though they were laden with weight, as if an invisible force pressed them to the ground. The colossal body of the sea turtle, Yaya, bore an even more exaggerated weight, its limbs trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, this was a formidable challenge. Gao Lin resisted the oppressive gravity and murmured, "Lan Lan." Su Lanlan, understanding his cue, activated her speed enhancement, allowing the team members to regain some agility. Gao Lin employed Bobo's water domain and toxin abilities, unleashing a torrential downpour that enveloped the entire Light Destiny team. He had anticipated this. Huang Qi dismissed the water and toxins with contempt. The light-based ability user radiated a brilliant white glow, instantaneously purifying the toxic droplets, simultaneously unfurling a milky white canopy that shielded against the remaining rain. After Lan Jiming had connected the spiritual energy conduits to his teammates, he began to weave seals to summon talismans, but the gravitational field rendered his movements painfully slow. "Thunderstorm, lightning chain," Gao Lin shouted. Although Thunderstorm was hindered by the gravitational field, the lightning ability allowed him to blink to the front of the opposing team and unleash the lightning chains. The crackling electricity was on the verge of weaving through the Light Destiny team when their gold-based ability user, with a commanding shout, entered a meditative state. drawing all the lightning toward himself, which detonated upon contact with the arena floor. Gao Lin's gaze sharpened. It was evident that the opponents had thoroughly studied the Starry Night team. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tianhao reapplied gravitational pressure to Thunderstorm, while simultaneously activating anti-gravity for his own team, causing their bodies to lighten as if accelerating. The ice-based ability user from the Light Destiny team began to envelop Thunderstorm in frost. With the added gravitational pressure from Qin Tianhao's right hand, he swung a punch at Thunderstorm, whose doubled weight made it impossible for him to act, compounded by the constraints of the frost ability. Thunderstorm was incapable of executing a retreat. Fortunately, Lan Jiming's talisman finally arrived in time to block Qin Tianhao's assault, simultaneously dispelling the frost that had restrained Thunderstorm. Only then could Thunderstorm blink back to rejoin his teammates. Bobo had just completed forming his hemispherical ice shield and unleashed a sealing ability toward Qin Tianhao. The restrictions imposed by the gravitational domain were overwhelming. The Starry Night team finally felt a moment of relief, but before they could celebrate, the light-based ability user from the opposing team infused his radiance into Qin Tianhao's body, effectively rendering him immune to restricting abilities for 5 minutes. Do refrain from employing the abilities you previously revealed, Qin Tianhao smirked, pressing down with his hands, causing the recently lifted gravitational constraints to reassert themselves. Gao Lin, undeterred by the futility of his attempts to seal Qin Tianhao again, coordinated with Bobo to unleash a combined water domain and silver frost in an effort to control the opposing team. Just as the water domain was on the verge of solidifying into ice, the ice-based ability user uttered, "Melt," restoring the newly formed water domain to its original state. The golden light that had previously traversed to the Light Destiny team was now completely immobilized by Qin Tianhao's gravitational domain. So, what other abilities do you possess? Huang Qi mocked. The Starry Night team appears to be rather lackluster. Would it be the great sea turtle's whirlpool that would break the deadlock? Or the thunderous might of the red-haired boy? Or perhaps it would be Su Lan Lan, braving the gravitational pressure with her Tang Dao? Or the ineffectual Lan Feng? At this moment, Qin Tianhao adjusted the cuff of his suit. To date, they have yet to exhibit their spatial teleportation ability. It seems that group teleportation has its time constraints. If there are no additional abilities, then this battle shall conclude. The Light Destiny team had been meticulously designed to counter the Starry Night configuration, lacking any sustainability. Qin Tianhao was acutely aware of the adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue. As the taunts from the opposing team began, Gao Lin's mind raced to devise a strategy. The previous approach of the Starry Night team had involved using the hemispherical ice barrier to diminish soundwave abilities while sealing Qin Tianhao's gravitational powers. But he had not anticipated such a specifically tailored counter. Thunder and lightning abilities were countered by the gold-based ability user, and it was likely that the Thunderstorm could only achieve a one-for-one exchange with the opponent under extreme conditions. Gao Lin recognized that the capabilities of his 3 creatures had been largely deduced by the opposing team. The sea turtle, Yaya, was far too massive, completely suppressed under the gravitational field, relegated to merely providing some protective energy. Lan Feng still had a trump card, as did Lan Jiming. Bobo was left with only his horizontal tear ability, while the lobster's golden light offered immunity skills that required a timely opportunity. Rapidly constructing a tactical plan in his mind, Gao Lin nodded at Thunderstorm, who immediately blinked into the air, causing the arena to erupt with thunderous roars and surging electric serpents. With a resounding declaration of Thunderstorm, a deluge of lightning engulfed the entire arena. Qin Tianhao's eyes flashed. Is this a one-for-one exchange? How amusing. The gold-based ability user again took his stance, erupting with dazzling golden light, transforming himself into a lightning rod that attracted all the descending thunderbolts, channeling them into the arena floor. The poor arena, having only recently been partially destroyed and hastily repaired, was once again ravaged, fissures radiating outward from the gold-based user as the rumbling grew louder. The arena erupted, dust and debris swirling. When visibility returned, the gold-based user and Thunderstorm had both fainted, carried away by teammates for medical attention. Meanwhile, the visible speed of the Jellyfish, summoned by Bobo's horizontal tier ability, increased dramatically, with numerous D-class Jellyfish appearing, each imbued with one of Bobo's skills. The arena that had just been alive with crackling electricity was now awash with water domains, silver frost, electromagnetic forces, and toxins, various abilities cascading through the air. The space was filled with Jellyfish enveloped in water domains. Huang Qi, initially taken aback, relaxed upon assessing the situation. Is this all there is to those D-class trinkets? While the gravitational abilities had no effect on Bobo, who could manipulate water domains, even with an ice barrier reflecting some sound waves, these Jellyfish would hardly suffice to withstand a single skill of his. Huang Qi proclaimed, preparing to unleash a melody of sound frequencies. Qin Tianhao attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The initial notes were melodious, akin to a dolphin's song, but soon the audience could hear nothing at all. The scene was one of utter chaos, as every individual present desperately covered their ears, including members of both the Light Fate and Starry Night teams. The jellyfish suspended in the air were inexplicably shattered by a mysterious sound wave, causing a myriad of skills to dissipate into nothingness. Gao Lin had long since retracted Bobo into his spatial realm, striving valiantly to maintain a hemispherical barrier, hoping to block at least some of the onslaught. It felt as though their very insides were being shattered, blood seeping from their orifices, while Huang Qin's sonic assault persisted unabated. Gao Lin managed to utter with great difficulty, "Lu Jiming, now is the time." He directed his thoughts to Yaya, commanding the sea turtle to envelop everyone once more in protective layers. Better to have too much than too little. Lu Jiming, enduring the dizziness and tinnitus brought on by the sonic attack, summoned his spiritual energy, connecting with the immense spiritual force inherent in this realm. Every sound wave contained a tremendous spiritual fluctuation. With gritted teeth, he declared, "Explode." This was the spiritual explosion skill he had acquired upon advancing to Grade A. The more spiritual energy waves present in the arena, the greater the damage inflicted by the skill. Thus, with Huang Qin amplifying the sound, combined with Qin Tianming's gravity field ultimate move in the multitude of jellyfish that had just been shattered, alongside Lu Jiming's own emitted spiritual energy, the resultant power was unimaginable. In an instant, all the spiritual energy waves outside of Bobo's protective barrier ignited like a pile of dry black gunpowder meeting a spark. Boom. The explosive sound reverberated through the arena, abruptly silencing Huang Qin's sonic assault. Only Lu Jiming, endowed with the unique ability of the spiritual spring, possessed a greater reservoir of spiritual energy than others, further augmented by the jade pendant gifted by Su Lanlan for storing spiritual energy. This provided him with sufficient power to communicate with all the spiritual energy within the arena. After the violent blast, two figures emerged, Lu Jiming, utterly drained of spiritual energy, and the severely injured Huang Qin. The remaining participants looked far from well. Gao Lin, Su Lanlan, and Lan Feng from the Starry Night team were bleeding from their orifices. While on the Light Fate side, Qin Tianhao had lost his initial composure, his suit. No, it could hardly be called a suit, tattered rags barely concealing his last shred of dignity. Another light elemental adept fared slightly better, while the ice elemental was already half kneeling on the ground. "Ah, how very good. I underestimated you," Qin Tianhao growled, his face contorted with rage, resembling an enraged lion. With that, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. "Ugh," he roared, compressing gravity in one hand while the space within his palm twisted and churned, on the verge of exploding. With the other hand, he manipulated gravity to pull the three members of the Starry Night team towards him. Upon witnessing this, Gao Lin quickly pushed Su Lanlan away once more. "Ah, Gao Lin. Not again," she cried as she was propelled out of the arena. Chapter 33, National Champions. Just after pushing Su Lanlan away, Gao Lin and Lan Feng found themselves uncontrollably floating in midair. Yaya had already grown weak from protecting everyone under Lu Jiming's explosive spiritual energy and had retreated back into Gao Lin's spatial realm. In an instant, he connected with the golden light of the lobster, which had been suppressed by the gravity field near the Light Fate team. At that moment, as Qin Tianming unleashed two skills simultaneously, the gravity field could no longer be maintained. In an instant, the lobster's golden light flickered, granting it immunity and freeing it from the gravity field's grip. Skills such as penetration, corrosion, enhancement, frenzy, amplification, and weakening all activated instantaneously. Before the opposing trio could even react, the lobster had traversed to the rear of the injured ice elemental adept. With two swift strikes of its golden pincers, it dispatched the foe and reappeared behind the light elemental adept. Even though the light elemental adept had defensive skills, under the influence of Yaya's penetration ability, the semi-transparent protective barrier crumbled like paper against the ensuing assault. Qin Tianhao remained oblivious to the commotion behind him, fixated on the two individuals being drawn closer. With one hand, he directed the gravity-compressed space towards them. As long as he eliminated Gao Lin, he need not concern himself with the lobster trailing behind. The spatial compression sphere hurtled along its trajectory, threatening to tear the surrounding space as Gao Lin shouted, "Lan Feng." Lan Feng, whose eyes had been glowing with golden light, had been prepared for this moment. At the sound of Gao Lin's voice, his eyes blazed even brighter, resembling the midday sun, impossible to gaze upon. In that moment, he perceived the vulnerabilities on Qin Tianhao's body, identifying the flaw in the incoming gravity compression sphere. "Annihilate." Lan Feng's voice resonated with a divine quality, golden patterns emerging on his forehead as he spoke. His eyes erupted with scorching brilliance, surging forth to meet the gravity compression sphere in midair. Upon their collision, all matter, energy, and existence in the vicinity dissolved into nothingness. Atop the unseen pinnacle of the spiritual tower, a fleeting white silhouette began to withdraw. "Are you not watching?" inquired an elderly man standing like a pine tree, his visage ordinary yet curious. "He has triumphed." Returning to the arena, the backlash from the interrupted skill left Qin Tianhao struggling to maintain his footing, collapsing to the ground. He forcibly suppressed the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. Glaring at Lan Feng, his eyes bloodshot. Why is it always just one step too late?" he rasped, propping himself up as tremors coursed through his body. Ignoring the blood streaming from his eyes, Lan Feng intended to cast a glance at Qin Tianhao, but Gao Lin interjected. "Is your eyesight worth sacrificing? Leave the rest to me." At Gao Lin's words, Lan Feng, who had been straining to hold on, instantly closed his eyes and fell from the air. The annihilation skill could only be sustained for mere moments, and for a grade B adept like Lan Feng, the side effects were too severe. This was why he had avoided using it until now. If he had employed it at the outset of the finals, his opponents were not foolish. They would readily sacrifice a teammate to eliminate Lan Feng. Gao Lin swiftly employed water to cushion Lan Feng, guiding him out of the arena, where Su Lanlan hurriedly caught the unconscious Lan Feng. "Will you concede voluntarily, or shall I carry you out?" Despite having little spiritual energy left himself, Gao Lin was undeterred. As Bobo and the golden light from the recently defeated light elemental adept coldly fixed their gaze upon Qin Tianhao. Do not celebrate too soon," Qin Tianhao suddenly laughed, declaring, "Light Fate team concedes." As the referee announced the victory of the Starry Night team, a deafening cheer erupted within the vast arena beneath the spiritual tower. A cacophony of excitement and fervor filling the air. "Starry Night team! Starry Night team!" The spectators chanted in unison, their voices thunderous, echoing in every corner of the arena. On the grand screen within the arena, the name of the Starry Night team slowly ascended, dominating the display. The camera shifted to Gao Lin's face. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, blood streaking his visage, yet his eyes shone brightly. Su Lanlan was the first to leap onto the stage, her face aglow with uncontainable joy. Lu Jiming followed closely, stumbling onto the platform to wave his hand, using the meager spiritual energy he had regained to wipe away the bloodstains from their faces. Among the 5-member team, only 3 stood to receive this honor. A Pyrrhic victory. Su Lanlan raised her hands high, waving towards the audience. Her voice nearly drowned out by the roar of the crowd, yet she exuberantly exclaimed, "We did it! We truly won!" Gao Lin was also swept up in her enthusiasm. Indeed, they had emerged victorious, the national champions. The grand screen behind them began to replay the thrilling moments of the match, highlighting Gao Lin's every decisive action, the brilliance of the 3 beasts, Lu Jiming's talismans, and the explosive surge of spiritual energy, the resounding thunder of Lei Lai, Su Lanlan's spatial teleportation, and the obliteration of Lan Feng's heavenly eye. Each spectacle stirred the audience into a fervor, as if they were reliving a breathtaking battle. The Starry Night team, the strongest and the finest. Bobo, Bobo. The crowd's cheers threatened to overturn the entire arena. Golden ribbons cascaded from the ceiling, gently enveloping the 3 champions. Gao Lin and Lu Jiming cradled their trophy, while Su Lanlan caught a ribbon in her hands, beaming like a child. The Light Command team, represented by the Light Elemental ability user, secured 2nd place. The Miracle team claimed 3rd, having triumphed over the Phantom team, and now all members were present. The members of the Miracle team approached to congratulate the Starry Night team. Host Jiang Ming then took the stage, igniting yet another climax in the event. Lian, watching from the sidelines, was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears as he witnessed these youngsters reach this pivotal moment. What a journey it had been. A figure beside him patted him on the back and turned away, jolting Lian back to reality as he watched the person depart. Thus concluded the finals of the national competition. The following morning, Lan Feng and Lei Lai awoke. Lei Lai was relatively well, after unleashing his ultimate move. He merely lost his composure and exhausted his spiritual energy, and would recover naturally by the next day. Although Lan Feng was awake, his eyes were wrapped in layers of gauze. After treatment, the doctor had advised him to refrain from using his eyes for the next few days to avoid irreversible damage. Hence, the gauze was securely fastened. Fortunately, with his skills in the realm of mental perception, even without sight, his awareness of the surroundings was heightened, allowing him to practice his abilities effectively. Under Lian's leadership, the group followed the receptionist Chen Ming into a spacious conference room. The room was already filled with numerous individuals, including unfamiliar faces, reporters, and members of the Miracle and Light Command teams, along with the recently arrived Starry Night team. The awards ceremony commenced amid a flurry of camera flashes. An elderly gentleman, modestly dressed yet exuding an air of authority, took the stage to deliver a speech. Gao Lin felt a surge of excitement upon recognizing a figure he had only seen in televised news. Lian leaned in to whisper to the Starry Night team. "This is the director of the Special Investigation Bureau, Lan Jintian." He discreetly glanced at Lan Feng, relieved to see him displaying no emotional reaction. The team members realized that Lan Feng's background was indeed extraordinary, and it seemed there were many underlying reasons for him to be in the distant Xinhui city rather than in Kyoto. Without prompting, they refrained from questioning him. After a brief interlude, they finally reached the awards segment of the finals. As the Starry Night team took the stage, Director Lan Jintian presented them with 5 circular jade pendants from a red tray held by a ceremonial attendant. Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with unease. The director offered some encouraging words, but did not elaborate on the significance of the pendants. While Lian's face lit up with joy from the audience, the ceremony concluded swiftly. After escorting the team back to their lounge, Lian instructed them to rest well before departing, leaving the timing of their return to Xinhui City unmentioned. What is the purpose of this? Lei Lai pondered aloud, toying with the jade pendant in his hand, unable to discern its significance after much contemplation. Is this really the grand prize for winning the national competition? Su Lanlan mused. Is this what Director Liu referred to as the big reward? It lacks any aura of spiritual energy. Gao Lin was equally perplexed, without any explanation from Director Lan. And with Lian clearly aware yet silent, it was evident that someone within the Starry Night team must understand its value. Liu Jiming wore an air of nonchalance, signaling to Gao Lin that he was in the dark as well, and even if he knew, he would remain tight-lipped. At that moment, Lan Feng interjected with timely insight. This is a credential for entry into the upper levels of the Spirit Tower. It serves as a token of sorts. The Spirit Tower can be activated once a year for the infusion of spiritual energy, and we will all be able to elevate to grade A. This is the prize from this competition. It was commendable that Lan Feng managed to articulate so much in one breath, but ever since his return to Kyoto, Gao Lin perceived a subtle change in him, though he could not quite articulate it. Grade A? Ha ha ha. What a treasure! Lei Lai exclaimed, immediately safeguarding the pendant. First placing it in his bag, and then, feeling it was still insecure, tucking it into the inner pocket of his clothing and patting it. This item is precious. It must not be lost. Su Lanlan's delight was palpable, although she wasn't particularly invested in the grade A designation. She was curious about the abilities that would come with it, certainly something immensely beneficial for the team. May the deities bless us, she fervently prayed. As if on the brink of ascension, Gao Lin also felt a sense of excitement. He wondered if he could bring all 3 of his pets along for the upgrade. He noticed Lan Feng's hesitation to speak and reassured him, "It's all right. If you don't wish to share, you need not. When you feel ready to confide, we will be your most loyal listeners." The others nodded in agreement. A flicker of emotion crossed Lan Feng's face as he responded, "Thank you, everyone." In truth, it was not a monumental matter. After all he had endured over the years, he had gained clarity and understanding. Yet, beneath it all, he still grappled with youthful burdens, unsure of how to articulate them. Meanwhile, Lian was in a private room of a tea house in Kyoto, accompanied by Su Yunlu and the man who had been present at the finals. After a brief gesture from the man, Lian produced a document. Su Yunlu took it, thanked him, and quickly skimmed through it, her expression darkening upon recognizing the contents. "So it's you," she murmured, her tone laced with realization. "Zhou Yu, the man. Leisurely brewed tea. You flatter me. Had it not been for your assistance, I would not have been able to make my presence known. However, do refrain from any hasty actions for now. Let us see if this bait attracts a larger fish." Chapter 34. Infusion of Spiritual Energy. The Summer Breeze. I shall forever remember it, crystal clear in my mind. On the 8th of August, Kyoto basked under a clear, cloudless sky. Though Lan Feng had been blindfolded, he had still managed to explore some of Kyoto's famous attractions with his teammates. The Starry Night team had finally relaxed from the tension of the competition, enjoying a rare few days of leisure. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, a tranquil life had become a distant memory, and this opportunity allowed them to savor the moment. Today was a fortuitous day. Lan Feng's bandages were removed, and Chun Ming arrived to announce that the Spirit Tower was prepared for their visit. After a brief discussion, they decided that there was no time like the present. It was time to upgrade and enjoy the benefits of their victory. The Spirit Tower of Kyoto stood majestically in the heart of the city, soaring into the clouds like a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth. During the competition, they had not taken a moment to appreciate it, but now, standing beneath the tower and gazing upward, Gao Lin felt as if his neck might ache from the strain. The tower was octagonal, with each side etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection, He sensed that the materials used in the tower's construction resonated with the same essence as the spiritual veins he had encountered beneath the South China Sea. Chunming spoke up. The spirit tower is entirely constructed from spirit crystals, enabling it to absorb and store spiritual energy, thus establishing it as the nexus of spiritual energy in Kyoto. Under his guidance, they entered through a massive archway adorned with the words Spirit Tower, inscribed in powerful, vigorous characters that radiated waves of spiritual energy. After a series of meticulous inspections, Chunming finally led the group into the elevator, ascending to the top floor. As they gazed at the row of buttons displaying numbers, they changed elevators 3 times before reaching the 99th floor. Looking down from the window, Gao Lin, who had never considered himself acrophobic, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Lei Lai, on the other hand, didn't dare to look down at all. While Lan Feng and Lu Jiming remained unaffected, Su Lanlan cast a disdainful glance at Lei Lai, remarking that he should practice more. At that moment, with his eyes shut and his hand resting on Lu Jiming's shoulder, Lei Lai trudged forward, completely devoid of the spirit to banter with Su Lanlan. "I'll take you all this far, but I cannot proceed further," Chunming said as he escorted them to the steps of the 99th floor. Gao Lin promptly expressed his gratitude. "You can enter with the jade pendant," Chunming reminded them before departing. Lan Feng seemed to make a momentous decision, clearing his throat and saying, "Follow me," as he stepped forward to lead the way. The others exchanged glances and climbed the stairs, where each step was made of azure stone imbued with spiritual energy, giving them a solid, reassuring feeling beneath their feet. At the last step, a shimmering light curtain awaited them, with waves of spiritual power gently rippling across it in shades of green, obscuring what lay beyond. Taking a deep breath and clutching his jade pendant, Lan Feng stepped through the curtain, vanishing from sight. "Oh dear, Lan Feng didn't even wait for us. At least he could have told us what's behind there to prepare ourselves. It's rather intimidating," Su Lanlan exclaimed. Gao Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "Are you scared, Lanlan? Lan Feng won't harm us. Come on." With that, he too stepped through. Lei Lai followed behind Lu Jiming, his eyes still shut, entering without any sensation of the experience. Su Lanlan hesitated for a moment, then stomped her foot, gritted her teeth, and plunged in as well. Having experienced the fear of falling in her childhood, she found comfort in visible things, but the unknown made her shudder. Once everyone had entered, they found themselves enveloped in darkness, with a colossal vortex swirling above them. Gao Lin recognized this vortex all too well. It resembled the portal of the ruins in Xinghui City, likely the gateway to the first ruin. Floating beneath the vortex was a spirit orb radiating a verdant glow, continuously absorbing spiritual energy. It was a wood spirit orb. At the center of the circular platform below, a young woman clad in white sat cross-legged, enveloped in an aura of spiritual energy, resembling a celestial being from a painting. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from her were reminiscent of the Abyss Lord from the South China Sea, an unknown-level giant octopus that could easily overpower her. Yet, she appeared youthful, even younger than Gao Lin, prompting him to marvel inwardly. She was either an extraordinary genius or a prodigy among prodigies. Continuous strands of spiritual energy flowed from the vortex of the first ruin, drawn into her body and channeled into the wood spirit orb, which then converted it for transmission to the tower's apex. The gentle spiritual energy radiated throughout the entire capital. It became clear to Gao Lin why the capital was so rich in spiritual energy. It was no wonder that he and Lu Jiming had previously sensed its distinct quality. It had been artificially enhanced. As the young woman sensed the presence of the group, she slowly opened her eyes. "You have arrived. Prepare yourselves to begin," her voice devoid of emotional inflection. Upon finishing her statement, she waved her hand, causing 8 cushions to materialize around the circular platform. Gao Lin felt a surge of joy. It seemed there was no need for him to inquire further, as everything had been arranged for them. "Thank you, esteemed beings above," he thought, filled with gratitude towards the higher powers. The 5 of them separated, each taking a seat on a cushion, while Gao Lin summoned 3 of his spirit beasts to occupy one. The woman in white closed her eyes, emanating a soft glow, and instructed, "Close your eyes and meditate." Upon hearing this, Gao Lin immediately settled into a meditative state, feeling the rich spiritual energy envelop him completely, requiring no effort on his part to absorb it. The energy surged into his meridians, merging seamlessly with his own spiritual power without any conflict, creating a perfect symbiosis. Suppressing his amazement, he realized he had never fought such a well-supplied battle before. He quickly followed the route of the spiritual power technique. It felt akin to receiving a profound enlightenment from a sect leader, delivering a wealth of power without any pain. Quite the contrary, it was exceedingly pleasant. Hours passed, and Gao Lin sensed the stirrings of breakthroughs from his companions. This time, he took the longest, having only just ascended to A grade. He hadn't had the chance to fully appreciate his advancement. Meanwhile, Hai Gui and Jing Guang both successfully broke through to A grade as well. The immense energy feedback leaving him in a flurry as he attempted to organize it all. Once he regained his composure, he felt a powerful surge of spiritual energy within him and an influx of new abilities. If he were to face the national finals again, it would be akin to slicing through vegetables with ease, no longer a challenge. No wonder Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao had looked enviously at them during the award ceremony. They were clearly after this very enhancement, having thoroughly researched the Starry Night team. Thankfully, he had concealed several of his strengths. Otherwise, it would have been those from the Light Fate team standing here now. Now that you have all broken through, it is time to depart, the woman in white spoke. Her voice tinged with fatigue. Throughout the entire process, she had only briefly opened her eyes when the Starry Night team entered. The group expressed their gratitude as they left. But Lan Feng, with a complex expression, turned back for one last look. Once the Starry Night team vanished into the light curtain, she finally opened her eyes and reached out to sense the residual spiritual energy lingering on Lan Feng's cushion, a long sigh escaping her lips. As they emerged from the light curtain, Gao Lin felt the jade pendant in his palm crack with a sharp sound, disintegrating into specks of spiritual light. Both Su Lanlan and Lei Lai were taken aback, casting inquisitive glances at Lan Feng. Sensing their scrutiny, Lan Feng returned to reality, realizing what they were worried about, and explained, "It's a one-time item. The headquarters won't reclaim it." Lei Lai breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good," as he patted his chest. Su Lanlan, however, astutely noticed Lan Feng's earlier odd behavior. Having known him for so long, she had never seen him spaced out like that, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "Are you crushing on someone?" Lan Feng remained silent. "Have you set your sights on that celestial maiden?" Lan Feng was at a loss for words. "I sense you may have no chance," she teased, as Lan Feng, flustered, hastily descended the stone steps, suddenly turning around to declare, "That's my girlfriend." Everyone was left in stunned silence, their eyes wide as saucers. What a plot twist. Su Lanlan had merely intended to tease Lan Feng. Yet she had unexpectedly unearthed a sensational revelation. In a flurry, she exclaimed, "Wait, that celestial maiden is your girlfriend? Oh my." Gao Lin was the first to regain his composure. All right, let us refocus. We should head back now." At that moment, the group's mind swirled with thoughts, completely forgetting to discuss their new skills after advancing to A grade. Lu Jiming, amidst the excitement, was curious about the abilities of others, pondering his own lack of new skills since he hadn't reached S grade yet. Gao Lin, in astonishment, was unwittingly served a mouthful of dog food. Feeling a tinge of regret, he had previously assumed Lan Feng to be an ancient practitioner who had consumed some elixir for eternal youth. As they made their way back, Gao Lin pieced together the puzzle of Lan Feng's unusual behavior in his mind. The headquarters director was named Lan Jinbei, and his girlfriend was a formidable figure atop the spiritual tower. With such a background, Gao Lin found it hard to fathom why Lan Feng would distance himself from the capital. Moreover, the fact that they had not exchanged even a single greeting after such a long separation struck him as peculiar. Was there some misunderstanding lingering between them? However, this is indeed a positive development. Lan Feng's character is beginning to transform, and he is gradually becoming more loquacious. He has even started to divulge snippets of his past, albeit sparingly, which serves as a testament to the fact that Lan Feng has genuinely embraced the members of the Xingye team into his heart. Meanwhile, in a certain location in Kyoto, the Xingye team has successfully entered the Spirit Tower and completed their mission. Sun Meichi is beside D. Siming, reporting the situation. D. Siming responds with a smile, "Excellent. According to plan, mobilize all personnel." After speaking, he steps into a spatial fluctuation beside him and vanishes from sight. Understood. Shi Zhuang and Sun Meichi respectfully acknowledge his departure and then withdraw. The vanished D. Siming reappears in another office, glancing at the surroundings and remarking, "Isn't it a bit stifling to be in this place every day?" He is speaking to a stern middle-aged man with an imposing presence, so intense that ordinary individuals would hesitate to meet his gaze. The man sets down the documents in hand and speaks slowly. "Are you ready to take action?" "Of course. Opportunities like this come only once a year. We shall see how well you cooperate," D. Siming replies, maintaining the same demeanor he had when facing the female teacher at Yizhong. The man ponders for a moment before saying, "You shouldn't be in such a rush." Upon hearing this, D. Siming's surroundings begin to fluctuate as he prepares to depart. Just as he turns, the man's voice calls out from behind, "Someone will cooperate with you." A devilish smile once again graces D. Siming's lips. "Very well, let us proceed." Chapter 35, The Scheme of the Spirit Tower. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau, the members of the Xingye team gather at the lodging arranged by Chun Ming for the competition. They begin to exchange insights regarding their abilities after their promotions. "After I advance to a level, the cooldown for my group teleportation ability has been reduced. It now only requires a 2-day cooldown, Su Lanlan shares, her expression somewhat subdued. My new A-level ability is a defensive enhancement. She had hoped for a skill akin to spatial teleportation that could turn the tide of battle. Gao Lin, however, perceives her new ability as quite advantageous, especially when paired with the strategies of High Gia. That's excellent. With this defensive enhancement, we might even withstand S-level attacks, he reassures her. The others are equally satisfied with their new A-level abilities. Lei Lai's Thunder Incarnation attack power has surged, while Lan Feng has gained the ability to control and track with his Heavenly Eye Seal. As for Gao Lin, he has acquired a Beast Control Domain skill that enhances all attributes and skills of beasts within its range. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiming reflects for a moment before stating, Domain abilities typically awaken only after reaching S-level. Captain, yours has manifested early. Is your body feeling any discomfort? Gao Lin had been unaware of this nuance and quickly checks in with himself, feeling perfectly fine, attributing it to the effects of the blue pattern. In any case, this is a fortunate development. The group discusses their abilities further, but decides it is not prudent to seek a location for experimentation at this time. Who knows if there are ill-intentioned individuals watching and waiting to intervene. They agree to address this upon their return to Xinghui City. The afternoon passes swiftly as they converse. And after a simple dinner, it is already past 9 in the evening. Suddenly, Lan Feng speaks up. I have this unsettling feeling that something is about to happen. I can't quite articulate it, but there's a vague sense of anxiety in my heart. Gao Lin and Lu Jiming exchange glances. Since the competition, Lian has been absent without a trace, and there has been no news regarding Lu Ju. Could it be related to the Spirit Tower? Should we go take a look? Lu Jiming suggests. Having not noticed before, he now senses that the spiritual energy in Kyoto is indeed less potent than before. Without his abilities, he might not have even perceived it. Gao Lin nods and stands, beckoning the others to join him. Though Su Lanlan and Lei Lai are unsure of the situation, they do not ask further questions and promptly follow. The group descends the stairs and quickly boards a vehicle headed for the Spirit Tower. Lan Feng's unease intensifies. It feels as though there are fewer personnel at the Special Investigation Bureau headquarters than before. They encounter a traffic jam ahead. Lan Feng keeps his Heavenly Eye activated, observing the Spirit Tower several kilometers away. In his vision, the runes on the tower's surface shimmer and pulse, and he can vaguely discern figures engaged in combat. It's begun, he exclaims, disregarding the traffic as he flings open the car door and sprints toward the Spirit Tower. The others hastily exit the vehicle as well. Lan, empower us with acceleration. Let's catch up. Teleport. Gao Lin's voice remains calm amidst the chaos. Lan Feng, however, is fraught with concern upon realizing the urgency. He takes off running, but no one can match the speed of Su Lanlan's teleportation. Clearly, something significant is happening at the Spirit Tower, yet they have received no notification, suggesting that someone does not wish for the Xingye team to become entangled in this affair. Coupled with Li En's recent mysterious activities, the Special Investigation Bureau must have been well prepared. Gao Lin harbors no undue worries, especially considering the presence of Lan Feng's girlfriend within the Spirit Tower. An SS-level entity. Surely, nothing could go awry without forethought, as they likely anticipated such disturbances. An hour earlier, Shi Zhuang and Sun Meiqi each led their teams to conceal themselves around the Spirit Tower. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be astonished to find that the number of personnel had swelled to several hundred, dispersed in various strategic locations. Among them is Zhou Yu from Jiangshui City. As the enigmatic figure, Di Siming, signals the commencement of the assault, members of the Destiny Bearers organization stream in, with Zhou Yu facilitating their entrance. The guards of the Spirit Tower fall silently one by one. At the tower's pinnacle, besides the woman in white, there is also the man who had previously accompanied Lian. They've entered. Just wait a moment for Di Siming. The man speaks deliberately. At this juncture, a fierce skirmish erupts within the Spirit Tower, with both sides exchanging blows, resulting in injuries and casualties. Fortunately, the unique construction materials of the tower prevent collapse, despite the myriad of diverse abilities unleashed upon it. However, with the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Destiny Bearers organization, they continue to ascend, while the Special Investigation Bureau personnel are forced into retreat. Captain Chun, shall we not engage? Our brothers are suffering significant losses. A substantial contingent of Special Investigation Bureau personnel has been stationed on the 90 floors above, and one of them cannot help but voice his concerns to their leader. Chun Ming responds sternly, all operations are to follow orders. No one is permitted to act recklessly. Yes, he too feels the weight of his brother's suffering and potential demise. But absolute obedience is the soldier's duty. They cannot allow impulsive feelings to jeopardize their plan. Meanwhile, the enigmatic Di Siming, still below the tower, watches with a smile as the battle escalates to higher floors. This Spirit Tower isn't as formidable as I described, he muses. This operation is shrouded in secrecy. By the time the main forces of the Special Investigation Bureau receive word and arrive, it will take at least an hour or two. Earlier, they had already orchestrated multiple traffic accidents along the necessary routes, so it is likely that most personnel remain stuck in traffic or are using their abilities to rush over. Observing that the Destiny Bearers have reached the 80th floor, D. Siming's gaze sharpens. It is time. Were it not for the Spirit Tower's unique properties preventing him from teleporting directly to the top, he could have easily retrieved the Wood Spirit Pearl himself without such convolutions. With that thought, his surroundings ripple with spatial energy, and he vanishes, reappearing above the Destiny Bearers organization on the 88th floor. The fighting abruptly halts. Welcome, D. Siming. D. Siming turns to regard Shi Zhuang, Sun Meiqi, Zhou Yu, and others at the forefront, nodding with a smile. Very well done this time. He then gazes at the precarious position of the Special Investigation Bureau, which is now reduced to merely a dozen individuals, barely holding their ground. A smile gradually spread across his lips. Will you make way yourselves, or shall I carve my path through? In an instant, however, his expression darkened. I am not one to take lives lightly. There exists a profound dissonance between his demeanor and his words. At that critical moment, the entire Spirit Tower trembled, and the Earth's fate felt an acute awareness of being entirely severed from the external world. He then sensed himself enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy, vanishing from his original location. Meanwhile, Chun Ming descended from above, accompanied by a contingent of Special Investigations personnel, their numbers more than double that of the Fate Bearers. Sun Meiqi's heart sank. She glanced at Shi Zhuang and Zhou Yu. To her astonishment, Shi Zhuang launched an unreserved attack, his fist propelling her like a soccer ball, crashing violently against a pillar. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness claimed her, she pointed at Shi Zhuang in disbelief. Zhou Yu, momentarily taken aback, felt her pupils constrict slightly before a sense of understanding washed over her, the seasoned undercover operative grasping the situation. We shall not resist, Zhou Yu declared, signaling the other Fate Bearers to withdraw their abilities. Chun Ming's gaze fell upon his severely injured comrades and the lifeless bodies nearby, his rage boiling within him, yearning to exact vengeance upon these fiends. Yet he knew he could not. Suppressing his fury, he ordered, cuff them. The rest of the Special Investigations personnel produced the spirit-binding handcuffs that had been prepared long ago, the very ones researched by Su Lan Lan during the High City incident. Unsure of the composition of the formidable adversary before him, and having received no prior intelligence, Shi Zhuang was also shackled at that moment. As the events unfolded here, at the pinnacle of the tower, the Earth's fate suddenly materialized, gazing upon his objective above, as well as the man and woman before him. Yet he found himself utterly immobilized, as if ensnared by an unseen force. The smile faded from his lips, replaced by a quivering expression of suppressed madness. Impossible. After infusing spiritual energy, you should be weak for a month. Your power is negligible, so why? The woman cast him a glance, remaining silent. The man's aura fluctuated, his form shifting until it solidified into that of Lu Runliang. The Earth's fate rasped, his voice strained as if forced from his throat. It's you. Oh. The time for Yun Lu to disguise herself has arrived, Lu Runliang remarked, casually walking to the Earth's fate and retrieving the pre-prepared spiritual suppression equipment from his bronze ring. He proceeded to strike various acupoints on the Earth's fate's body, then fastened handcuffs, a helmet, shackles, and chains, ensuring he was thoroughly restrained. After completing his task, Lu Runliang turned to the woman and said, By Jean, I appreciate your efforts this time. He then added, seemingly recalling something, Lan Feng and the others are likely on their way. With that, he did not linger, escorting the Earth's fate through the luminescent barrier. Bai Jin exhaled a mouthful of stagnant blood, hastily wiping it away before settling down to regulate her spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the Xingye team, having utilized Su Lanlan's group teleportation, arrived at the base of the Spirit Tower. At the archway, Lian was leading a medical team and Awaken healers in the rescue of the guards. Spotting the newcomers, he hurried over. You made it. Everything is under control. Lan Feng bypassed him and charged inside, while the others attempted to follow but were halted by Lian. It's fine. Director Lu is up there. There is no danger. The four paused in their tracks. What is going on? Hearing that there was no danger and everything was resolved, Gao Lin inquired. As Lian recounted the tale, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. It turned out that Shi Zhuang had always been an operative of the Xinghua City Special Investigations Bureau, a mole planted by Director Lu within the Fate Bearers organization. The incidents from the Xinghua City Aquarium to the Rampage incident and the subsequent spiritual contamination in High City had all been communicated through him. The suspected Dark-type spiritual orb incident in High City alerted Director Lu to the presence of even deeper undercover agents within the Special Investigations Bureau. This prompted him to return to Kyoto and confer with the head of the main office, Lan Jinbei, about disseminating information regarding the lunar eclipse, which indeed led to the indictment of Lu Renliang by higher-ups in the Bureau. Thus, Director Lu deftly maneuvered to draw out more fate-bearers, aided by the Su family, allowing him to operate under a different guise. This Spirit Tower plan was also a forewarning conveyed by Shi Zhuang. Lan Jinbei and Lu Renliang then orchestrated the scheme, aiming not to capture everyone in one fell swoop, but to inflict significant damage upon the fate-bearers organization. As for the finer details, Lian was unaware and casually mentioned the happenings with the Su family. What? And my aunt's situation? What? The strength-type spiritual orb is lost. My uncle is missing. The flood of information overwhelmed Su Lanlan, her mind racing, yet she felt relieved to learn that her family had not been harmed. She resolved to confront the old man upon her return, for such monumental events should not have transpired without her knowledge. Surely it was the old man's directive. Otherwise, given her aunt's disposition, she would have been informed long ago. Gao Lin swiftly processed the information, realizing that everything was under Director Lu's control. A chill running down his spine. Thankfully, he had joined the Special Investigations Bureau. Had he been foolish enough to join the Fate Bearers, he would have been mere fodder for the old guards. As for Shi Zhuang, he was left uncertain of how to face him in the future, his feelings now convoluted. Initially favorable, he had indirectly led to Wang Lei's demise, and now he continued to act as a mole within the Fate Bearers despite the stigma attached to him. Chapter 36, Childhood Sweethearts. At the headquarters of the Kyoto Special Investigations Bureau, Deputy Director Su Changjiang sat in his office, his demeanor unchanging amidst the encirclement of his adversaries, remaining remarkably composed. It had been discovered by Director Lan long ago, likely during the Nanhai spiritual vein incident. Lan Jinbei's eyes revealed a complex mix of emotions. What exactly do you intend to do? Su Changjiang did not respond, but countered. Perhaps our ultimate objectives are aligned? Lan Jinbei chose not to elaborate further, solemnly commanding, seize him. As the awakened ones advanced, Su Changjiang's palm slowly revealed a spiritual orb, causing the entire Special Investigations Bureau to feel as though time had come to a standstill. Everyone was frozen in their last moment, their expressions locked in place. Su Changjiang sighed. Is it not possible that we have never harbored any malice towards the Special Investigations Bureau? No one could answer him. He strode past the crowd, entering the chamber where spiritual orbs were stored, retrieving the wind, darkness, and earth orbs that hovered and rotated in the air. After years of scheming, leveraging the Special Investigations Bureau, obtaining 3 spiritual orbs was a commendable feat, although he lamented the absence of the wood-type orb from the Spirit Tower. Yet, opportunities would surely arise in the future. The Earth's fate had been too impulsive. Should he take his time, it wouldn't be long before he could successfully claim all 4 orbs. With his identity exposed, staying in Kyoto was no longer feasible. Perhaps it was time to commence the closure of arrangements in other locales. Upon regaining their senses, Lan Jinbei and the personnel of the Special Investigations Bureau found that Deputy Director Su Changjiang had vanished without a trace. At that moment, alarms blared throughout the Bureau. This is bad, Lan Jinbei thought as he and his team rushed to the spiritual orb chamber, only to find it utterly vacant. Staring at the scene captured on the monitors, Lan Jinbei fell into deep contemplation. He had had the opportunity to eliminate everyone present. Meanwhile, Lan Feng sprinted breathlessly to the summit of the Spirit Tower, encountering Lu Renliang along the way, who made no effort to impede him. After catching his breath, he stepped through the luminous barrier without the jade pendant, entering directly. You've arrived, Bai Jin greeted him with her eyes wide open. Lan Feng's eyes gleamed with a golden light as he noticed the remnants of blood at the corner of her lips and the chaotic aura of her spiritual energy. You are injured. How do you feel? Is it unbearable? Bai Jin smiled gently. It's nothing. It's just the weakness that follows after infusing spiritual energy. I forcibly drew on the energy of the relic while sealing the space, and it backfired. You know, with a bit of rest, I'll be fine. As Lan Feng observed Bai Jin's forced smile, an unbidden pang of pain gripped his heart. He had thought he had moved on. Yet upon realizing the impending crisis at the spiritual tower, he lost his composure once more. In a hurry, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his pocket, preparing to summon help through his wristband. That won't be of any use to me. Don't worry, Bai Jin interjected, her gaze soft and steady upon him. In that moment, the emotions that Lan Feng had accumulated over the past 3 years surged forth, and he found himself sobbing, just as he had 3 years ago. Bai Jin couldn't help but chuckle at his appearance. Here she was, the injured party, yet she felt compelled to comfort him. She reached out to pat his head, reminiscing about how he had once been shorter than her, and now he towered over her. Everything will be all right, she reassured him, her thoughts drifting back to 3 years prior. Lan Feng and Bai Jin had been childhood sweethearts, a sunny boy and a vivacious girl. Their feelings were exceedingly pure, and they had been together since high school, attending classes and spending time together. They believed their days would continue in this manner. Until one fateful day when Bai Jin received the devastating news of her family's demise while still in class. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed around her. She dashed out of the classroom, with Lan Feng following closely behind, unsure of what had transpired but remaining silently by her side. That was their first encounter with the relic, which at the time bore no name. And no one knew what it was. They only saw layers of warning tape encircling the park's lake, at the center of which swirled a vortex, exuding an indescribable energy. Bai Jin's parents, like many others, had perished during the guarding process, succumbing to the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, leaving behind no complete remains. Guided by officers, they arrived at the gruesome scene of dismembered bodies, and the 16-year-old Bai Jin broke down, her cries filled with sorrow, helplessness, anguish, confusion, and disarray, touching the hearts of everyone present. It was then that Lan Feng gently stroked her head, repeatedly saying, "I'm here for you." After a while, Bai Jin cried until she was exhausted and succumbed to unconsciousness, with Lan Feng caring for her throughout. Upon awakening, she sensed something was different about her body, though at that moment she could not comprehend its significance. Alas, I arrived too late. An elder clad in a Taoist robe emerged within the protective barrier. With the assistance of Li Qingxian, the Tianshi of Tiantai Mountain, the relic was temporarily sealed, and information regarding it was disclosed. The first relic that appeared in Kyoto posed no threats from otherworldly beasts, but it contained an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy that ordinary individuals could not withstand at that stage. Bai Jin's parents, like the other soldiers, were relatively robust, ordinary people. After several days guarding the relic's entrance, they had passively absorbed too much spiritual energy. It was akin to individuals accustomed to high-altitude living becoming oxygen-drunk upon returning to lower altitudes. The consequences here were even more severe. If the relic was not swiftly managed, and this issue resolved, when the internal spiritual energy began to surge forth, Kyoto would witness a catastrophic influx of spiritual energy into the populace, leading to mass fatalities. At this juncture, Tianshi Li Xianqing indicated that only Bai Jin could resolve the crisis. Thus, Bai Jin departed without a word, and Lan Feng, in a frenzy, searched for her everywhere. But to no avail. Everyone kept the truth from him. It was then that Bai Jin discovered her awakened spiritual abilities were destined to confront the relic's challenges. Under Tianshi Li's guidance, she located the core of the relic and gained complete control over it. Subsequently, with Tianshi Li's assistance, a special task force was organized to construct a spiritual tower, designed to help manage the overflow of spiritual energy from the relic. Simultaneously, Bai Jin utilized the wood spirit pearl brought by the Tianshi to gradually disseminate the relic's spiritual energy throughout Kyoto. But she was forever confined to the top of the spiritual tower, unable to leave. She would spend her life ensnared in that tower, hoping that Lan Feng would forget her, severing all ties with him. When Lan Feng eventually received news, 2 months had already passed. He had vigilantly waited on the top floor of the spiritual tower for 4 months, separated from her only by a shimmering barrier, yet they had not seen each other. Later, disheartened, Lan Feng ceased his studies and chose to enlist in the military, dedicating himself to rigorous training. After being selected as a special forces soldier, he began executing various missions. Over 2 years later, during a task, he awakened his abilities and was recalled. His grandfather, Lan Jinbei, urged him to participate in an internal selection alongside Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao, with 5 selected individuals emerging. It turned out to be the annual spiritual energy infusion at the spiritual tower. Lan Feng was unwilling to confront this reality, feeling resentment that a then minor Bai Jin should bear such burdens, becoming a mere tool for others to enhance their powers. She had only just lost her parents. Unable even to attend their funeral, why should she shoulder this alone? This was the desperate cry he unleashed at Lan Jinbei. Lan Jinbei hesitated, knowing that Kyoto owed Bai Jin a debt. Ultimately, he did not prevent Lan Feng from leaving Kyoto. Lan Feng vowed never to return, later being dispatched to Xinghui City as arranged by Lu Ju, thus interrupting the spiritual energy infusion selection. In the ensuing 6 months in Xinghui City, he forged friendships with fellow awakened individuals and trustworthy teammates, gradually unearthing the knots in his heart. Lan Feng remained oblivious to why Bai Jin had refused to see him. But when the national championship's reward was a jade pendant, he felt compelled to check on her well-being over the years. Upon seeing her, he found her well, though she had become more reticent, her demeanor having grown as cold as his. One restless night, engulfed by fear, anxiety, and worry, it was only upon witnessing her injuries that he comprehended the truth of his heart. He had never truly let go, and neither had Bai Jin. As Lan Feng's emotions gradually calmed, Bai Jin softly remarked, "Don't cry. You're a man now. Remember how you used to say you'd protect me? Wait for me. I will definitely get you out of this wretched place. All right, I will wait for you." In that moment, The scene began to merge with the shadows of their past. Everything had changed, yet nothing had truly altered. They had never formally parted ways, had they? Baijin had indeed heard the words he had spoken at the door last time. The four individuals beneath the spiritual tower learned from Lu Renliang about the history between Lan Feng and Baijin. Su Lanlin's eyes were red-rimmed, her voice choked with emotion. Is there truly no other way to handle the first relic? Baijin. Lu Renliang shook his head. If there were another way, the special task force would not be in such a predicament, and now we owe Baijin even more. Lu Jiming spoke up. There will be other solutions. But our current strength is insufficient. Gao Lin felt a surge of emotion. It turned out Lan Feng's silence concealed these depths. However, it had been quite some time since Baijin had descended, suggesting that progress was being made. In due course, the handling of the situation by the Destiny Bearers organization was beyond the reach of Gao Lin and his companions, and Lu Ju advised everyone to return. What are you waiting for? With Baijin present, they are safest within the spiritual tower. These were Lu Renliang's exact words. Upon returning to the special task force, they learned that a high-ranking traitor within the organization was actually the deputy director, who had escaped, taking 3 spiritual pearls with him. Spiritual pearls? What purpose does it serve? Why is the Destiny Bearer so relentlessly determined to gather it at any cost? Gao Lin pondered, stroking his chin, noting that he himself possessed 2 spirit pearls, one of water and one of fire. The Destiny Bearer organization was certainly aware of this. Why then had they yet to take action against him? It was evident that it would be far easier to seize him than to contend with the Kyoto Spirit Tower. Unable to comprehend it, he decided to set aside the matter. Whatever schemes were afoot, they would inevitably come to him in due course. It seemed that after the events in Kyoto, he would need to find an opportunity to visit the South Sea. He intended to inquire with his seniors about suitable subordinates and perhaps secure 2 recommendations. Even though he had only just ascended to grade A, the events of the previous night had instilled a sense of urgency within him. Strengthening his abilities had become imperative. Chapter 37, The Demise of 3. Before returning, Gao Lin caught sight of the alluring man who had grievously wounded him in Jianshui City. He then realized he was the Earth Destiny Bearer of the organization. Among the transport convoy, he also spotted Zhou Yu, known recently for the uproar she caused within the Special Investigation Bureau as the Eclipse. Another woman, Sun Meiqi, was recognized by Lu Jiming and others as the one who had escaped during the incident at the Spiritual Vein in Linhai City. This time, however, they had been captured en masse. Before leaving, Lu Renliang had requested the insignia of the Starry Night team, stating he would upgrade it and return it to them in a few days. The Starry Night team had comprised 5 members when they departed, but now only 3 returned. Su Lanlan mentioned seeking her aunt, Su Yunlu, to inquire about matters concerning the Su family, while Lan Feng was occupied with romance atop the tower. This left Gao Lin, Lu Jiming, and Lei Lai at a loss as to what to do next. Do you think Su Changjiang will return to rescue the Earth Destiny Bearer? Lei Lai broke the silence that had settled over the dormitory. Gao Lin was astonished that he had begun to think critically. Uncertain, he replied. The ability to freeze time undoubtedly comes with significant limitations. Su Changjiang managed to escape with the spirit pearls, but it is unlikely he can make a second appearance in a short span. Lei Lai suddenly understood. Just like Lanlin's spatial teleportation, long cool down. And this time-stopping ability sounds even more formidable. Overthinking will turn your hair gray. Let us rest. We've been on the go all day, Lu Jiming yawned. Despite their lack of activity, their minds had been racing for quite some time. At that moment, as the 3 members of the Starry Night team fell into a serene slumber in the underground detention center of the Kyoto Special Investigation Bureau, Zhou Yu was cooperating fully with Chun Ming's inquiries, divulging nearly all she knew. The Destiny Bearer organization consisted of 3 core figures, the Heaven, Earth, and Human Destiny Bearers, who governed the 12 branches. The rat, ox, tiger, and rabbit were under the Heaven Destiny Bearer. The dragon, snake, horse, and goat were affiliated with the Earth Destiny Bearer, while the monkey, rooster, dog, and pig belonged to the Human Destiny Bearer. The Heaven Destiny Bearer was Zhou Yu's direct superior, the former deputy director of the Special Investigation Bureau, Su Changjiang. He had been scheming within the bureau to collect spirit pearls under its auspices, and Zhou Yu, known externally as Eclipse, represented the rat. The Earth Destiny Bearer operated externally, with many urban disturbances traced back to personnel associated with him. This included the aquarium incident led by Zhang Quan, codenamed Snake, the Rampager incident involving Bai Li, codenamed Goat, the drownings in Jianshui City, and the siege by sea beasts in Linhai City. These were all orchestrated by the Earth Destiny Bearer. At this point, Zhou Yu scoffed. However, none of it succeeded. As the Starry Night team thwarted their plans, they seemed to act as his nemesis. Be serious, Chun Ming insisted, rapping his pen against the table. Are you implying that you have not been involved in any of these incidents? Zhou Yu, unfazed, shrugged. I merely relay information. My only mission was an assault on the Su family's spiritual mine, where I acquired a strength-type spirit pearl. As for this spirit tower incident, I did not harm a single soul, and I trust you have records to corroborate that. And what of the human destiny bearer? Zhou shook her head. I have no knowledge. Aside from the heaven and earth destiny bearers, no one knows the identity or appearance of the human destiny bearer or their subordinates. Humph, you are quite forthcoming. Zhou replied nonchalantly. What can I say? Not everyone has the luxury of choice. I can only adhere to my principles. In another interrogation room, Lu Renliang emerged with Shi Zhuang, patting him on the shoulder. You've worked hard. It's no trouble. It's part of the task, Shi Zhuang replied, his expression now resolute. Devoid of his previous innocence, yet Captain Wang Lei had left with misconceptions about him. Shi Zhuang cast a lingering glance toward the other interrogation room, but ultimately chose to remain silent. I will grant you a break for a while. Take the time to rest, Lu Renliang suggested, oblivious to the tension. After waving him off, Lu Renliang re-entered the other interrogation room, where Lan Jinbei was also present. Director Lan, Lu Renliang greeted with a bow. Lan Jinbei waved dismissively. Sit down, there's no need for such formality. The Earth Destiny Bearer, throughout the proceedings, had not once raised his gaze to acknowledge them. At this juncture, Lu Renliang spoke, his tone deliberately subdued. Your numerous crimes have already been confessed by your subordinates. Is there anything you wish to add? At this, the Earth Destiny Bearer smirked disdainfully. Crimes? How amusing that you now seek to uphold justice, he scoffed. The interrogators, puzzled, realized they knew little about him beyond his title as the Earth Destiny Bearer. His voice turned cold. You high and mighty individuals, most of you are festering with corruption, oozing filth, and reeking of decay, yet you remain oblivious to your own stench. With a sudden shift in tone, his expression morphed into one of madness. You will never extract any information from me. Ha ha. He laughed maniacally. Just as Lan Jinbei prepared to intervene, he noticed a disturbance in the space around him. Hadn't they completely suppressed his spiritual power? Why was there still an anomalous energy fluctuation? Stop him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Renliang commanded, channeling his own spiritual energy to suppress the Earth Destiny Bearer. If he refused to speak, there were still methods for memory extraction. This was a rare opportunity to glean the Destiny Bearer's true intentions. The other awakened individuals in the interrogation room rallied to assist. Multiple streams of spiritual energy clashed within the Earth Destiny Bearer, but his maniacal grin remained unchanged, echoing throughout the room. With a resounding crash, the laughter ceased, and blood streamed from the corner of the Earth Destiny Bearer's mouth. Lu Renliang rushed forward to examine him, but the heart had ruptured. He was lifeless. Simultaneously, in the interrogation room with Sun Meiqi, Bai Li, who had been reduced to a fool in prison, and Shi Zhuang, just exiting the Special Investigation Bureau, suddenly stiffened, their hearts stopping as they collapsed, devoid of breath. The following morning, Lan Feng and Su Lanlan returned, and Lian hurried over to provide a brief account of the previous night's events. Consequently, the Destiny Bearer organization suffered a grievous blow. Brother Zhuang, Su Lanlan expressed disbelief. He seemed perfectly fine yesterday. Wasn't Brother Zhuang a mole planted by Director Lu within the Destiny Bearers? The situation had concluded. How could this be? The feelings and attitudes toward Shi Zhuang were complex. Many times, it was not simply black and white. Except for Lei Lai, who had never interacted with Shi Zhuang. Everyone else experienced emotional turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, the few captives affiliated with the Earth Destiny Bearer lost their lives at the exact moment of his demise. Gao Lin found this situation eerily familiar. Indeed, it was the three fated individuals captured in Linhai City who had inexplicably perished. This implies that the Earth fate could be entirely manipulated from a distance. An S-class spatial adept should not have met such a simple demise. However, having witnessed the events alongside Lu Ju, Gao Lin momentarily suppressed his growing doubts. Lu Ju indicated that their business in Kyoto was concluded, and arrangements were being made for their return to Xinghue City today, with Lian coming to collect them at noon. After delivering his reminder, Lian hurriedly departed. Lu Jiming, can you divine any information regarding Earth fate? Gao Lin inquired once Lian had left. Lu Jiming shook his head. No, I cannot. Without a birth date, or even a name, I have no starting point for my calculations. Are you in doubt? Lei Lai scratched his head in confusion. What riddle are you all deciphering? It's nothing. Overthinking can lead to premature graying, Gao Lin chuckled, patting Lei Lai's vibrant red hair, which had already begun to grow back, hinting at a return to a more unconventional style in a few months. That is my line, Lu Jiming retorted. The group had little to pack. With a few swift motions, Cuckoo tidied up, handing the items over to Su Lanlan for storage in her spatial bracelet. Meanwhile, Lu Renliang and Lan Jinbei engaged in lengthy discussions before finally emerging. At noon, Lian collected the Xingye team, along with the inconspicuous Huang Chengqing team and the knife team from their Kyoto trip, and they convened with Lu Rinliang at the airport, boarding their flight back to Xinhui City. The entire team was accounted for, with the addition of the reinstated Lu Ju and the now diminutive Shi Zhuang. The funeral was conducted with great simplicity. Shi Zhuang had no family, and only a few familiar colleagues from the Special Investigation Bureau attended. The grave was situated not far from Captain Wang Lei's resting place, marked by a similarly unadorned tombstone indicating Shi Zhuang's birth and death dates, August 9th. In the days that followed, an eerie calm enveloped the surroundings, and no further news concerning the fated individuals emerged, as if they had vanished after the last severe blow. The northern nation now thrived, propelled by the Special Investigation Bureau's guidance. Schools across various cities rapidly advanced their awakening courses, resulting in an influx of new awakened individuals. Presently, the most popular establishments across northern nation cities were not clothing or food stores, but streets bustling with awakened beings. Under the auspices of the Special Investigation Bureau, the Su family swiftly established Lingbao pavilions on every awakened street, while the Bureau also inaugurated the Dan Hall, supported by the Altar Pavilion on Tiantai Mountain. Since returning from Kyoto, Su Lanlan and Lu Jiming had been exceedingly busy. It was heard that Su Lanlan held a technical stake in the Lingbao Pavilion, while Lu Jiming was also a shareholder in the Altar Pavilion. Lei Lai, having sought Lu Ju's permission, found an opportunity to request Lu Ju's approval to take Huang Chengqing and the knife team to the 16th ruins for a month of training. Although his primary intention was to enhance his own abilities, he was indeed familiar with the area, and Lu Ju consented. As for Lan Feng, his demeanor had softened. However, aside from dining and training, he was glued to his phone, exuding a scent of youthful infatuation. Gao Lin could no longer contain his exasperation, feeling as though his role as team leader was rendered superfluous, and he sought out Lu Rinliang. Lu Ju, I wish to visit Linhai City, Gao Lin announced as he entered. Lu Rinliang, having fully resumed his tea brewing habits, replied leisurely, looking to find a new pet beast? Indeed. I have 3 vacant slots for pet beasts, and it won't do to leave them unfilled. It's time I actively sought them out, Gao Lin explained. Lu Rinliang nodded. Go ahead, 2 should suffice, and the Bureau will help you find one. However, the journey is long and will take some time. After a brief pause, he added, by the time you return, it should be about right. I'll introduce you to someone. Gao Lin felt a mix of joy and confusion from this exchange. He trusted Lu Ju's judgment in finding pet beasts and expressed his gratitude, but before he could lavish further praise, Lu Rinliang impatiently ushered him out. Introduce me to whom? Who is this mysterious person, always speaking in half-truths? Chapter 38, Returning to Nanhai. After the previous calamity, Linhai City had returned to normal, with no further mass assaults from sea creatures. Occasionally, small, foolish shrimp would appear, but they were swiftly dealt with. Consequently, the tourism industry in Linhai City thrived once again. Upon returning to the South Sea, Gao Lin's emotions were markedly different from his prior visit. He was once again aboard the sea turtle, Yi, flanked by the jellyfish, Bobo, and the lobster, Jingguang, racing through the ocean. Yet, Gao Lin felt an underlying uncertainty. Despite having interacted with the senior octopus previously, he remained unsure about requesting one of their underlings as a pet beast. It all depended on whether Bobo's connections were robust enough. Evidently, the elder had taken a liking to this little jellyfish. They approached the vortex region at the heart of the sea. If the junior has disturbed you, I humbly request your presence when convenient, Gao Lin articulated with utmost respect, bowing toward the swirling waters and remaining in that position. 30 seconds. A minute. Was the elder not home? Gao Lin leaned forward, his eyes darting about. Without the elder's assistance, he couldn't guarantee his safety while diving. Who knew how deep it was? A few hundred meters down, he would surely suffocate from lack of oxygen. Just as he contemplated sending Bobo down to assess the situation, he felt a familiar aura envelop him. This time, he was not hesitant. Within seconds, he was transported to the platform at the Spirit Veins entrance. Kid, what brings you here again? I have nothing of value for you. The Q-version octopus materialized before Gao Lin. Oh, elder, how could you say that? It has been so long since we last met. I have missed you dearly, Gao Lin replied with an ingratiating grin. The Q-version octopus shivered at the flattery, feeling as though it were being scrutinized by this 20-something human. Had Gao Lin known, he would have sworn to the heavens that despite his admiration for the elder octopus, he had no intention of forming a contract at this time. His heart was devoid of ulterior motives. Speak swiftly. If not, I'll send you back, the Q-version octopus said. Growing impatient, increasingly convinced that this kid had a jinxed disposition, Gao Lin felt a bit sheepish. Well, about that. Before he could finish, Bobo was already waving its tentacles and mouth parts, exclaiming, Bobo, Bobo, Bobo. In a flurry of excited babble, the purpose of their visit was entirely revealed. Traitor, we're doomed. I forgot about Bobo's overly friendly nature, Gao Lin lamented, realizing that Bobo had never shown such enthusiasm in front of anyone else. Bobo's exact words were, "Great octopus. Please select 2 of your underlings for us as partners. They must be formidable, just like me." Subsequently, an octopus and a jellyfish engaged in a spirited discussion, the specifics of which Gao Lin could only guess through the Q-version octopus's mental signals. He merely observed as the 2 creatures gesticulated wildly, akin to a bustling market haggling over prices. "Hey, take a look at me. I'm the protagonist of this endeavor," Gao Lin complained from the sidelines. Feeling utterly neglected, the 2 soft-bodied creatures paid him no mind. "Very well, do as you please," he sighed, resigning himself to sit on Yaya's back, cradling Jingguang while weaving together Jingguang's long, soft tentacles. Jingguang resisted, but to no avail. It had no choice but to endure its unreliable master's whims. As Gao Lin fashioned everything from butterfly knots to auspicious ties, even nearly creating a complex knot that took considerable effort to untangle. Just as Gao Lin languished in boredom, the elder octopus's voice echoed, "Let us go, kid." At that moment, Bobo floated closer to Gao Lin, circling around him, exuding an air of triumph, indicating that the negotiations had been successful. Gao Lin, feeling somewhat exasperated, gently patted the umbrella-shaped form of Bobo, treating it as if it were its head. "Who could possibly provoke you, a little ancestor? I appreciate your assistance, esteemed senior." Gao Lin expressed his gratitude. The chibi octopus, however, barely cast a glance in his direction, leaving Gao Lin feeling somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Had negotiations fallen through? With a swift motion, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped both him and his 3 beasts, instantaneously transporting them to the depths of the ocean's spiritual veins. The surrounding spiritual energy was so dense that Gao Lin felt an almost sticky sensation, quite unnatural indeed. As he surveyed his surroundings, it felt as though they had entered a realm unto itself, boundless and expansive, devoid of anything but spiritual energy. The colors could only be described as a myriad of radiant whites, akin to the iridescent interior of a scallop shell, blooming with various hues under the sunlight, a most enchanting sensation. "We have arrived." The voice of the chibi octopus resonated. It seemed to have also brought along a glowing green mutated turf coral. Its rounded form, cloaked in green, enveloped a calcium skeleton, resembling a bumpy white-brown stone sphere, with a significant portion covered by a multitude of coral polyps, creating a unified whole. As a marine biologist, Gao Lin pondered whether this mass could be regarded as a single pet beast or countless individual creatures, given that he only had 3 contract slots available. The chibi octopus appeared to sense his thoughts. "Do not entertain any frivolous notions. It is but one entity. The rest are its own divisions." Gao Lin felt relieved. That was good to hear. Ha. The turf coral that one typically observes in aquariums is actually a vast expanse formed by countless coral polyps clustering together, resembling a verdant meadow. The other companion was a bird, a seagull. Yes, indeed, a seagull, which, while classified as a bird, also belongs to the realm of marine life. One could only wonder from which beach the senior octopus had procured it. At this moment, the seagull's eyes appeared somewhat dazed. "You 2 shall henceforth accompany this lad," commanded the chibi octopus with an air of authority reminiscent of a lord of the abyss. Observing Gao Lin standing idly, it urged, "What are you dawdling for? Contracted. Your little jellyfish has meticulously chosen them for you." Oh, Gao Lin stammered, still wishing to assess the abilities of the 2 creatures. However, he concluded that Bobo would not harm him, and the senior seemed genuinely intent on assisting him. At this juncture, any further hesitation or refusal, or insisting on evaluating skills before making a choice, would likely lead to his demise today. With a sudden burst of determination, he utilized the golden pincers to inflict a minor wound upon himself. Enveloped in spiritual energy, his blood did not disperse. Instead, it directly merged into the azure markings on his palm. Then let us proceed with evolution. After undergoing evolution through the azure markings, even if the outcome was subpar, it wouldn't be significantly lacking. As the azure light enveloped the seagull and the coral, their appearances transformed dramatically from their previous forms. Astonishingly, a tuft of hair sprouted atop the seagull's head, and its feathers now exuded a sharpness. A ring of black feathers adorned its neck, resembling a fashionable collar, while its webbed feet and beak appeared exceedingly sharp. Meanwhile, the turf coral exhibited no significant changes, though its luminescent turf atop seemed to have increased in brilliance. Once he returned, Su Lanlan would surely want to pet Bobo, and it appeared that both the coral and the seagull would also fall victim to her whims. Without further ado, he initiated the contract. A surge of mental energy enveloped him as the 2 A-grade pet beasts were contracted, and the pure energy feedback made Gao Lin feel as though he had ascended to the mid-tier of A-grade at the very least. Perhaps he might even catch up to Lu Jiming. Quite splendid indeed. With a mere thought, He examined the information of his new companions. Species, Seagull. Level, A. Talent, Speedy. Skills, Featherblade, Sword Chi. Hurricane, Migration, Soundwave, Stealth. Lord, Adaptation, Giantization, Language, Diving, Airflow. Description, possessing intelligence even before the awakening of spiritual energy. Guided by the Lord of the Abyss, and further enhanced by mysterious azure evolution, now truly extraordinary. The remaining attributes were quite straightforward. However, the skills adaptation and migration seemed to be innate characteristics of seagulls. After a brief exchange, he learned that the migration skill allows for stable flight and acceleration once activated. And during giantization, it could carry passengers. How delightful! What boy does not dream of flying on a sword? Many mythological tales feature individuals riding birds as steeds. Though he would be riding a bird, it would prove invaluable for travel, escape, or undertaking various tasks. Air superiority is paramount. Although Gao Lin had scoured through information previously, he found no evidence of dragons or phoenixes in this world. The adaptation ability is a passive skill, enabling resilience in harsh environments and adverse weather, a natural skill of the seagull. Joyfully, he named the seagull Tuft, inspired by the peculiar hair atop its head. Its once wise eyes now appeared slightly foolish due to the tuft. Turning to examine the coral's details, despite the tufted seagull's presence, Gao Lin could not help but smile broadly. Species, Coral. Level, A. Talent, Regeneration. Skills, Spore Parasitism, Spore Explosion, Abandonment, Entanglement, Proliferation, Absorption, Transformation, Lord, Sharing, Mimicry, Symbiosis, Physical Immunity. Description, mutated from coral polyps through prolonged exposure to spiritual veins, self-propagating to form a turf coral expanse. Aside from Bobo, the coral had also acquired a symbiotic skill, significantly enhancing its survivability, ensuring that a single blow wouldn't obliterate them all. Gao Lin felt a surge of hope. The absorption skill was fascinating, capable of assimilating toxins, waste gases, and converting them into nourishment, reflecting the evolutionary skill of marine life aimed at purifying its ecological environment. The abandonment skill served as a means to shed a proliferated avatar when under control, granting immunity to domination, and intriguingly, it could also be employed against others. As long as the spiritual energy remained abundant, the proliferated avatars were limitless. The coral skills predominantly comprised combinatory abilities, while individually they might not appear formidable. In synergy, they became exceedingly powerful. This was truly impressive. During the previous competition, Gao Lin had envied the skill of Golden Cicada shed its shell. He named the coral turf and gleefully gazed at the 5 pet beasts surrounding him, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. The chibi octopus, observing his demeanor, restrained the impulse to give him a tentacle slap. Stay calm, stay calm. I may need something from this lad in the future, it reminded itself. At that moment, Gao Lin suddenly realized and eagerly presented Bobo before it, inquiring, esteemed senior, do you have any troubles that require resolution? Or should I let Bobo stay to chat with you? Scram, the octopus retorted, its irritation palpable. Just don't come looking for me when you're short on pet beasts. 2 of my subordinates are on the verge of S-grade, and your little jellyfish indeed has a keen eye. It contemplated guiding them to other oceanic regions for mischief, such as the North Sea, where some formidable fish resided. Lost in thought, it discreetly transmitted information about the treasures and companions of the North Sea to Bobo. The encounter concluded with the octopus disregarding Bobo's puzzled response, flicking its tentacle. Enveloped in spiritual energy, Gao Lin and his 5 beasts were swiftly returned to the ocean's surface. Bobo North Sea? Treasures? Hooray! Chapter 39, Gu Liang Qingji. In a daze, Gao Lin found himself on the ocean surface, struggling to suppress the dizziness as he mobilized his spiritual energy to stabilize himself. Though the senior's intervention was somewhat heavy-handed, he still expressed his gratitude towards the uninhabited whirlpool. This journey to the South China Sea had proven immensely fruitful. He would have to seek out the treasures himself. In such a vast ocean, a myriad of creatures below A grade held little interest for him given his current strength. Finding A rank or higher creatures is quite a challenging endeavor, with probabilities exceedingly low. Given his luck in Africa, even after tirelessly searching for months, he still could not find a satisfactory one. Upon arrival, Gao Lin inquired of Bobo how the communication transpired, to which Bobo replied that the great octopus had presented numerous options for selection. Among them were S-rank creatures such as the dugong and the water-drop fish. However, Bobo found them to be quite unattractive and not to its aesthetic preference, stating that having a somewhat endearing yet awkward-looking turtle in the team was sufficient. Gao Lin remarked, "Little ancestor, you are letting an S-rank slip away just like that?" After contemplating the appearance of the water-drop fish, he conceded, "Well, I suppose I wouldn't find that acceptable either." Commanding his companion, Damao, to enlarge and leap onto its back, which felt soft and comfortable. He exclaimed, "Let us take off." Damao's powerful wings flapped vigorously, lifting them gracefully from the ocean's surface. The salty, damp sea breeze enveloped Gao Lin, nearly preventing him from opening his eyes as he clung tightly, his hands grasping feathers. Once the adaptation and migration skills were activated, he felt no trace of wind resistance. Even with arms outstretched, the experience was remarkably stable. "Wow," he exclaimed, turning to see the distant horizon curve gracefully as they ascended. A profound sense of freedom washing over him. "Damao, let us add some thrill." At this, Damao suddenly dove, the surface of the sea rapidly approaching. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks resonating clearly. Just before impact, Damao spread its wings wide, executing a sharp turn and gliding along the crest of the waves. "This is exhilarating." Gao Lin's laughter echoed through the air. He spread his arms wide, as though embracing the entire world. With Damao, there was no concept of stratosphere or troposphere. They could fly as they pleased, and the innate speed talent was no jest. While a flight that would typically take an aircraft over 2 hours was completed in just over 40 minutes. Gao Lin found himself at the entrance of the Special Investigation Bureau in Xinhui City. As he descended, he activated his stealth, remaining unseen, and stood firmly at the bureau's entrance. Damao had returned to its normal size, perched on Gao Lin's shoulder. He patted it, relishing the delightful sensation. Traveling would be incredibly convenient from now on. Gao Lin glanced at the time. It was exactly 5 in the afternoon. Isn't this a bit too swift? Departing around 7 in the morning, he had already completed his business and returned. With a chuckle, he stepped into the bureau with a buoyant stride. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Lu Renliang, taken aback by Gao Lin's radiant demeanor, asked, "You're back so soon? You didn't just dash to Linhai City for a bowl of noodles, did you?" Despite Lu Renliang's skepticism, the goodwill of a kind senior had facilitated matters, and Gao Lin provided a brief explanation, summoning the grass-covered beasts. Here, Damao and the grass-covered creature, 2 A-rank companions from this contract. Upon seeing Lu Renliang nod, Gao Lin rubbed his hands together, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Director Lu, what about that thing you mentioned? Care to give me a hint?" Lu Renliang did not respond immediately. After tidying up the tea set on the table, he finally rose. "Let us go. I'll introduce you to someone. Remember to be polite." Gao Lin did not retract his 2 creatures, allowing them to perch on his shoulders as he followed Lu Renliang. The transformation skill of the grass-covered creature was indeed remarkable. Somewhat akin to Bobo's aquatic abilities, yet not quite the same. It appeared to float in the air as if it were submerged in water, its green fur swaying freely, radiating a phosphorescent glow. Having undergone extensive expansion, the Special Investigation Bureau, beyond the symbolic blue and white 4-story building, had grown significantly. As Lu and Gao were greeted by various personnel, they arrived at a courtyard enclosed by gray stone walls, with 2 large brown wooden doors adorned with polished brass rings. Lu Renliang stopped before the entrance, turning to Gao Lin. "Adjust your attire." Gao Lin glanced at his outfit, short sleeves and shorts, and he wasn't even in flip-flops, wondering what was amiss. Under Lu Renliang's scrutinizing gaze, he ruffled his hair and tugged at his slightly wrinkled shirt. "Is this better?" he asked timidly, feeling increasingly anxious about whom they were about to meet. Was it someone important from Kyoto? Lu Renliang sighed, regretting not suggesting that Gao Lin change into something more appropriate before coming. At that moment, the 2 wooden doors swung open without a breeze, and a cool, feminine voice emanated from within. "Please, come in." The instant they stepped into the courtyard, a refreshing chill enveloped them. A stark contrast to the sweltering 37-degree heat of Xinhui City in mid-August, making it feel like a summer retreat. Lu Renliang led Gao Lin through the courtyard, where the surrounding flora was meticulously tended, not a speck of dust upon the leaves. To the left, a small pond housed a dozen fish leisurely swimming in the golden hues of the setting sun, indicating that the owner was quite an aesthetic person. Stepping over the threshold of a wooden door-marked quiet room, they entered a simply furnished space, seemingly intended for receiving guests, with ancient-style landscape paintings adorning the walls. A woman sat gracefully at the head of the table, clad in white akin to a traditional costume, layered with a delicate green veil, exuding an aura of serene elegance. Beside her stood a maid reminiscent of a character from a historical drama. Gao Lin stole a fleeting glance at the room and its occupant as he entered. The woman radiated an intimidating chill, and he dared not stare longer, remaining upright beside Lu Renliang, his gaze steady. "Please, take a seat." The woman gestured for Lu Renliang and Gao Lin to sit. Lu Renliang offered a slight bow before taking his seat. Gao Lin, eager to mimic the respectful gestures he had seen in dramas, followed suit, settling beside Lu Renliang. As he observed Lu Renliang engage in brief pleasantries with the woman, he felt a wave of unease, as though he were an outsider in this refined setting. Had it not been for the absence of any film crew, he might have thought he had stumbled into a filming set, the dialogue between them laden with formality. During a moment when the maid served tea, Gao Lin expressed his gratitude, receiving a sweet smile in return. This maid seems rather easy to interact with, he mused. Director Liu, who is this? Haha. This is the captain of the Xingye team, Gao Lin, whom I mentioned to you earlier. Indeed. Upon hearing their conversation, Gao Lin straightened, presenting what he believed to be an appropriately friendly smile. The woman raised her hand, a wave of spiritual energy emanating from her, causing Damao and the grass-covered creature on Gao Lin's shoulder to be irresistibly drawn to her. They rushed forward, eagerly partaking in a mysterious orb of energy she held, sending affectionate signals toward her. Panicking internally, Gao Lin urged his companions to return, fearing they would embarrass him, yet they remained unfazed. What does this mean? 2 traders? What are they consuming? Is it expensive? Please don't let me bear the cost. A flurry of thoughts raced through Gao Lin's mind. Very well. Come back tomorrow morning, the woman declared, signaling the end of their visit. Lu Renliang chuckled, as if amused by some private joke. All right, we'll take our leave then. I'll leave this lad in your care. With that, Lu Renliang bowed and led the still confounded Gao Lin out. What do you mean leaving me with her? I'm not selling myself. Gao Lin protested inwardly, bewildered by the cryptic exchanges. Only once outside did his 2 wayward creatures catch up to him. You 2 know how to return, but you're grounded for your reckless behavior. Gao Lin scolded, frustrated. Do you even know what you were consuming? How could you eat anything indiscriminately? With a wave, he summoned both creatures into the confines of his palm. Lu Renliang delivered another slap to Gao Lin's nape, exuding an air of casualness. We'll discuss it further when we've distanced ourselves. For now, we're still in their courtyard. As the 2 ventured away, Lu Renliang realized that this lad had remarkable patience. After receiving the slap, he sulked in silence, his head drooping dejectedly. What's the matter? Aren't you curious? Of course I am, but you all love to play riddles. Asking would be futile, Gao Lin replied, shrugging his shoulders, indicating that he was powerless against them. Lu Renliang's frustration mounted. It seemed that the earlier display was merely for his benefit. He retorted, all right, you've mastered the art of profiting while pretending to be innocent. Hee. I knew you cared for me the most, Lu Bureau Chief. How could you possibly deceive me, this little calamity? Gao Lin's expression and tone were nothing short of theatrical. Upon arriving at the office, Lu Renliang's narrative unveiled the identity of the woman in question. Her surname was Gu Liang, and her given name Qingji. The Gu Liang family is a rather obscure lineage in the north. Once illustrious, but now dwindling in numbers since the establishment of the nation, with each generation often having only a single heir, classifying them as a reclusive family. She is the sole descendant of the Gu Liang family, and the only SS-level beast master in the north. Since the awakening of spiritual energy, Gu Liang Qingji has emerged, subduing 8 extraordinary beasts that have caused disturbances across the North's mountains and forests. Consequently, aside from the initial chaos during the resurgence of spiritual energy, which affected some minor villages, the authorities have strived to relocate the population to urban areas. Thus, Gu Liang Qingji's contributions to the north have been immense, earning Lu Bureau Chief's deep respect. Recently, she had some free time and was invited by Lu to impart her knowledge to Gao Lin. After all, Gao Lin had been navigating this realm largely on his own or following the suggestions of those unversed in the field. Having a mentor to guide him would be significantly beneficial. No wonder Lu Renliang had previously dissuaded Gao Lin from his reckless desire to venture into the deep mountains to capture beasts. That would be sheer folly, after all. He could disrupt the delicate balance that had only recently been restored. If he were to be discovered and beaten, that would be the least of his worries. Should he jeopardize the plans at headquarters or incite a local beast uprising, the repercussions would be dire. Oh, how touching. Old Lu, you're too kind to me. I have no way to repay your kindness. Gao Lin was genuinely moved, though he couldn't muster tears, hastily suppressing his faux sobbing under Lu Renliang's disdainful gaze. Enough. The land beasts are merely temporarily subdued, and the beast's abilities are rapidly enhancing post-resurgence of spiritual energy. The quicker you elevate your strength, the more you can assist them when the time comes. All right, back to being a diligent worker, Gao Lin replied, his tone lightening again. So, Lu Bureau Chief, any updates on the beast you were supposed to find for me? Is the journey safe? Do you need me to fetch it? Were it not for the knowledge of this lad being an orphan with no family, Lu Renliang would have genuinely pondered how such a child was raised. Go ahead, ask. The more anxious you are, the more it reflects on us, the dignified chief of the Special Investigation Bureau of Xinghui City, being outmaneuvered by a mere child. Get lost, Lu Renliang urged, tossing a box at Gao Lin just before he was shown the door. Over the duration, Gao Lin had indeed contemplated acquiring other mutated beasts, even considering capturing a spider or an ant to test their evolutionary capabilities. However, without a user manual for the azure patterns on his palm. He feared that perhaps only first-level beasts could be evolved, or that he could only catalyze marine creatures. That would be a complete waste. Adhering to a prudent approach, he had refrained from experimenting thus far, and as a result, all 5 of his contracted beasts were marine species. After being ushered out, he mused that Lu Renliang's mood was likely similar. He had yet to exert himself. Upon opening the box, he found a Starry Night badge. Its rating had elevated from 3 stars to 5, quite impressive. He resolved to keep pushing forward, hearing that the headquarters director, Lan Jinbei, had achieved 12 stars. Perhaps the events in Jianshui City and Linhai City had each contributed a star. However, he wondered why the national competition hadn't earned him any stars. After all, he was a champion. That evening, he posed his queries to Lan Feng, who had recently exhibited a slightly more animated demeanor, albeit just slightly. Each star represented a merit of service. Gao Lin suddenly realized, all right, I had forgotten that this signifies military merit. In recent days, Lu Jiming and Su Lanlan had been too busy to be seen, and even at night, they had yet to return. Reflecting on Lu Renliang's mention of reclusive families, he inquired if Lan Feng was familiar with them. Not really. I was too young when I was studying, so I didn't come across such things. After returning from the military, I came to Xinhui City shortly after. I only know of the Su family, which is well known. It seemed that the North was not as straightforward as it appeared. Hidden threats might extend beyond just the Destiny Bearers organization. From the resurgence of spiritual energy, Gao Lin was only aware of the Gu Liang family's emergence to assist. There surely were others supporting the North's authorities and cooperating with the Special Investigation Bureau. Thus, the question remained, were there any dissenters lurking in the shadows, perhaps even from within their own families? Moreover, there had been no news from the Destiny Bearers organization for over half a month. Gao Lin found it hard to believe they would remain silent indefinitely, especially after hearing Lu Bureau Chief speculation that the Celestial Envoy seemed intent on fostering goodwill. It was all too intricate, far too intricate. Gao Lin compelled himself to clear his mind of these thoughts and rest well. Tomorrow, he would meet with the esteemed Beast Master Elder and ascertain just how much he could learn in the time afforded to him. Lu Bureau Chief had mentioned that she would only be staying for half a month. Chapter 40, Beast Spirit Food. I am ensnared by a gust of wind. You please, pluck a sama flower for me. Gao Lin awoke at 4 in the morning, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. He decided to rise, donning his headphones, and began a long overdue morning jog. He circled the external roads of the Special Investigation Bureau, and after several laps, the time had already approached 5 o'clock. The dawn sky was not yet sweltering, and after over an hour of exercise, he was drenched in sweat. Several breakfast shops had already opened, and he quickly filled his stomach. After all, he was on the Special Investigation Bureau's payroll, which typically covered meals. Otherwise, Gao Lin would be worried about his livelihood. How could he comfortably cultivate? Like the other team members, he had to report to the team hall to undertake tasks from the Special Investigation Bureau to sustain his training resources. Upon returning to his dormitory and completing a swift shower, Gao Lin found himself pondering what to wear as he stood beside his wardrobe. To be honest, he didn't possess many clothes. Gu Liang Qingji had struck him as akin to a young lady from an ancient aristocratic family during their initial encounter, and Lu Bureau Chief had advised him to dress appropriately today. Gao Lin scratched his head, realizing he had very few decent garments. At just over 20, he rummaged through his wardrobe and found only ordinary attire. He also had to consider the sweltering heat. Reluctantly, he settled on a pair of slightly faded jeans and meticulously selected a shirt that appeared somewhat more formal. This will have to do, he concluded, feeling it was a step up from the casual short-sleeved shirt and shorts of the previous day. Moreover, he had noticed the 2 young ladies from yesterday, both of whom were dressed modestly and tastefully. It would be wise not to emulate his prior look that exposed his arms and legs. He ought to respect their dressing habits, especially since he was seeking their assistance. Just as Gao Lin was about to step out, he suddenly recalled that Lu Bureau Chief had prepared a box of tea for him the previous day. Gao Lin was unfamiliar with such matters and couldn't discern its quality. All he saw was a round tea cake encased in a box, leaving him perplexed. He was uncertain about the exact time of dawn, as Director Lu had not specified. He thought it best to arrive early, given their prowess. They would surely sense his presence upon arrival and open the door at the appointed time. Upon reaching the entrance of the courtyard once more, he noted it was nearly 7 o'clock. Standing hesitantly at the door, contemplating whether to knock, he suddenly heard a creaking sound. It was a young maidservant peeking out, greeting him with a cheerful, "You've come. Please, step inside. By the way, you can call me Tao Hong." "Thank you, Miss Tao Hong," Gao Lin replied as he entered, presenting her with the tea cake he had brought. Tao Hong accepted it with a bright smile and led him to a pavilion in the courtyard. Casting a knowing glance in his direction, Gu Liang Qingji was dressed as she had been the previous day, her hair elegantly pinned up devoid of any other embellishments. Gao Lin found himself at a loss on how to engage with her, feeling even more awkward than he had when first interacting with Lan Feng. He bowed respectfully, saying, "Senior Gu Liang, one must honor those who have achieved greatness. I cannot possibly err in my address." The term senior caused Gu Liang Qingji to momentarily pause in her tea drinking, a slight hesitation before she instructed, "Please, have a seat." He suppressed his inner tension and sat upright on the stone bench, which was cushioned with an unknown grass-woven mat, ensuring he was comfortable. The atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence, so quiet that he could clearly hear the distant trickle of water from the pond. Oh, how he wished for a savior. He was utterly unsure of what to say, feeling a level of awkwardness he had never before experienced. His gaze shifted to Tao Hong, who continued to smile back at him, offering no assistance. After Gu Liang Qingji finished her second sip of tea, she finally broke the silence, inquiring, "What do you know about beast mastery?" Gao Lin quickly reviewed his thoughts, attempting to articulate his response. It involves finding suitable exotic beasts, training their skills proficiently, and forming a cohesive team as a beast master. Is that all? Her clear voice remained devoid of any emotional inflection. His mind raced, feeling the cold sweat accumulate on his forehead, akin to the anxiety of a college thesis defense. He resigned himself, standing once more to bow. "I beg your pardon, senior. I have only awakened my beast master abilities less than 6 months ago, so my understanding is indeed limited. Please, enlighten me." The essence of beast mastery lies in the amplification of personal strength and the emotional bond between human and beast, forming a shared destiny. With that, Gu Liang Qingji began to expound on all matters related to beast mastery, speaking with clarity and depth. Gao Lin stood attentively, listening with utmost respect and focus. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Gu Liang Qingji cleared her throat and posed another question. "What do you typically feed your beasts?" "Based on their pre-alteration habits, I provide them with appropriate ingredients," Gao Lin replied, listing several types of sustenance. He was grateful to Director Liu for managing these details, allowing him to focus on other matters. Even when Director Liu was in Kyoto, Lian ensured everything was arranged meticulously. Those were merely the basic, filling foods. Beasts could also consume elemental minerals, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and other special items imbued with spiritual energy, or even meat from beasts of the same element. There were also specially crafted foods designed for pets. After speaking, Gu Liang Qingji summoned a piece of what appeared to be jerky, akin to cat treats. Gao Lin took it, sensing a significant fluctuation of spiritual energy and fire elements within it. It resembled the food he had previously given to Bobo, Yaya, and Jingguang, leaving him slightly embarrassed, recalling what he had fed them in the past. "I watched your competition video yesterday," Gu Liang Qingji remarked, momentarily halting. Gao Lin's heart raced, reminiscent of a student facing their teacher with their exam paper. "Your mind is clear, you exhibit good battlefield control, and your tactical skills are commendable." Before he could relax, she continued, "However, your combat techniques with your beasts, their responsiveness, skill proficiency, and elemental control are lacking. These aspects require training from the Beastmaster, particularly the ability of the beasts to fight independently and coordinate amongst themselves. Once you have multiple beasts, a Beastmaster cannot command them one by one." The cultural instruction continued until noon, with Gu Liang Qingji providing Gao Lin with a comprehensive overview. After lunch, arranged by Tao Hong, she presented him with a book written in fine calligraphy, detailing various foods suitable for beasts. It included illustrations and thorough descriptions on how to gather spiritual herbs and fruits. "Thank you, Senior Gu Liang," Gao Lin expressed with immense gratitude. Though they were not related, and he had been invited by Director Liu, her teachings had proven invaluable, opening the door to a new realm of understanding regarding beast mastery. The knowledge he gained that morning would take him years of personal exploration to acquire. This was the advantage of having a mentor. "Review this within a week," Gu Liang Qingji instructed in her unflappable tone. Tao Hong, having stepped slightly aside, responded promptly, "Yes." After Gu Liang Qingji had left, Tao Hong turned to Gao Lin with her usual cheerful demeanor and said, "Let us go." She led him through the courtyard, across a stone bridge, and through a corridor. The courtyard appeared modest from the outside, yet its layout was remarkably elaborate. Gao Lin felt as though he had entered a grand estate, almost mistaking it for a scenic garden. Clearly, Director Liu had put considerable effort into finding him a mentor, having meticulously prepared such a refined setting. "Here we are," Tao Hong announced as they arrived at a semi-open kitchen. In the center lay exotic beast meat emanating spiritual energy, alongside unidentifiable spiritual minerals and fruits. The spiritual food for pets was tailored to their attributes, levels, and sizes, ensuring a balanced composition of materials that could also aid in their cultivation. Otherwise, with larger beasts, the food requirements would demand an immense amount of energy from the Beastmaster. Through Tao Hong's explanations, Gao Lin grasped that while beasts could consume raw ingredients, the absorption rate of spiritual fruits and minerals would be less efficient. Moreover, as the number of pets increased, carrying excessive raw food would become impractical, even with spatial equipment, as a single unit would not suffice for a large beast's meal. Fortunately, Gao Lin's current pets were all relatively small, and their missions were coordinated by Director Liu, ensuring everything was well organized. In light of this, only Bobo possessed the devouring talent that would spare him from preparing a portion of spiritual food in the future. Today's preparations are wind attribute-based. Why don't you give them a try for your seagull? Tao Hong suggested, gesturing for Gao Lin to step forward and take charge while she provided guidance. He began by selecting a large piece of exotic beast meat, using spiritual energy to guide the elemental forces and spiritual essence of the minerals into the meat. He maintained a barrier of spiritual energy throughout the process to prevent any dissipation. After crushing the spiritual fruit, he applied it to the meat and then evaporated the moisture using spiritual energy, ensuring not to release the spiritual essence or elemental forces. The process was relatively straightforward, yet it required a precise mastery of spiritual energy from the creator, effectively serving as a form of cultivation. It was akin to the alchemists who, despite the simplicity of their task, meticulously measured and combined herbs for refinement. However, the finesse in managing the heat, timing, and experience are all crucial factors. Tao Hong, while elucidating the steps, kept a vigilant gaze on Gao Lin, promptly pointing out any mistakes. Fortunately, Gao Lin possessed an innate talent for culinary endeavors. He merely substituted the traditional spatula and fire with an entire process governed by spiritual energy. After more than an hour, what had initially been a substantial piece of beast meat, roughly the size of half a pig, had dwindled to less than the size of a palm. Given that this was his first attempt, he remained confident that he would improve in speed with experience. Tao Hong nodded approvingly. Not bad. You have quite the gift. This can be deemed a success, but remember, you must use spiritual energy to seal it off throughout the process. Otherwise, the elemental power within the spirit food and the spiritual energy will dissipate rapidly. You could also utilize spatial equipment for storage. Gao Lin nodded in understanding. Thank you, Miss Tao Hong. He then summoned his companion, Dui Mao, who, upon appearing and perching on Gao Lin's shoulder, immediately sensed the aura of the spirit food. In an instant, it leapt onto Gao Lin's arm and swiftly consumed the diminutive portion. Dui Mao felt elated, truly deserving of the master chosen by the Abyss Lord. Life was blissful. Once a day is sufficient. Excess can be counterproductive, Tao Hong reminded him from the side. Make a few more pieces to familiarize yourself. As she spoke, she produced a fruit from seemingly nowhere and began to nibble on it. Gao Lin was more than willing. After all, this was a ready-made laboratory, replete with materials for experimentation, something he was well-versed in. Thus, he spent the entire afternoon in this semi-open kitchen. Around 5 o'clock, Tao Hong began to usher him out. All right, that's enough for today. Remember to come early tomorrow. Early? Wasn't he arriving at 7 already early enough? He even worried about arriving too early and disturbing others' peace. Noticing Gao Lin's hesitation, Tao Hong chuckled. 6 o'clock is about right, while she couldn't fathom why people outside preferred to sleep late. Early to bed and early to rise leads to good health, and that was the routine of the Guliang family, where sleeping at 9 or 10 was considered quite late. Retracing their steps, Tao Hong escorted him to the gate. Goodbye, no need to see you off. With that, she didn't wait for Gao Lin's response, swiftly shutting the door and securing the latch. Gao Lin thought to himself, I believed you were quite easy to get along with. It was indeed a pleasant feeling, reminiscent of the ancient times spent studying in a private academy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gao Lin noticed that Su Lanlan and Lu Jiming had surprisingly returned. Entering, he greeted the two. What a rare sight. Are you here for a pit stop, or to stay? Su Lanlan rolled her eyes. Just finished. Now it's not my business anymore. I just sit back and collect the money. She leaned in, intrigued. By the way, I heard Director Liu found you a stunning beauty for a teacher. How is it? What's the vibe? Gao Lin quickly interrupted her, exclaiming, what are you thinking all day? It's just normal instruction. There's no special apprenticeship ceremony. He wouldn't mind calling her teacher, but it depended on whether Gu Liang Qingji was willing. Sigh, old Lu really plays favorites. Why couldn't he find me a handsome teacher instead? Su Lanlan lamented. Lu Jiming chimed in. 3 handsome guys in this room. Have you grown tired of them? Su Lanlan lounged on the sofa, sipping soda, unbothered by her appearance. Too familiar. It's hard to make a move. Besides, you're a Taoist. Lan Feng is an ice block with a partner, and the captain is pleasant to look at, but not my type. Lan Feng, sitting nearby, made a surprising remark. Yet Su Lanlan seemed to take it in stride. Gao Lin and Lu Jiming asked, is your family aware of your straightforwardness? With Lu Jiming's return, the training room could finally resume. Practice could not be neglected. Upon inquiring, Lu Jiming was at least in the late stages of A rank. Gao Lin had thought that after contracting 2 pet beasts, he had caught up, but it appeared he could only await the delightful surprise from Director Lu. Chapter 41. Invitation to Tiantai Mountain. The following morning, Gao Lin rose at 5:30, tidied up, and even bought breakfast on his way out, eating as he walked. At 6 o'clock precisely, he arrived at the courtyard gate, where Tao Hong was waiting to let him in. Today marked the beginning of training for his pet beasts, divided into 3 segments. 1. Skill and physical training, enhancing the combat skills and reflexes of the pets through battles with exotic beasts or awakened individuals, thereby developing their physical speed. 2. Skill proficiency, repeatedly practicing specific skills and elemental control to increase the power and precision of those skills, as well as skill combinations. 3. Intelligence and emotion, teaching pets battle strategies and tactics, along with daily interaction and communication to enhance telepathic understanding. After exchanging pleasantries, Guliang Qingji swiftly outlined the upcoming arrangements. The first 2 segments would be conducted under her guidance, while the third would be left for Gao Lin to nurture at his own pace. After explaining, Guliang Qingji stood up, and Gao Lin hurried to follow her. Passing through the corridor of the quiet house, they arrived at a training ground. Before him, Guliang Qingji raised her hand, summoning a pentagram formation, which conjured a snow-white, half-human height mutated spirit monkey. Its appearance was quite adorable. After setting up a spiritual energy barrier, Guliang Qingji spoke, "Summon your pet beasts." Gao Lin sensed that even uttering those words was an effort for her, considering she had likely spoken more in these 2 days than in an entire year. With the blue markings on his palm glowing, 5 pet beasts appeared around him in an instant. Upon seeing the blue markings, Guliang Qingji narrowed her eyes and instructed the white spirit monkey, "Little Bai, act freely." Before pointing at Gao Lin and saying, "You, step down." Gao Lin silently cheered on his 5 pet beasts and stepped aside onto the training ground. The once adorable white spirit monkey stood upright, conjuring a chilling stick of energy. In a swift motion, it created 5 identical copies of itself within the training area. Gao Lin understood that this was to allow the pets to engage in autonomous combat, marking the commencement of skill and physical training. He merely hoped that his 5 beasts wouldn't be too severely harmed. Winning was out of the question. Gao Lin feared that without proper control, a single strike might incapacitate his pets. As the battle unfolded, it became evident that Little Bai relied solely on raw power, agility, and technique, without employing any skills. Only Dui Mao and Jing Guang appeared to be evenly matched, with one leveraging aerial superiority and the other purely instinctive combat prowess. Meanwhile, Hai Goei and Yayo were merely passive recipients of blows, while Bo Bo and Shan who were utterly suppressed. Although the grass carpet activated its physical immunity, each strike from Little Bai began to freeze its surface. As the energy reserves of the 5 beasts dwindled, the strength of the 5 little bays began to wane as well, moving with remarkable speed. Just as one blow was barely defended against, another would strike from the side or behind, and Gao Lin could feel the immense struggle of his 5 beasts. This was all occurring without Little Bai employing its own level or skills to dominate the situation. Throughout the ordeal, Guliang Qingji issued no commands. Little Bai triumphed purely through skill, physical prowess, adaptability, and speed, overpowering the 5 pet beasts. Previously, Gao Lin had lacked a point of reference, but now it was clear that merely elevating one's level and spiritual energy was insufficient. A dual approach was essential. The morning's combat training saw Guliang Qingji scarcely speak. She paused briefly while Tao Hong provided the 5 pet beasts with spiritual food before continuing the session. The afternoon commenced with relentless skill training, devoid of any techniques or shortcuts. It was a pure, unbroken application of skills. Besides Bobo and Xiaopi, Damao also needed to harness the wind element, while Yaya was tasked with the earth element and Jingguang with the metal element. Bobo and Xiaopi, as described by Guliang Qingzi, were considered special beasts. Although Bobo possessed capabilities in water, ice, electricity, and poison, it was ill-suited for singular element training. It was suggested that Bobo should choose more unique abilities for future skill absorption. Throughout the training, Guliang Qingzi observed closely, occasionally allowing Gao Lin to step in and offer comfort to any weary beasts, facilitating a form of daily interaction. The class concluded punctually at 5 o'clock, after which Gao Lin returned to the dormitory to commence lessons for the beasts, meticulously explaining each one's skills. He elaborated on how to utilize and combine skills in various scenarios, even scouring the internet for military strategies and tactics to share with the beasts. Gao Lin was unaware that his actions would later cast a significant psychological shadow on others. But that was a tale for another time. Guliang Qingzi was correct. During combat, he could not afford to communicate orders to each beast individually. Every beast needed to possess the capability to act independently. Thus, The days continued in this repetitive manner. Morning battle training, afternoon skill training, interspersed with emotional development. In evening classes, Gao Lin also endeavored to commit the tome on spiritual entities to memory, ensuring he would recognize valuable items in the future and not miss out. Gu Li and Kingzi remained with them longer than Lu Ju had anticipated, until Gao Lin's beasts could engage in a balanced fight against Xiao Bai, who had reached an equivalent A-grade strength. At which point training was declared complete. Grateful for the seniors' diligent guidance, Gao Lin expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Despite over 20 days of training, the beasts' levels showed little change. Yet their overall strength had markedly improved. Gao Lin himself had learned a great deal. Gu Li and Kingzi's expression remained unchanged. Her tone neutral. It is the duty of a loyal person to fulfill entrusted tasks. There is no need for formality. With that, she summoned a crane that resembled the celestial birds of myth, giving a slight nod to Lu Renliang. Farewell. Carrying Tao Hong, she mounted the crane's back, and with a resonant cry, ascended into the sky. Tao Hong turned back, cheerfully waving goodbye to Gao Lin, who responded warmly. The little maid was quite amusing. Appearing lively and somewhat silly, yet undoubtedly complex. Having spent considerable time together, they occasionally indulged in light conversation. Yet she remained tight-lipped on matters pertaining to her young lady or the Guliang family, likely possessing considerable strength herself. In the heights unseen by Gao Lin, atop the crane, Gu Li and Kingzi exhaled deeply, her previously icy demeanor now softened. With a relaxed expression, she asked, "Miss, how did I perform this time?" Her face gleamed with a longing for praise. Tao Hong playfully pinched Gu Li and Kingzi's cheek. "Not bad, not bad. I shall reward you when we return home." Gu Li and Kingzi, blushing, replied, "Miss, you always tease me." Lu Renliang watched Gao Lin depart, pondering. "What are you thinking about? Still watching? What can one think of? This descendant of the Guliang family is rather cold. Aside from the beasts, I haven't heard a single word from him these days." Lu Renliang disdainfully glanced at Gao Lin. "Do you think everyone is like you?" "Ah, old Lu, you're mistaken. What's wrong with me?" Under the sunset's glow, the shadows of Gao Lin and Lu Renliang elongated dramatically. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lelai had recently returned from the 16th ruins, still at A-grade, claiming his strength had significantly improved, particularly in his control over his abilities. During his time in the ruins, his lightning abilities were now comparable in damage to other powers. The price was that the red hair he had intended to keep was once again shaved to a close crop. As Su Lanlan remarked, this look was far more pleasing. "My master's birthday is on September 3rd. I must return to Tiantai Mountain. My master has invited you all to join. Will you come?" Lu Jiming inquired of the group. "Of course, let's go." "It's dreadfully dull to train every day," Su Lanlan exclaimed, the first to support the idea. "Lan Feng, Gao Lin." And Leilai expressed no objections, and thus it was decided to set off on the 1st. Lu Jiming was elated, having been away for so long. This would be his first return, and he was eager to introduce his companions to his senior brothers and master. It was already late August, with the school year commencing on September 1st. The education system in the north had unified all Awaken students into specialized classes, taught by professional Awakeners who instructed on both cultural and practical combat courses. The doll-like Awaken Huang Chengsheng had emerged from the ruins as a B-grade Awakener, demonstrating extraordinary talent. Having just celebrated her 10th birthday within the ruins, under Lu Ju's arrangement, she was to report to school the following day, with news that next year's national competition was already being organized, with students from various schools set to participate. Old Lu had high hopes for Huang Chengqing. Gao Lin and his peers were participating in the inaugural competition solely because there weren't enough awakened individuals nationwide, and they needed the first wave to bolster attendance. Hence the relaxed age requirements. Regrettably, they would not be able to partake next year. Otherwise, it would have been delightful to experience it again, as the Xingye team was of similar age to those university students. Currently, everything within the Northern Territory was stable, though Lu Ju had mentioned that the neighboring Fan country had been probing the borders. Zhe Province, where Xinghue City is located, lies between the Southern Province and Shiliang City. Characterized by hilly terrain, Fan country has long been steeped in Buddhist culture. Since the last century, the northern government has rigorously suppressed feudal superstition, effectively expelling Buddhism and various other sects from the north. However, in recent years, there has been a persistent infiltration of Fan country's Buddhist culture. Recently, border provocations had begun anew, suggesting they might be preparing to incite trouble. Lu Ju reassured Gao Lin not to worry, as everything was under the arrangement of the Special Investigation Bureau, allowing the group to attend Master Li's birthday celebration with peace of mind, having prepared a gift for them to present. Tiantai Mountain is located between Xinghue City and the capital, in the Bian province of Jinzhou, and is a 5-rated national scenic area, representing the only Taoist temple that has survived the crackdown on feudal superstition, showcasing its formidable strength. Of course, there are numerous Taoist temples on Tiantai Mountain. In simpler terms, Tiantai Mountain serves as the headquarters, while other locations are branches or subsidiaries. Unfortunately, Damao, in its giant form, could only carry 2 individuals at most. Otherwise, Gao Lin would have loved to show off. He yearned to let his teammates experience it, but regrettably, Damao was not cooperating, wishing it could grow larger. At that moment, Damao, within the palm space, sensed its master's thoughts. You want both size and speed, be content. It could only be said that the training for mental resonance had begun to yield results. Thus, with no other choice, they boarded the flight to Jinzhou. Arriving in Jinzhou, it was already night, and with no suitable transportation to the Tiantai Mountain scenic area, the group had to settle for a night in the city. Lu Jiming, what are you doing? Su Lanlan noticed him fiddling with his phone, having never seen him so engrossed in it before, aside from occasionally ordering takeout. While studying the screen, Lu Jiming asked for everyone's ID without looking up. Buying tickets, otherwise, how will we return tomorrow? Buying tickets? Not so fast, my friend. You'll need a ticket to head home as well, came the retort, met with disapproving glances from the remaining 4. This hardly aligned with the official development of the scenic area. I have my credentials, Lu Jiming declared, producing a Taoist certification. Of course, I won't be purchasing a ticket. You all, however, must hurry up and hand over your identification. Silence enveloped the night, and the following day, under Lu Jiming's guidance, the group boarded a large tour bus. Surrounded by elderly travelers and the enthusiastic discourse of their guide, they wobbled along the mountain path, resembling naive university students who had inadvertently joined a senior citizens tour. For the first time, Su Lanlan found Lu Jiming to be rather unreliable. The mountain air was refreshing, yet the serpentine road, with its constant curves, made it all too easy for passengers to succumb to drowsiness. In a daze, they heard the guide's voice buzzing. Everyone, please wake up. We'll be reaching our destination in about 10 minutes. The temperature difference between the mountain and the valley is quite significant, so it's best to rouse yourselves to avoid catching a chill. Upon arrival, the first sight to greet them was a magnificent archway structure, towering above. Its roof adorned with slate tiles. The supporting beams were intricately carved with designs of auspicious clouds and cranes. The central plaque bore the words Tiantai Mountain in bold strokes, exuding a sense of vigor. Flanking the grand entrance were ancient trees, lush and verdant, while a wide bluestone path stretched inward, leading to distant steps. Were it not for the ticket barriers, queue ropes, and sales windows in the square, one might easily mistake it for a portal to a realm of immortality. After some undisclosed exchange with the guide, Lu Jiming beckoned the 4. Come on, today I shall lead you on a tour. Mind your demeanor. We're returning to the Taoist temple, Su Lanlan reminded him. Lu Jiming scoffed. Please, I am not even wearing a robe. Tiantai Mountain is divided into the front and back mountains. The former is open to tourists while the latter remains off limits. Under Lu Jiming's leadership, they traversed the entirety of the front mountain throughout the day. Thankfully, many in the group were awakened individuals with robust physical abilities. Otherwise, enduring such an expedition would have been unbearable, with countless steps akin to climbing a mountain. As dusk approached, it was only then that Lu Jiming led them past the Tianshi Cave, a stone staircase where visitors must halt, and around which they glimpsed the winding mountain path. The back mountain was starkly different from the bustling front. It radiated tranquility. At this moment, streams gurgled through the mountains, shrouded in mist. Come on, let us go. Our master and senior brothers are waiting for us, Lu Jiming urged. The 4 of Gao Lin exchanged incredulous looks. Why the hurry now? Where were you earlier? Wandering around the front mountain? Chapter 42. Master Xianqing. As the group reached their destination, the evening bell tolled. The back mountain had largely remained undeveloped, winding along the serpentine paths. The architecture was simple, with the ancestral hall perched atop the back mountain, flanked by bell and drum towers on either side. Continuing further, they reached a platform that seamlessly melded into the forested landscape, where mountains, water, residences, guest halls, dining halls, and flora were harmoniously arranged, featuring a 2-story scripture pavilion standing prominently in front. As Lu Jiming led them downward past the residences, he pointed out a stone carving grove. Gao Lin marveled at the exquisite layout of the back mountain and could distinctly sense the spiritual energy here rivaling that of Kyoto. Along the way, they encountered numerous Taoists who addressed Lu Jiming as Shu, some appearing older than Lu Ju. The current Tian Shi of Tiantai Mountain was none other than Li Tian Shi, previously mentioned by Lu Ju in Kyoto. He had numerous disciples, but only 6 were personally taught, with Lu Jiming being the youngest among them. Under Lu Jiming's guidance, the group made their way directly to the dining hall. Inside, seated at the head, was Li Qingxian. Upon entering, Lu Jiming exchanged swift glances with his 5 senior brothers as a form of greeting before leading the others to pay their respects to Li Tianshi. Lu Jiming performed a bowing gesture, while Gao Lin and the others executed a deep bow with their left arms cradling their right. Having consulted Lu Jiming on proper etiquette the previous night to avoid any missteps, Li Qingxian regarded them with kind eyes, his white hair and beard lending him a venerable appearance. There is no need for such formalities, young friends. Jiming, please have your friends take a seat. Tiantai Mountain holds the left side in high regard, and the 5 vacant seats were evidently reserved for the Starry Night team. Gao Lin hesitated, only to witness Lu Jiming stand up with a playful grin. Thank you, master, and seat himself, urging the others to sit. What are you waiting for? Su Lanlan and the others, quick to react, swiftly claimed the remaining 3 spots, leaving the seat at the head of the left side unoccupied. Gao Lin thought to himself, what a blunder, a group of sly ones. He could only bow deeply to Li Qingxian once more and perform a fist salute to Lu Jiming and his senior brothers before finally taking his seat. During the meal, the atmosphere remained tranquil, with only the occasional low murmurs exchanged between the senior brothers opposite them. After dinner, Li Qingxian did not intrude upon the younger generation, allowing them to simply become acquainted. However, Lan Feng hastily pursued Li Tianshi, calling out, Li Tianshi, wait. Knowing the futility of his actions, he remained calm. Li Qingxian did not turn around, yet his voice resonated clearly within Lan Feng's mind. Upon hearing this, Lan Feng tightened his grip on his fists in a salute, his throat constricting slightly. Was there truly no recourse? Fortune and misfortune come not from fate, but from one's own actions. The consequences of good and evil follow closely like shadows. Li Tianshi's voice echoed in the distance. Gao Lin and the others, seeing Lan Feng rise to inquire, understood the question he sought to ask and contemplated the meaning of those words. At this juncture, Lu Jiming approached and patted Lan Feng on the shoulder. Master said that fortune and misfortune are determined by one's actions. We can change our destiny through our deeds. Su Lanlan added reassuringly, that means there is a way. We are all here for you. We will rescue Bai Jin from the spirit tower sooner or later. Ray Lai remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Their words felt like a sweet confection after a bitter herbal remedy, soothing Lan Feng's emotions as he murmured, thank you. In truth, Gao Lin had his own queries he wished to pose to Li Tianshi, but seeing the elder move with such haste, it was clear he preferred not to elaborate further. Junior brother has a few companions. Allow me to lead everyone to the guest hall, announced Lu Jiming's second senior brother, Yun Taihe, who was slightly plump with a small tuft of gray-blue beard. Thank you, senior brother, Gao Lin responded, of course, following Lu Jiming's lead to strengthen their bond. However, upon hearing this, Lu Jiming protested, second senior brother, I already have my own room. Why must I stay in the guest hall? Coughing lightly, Yun Taihe looked up at the stars. Ultimately unable to withstand Lu Jiming's fervent gaze, he remarked, the master has taken your room for medicinal materials. Haha, come on seriously? Lu Jiming exclaimed, but his unfinished words were swiftly curtailed by Gao Lin. Goodness, this is how the master and disciple interact? I see now that the respectful bowing was all an act, Gao Lin thought. One arm around Lu Jiming while covering his mouth with the other, dragging him along. Suddenly halting, he turned to Yun Taihe with an awkward smile. Could you kindly lead the way? It was dusk upon their arrival, and after a meal, the darkness enveloped them, with only scattered lights visible, rendering the direction to the guest hall utterly indiscernible. A faint smile graced the lips of Master Li, who had just completed his incense offerings at the Ancestor Hall. The night at Mount Tiantai was serene. Gao Lin enjoyed a restful slumber, free of dreams, awakening only at the sound of the morning bell. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 5 o'clock, an early rising time typical of summer. Lu Jiming had mentioned that during winter, one would generally rise at 7. The Taoist priests of Mount Tiantai donned gray robes, while those of higher rank wore blue or green. The yellow and red robes were reserved for the master himself. The violet robes were donned solely by the master during rituals, Taoist festivals, or ceremonies. Among the members of the Starry Night team, apart from Lu Jiming, the other 4 had fully immersed themselves in a day of Taoist living. From the morning bells chime to the early readings, meditation, breakfast, study of classics, labor, lunch, afternoon rest, cultivation, lectures, ceremonial activities, and the evening drum. The day schedule was filled to the brim, reminding Gao Lin of the rigorous routine from his high school days. After the evening drum had been struck, a voice resonated in Gao Lin's mind. Young friend, please come to the Ancestor Hall for a discussion. The voices of Su Lanlan, Lan Feng, and Lei Lai remained unresponsive. It was the voice of Master Li Xianqing. Offering a casual excuse, he urged the 3 to dine first, assuring them he would join shortly, and they, trusting him, did not question him. The Ancestor Hall appeared tranquil and solemn in the evening, its architecture ancient and dignified, with eaves gracefully arching. As Gao Lin entered, he was greeted by a waft of light sandalwood incense. In the center stood a statue of the ancestor, its visage both kind and majestic. The scent of sandalwood permeated the air, mingling with the flickering flames of the oil lamps. The evening sunlight lacked the morning's golden hue, casting an orange glow tinged with darkness, filtering through the hall's entrance to illuminate the Master's silhouette. The Master's shadow danced in the soft glow of the oil lamps. Lu Jiming knelt quietly on a nearby mat, his head bowed, silent yet resolute. Gao Lin gazed upon the Master's figure, feeling a profound sense of reverence mixed with curiosity. He sensed that with just a few more steps, he might uncover numerous secrets, compelling him to draw closer. Yet he hesitated to disturb the tranquil, solemn atmosphere. After a long pause, Master Li inquired, "What is your understanding of the phrase observing the path of heaven and adhering to its ways?" His voice resonated as if emanating from another realm, calm yet echoing profoundly. Caught off guard, Gao Lin, unaware of the deeper meanings behind these Taoist classics, inadvertently shattered the serene ambience he had just experienced. He bowed and responded, interpreting it literally, observing the objective laws of operation between heaven and earth and acting accordingly. "Well said, Jiming. And you?" The Master turned to Lu Jiming, who averted his gaze from his teacher, replying, "I don't know, nor do I wish to know." Master Li exhaled deeply. "Very well, you may return. Remember what I have conveyed to you." Lu Jiming rose and stepped back, performing a final bow before exiting the grand hall. Still perplexed, Gao Lin exited and pondered the cryptic exchange. What was the significance of such a question? It seemed like a riddle, adding another layer to the enigma. Outside the ancestor hall, Lu Jiming's fifth senior, Yu Pingchuan, entered to pay his respects. "Master, the guests have been properly accommodated. Thank you for your efforts, fifth." Yu Pingchuan smiled innocently and began to withdraw. "You still oversee the Thunder Spirit Pearl. Do you have no inquiries after I've dispatched it?" "Heh, Master has his reasons. And what I ought to know will be revealed in due time," Yu Pingchuan replied. Master Li laughed heartily. "You are indeed the most easygoing." Having walked a good distance from the hall, Gao Lin noticed Lu Jiming still looked dejected and could not help but ask, "What did Master Li mean?" "He wants to bestow enlightenment upon me, but I'm not interested. That old man is quite cunning, trying to ensnare me on Mount Tiantai." Lu Jiming feigned nonchalance. However, he secretly harbored knowledge from overhearing a conversation about how receiving such enlightenment signified the Master's time was limited. As he spoke, Lu Jiming produced a box etched with talismans, handing it to Gao Lin. "The Thunder Spirit Pearl. Master instructed me to give this to you." Gao Lin accepted it, feeling uncertain about Master Li's intentions. It was said that no reward comes without effort, and the organization of fate had orchestrated numerous events surrounding the Spirit Pearls. Yet, he had effortlessly acquired one, nay, three, through seemingly straightforward means. The Water Spirit Pearl from Jiangshui City lay untouched, even after the Earth Master's visit, who merely delivered a blow and departed. The Fire Spirit Pearl, at least, had been gifted after aiding the Great Octopus, yet the reasons behind it eluded Gao Lin. The circumstances surrounding the Thunder Spirit Pearl were even more enigmatic. It appeared to be intrinsically linked to him, especially in light of Master Li's earlier remark about observing patterns and acting when the time is ripe. This suggested that Master Li's desire to impart enlightenment to Lu Jiming and to entrust the Thunder Spirit Pearl to him was a choice made under the auspices of a greater pattern, a sign that the time was opportune. As a mere A-level Karami, Gao Lin considered himself among the elite of the Awakened during this resurgence of spiritual energy. Yet before those who had long since mastered their craft, he felt as insignificant as a large cockroach. Overwhelmed by the intricacies of his thoughts, his mind became muddled. Lu Jiming glanced back toward the ancestor hall. "Captain, once tomorrow concludes, let us return." Gao Lin did not wish to pressure Lu Jiming into choices against his will. Very well. The three in the dining hall awaited their return, having prepared the meal without questioning their absence. The sauteed cabbage looked particularly appetizing. "Come, let us eat before it cools," Su Lanlan urged. Gao Lin snapped back to reality, taking a seat to dine, and surveyed the dining hall, noting the presence of many individuals who were clearly not from the Mount Tiantai Taoist temple. In fact, he estimated there were more of them than the priests present. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why there was such a diverse crowd, reminiscent of the Starry Night team from the previous day. With a larger gathering, the noise level inevitably rose, disrupting the previously tranquil atmosphere. "You lot are from the Starry Night team, aren't you?" A voice boomed arrogantly, shattering the silence of the dining hall like thunder. The speaker looked down at Gao Lin and the others, his gaze so haughty one might think he was inspecting them through his nostrils, which were rather conspicuously oversized. Gao Lin, who had been lost in thought, felt his irritation rise at the interruption. "Brother, with nostrils larger than your eyes, I suggest you lower your head and show some respect. It would be more pleasing to the eye." The young man with the prominent nose seemed ready to confront him, but was restrained by a companion who whispered something in his ear. We shall see," he retorted, dramatically tossing his short-sleeved shirt as he turned to leave, hands clasped behind his back. Gao Lin had barely registered the encounter before he returned his gaze toward the entrance. Realizing it was Lu Jiming and his senior brothers arriving, Yu Pingchuan, with a somewhat goofy smile, approached Gao Lin and lowered his voice. "That was Qin Tianzhu from the Qin family. I've heard 6 Junior mention Qin Tianhao, same family. Oh, now it makes sense why they were so hostile at first glance. The Tianzhu and the second generation, a fitting name," Gao Lin mused, pondering the implications of this Qin family. Before he could inquire further, Yu Pingchuan went off to fetch some food. Well, he would just have to ask Lu Jiming later. He would surely have clarity on the matter. The 4 members of the Starry Night team shared a room, while Su Lanlan had her own quarters. At that moment, they gathered together, awaiting Lu Jiming to regale them with a story. Traditionally, the Master's birthday celebrations at Tiantai Mountain have been an affair exclusive to our own kin. However, this year, the Master has extended invitations to numerous guests. I only learned of this upon my return from my senior brother. Notable families such as the Qin family from Kyoto, the Ning family from Suzhou, the Mu family from Ganzhou, the Ji family from Haizhou, the Guliang family from the southern province, the Su family from Shiliang City, and the Lu family from the 6 directions, along with the headquarters of the Special Investigation Bureau and some emerging families and individuals, have been invited. The Mu and Ji families have a long-standing camaraderie, with Ji Chuan and Mu Qingqing being representatives of these 2 clans. The Qin family, adjacent to Bian province, along with others nearby, has already arrived. And then there's my own family. Su Lanlan hastily pulled out her phone to inquire with her aunt why she had not informed her of this, eager to learn who had come. Gao Lin pondered whether it was likely that Guliang Qingji would also attend. He chuckled to himself, surprised at how quickly they would meet again. After all, she could be considered half a master. Furthermore, apart from the Su family, he had never heard of the other families, though he was aware of the Qin group in Kyoto from previous financial news. The Mu and Ji families seem to have acquaintances within the Special Investigation Bureau, indicating they have had close ties with the authorities for some time, while the Guliang family assists in stabilizing land-bound mystical beasts. The Su family, needless to say, belongs to the official autonomous region, with the family's little princess part of the Xingye team. The North truly harbors hidden talents. Without the revival of spiritual energy, one might never hear the names of these influential families in their lifetime. At present, it appears that only the Qin family exhibits overt hostility, alongside the previously unacquainted Ning family. What deeper significance lies behind Master Li's grand gathering of so many people for this birthday celebration? Perhaps we will uncover some insights tomorrow, or even learn something else altogether. Chapter 43, Birthday Greetings. Each year, the celebration of the Tianshu's birthday at Tiantai Mountain coincides with the day commemorating the founding patriarch after the succession of the Tianshu title. Thus, today marks both the birthday of Li Xianqing and a significant occasion for Tiantai Mountain in honoring its founding ancestor. This year, the atmosphere at Tiantai Mountain is markedly different. In addition to the resident Taoist priests, numerous guests have arrived to extend their congratulations, creating a bustling scene that contrasts starkly with the previous tranquility. As dawn broke, the inner and outer areas of the back mountain were already abuzz with activity. Red silk banners had been hung in front of the main hall of the Ancestor Temple, adorned with golden characters reading congratulations on the Tianshu's birthday, gleaming in the morning light. In the courtyard before the hall, the fragrant smoke from incense curled upwards, intertwining with the heavens. Inside the main hall, before the statue of the ancestor, Gao Lin and a few others, under the guidance of Lu Jiming, were arranging lavish offerings, including fresh fruits, fine tea, pastries, and a rice basket symbolizing a bountiful harvest. Su Lanlan volunteered to meticulously select fresh flowers, including orchids, chrysanthemums, lilies, and peonies, all in season and symbolically auspicious. By around 8 o'clock, their preparations were complete, and at that moment, Su Yunlu arrived with several guest scholars. Su Lanlan greeted everyone, eager to introduce them, while Gao Lin had already heard from Lu Ju about Lanlan's aunt, who possessed the unique ability of disguise. Moreover, Su Lanlan often spoke of her, yet he had never seen her in person. Dressed in a dignified ivory-white qipao, her hair elegantly pinned up and lightly adorned, her gentle features radiated composure. "Auntie, you look absolutely stunning today," Su Lanlan exclaimed, linking arms with her, presenting them as if they were sisters. "Oh you," Su Yunlu replied with a fond smile, her voice warm as she addressed Gao Lin and the others, clearly recognizing them. "Lanlan hasn't he caused you any trouble lately?" "Has she? Thank you for taking care of her." Naturally, Gao Lin followed suit, addressing her as auntie, as they chatted while making their way to the plaza, where the law platform stood at the center, surrounded by tables laden with fruits and delicacies. Seated on double-layered cushions, they observed that quite a number of guests had already arrived. Under Lu Jiming's guidance, they helped Su Yunlu and her companions find their seats, while Su Lanlan reluctantly parted from her aunt to engage in conversation. Gao Lin and his companions had to take their designated seats, as Lu Jiming had other matters to attend to. Amidst the comings and goings, they spotted Guliang Qingji and Tao Hong. Tao Hong, sensing their gaze, turned and offered Gao Lin a slight smile. Without Lu Jiming to introduce them, the trio of Gao Lin, Lan Feng, and Lei Lai found that few in attendance were familiar to them. They began to indulge in the fruit platter, having not eaten breakfast amidst the morning's busy preparations. Hey, where did this beggar come from? Haven't you ever had fruit before? Without needing to look up, Gao Lin recognized the voice of the Qin family's second heir from the previous day. Just as Lei Lai was about to confront him, Gao Lin gestured for him to refrain, shaking his head. With the ceremony approaching, it's best not to stir up trouble. That one's being brash in front of the Tianshi's birthday celebration would surely not survive more than 3 chapters in a story. As Qin Tianzu noticed their lack of reaction, he lost interest, disdainfully scoffing before turning away. Lan Feng, with keen eyesight, noticed someone observing them from across the room and alerted Gao Lin. Captain, it's the miracle team. Gao Lin met Ji Chuan's gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. He noticed an elderly man accompanying him, while Mu Qingqing was similarly seated with a middle-aged man at another table. The other 3 members of their team were seated at a different table. Hey, just like us, Gao Lin mused, realizing that these families with backgrounds and strength could even form their own teams. As time passed, Gao Lin and his companions had already polished off 2 rounds of the fruit platter, and by now, the tables were nearly full. During this time, Chen Ming had also brought along Lin Tian, the captain of the Tianqi team, and Yi Qin from the illusion team for a brief greeting. Yet they had not seen Huang Qin or Qin Tianhao. However, upon taking his seat, Chen Ming scanned the crowd with a detached expression until he spotted a familiar figure. His demeanor darkening. It begins, Gao Lin alerted Lei Lai, who was still munching on pastries. The Taoist priests entered, clad in solemn ceremonial robes and wielding ritual implements. Standing in formation, Lu Jiming and his 5 senior brothers took the lead. As the bells and drums resonated, the ceremony officially commenced, with Master Li wielding a whisk and chanting scriptures in a voice that was both resonant and distant. The entire Taoist temple was enveloped in an atmosphere of sanctity and solemnity. The fragrant smoke swirled as the sounds of bells, drums, and chanting intertwined, creating a unique religious cadence. At 9 o'clock sharp, the chanting concluded, and the sunlight illuminated the Tianshi, draping him in a golden glow. Lu Jiming stepped forward, his voice clear and resonant. Congratulations on the Tianshi's birthday. The crisp sound of bells and the deep thrum of drums echoed. Everyone at the tables rose. Congratulations on the Tianshi's birthday. There was no further speaking segment, yet Li Xianqing's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Be seated. The atmosphere shifted from solemn to lively, with small families beginning to mingle and the larger clans engaging in hushed conversations. The Taoists, who had long been prepared, stepped forward to replace the fruits and set the meal. Gao Lin, Lei Lai, and Lan Feng exchanged glances, realizing there would also be a main course. Had they known, they wouldn't have overindulged in fruits and pastries. Was it truly just a simple birthday feast? Gao Lin mused inwardly. Many in attendance shared the same thought. All astute individuals. However, noting that Master Li was still enjoying the feast without any inclination to speak, it seemed they would wait. After about half an hour, someone finally could not restrain themselves. Master Li, I am Ning Zhuo from the Ning family of Suzhou. The speaker was a man in his 30s with sharp eyes, who, after introducing himself and bowing, continued, May I inquire why you have summoned representatives from various families today? When Ning Zhuo saw that Li Xianqing remained unresponsive, he pointed at the individual who had previously made Chen Ming's expression grave, his tone intensifying. You even invited a person of destiny. We seek an explanation from Master Li. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Person of destiny? What does that mean? Where are they? There are those who are indignant, those who are curious, and others who wear expressions of utter bewilderment, such as the trio of Gao Lin. He paused with his chopsticks in hand, exclaiming, What on earth is this? A fated one? The actions of Lan Feng and Lei Lai also came to a halt. It is no surprise that the few did not notice. The individual's position was conveniently obscured by the law platform, and Gao Lin and his companions had not risen since they took their seats at around 8 o'clock. No matter how many glances they cast, they could not discern the figure. Lan Feng remained seated, his eyes sparkling with golden light, his voice low and ominous. It is Su Changjiang. Since the inception of the Starry Night team, they had either been opposing the organization of the Fated Ones or were on that very path. Thus, their countenances were far from amiable, bordering on hostility. Do not act rashly, Gao Lin cautioned. The others present, following Ning Zhuo's pointed direction, finally caught sight of Su Changjiang. Some appeared contemplative, others indifferent, while a few stood in outrage, vociferously demanding answers. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the organization of the Fated Ones had committed numerous heinous acts, and the various families respected the presence of the Celestial Master to congratulate him on his birthday. Why then would the Celestial Master invite such a vicious individual? They implored the Celestial Master for an explanation. Otherwise, today would surely see a confrontation to seek justice for the countless innocent lives lost. Upon uttering these words, many echoed their sentiments. Yet, at the epicenter of the discourse, Li Xianqing and Su Changjiang appeared unfazed, seemingly detached from the unfolding events. Gao Lin glanced toward Chun Ming, who, while showing visible discomfort, revealed little of his stance. Meanwhile, the Su family, particularly Su Yunlu, maintained an ambiguous demeanor. The two factions with direct ties to the organization of the Fated Ones remained conspicuously silent. As the voices in the assembly grew increasingly boisterous, it felt as though they were clamoring for him to relinquish his seat. Li Xianqing wiped his mouth and, with a surge of spiritual energy, commanded silence. Instantly, the room fell into a profound stillness, as an oppressive aura enveloped the attendees, making it difficult for them to breathe. They subsequently felt an inexplicable lightness. Ignoring the admonitions from the elders beside him, Ningzhuo rose once more, bowing deeply. We implore the Celestial Master for an explanation. Rather than resorting to intimidation, Li Xianqing cast a glance at him, imbued with an inscrutable significance. Ningzhuo felt a tremor within, yet he strained to maintain his posture of reverence. With a mere utterance from the Celestial Master, enough, Ningzhuo collapsed into a seated position. Prior to arriving, his elders had cautioned him, but he had not anticipated the Celestial Master's formidable strength. Just a single glance was far more terrifying than the prior display of pressure. Only heaven knew how much cold sweat he had just shed. Within the borders of the Northern Kingdom, internal strife is henceforth prohibited. Otherwise, this old body shall be forced to take action. The assembly remained perplexed. Chun Ming stood and respectfully inquired, "What does the Celestial Master mean by this?" With a deep sigh, Li Xianqing replied, "The Buddha descends to the mortal realm to enlighten all beings." Rising, Li Xianqing's gaze swept across the six great families, Su Changjiang and Chun Ming. The 8 individuals stood in unison, responding, indeed. As the Celestial Master departed, a collective sigh of relief resonated through the crowd. Yet 90% remained bewildered by the meaning of it all. Some hastily exited, eager to consult their elders back home. Qin Tianzu was among the first to leave, and the elder beside him cautiously ventured, "Young master, what does the Celestial Master?" "Humph, let chaos reign. There is no need to concern ourselves." How long can Li Xianqing maintain such authority? At this moment, Qin Tianzu spoke with a steadiness that belied his earlier arrogance. A smile crept across his lips as he recalled the words spoken before their departure. This generation of Celestial Masters had, through sheer will, suppressed the families for so many years, helping to stabilize the official stance. Yet, one could not ignore the passage of time. How much longer could he endure? Chun Ming also approached to bid farewell to Gao Lin and the others. Gao Lin sensed that he might know something, connecting it with Lu Ju's previous remarks regarding the repeated provocations at the border of the Brahmin kingdom. Furthermore, the organization of the Fated Ones seemed to be subtly extending a gesture of goodwill, hinting at a larger conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. Gao Lin discreetly informed Lan Feng and Lei Lai, then made his way toward Gu Liangqingji's desk. First greeting Tao Hong with a cheerful demeanor before respectfully bowing to Gu Liangqingji. "Elder Gu Liang, it is a pleasure to see you again." She replied, her demeanor still cool, uttering not a single additional word. "What is your perspective on the Celestial Master's remarks?" Gao Lin inquired, undeterred by her characteristically reserved nature. It was only during their previous interactions concerning pet training that she had spoken more freely. Gu Liangqingji finally raised her gaze to meet his. "Just convey the message back." Well then, it was as if he had asked a question for naught. Gao Lin had hoped to glean some insight, yet it was inappropriate to consult the Celestial Master again, as he had already conveyed his thoughts yesterday. At that moment, Gu Liangqingji rose and slightly nodded. "I take my leave," and departed with Tao Hong. Gao Lin momentarily found himself at a loss, watching their retreating figures, wondering if they had merely come to exchange pleasantries. He resolved to return and inquire with Lu Jiming, or perhaps seek out Lu Ju for further clarification. Old Lu would surely know something. The people of the Northern Kingdom had little understanding of Buddhism, save for a few antiquated individuals who had experienced it firsthand. Even during the peak of television dramas centered around fantasy and ancient tales prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy, such characters were notably absent. Upon returning to his desk, Gao Lin found Su Lanlan and Su Yunlu already present. Su Yunlu announced her intention to depart early. Her aunt had claimed ignorance, intending to return and inquire with their grandfather. as neither she nor Su Lanlan could comprehend the situation. Su Lanlan had already made a phone call, and the elder's words had meandered through a labyrinth of concern regarding her well-being and if she had eaten adequately. At that moment, Lu Jiming appeared out of nowhere, urging everyone to descend the mountain, his tone urgent as if they were on the brink of being captured. The group exchanged glances before hastily following him. It is often said that ascending a mountain is easy while descending is arduous, yet Gao Lin felt that descending was rather simple, save for the first step, which he had taken of his own volition. The subsequent movements felt almost instinctual, as if his feet were equipped with wheels as he spun forward. Lu Jiming moved swiftly, and the others had to scurry to keep pace with him, tumbling and rolling until they reached the front mountain in little over a cup of tea's time. Upon reaching the front mountain, they no longer needed to descend on foot. When they arrived 2 days prior, Lu Jiming had led them on a leisurely exploration, and they had complied without complaint. Today, however, he insisted on taking the cable car down, visibly eager. The cable car accommodates 6 individuals, and today the front mountain was closed to the public, devoid of tourists. Just as they settled into their seats, an unexpected guest arrived. "What do you want?" Gao Lin asked warily, eyeing Su Changjiang, who was seated directly across from him. The blue patterns on his palm shimmered, ready to summon his pet beast at a moment's notice. The other 4 also appeared tense and on high alert. "Do not be alarmed. Within the confines of Tiantai Mountain, all movements evade the celestial master's perception, and I am not one to court death," Su Changjiang replied with a forced smile, which looked somewhat peculiar against his cold and stern visage. Lu Jiming nodded in agreement, affirming Su Changjiang's words, which allowed Gao Lin to relax slightly, though he remained vigilant. "Allow me to tell you a story," Su Changjiang began, unfazed by the animosity and wariness of the others, as he slowly addressed Gao Lin. "Once, there was a young boy whose father was an alcoholic and gambler, while his mother, unable to endure the torment any longer, vanished without a trace. Thus, he became a homeless child, begging to survive, often losing his spot to older vagrants in the bridges. He was expelled from the park by the authorities and could only wander aimlessly. One day, he encountered another young beggar, who took him home. This little beggar had only a grandfather, and the two relied on each other. Living in a makeshift house constructed from wooden planks and plastic sheets on the outskirts of the city, grandfather showed great kindness to the wandering child, ensuring he never lacked for sustenance, living in poverty yet filled with happiness. However, tragedy struck when grandfather, while out scavenging for scrap, was struck by a vehicle, and the perpetrator was never found. By the time the two children discovered him, he had already breathed his last. In their innocence, they were at a loss for help and hastily buried him in a desolate plot of land. As the years passed, they grew older, accumulating experiences from their life on the streets, witnessing countless sordid events, and gradually learning to protect themselves through force. Fortunately, they managed to carve out a path for themselves, at least avoiding the harshness of cold and malice. It was then that a figure appeared, taking the two as disciples, utterly transforming their lives. As Su Changjiang spoke, he seemed to reminisce. The world is rife with injustices, and Gao Lin felt a pang of sympathy for the protagonists of the story. Yet his gaze remained clear. "What is it you truly wish to convey?" "I want to express my gratitude," Su Changjiang replied, a smile once again gracing his lips. As the space around him began to shimmer, his form gradually faded away. Observing the familiar ripples in the air, Gao Lin's pupils dilated. Indeed, he had not perished so easily. The 5 individuals in the cable car exhaled in relief, as if still lingering on Su Changjiang's parting words. "We shall meet again." Meanwhile, far away in the waters of the North Sea, dozens of small fishing boats began to converge from various angles. The first fishing vessel veered 40 degrees southeast. The 20th vessel prepared to accelerate, disturbing the waters. Song Chihui stood in the command cabin of one of the fishing boats, reveling in the tug of his bloodline powers. Filled with joy, "This time, let us see where you can run." Those around him chimed in. "Indeed, he has evaded us for an entire month. This fellow is quite enigmatic. We had him several times, yet he always slipped away." Chapter 44, Past Matters. Throughout the journey, Gao Lin remained silent, allowing the members of the Starry Night team to respect his quietude. Upon returning to the Special Investigation Bureau in Xinghui City, he finally regained his composure, gazing at the familiar building and exhaling the anxieties of the road. Lu Jiming patted Gao Lin on the shoulder, grinning as he said, "Come on, Captain, we're home." Yes, home at last, he mused, for he was at least fortunate in that regard. Lian had long awaited their arrival at the entrance. "Director Lu has been waiting for you." In the familiar office, on the familiar sofa, Director Lu was still calmly brewing tea. "Did you enjoy your trip to Tiantai Mountain?" Gao Lin felt a sense of relaxation wash over him as he stepped inside, immediately picking up the conversation. "It was enjoyable, though the master, much like you, has a penchant for riddles." "Oh, you rascal, Lu Renliang retorted, sensing that Gao Lin was becoming increasingly impertinent. You managed to acquire the Thunder Spirit Pearl, didn't you? This revelation astonished Gao Lin. Only Lu Jiming was privy to this information, and he hadn't had the chance to report it yet. Lon Lon and Lei Lai exchanged astonished glances with Gao Lin. Well now, Captain, sneaking around without us, engaging in such significant matters in secrecy? Lon Lon feigned displeasure. Lei Lai adopted a mock-reproachful demeanor, only to be silenced by a box thrown his way by Gao Lin, which he accepted with a grin. Upon opening it, the previous topic of conversation had shifted. How could our esteemed captain be maligned? Surely, the captain was concerned for our safety. Lon Lon, don't be so petty. Oh, spare me. The master had Lu Jiming hand this to me directly. It took less than a few minutes, Gao Lin replied, exasperated with the antics of these two mischief makers. With so many people present at Tiantai Mountain, producing such an item could have led to unwanted attention, thus he refrained from mentioning it to the trio. Upon returning, he intended to speak of it, but just as he had managed to utter a word to Director Lu, he was met with a counter. In this exchange, Gao Lin faced utter defeat. Lu Renliang rapped the table, his tone turning serious. The 17th relic will soon manifest in the Kingdom of Fawn. Your Starry Night team is to embark on this mission. Gao Lin and the others were perplexed as to why they were being sent to the Kingdom of Fawn, remaining silent as they awaited further explanation from Director Lu. This forthcoming relic has restrictions. Only awakened beings below S rank may enter. Our Northern Kingdom has already negotiated with the Kingdom of Fawn under the guise of assistance. Guliang Qingji will lead the expedition, accompanied by 3 teams in total, including yours, Miracle, and Light S Fate. Just returned from Tiantai Mountain, the words of the master still eluded their full understanding. Yet since this was an assignment arranged by the Bureau, they would simply proceed with it. All right, but Director Lu, is the Master's mention of the Bodhisattva's arrival and the salvation of all beings related to this relic? Gao Lin inquired, hoping for clarity from Lu Renliang. Yes and no, Lu Renliang replied, cutting through the ambiguity. You are all aware that last century, the Northern Kingdom eradicated Buddhism within its borders. The 4 nodded in acknowledgement. Religious beliefs should be a matter of personal freedom, yet at that time, Buddhism in the Northern Kingdom had become entwined with the lingering influence of the Imperial Observatory and certain influential families, posing a threat to national stability. With the full assistance of the Tiantai Mountain Master's estate, they were expelled from the country and the restless families subdued. However, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, some factions have begun to entertain ulterior motives once more. Upon hearing this, Gao Lin began to understand why only Taoism had remained in the Northern Kingdom. But what connection did this have to the relic? Lu Renliang appeared lost in thought, his gaze distant. Before he elaborated, the relic is not a new phenomenon. It has existed for quite some time, as per the records provided by Tiantai Mountain. He glanced at Lu Jiming, indicating that this information had been relayed by his master. Before the emergence of the first relic in Kyoto, certain unique relics had always been present. This time, the Kingdom of Fawn has employed certain means to bring forth ancient relics into the world. Within this relic, there may very well exist high-ranking awakened beings of Buddhism. Lu Renliang's expression turned grave at this juncture. Should the relic fully manifest, it could potentially incite conflict among nations once more. Presently, it remains unclear what the Kingdom of Fawn intends by allowing other factions to partake in the relic, but we have no choice but to participate. We will also organize support personnel to ensure your safety upon your exit. However, once inside the relic, you must rely on yourselves. After delivering this information in one breath, Lu Renliang felt his throat dry and took a sip of the brewed tea, clearing his voice. The considerations at the state level were beyond Gao Lin's capacity for casual speculation. He felt that Lu Jiming was correct. When the heavens fall, one must have someone to lean on. Their responsibility now was to diligently improve their strength and complete the tasks assigned to them. Gao Lin keenly grasped the vital point within Lu Renliang's statements and posed a question. Other factions? Lu Renliang nodded. Aside from our 3 teams from the Northern Kingdom, several other nations and factions will also take part. Well, this just became interesting, Gao Lin thought to himself, realizing that the Kingdom of Fawn likely harbored ulterior motives. Whether it was to eliminate this batch of talent or pursue some other agenda remained uncertain. Nevertheless, with Guliang Qingji leading the team, although she could not enter the relic, she could ensure their safety from the outside. Furthermore, with entry restricted to A-rank awakened beings, it meant that only those who had awakened after the resurgence of spiritual energy could participate. Among this group, Gao Lin was confident that his Starry Night team was at the pinnacle of strength, posing minimal threat from other nations and factions. Moreover, the fruits of his diligent training with his beasts required validation against real challenges. His gaze flickered, primarily concerned about the hidden plans of the Kingdom of Fawn. Do not fret excessively. The Special Investigation Bureau has already commenced preparations at the border. If the Kingdom of Fawn resorts to chaos, they will pay a heavy price. Lu Renliang's eyes glimmered with an unusual sharpness, uncharacteristic of his demeanor. Lu Jiming, after a moment of contemplation, nodded in agreement. No wonder when I descended the mountain. My master transmitted a message saying that the flow of water leads to the ravine, though it may be winding and convoluted. It ultimately reaches the rivers and seas. One must simply proceed. Oh, is this what it feels like to have a background? In Gao Lin's view, this statement from the Heavenly Master implied that despite the bumps in this journey, a favorable conclusion awaited. Gao Lin felt a sense of delight. Was this not akin to a government-funded overseas trip, where even if one got into a scuffle, there would be someone to back you up? However, upon hearing Lu Jiming's words, Lu Renliang's eyelids drooped slightly. Leaning back in his chair, he absently stroked the ring on his finger, as if pondering something deeper within those words. Noticing Lu Ju's unusual demeanor amid his daydreams, Gao Lin rose to inquire if something was amiss. Lu Ju waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just prepare, we'll be departing tomorrow. Ah, just returned, and I haven't even warmed my bed yet. And tomorrow I must be on the move again. Nevertheless, the journey to Tiantai Mountain resembled a vacation, offering 3 days of fresh air. Lei Lai, on the other hand, was rather excited. Hee, it's my first time going abroad. I can hardly contain my excitement. As they exited the office, Lian approached, handing each of them 4 documents. Although spiritual energy had revived, they still needed to adhere to formal procedures. Su Lanlan snatched her passport, and, flipping it open, quipped, "This photo wasn't chosen well. It doesn't look flattering. The focus of girls is always so different." Apart from Lan Feng, the others were all first-time travelers abroad, which was somewhat hard to believe. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gao Lin sought out Li and to procure some exotic beast meat. The duration of their stay in the foreign land remained uncertain, and in an unfamiliar territory, sourcing exotic beast meat would not be as convenient. It was prudent to prepare an ample supply of spiritual food. Ever since they had been fed spiritual sustenance daily, the 5 pet beasts had developed picky eating habits, shunning their previous fare. Fortunately, Gao Lin had now mastered the swift preparation of spiritual food. Otherwise, he would surely be pressed for time before their departure tomorrow. The Special Investigation Bureau of Xinghui City had begun stockpiling exotic beast meat since Gao Lin commenced learning to create spiritual food, with some being brought back by Bureau personnel on missions. Additionally, non-official Awaken teams also returned with exotic beast meat after completing their tasks, exchanging materials for monetary points. Occasionally, minor mountains or small towns experienced disturbances from terrestrial exotic beasts. It was unclear whether the Special Investigation Bureau intentionally left these issues unresolved or if Guliang Qingzi genuinely lacked the capacity to suppress such small areas. These matters were managed by various local Special Investigation Bureaus and other Awakened teams, simultaneously enhancing the combat experience and strength of awakened individuals throughout the Northern Kingdom. As for Gao Lin, since the system was refined last month, the items he required could now only be exchanged using points. When the wristband's new point feature was activated, he was astonished to see a long string of zeros, feeling wealthier than ever before. Lu Ju explained that these points stemmed from previous task allocations, though the exact amount of padding was uncertain. By the time Gao Lin had prepared a month's worth of spiritual food for his pets, it was already past 1 in the early morning of the 4th. Exhaustion had set in, and the 5 pets remained finicky, only consuming what Gao Lin prepared or what Guliang Qingzi provided, dismissing all others. If not for Lu Ju's meticulous planning, he would have already prepared everything for him. After 7 or 8 hours of effort, Gao Lin stretched to relieve his stiff muscles from maintaining a hunched position for so long. As he moved, his joints cracked and popped. Before bed, Su Lanlan had handed her bracelet to Gao Lin, quickly organizing the battlefield and sealing all the spiritual food with spiritual energy before tossing it inside. Just as he was about to wash up and retire for the night, a knock sounded at the door. The sudden noise startled Gao Lin, who soon recognized it as Lian's voice. "The pet beast that Lu Ju found for you has arrived. Shall we go bond with it?" Having an additional pet provides extra assurance for this mission. Opening the door, Gao Lin noticed Lian's somewhat fatigued expression and thought to himself how much worry he had taken on. "Thank you for your hard work, and go." They descended to the 7th basement level of the Special Investigation Bureau building, where Lian introduced, this time, it's a mutated koi, generally a freshwater fish. It was astonishingly discovered in the North Sea by colleagues on a local task. When Lu Ju received the news, he coordinated to have them capture it, which proved quite miraculous. Despite being netted several times, it managed to escape each time. After a whole month, they finally caught it today and rushed it back just in time. In just a few exchanges, Gao Lin could sense the difficulty involved. The North Sea was vast, and tracking a single fish must have consumed immense human and material resources, a fact he silently noted. Wow, what a beautiful koi! Gao Lin exclaimed upon catching sight of it, declaring it more stunning than any variety of koi he had previously encountered. It perfectly matched Bobo's aesthetic standards. And with a thought, Bobo, along with Jingguang, materialized beside him. Indeed, Bobo circled excitedly above the koi, clearly pleased with this exceptionally gorgeous specimen. In the acrylic tank lay a nearly 1 meter long large koi, its white pectoral fins elongated, its tail fin as delicate as gossamer, transparent and ethereal, exuding an otherworldly aura. Its body was pure white, without a trace of impurities. One would hardly notice the gaps between its scales unless scrutinized closely. Atop its head was a splash of red, resembling a perfectly set ruby. This was an exceptionally fine specimen, even if it were not a mutated exotic beast. Its quality would fetch considerable value before the revival of spiritual energy. Forgive me, dear left hand, Gao Lin sighed inwardly, for he was quite enamored with its appearance, especially considering the exploration skills he could glean from the koi. The tool beast, Jingguang, once again employed its formidable pincers, gently creating a small cut on Gao Lin's palm. Under the influence of the blue pattern's evolution, its entire form appeared more elongated and graceful, swimming with the elegance of a water sprite. The red atop its head taking on a slightly blurred hue. After swiftly completing the contract, Gao Lin felt the energy feedback confirm that he was nearing the peak of grade A, species, koi, level A, talent, fortune, skills, bubbles, water quality, luck, blessing, causality, amphibious, life, lord, weather, affinity, disguise, copy. Description: a koi blessed with extraordinary fortune, having mutated after the revival of spiritual energy, now imbued with causality. Wow, what a splendid array of skills! Gao Lin marveled, particularly pleased with the elusive skills of luck and causality. The copy skill also piqued his interest, allowing it to replicate the abilities of other creatures, though it could only do so once a day, making it a permanent skill to transform into a koi at Gao Lin's envy. The blessing skill was equally intriguing, capable of restoring the designated individual's spiritual energy and mental state. Coupled with Bobo's healing abilities, this made for a more complete synergy. Gao Lin promptly named it Yidianhong and watched as the koi, encased in a transparent bubble, frolicked joyfully with Bobo. He gestured for them to retreat into his palm space to nurture their bond and instructed the other 3 beasts to take good care of the newcomer, teaching it some of the abilities they had previously learned. Gao Lin then relished his role as a carefree overseer. After expressing his gratitude to Lian once more, it was now nearly 2 in the morning, and he was feeling drowsy, especially considering that Lian had been working all day and was still on duty. Parting ways with Lian, Gao Lin walked back with a light step, feeling buoyed by the prospect of good fortune, making his upcoming journey to the foreign land all the more reassuring. Once back in his dormitory, he completed his evening routine and collapsed onto his bed, drifting off to sleep. In a deep slumber, he dreamt of the unfathomable depths of the ocean, teeming with mutated leviathans, jellyfish, and corals, all incessantly calling to him as if attempting to drag him into the abyss. It was only the sound of Su Lanlin's persistent knocking that jolted Gao Lin awake. Drenched in cold sweat, the knocking outside transformed from a rhythmic tapping to a more urgent banging. "Captain, wake up. We're about to depart." Chapter 45, Gathering in the Land of Brahma. Gao Lin took a moment to gather his thoughts, shaking off the remnants of his nightmare. This was the 3rd time he had encountered a similar scene. Glancing at the time, he realized it was 6 in the morning, and he had only slept for 3 hours. "I'm getting up now," he responded to Su Lanlan, quickly rising to prepare. He hastily stuffed a few long-sleeved shirts and trousers into his bag, which he then placed into his spatial bracelet. The dormitory for the members of the Starry Night team had been arranged together, and at their suggestion, Lian had already coordinated with the staff to connect their rooms. Upon arriving in the living room, he found the other 4 already ready and waiting for him. Lu Jiming noticed Gao Lin's rather disheveled appearance and asked, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" "No worries, just stayed up too late last night." "Let us go," Gao Lin replied, running a hand through his tousled hair. This time, they were heading to the land of Brahma. The 5 members of the Starry Night team would set off directly to meet the other 2 teams, along with Gu Lian Kingzi. Checking his phone, he saw that Gu Lian Kingzi had sent the meeting address in the group chat, indicating that she had already arrived. It seemed she had left for Brahma straight from Tiantai Mountain yesterday, a step ahead of the rest. The flight from Xinhui City to Gandhi Airport in Brahma would take nearly 4 hours. On the plane, as Gao Lin listened to the staff mumbling the takeoff procedures, his eyelids began to droop. He succumbed to sleep, feeling particularly fatigued this time, despite having often pulled all-nighters before. Upon landing, the moment he stepped out of Gandhi Airport, he was struck by the intensity of the ultraviolet rays. Su Lanlan was already clad in sun protection gear, covering herself thoroughly. Lei Lai, surprised, remarked, "Isn't that a bit excessive? Didn't you want to sunbathe when you were in the South Sea?" Rolling her eyes, Su Lan, now wearing sunglasses, retorted with annoyance. "Just because I have a wheat-colored complexion doesn't mean I want to be baked into a burnt shade." Gandhi Airport is situated in Hyderabad on the Deccan Plateau. And while it is termed a plateau, its elevation is only a little over 600 meters. However, the UV intensity is indeed quite high, as evidenced by the dark brown skin of the local Brahmin people. Gao Lin donned his long-sleeved shirt and pulled on a hat for some semblance of protection, while Lan Feng and Lu Jiming were already accustomed to wearing sports attire. Only Lei Lai, youthful and vigorous, wore a short-sleeved shirt and sunglasses, with his crimson buzz cut, seemingly oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. The group had no luggage, as everything was stored within Su Lanlin's spatial bracelet, making their journey quite effortless as they followed the navigation directly to the meeting point. After a 10-minute walk across the road opposite the airport, they spotted a crowd gathered at the entrance of a park, seeking refuge from the direct sunlight, with a large bus parked nearby. It truly resembled a makeshift gathering. A collection of formidable figures from the north had arrived in Brahma, akin to a sightseeing tour. Surprisingly, there were no local officials from Brahma present to guide them. Upon their arrival, the Starry Night team noted the considerable number of people assembled, aside from the Miracle team and the Radiance team. There were two elderly gentlemen standing behind each of them. Look at the prestige of their families, even having old men as bodyguards, Gao Lin mused. Casting a glance at Lu Jiming, Su Lan, and Lan Feng, shaking his head in bemusement at their lack of representation from their own ranks. He quickly greeted Ji Chuan and Mu Qingqing, acknowledging Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao with a nod. After all, they were now representatives of the North. Internal discord was not an option. Senior Gu Liang, Gao Lin greeted, smiling brightly as he exchanged pleasantries with Tao Hong. "Everyone's here, let us go." Once aboard the bus, adorned with Brahmin motifs, they noticed that apart from the driver, there was another person seated in the front passenger seat. "Greetings, everyone. I am Wu Wu, a staff member of the North's Embassy in Brahma, responsible for your accommodations and travel arrangements during your stay. I apologize for not being able to greet you in person due to mobility issues," he explained amiably. At that moment, Gao Lin felt the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from Wu Wu. Gu Liang Qingzi remained silent, seated in the front row, leaving Gao Lin feeling somewhat awkward. "Thank you, Mr. Wu. Your assistance is greatly appreciated." In response, Wu Wu smiled warmly at Gao Lin, and the bus set off. Due to the recent archaeological endeavors in Brahma, many countries and factions have begun arriving, so for safety reasons, we have arranged for you to stay at the embassy. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact me at any time. The scheduled time for the archaeological site visit is 2 days from now, and during this period, I can also take you to experience the city. As Wu Wu elaborated on the city, Gao Lin began to glean some insights. Hyderabad, translating to Lion City in the northern tongue, was an ancient capital on the Deccan Plateau, under Muslim rule from the 14th century until the mid-20th century. It was no surprise, then, that the architecture he observed throughout the bus ride did not resemble traditional Brahmin Buddhist structures. He frequently noted intricate geometric patterns, various angular interconnections, and exquisite designs. The architecture prominently featured vines, flowers, and leaves, adorning numerous mosques with domes and spires. "Could there be Buddhist relics here?" Su Lan remarked, equally astonished. No one in attendance could provide an answer to this query. Judging solely by the architectural styles, it wouldn't be surprising to stumble upon Islamic relics instead. "Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. It's only 2 days. We'll find out then," Lei Lai nonchalantly replied. The main building of the embassy was a neatly structured 3-story rectangular edifice, surrounded by various auxiliary buildings, greenery, and lawns. It stood out distinctly amidst the plethora of Muslim architecture. After settling everyone in, Wu Wu took his leave, reminding them not to wander outside without a guide and to call him if they needed anything. Gu Liang Qingzi had her own accommodation, while the other 3 teams shared a residence. The Starry Night team quickly divided the rooms, which consisted of 2 double rooms and 1 single room. Su Lan naturally claimed the single room. The remaining 4 gentlemen drew lots, resulting in Gao Lin and Lei Lai sharing a room, while Lu Jiming and Lan Feng partnered up. After a brief organization of their belongings, Wu Wu had already sent over lunch, and it felt quite fortunate to indulge in authentic northern cuisine in a foreign land. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to adapt to the local food, having experienced it briefly on the plane. "What do you think? Have you noticed anything unusual?" Gao Lin inquired of Lu Jiming and Lan Feng. Lan Feng admitted he hadn't noticed anything. Throughout the bus ride, he had been seated at the back, activating his spiritual senses, and aside from the occasional awakened individuals, he had not detected anything out of the ordinary. The fluctuations of spiritual energy were normal, comparable to that of Xinhui City, though he sensed a faintly different spiritual aura mingled within. Lu Jiming's unique ability to perceive spiritual energy made him the most sensitive to such fluctuations. Is this peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy related to the Buddhist relics of the Vedic nation? The arid air left the group, who had lingered for half a day, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, the transformative skill of the coral grass carpet ensured that the humidity of the surrounding atmosphere was akin to that of Starshine City. Truly, it is an indispensable companion for home and travel alike, whether it be dry, humid, hot, or cold. This skill can regulate it all. About the size of a basketball. It occupies minimal space. The moment Su Lanlan summoned it from the high forest, she was utterly captivated by this adorable creature, cradling it in her arms and refusing to let go, even urging Gao Lin to summon Bobo and Yidianhong to play with her. As for the fluffy-haired creature, she had attempted to catch it previously but had utterly failed, thus abandoning the endeavor. For the next 2 days, the Starry Night team went nowhere, remaining in their room, alternating between researching information, playing games, and engaging in card games. Yes, card games. After Ji Chuan's visit, he decided to linger, claiming that the Starry Night team's room was too comfortable, subsequently inviting Mu Qingqing and others to join them. Yet the Miracle team's room boasted a cooling presence in the form of the water element ability user, Lung Shuang, who possessed ice skills, an air conditioner in her own right. The 3 girls even requested Gao Lin to summon Tao Hong, who, although initially inexperienced, quickly adapted. The group was filled with laughter and chatter, one embodying ancient elegance, another exuding a cool demeanor, a third radiating vivacity, and the last embodying gentleness. Indeed, they formed a striking tableau. Meanwhile, Gu Liangqingzi languished alone in the room, feeling neglected as the others played. The boys busied themselves with games and casual banter, taking the opportunity to discuss strategies for their upcoming expedition. The 2 teams were enveloped in spirited activity, while the Guangming team exuded a palpable sense of low pressure. Humph, these individuals conspired to marginalize us. Huang Qin thought bitterly as he listened to the laughter echoing through the corridor. Qin Tianhao offered a word of comfort. These are trivial matters. We have significant tasks to accomplish here. Let us not forget the price our families have paid for this endeavor. Huang Qin's expression darkened. As long as this mission succeeds, the existence of the Starry Night team, and indeed, the northern officialdom, was uncertain. This night marked the final evening, and Lu Jiming noted that the fluctuation of spiritual energy had intensified. Thus, the group refrained from staying up too late, opting for an early night to rest. Before departing, Ji Chuan cautioned them to be wary of the Guangming team. Recalling his elders' words, the Qin family is not to be trusted, remain vigilant. Gao Lin nodded in agreement, although they all represented the northern nation. Who could predict the intentions of others? Furthermore, among the prominent families, the Qin family appeared particularly unpredictable. Ji Chuan's family had already sensed abnormalities, while Gao Lin could perceive malice. Undoubtedly, the Special Investigation Bureau had also detected these signs, as long as their expedition into the relics proceeded smoothly. The subsequent matters could be left to the distinguished elders in the forefront. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and at dawn, the northern contingent gathered under Gu Liangqingzi's leadership. Wu Wu organized the group for transport to their destination, the heart of the Deccan Plateau, a location previously coordinated with the Vedic authorities. Upon arrival, they were greeted by numerous locals dressed in traditional attire, and various teams were present, including those with fair skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair, as well as shorter individuals with bow legs, and a contingent of darker-skinned individuals, alongside a group adorned in monk robes, an eclectic assembly. This vast expanse of grassland was centered around a cerulean plateau lake, with distant mountains visible on the horizon. At the lake's center stood a temple, constructed at some point, radiating an aura of sanctity amidst the surrounding landscape. As the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the grass, a golden glow enveloped the temple's spire. Surrounding the temple's plaza, hundreds of monks clad in ochre robes stood in orderly formation, some clutching prayer beads, others holding scriptures or oil lamps, their expressions solemn. The low murmurs of chanting intertwined with the rising spiritual energy emanating from the monks, producing an incomprehensible mlang of Sanskrit in the air. As the sun ascended higher, the central stupa became increasingly visible, standing majestically. Its surface was intricately carved with exquisite depictions of Buddha and lotus motifs, adorned with offerings of flowers, fruits, and butter lamps. A chief monk, grasping a vajra, ascended the dais with measured steps. Clad in golden robes and wearing a 5 Buddha crown, his demeanor was grave. As he led the congregation, the chanting of the monks crescendoed from hushed tones to a powerful resonance, the sacred sounds crashing like waves. Surrounding the lake, the faithful clasped their hands in prayer, their heads bowed in reverence, a spectrum of emotions flickering across their faces. The rhythmic beating of drums commenced, and the monks began to circumambulate the stupa. Their movements synchronized as they recited ancient incantations. Gao Lin felt his heartbeat synchronize with the drumbeats and the chanting, strong and resonant. His gaze followed the dancing Sanskrit in the air, and he felt a disconcerting numbness wash over him, as if the light in his eyes had dimmed. An unbidden, devout smile crept onto his face. Transcendence, Gao Lin murmured to himself, his voice barely audible. At that moment, he felt a tightening in the blue markings on his hand. A chilling sensation coursing from his palm to the crown of his head. Suddenly awakened, Gao Lin's heart raced, his left hand tightening reflexively. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he realized the danger he had nearly succumbed to. Observing Gao Lin's awakening, Tao Hong smiled at him and nodded, her own spiritual energy dissipating. After regaining his composure, Gao Lin quickly scanned his teammates, relieved to find them unharmed. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Lu Jiming had been forming sigils that danced around them. Lu Jiming noticed Gao Lin's unease and asked, "Captain, are you all right?" He could discern the nuances in the chanting and the Sanskrit, promptly shielding the three teammates, confident that the captain's strength would not be easily swayed. "I'm fine," Gao Lin replied, inwardly relieved that the others were safe, yet chastising himself for his lack of vigilance. He glanced around, noticing that others who had been drawn in were being roused by those nearby. The locals surrounding the lake gazed up at the golden Sanskrit interwoven above the stupa, their faces adorned with expressions of liberation. Just then, the chief monk intoned a powerful decree. The Sanskrit characters in the air glowed with a blinding brilliance, and Gao Lin and his companions instinctively shielded their eyes from the radiance. Yet the locals appeared completely unaffected, their gazes fixed in a trance. Gao Lin watched in horror as the nearby villagers began to collapse one after another, as if their souls were being siphoned away, their life force extinguished, tears of blood streaming from their eyes. In that moment, the members of the Starry Night team widened their eyes in disbelief. This, Chapter 46, The Deccan Relics. The Vedic nation employed cruel methods to manifest ancient relics, using the faithful as sacrifices. How many lives surrounded this lake? Gao Lin, who had spent the first 20 years of his life in the peaceful and transparent northern nation, felt an overwhelming sense of horror at the scene before him. The northern nation had always been stringent in combating crime, and the education he received had instilled in him a profound understanding of morality, making this spectacle utterly unconscionable. Yet reason urged him to remain calm. He was neither a savior nor an omnipotent being and could not rescue these faithful villagers. Suppressing his discomfort, Su Lan Lan and Lei Lai also turned pale, witnessing living souls withering before their eyes, their hearts stirred with turmoil. Only Lan Feng remained largely unaffected. Having participated in numerous international operations during his time as a special forces soldier, bearing witness to far too much depravity, Gu Liangqing summoned a celestial crane, its clarion call resonating through the air, instilling clarity in the minds of the northern nation's populace, invigorating their bodies and dispelling discomfort. Gao Lin turned away, noticing many from neighboring factions who could not bear to witness the scene. Some, enraged, were quelled by their own leaders. The crane's cry from Gu Liangqing restored composure to those nearby, eliciting grateful glances from some. "Remain calm. These individuals are here of their own volition," Gu Liangqing declared. The others understood, recognizing that this was a matter pertaining to the people of the Brahmin nation, and felt it inappropriate to interfere within their domain. As the number of sacrificed devotees increased, the radiant glow of the interwoven Sanskrit in the sky outshone the sun. Gao Lin sensed a hint of crimson within this divine radiance. The air was filled with a multitude of chanting voices, echoing with a celestial, sacred quality from another realm. Accompanied by the continuous resonation of bowls, the sound reverberated across the grassy expanse. In an instant, all noise ceased, and in the ensuing silence, Gao Lin could even hear the rhythm of his own breath. The golden light in the sky erupted, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept forth, as the barrier conjured by Gu Liangqing's crane firmly protected the people of the northern nation. Meanwhile, other factions displayed their own prowess. Yet some were insufficiently strong and were reduced to ash in the wake of this spiritual tide, much like the bodies of the devotees surrounding the lake. It was as if they had never existed, disregarded by the monks present. A colossal stone door manifested in midair, gradually opening with the resounding chant of the lead monk. Rays of golden light streamed from behind the door, illuminating it with a dazzling brilliance. Under the golden glow, stone steps unfurled from the grand entrance to the grass, resembling a red carpet awaiting the worthy to tread upon it. Although this scene should have been one of divine splendor, Gao Lin felt an insatiable allure emanating from the golden light beyond the door, as if it were a gaping maw, beckoning prey to leap willingly inside. The lead monk gestured invitingly from the highest point, and the monks in the square mirrored his posture, welcoming esteemed guests. The various factions exchanged glances, none daring to take the first step. The team of awakeners from the Brahmin nation was led by a young monk clad in a white robe, adorned with intricate patterns of golden threads depicting various Sanskrit symbols. He had a tall, lithe figure and a gentle, compassionate countenance, exuding an aura of both approachability and sanctity. He saluted the assembled crowd with a single hand before ascending the steps, followed by 4 other awakeners in dark yellow robes. One step at a time, they passed through the shimmering golden door and vanished from sight. The other factions, unsettled by the earlier sacrificial display, felt reassured when they saw a local lead the way, and they began to follow suit. Proceed with caution, Gu Liangqing spoke gently. Lan Feng quickly activated his clairvoyant abilities, marking several individuals with a sigil, an arrangement they had previously discussed. Some ruins had a tendency to separate them randomly upon entry. The miracle team and the light of fate possessed their own tracking methods, requiring no concern from Lan Feng, especially since Huang Qin appeared reluctant to accept their assistance. After verifying their supplies, which posed no issues, they procured some compatible spiritual food from Yi Dianhong, sufficient for a period of time. Gao Lin instructed Yi Dianhong to bestow a luck-enhancing buff upon them before they collectively ascended the steps. At the entrance, Gao Lin paused, urging everyone to exercise caution and to regroup if they became separated. The others nodded in understanding, affirming there would be no problems. Gao Lin stepped forward first, and the scenery before him shifted rapidly, akin to traversing a glowing tunnel. In an instant, he arrived at the end. Before him lay an expanse of yellow sand under a blazing sun, with waves of heat washing over him, causing Gao Lin to wonder how he had ended up in a desert. Suddenly, he felt himself plummeting at an alarming speed. This is truly random, he thought as he found himself suspended in the air. With a thought, his companion, Daimao, manifested and enlarged, catching Gao Lin in an instant. Once Daimao stabilized, Gao Lin's heart raced. Did it need to be this exhilarating? He began to doubt whether the luck buff from Yi Dianhong was effective for someone as unfortunate as him, or if this was merely the result of its enhancement. As Daimao activated his adaptation and migration abilities, the yellow sand and turbulent winds ceased to affect Gao Lin. Indeed, they had all separated. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but sand, with the fierce winds swirling the dunes. This ruin had an unsettling nature. He pondered its true expanse. After a thorough investigation, even calling upon Bobo to unleash a broad electromagnetic skill, he discovered some life signs beneath the sand, but nothing else. It resembled an ordinary arid desert of the northern nation. Suddenly, a ripple from Lan Feng's clairvoyant mark reached him, a new ability acquired after achieving a level. This mark allowed him to track and communicate with any target within a realm of spiritual energy, and he could even gain the perspective of the marked individual. Then, a voice emanated from the ripple. It was Lei Lai. "Captain, I'm on a barren mountain. There's nothing here." As he spoke, he spat, as though sand had entered his mouth. "What about the others?" Gao Lin inquired. "I'm at a cluster of Buddhist structures in the east. There are many people here, including the native inhabitants," Lu Jiming responded. "I'm by a small lake," Su Lanlan added. "I'm in a thicket. I sensed Lanlan is the closest, so I'll go find her." "Captain, you should look for Lei Lai, and then we can regroup at Lu Jiming's location," Lan Feng concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Lin felt the mark directing him in a certain direction. Daimao flapped his wings, entering high-speed mode, covering hundreds of kilometers. Daimao's swift flight brought them to their destination in mere minutes. When they found Lei Lai, he was languidly perched atop a massive rock on the desolate mountain, shielding his mouth and nose with his short sleeves. Upon seeing Gao Lin approach, he rushed over, exclaiming, "Captain, this wretched place is hot, dry, and the wind is relentless." Gao Lin then noticed that Lei Lai's arms were already dry and peeling from the sun. "That'll teach you not to be careless," he chuckled, gesturing for Lei Lai to climb aboard Daimao's back. Under Gao Lin's guidance, Lei Lai experienced what it felt like to plummet, and amidst his cries of despair, he eventually located Lan Feng and Su Lanlan. By this time, the two had been walking for a while, reluctant to use their teleportation abilities. "Captain, you finally made it. Hurry, bring out the coral to improve the environment. This place is unbearable," Su Lanlan urged. Even though she was fully equipped and carried ample drinking water, the wind was still painfully abrasive. Once the grass emerged, Su Lanlan placed it atop her head, relishing the coolness and moisture, which provided her some relief. The four regrouped and journeyed together, and Gao Lin began to comprehend the layout of this ruin: barren mountains, deserts, lakes, jungles, and Buddhist tower villages. In total, there were 5 distinct areas. While at the barren mountain, Gao Lin attempted to soar towards the boundary, observing that beyond the mountain, more mountains lay beyond. However, despite Daimao's vigorous flight, they remained in place, unable to progress. This was entirely different from their experience in the 16th ruin, in the thunderstorm ruin of Xinghue City. The boundary was a realm of chaos, utterly obscured, rendering any advancement impossible. The barren mountain lay to the north, with deserts flanking the west and south. Jungles to the southeast, a lake at the center, and the Buddhist tower village in the northeast where Lu Jiming currently resided. The crowd sensed that the distance was likely several dozen kilometers, so they cautiously ventured forth, eager to explore the past and see if any significant discoveries could be made. Otherwise, it would merely take a few minutes for the peculiar creature to make a couple of round trips. However, the journey was remarkably tranquil, so calm that it felt somewhat unnatural. Apart from the howling wind and the blazing sun, nothing else seemed amiss. Gao Lin's heart began to stir with apprehension. Lu Jiming mentioned that it was an ordinary village, inhabited by locals dressed as monks, all around grade A. With no higher-ranking monks detected thus far, many awakened beings from various factions had already arrived at the Buddha Tower village. Was it possible that the relic, painstakingly unearthed by the Brahmin country, was truly so mundane? Moreover, Brahmin currently holds the title of the world's most populous nation. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the number of grade A awakened beings is substantial, the Buddha descending to the mortal realm to save all beings. Yet everything here seemed utterly contrary to that notion. The principal issue was that this relic appeared all too ordinary, and the more one contemplated it, the stranger it became. Throughout the journey, they remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. While Lanfeng activated his celestial vision throughout, occasionally, they encountered teams or individuals from other nations, yet there was no interference. Communication barriers existed, and some even offered friendly gestures. Gao Lin and his companions were shrouded in questions as they arrived at the Buddha Tower village, which, to be fair, lacked even a city wall, fence, or gate. From a desolate cliff, they gazed downwards. Below lay houses constructed of yellow earth, a few dozen in number, alongside several white Buddha towers. The sheer number of towers reached into the hundreds, presenting a magnificent sight that shone with a sacred brilliance under the sun. Gao Lin sensed the surrounding spiritual fluctuations. Everything appeared normal. From a distance, he spotted Lu Jiming approaching, who greeted them promptly. There were no apparent issues. It resembled a place that had once been abandoned. The locals hardly paid any attention to outsiders, hindered by the language barrier. The monk leading the Brahmin contingent was invited into the largest tower. When Gao Lin attempted to follow, he was stopped, and to avoid causing trouble, he refrained from insisting. Lu Jiming quickly elaborated on the events that had transpired. Although the group was perplexed, they felt compelled to enter and investigate further, as they had yet to encounter any extraordinary beasts outside. Beneath the desert sands, life's signatures could be sensed, but they remained elusive, leaving Gao Lin powerless. This Buddha Tower village was, for now, their only lead. It was improbable that this relic had existed for such an extended period without yielding anything of significance. Did dozens of national factions truly come to this desert to merely sightsee? There were only about 100 original monks, a small number, and the remaining towers were accessible for exploration, with only the largest one off limits. Lu Jiming added that upon closer inspection, the towers varied in size, with some containing only a single Buddha statue for offerings, alongside fruits and pastries, permitting only one person to enter at a time. The towers were entirely translucent white, and with sunlight filtering through the windows and the glow of oil lamps, the interiors did not appear dim. Utilizing Bobo's electromagnetic scanning skills and spiritual probing, Gao Lin assured himself that he had not overlooked any entities exhibiting signs of spiritual energy or life. He inspected over a dozen towers, finding nothing amiss. Lanfeng, too, activated his celestial vision to observe the occasionally appearing monks, noting that their spiritual fluctuations were entirely normal and mirrored those of the outsiders. Other factions were also investigating the various towers, and their expressions suggested that they had come up empty-handed as well. Thus, only the central and largest tower remained. At that moment, the grandest tower began to radiate a blinding white light, visible even from a considerable distance under the scorching sun. The awakened beings who had entered the relic began to converge toward this direction. The miracle squad also entered from outside, swiftly reuniting with Gao Lin and his companions. All bore expressions of confusion and caution, with Ji Chuan shaking his head at Gao Lin. "We've been searching outside. It's just an ordinary desert wasteland, nothing at all." Gao Lin furrowed his brow, realizing that the absence of anything was indeed the greatest concern. How peculiar. Where did this offering of apples come from? Su Lan Lan emerged from a tower, holding an apple. Wait, apples? Gao Lin's mind snapped into focus. He had been so preoccupied with probing for spiritual energy that he had overlooked the most commonplace things. Director Lu had mentioned that ancient relics existed even before the resurgence of spiritual energy. Their location was on the Deccan Plateau, in the city of Hyderabad. This area had been under Muslim rule for over 600 years. How could Buddhism possibly exist under such governance? Furthermore, during their exploration today, they had not discovered any agricultural zones or production facilities within the relic. Thus, the apples, the red cloth on the offering table, the monk's garments, the oil lamps, and the white towers, were these relics from centuries past, or were they perhaps crafted by the 100 or so monks themselves? According to the research they had reviewed, there were indeed lakes at the center of the Deccan Plateau, but they had never heard of temples existing there. The temples by the lakes could be construed as temporary structures erected for sacrificial purposes to summon the relic. However, the sudden appearance of an isolated Buddhist relic, seemingly untouched for hundreds of years, containing elements identical to those outside the towers, could only imply one thing. Chapter 47. The Buddha descends to earth. This relic, which had drawn so many here, was a mere fade. Through an unknown method, a relic had been fabricated to draw everyone's attention to the Deccan Plateau. The true Buddha relic lay elsewhere. In mere moments, Gao Lin had pieced together his thoughts and lowered his voice to address the group. Let us leave this relic quickly. The Starry Night squad complied with Gao Lin's command, turning to follow him as they prepared to depart. Ji Chuan from the Miracle Squad hesitated for a moment, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting as he called for the others to follow suit. Just then, an immense surge of spiritual energy began to emanate from the central White Tower. Dear patrons, since you have come, please do not be hasty in your departure. A wave of mental energy resonated in their minds, conveying its intent clearly. Su Lanlin's expression changed. The space has been sealed. We cannot teleport. The Starry Night squad halted, staring at the luminous barrier that had appeared before them, its emergence unnoticed until now. A monk clad in a white robe materialized before them, hands clasped in greeting. I am the novice Wuchen. It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed patrons. The Starry Night squad lives up to its reputation, having been detected so swiftly. His youthful, compassionate visage bore a faint smile. Gao Lin's heart raced. An S-grade, one of the few of his age, aside from Bai Jin and Gu Lianqing, to reach S-grade. This further validated his earlier hypothesis that this relic was a deception, and that the stone doors outside were likely sealed, preventing entry. What is your intention, Master Wuchen? We merely wish to explore the relic and return. Senior Gu Liang is still waiting for us outside. Gao Lin chuckled to deflect any sinister notions the other might harbor. Gu Lianqing alone was worth 8 SS-grade beings. His prowess was not to be underestimated. If anything were to happen to them here. Upon hearing this, Wuchen's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a mild smile. Such matters are not within the purview of this monk. Please, do proceed. Upon concluding his remarks, the assembly was beckoned to return to the village of the Buddha Tower. Meanwhile, other factions had also discerned that the entire village's spatial domain was sealed, rendering escape impossible. A cacophony ensued, as various means were employed in a desperate attempt to break free. The pristine white robes of Wuchen fluttered as his spiritual energy surged, causing hundreds of Buddha towers to converge like a focal point, enveloping him in a formidable aura of power. This enabled him to levitate effortlessly in midair, beads in hand, reciting sacred verses and easily suppressing the majority of the awakened from other factions. Lu Jiming's expression indicated his struggle. It won't do. These white towers are interconnected in a formation that won't hold for long. We shall soon be subdued. Ji Chuan also strained under the pressure. Then let us fight back. Ching Ching. They resolved to once again employ their elemental fusion skills. As S-rank entities, even if Wuchen had the support of a formation, they believed they could inflict some damage upon him. Gao Lin summoned a giant turtle, aptly named Yaya, to completely shield their group of 10 beneath its massive form, which was now as large as a house. Just as Mu Qingqing prepared to unleash the elemental fusion, a mocking voice rang out from the side. Isn't that Xingye and the miracle team? Whatever happened to your grandeur? Huang Qin taunted, simultaneously deploying her soundwave abilities to disrupt the minds of those present, leaving Mu Qingqing unable to focus on her powers. Behind her, Qin Tianhao utilized gravitational abilities to ensnare the surroundings completely. The remaining factions, who had barely managed to hold on until this point, succumbed to unconsciousness under the combined pressures of suppression, sound waves, and gravity. With only Xingye and the miracle team still standing, Huang Qin approached slowly, reveling in a feeling of vindication. Perhaps if you beg for mercy, we might let you go this time, she suggested. In that moment, Ji Chuan and Mu Qingqing instantly grasped the cause of the current predicament. Ji Chuan uttered 6 words, Qin family's spatial spirit pearl. Gao Lin also understood. It appeared that the Qin family had utilized the spatial spirit pearl to construct this relic, ensnaring the elite from all visiting nations and factions within. They could then perform a sacrifice elsewhere to summon the true Buddha relic. One could only hope that the Special Investigation Bureau of the Northern Kingdom had devised other plans, or that the Celestial Master had sensed something amiss. Otherwise, given the grand scale of this operation by the Brahma Kingdom, sacrificing so many followers merely to draw attention, the true Buddha relic was likely at stake. Simultaneously, Gao Lin silently commanded the grass beneath them. In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted from Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao. Long before they had appeared and utilized their abilities, Gao Lin had commanded the grass to proliferate countless spores, prompting everyone to feign strenuous resistance to lower the vigilance of their opponents. Coupled with the grass's physical immunity skill, the spores were rendered invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, the grass had cast a mimicry skill upon the spores, enabling them to blend with the dust in the air, attracting no attention as they stealthily latched onto their unwitting targets. The explosion of the spores caught Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao completely off guard, inflicting severe injuries and rendering them immobile. It was also possible that a hint of luck played a role in this outcome. The villain falls to their own verbosity, Lei Lai remarked, his gaze fixated on the figure in the sky. Now, only Wu Quan remained. Gao Lin, however, harbored no illusions. Wu Quan was formidable. Before the spore explosion, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a smile on Wu Quan's face. Indeed, the spatial spirit pearl was in Wu Quan's possession. Once he dealt with Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao, Wu Quan would be able to rightfully wield the spatial pearl, possibly claiming it for himself. No wonder he had the means to protect the two, yet refrained from intervening. Do not let your guard down, Gao Lin cautioned the group. At that moment, Mu Qingqing had fully unleashed her elemental fusion abilities, ascending to confront Wu Quan mid-air. This is the fusion of the 5 elements. How intriguing. You seem much stronger than during the tournament, Wu Quan observed, unfazed by the formation of the Buddha Towers, merely awaiting Mu Qingqing's move without attempting to thwart her. As Mu Qingqing's energy surged, reaching the peak of S-rank, she hesitated just a step shy of attaining dual S-rank status. A torrent of 5-colored energy cascaded toward Wu Quan. At that moment, he shed any semblance of disdain, settling cross-legged in midair, holding a string of 108 beads that radiated with brilliant light. The golden Sanskrit of the beads intertwined with the spiritual energy waves emanating from the Buddha Towers, converging to meet the oncoming elemental deluge. The collision of energies resulted in a cataclysmic dispersal, causing nearby structures and several Buddha Towers to collapse. Yet, the individuals beneath, shielded by Yaya's steadfast protection, along with the ice walls created by Bobo and Lu Jiming's protective talismans, remained largely unharmed. The remaining 9, though slightly unsteady, persevered, emerging relatively unscathed. Lu Jiming's energy transmission was rapidly replenishing the miracle team's strength, while Yidianhong offered blessings. The group's momentum visibly surged, restoring their vigor. Qin Tianhao, still struggling, managed to compress a gravitational vortex to shield himself and Huang Qin, though it was soon swept away by the tremendous force of the impact. The remaining factions, already rendered unconscious or suppressed, suffered grievously, as flesh and blood flew amidst the chaos. Gao Lin extended protective shields to a select few he had encountered positively on their journey, while others, strangers, were deemed unworthy of his concern. After the clash, Mu Qingqing plummeted from the sky, only to be caught in the nick of time by Ji Chuan, with Gao Lin and Lu Jiming following closely to offer blessings and energy replenishment. The elemental fusion technique, while powerful, consumed all one's energy in a single strike. But once replenished, it could be utilized again. Meanwhile, Wu Quan, though bloodied at the corners of his mouth, had effectively withstood the onslaught, revealing his extraordinary prowess. During the tournament, Gao Lin and his allies had relied solely on clever tactics, never daring to confront him head-on. It seemed that today would require an even greater effort. Lei Lai unleashed his full strength, summoning a tempest of thunder, while Lan Feng invoked annihilation, Lu Jiming conjured energy explosions, and Su Lanlan provided empowerment and teleportation. Even facing an S-rank and a cadre of A-rank monks, they believed they could hold their ground. Moreover, with the spatial spirit pearl now in Wu Quan's possession, even if its current capabilities were unknown, it was at least a treasure of the Northern Kingdom that must be reclaimed. Gao Lin's palms glowed with azure patterns as he summoned Damao, Jingguang, and Yidianhong. Yaya steadfastly shielded the group from above, with Damao perched on Gao Lin's shoulder, while Bobo and the grass swirled around him, with the golden light of the lobster leading the charge. All others resumed their combative stances. The moment Wu Quan caught sight of Yidianhong, his pupils constricted, sensing the weight of causality, yet he quickly regained his composure. I merely intended to confine you all here for 2 days. It was never my intention to engage in direct confrontation. After 2 days, you would be free to leave, he declared, gliding toward the largest Buddha tower at the center. At that moment, the previously hidden monks emerged, beginning to tend to those who could still be saved. We have prepared for battle, and yet you wave a white flag and retreat? You are an S rank, bolstered by the formation of the Buddha Towers, alongside so many A-rank monks, and you flee? Gao Lin felt as though he had steeled himself for an all-out confrontation only to be met with an airy dismissal from Wu Chuan, leaving him in a state of frustration, a feeling of having dealt some blows and inflicted injuries, only for the conflict to suddenly cease, as others rushed to rescue the wounded. Gao Lin found himself utterly perplexed by the intentions of Wu Chuan. 2 days. This duration suggested that the external situation had stabilized to a degree, rendering the actions of these small players inconsequential. Yet, at this moment, no information could be disseminated, and engaging in combat lacked any guarantees of victory. Lan Feng, having activated his celestial vision, kept a vigilant watch on Wu Chuan, noting that the recent confrontation had left Wu Chuan largely unscathed. After some reflection, Gao Lin resolved to wait for 2 days before venturing out. Most of the day had already passed, and he trusted that with the presence of Senior Gu Liang and the elders from both their families, they would not face any major surprises. Ji Chuan offered words of comfort, suggesting that avoiding conflict was a fortunate circumstance, leaving them with no choice but to bide their time. Nevertheless, Gao Lin still felt a sense of unease. Wu Chuan's demeanor prior had shown no concern for the well-being of those around him. Observing Gao Lin deep in thought, the others refrained from interrupting, quietly standing guard. This captain, despite his many virtues, had a tendency to overthink. Su Lanlan harbored fears that Gao Lin might end up bald, leading to a rather daunting image of a bald captain. What, indeed, could have prompted Wu Chuan to suddenly decide against fighting? Gao Lin quickly recalled the scene from earlier. Even Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao, Wu Chen's companions, had seemed of little concern to him. It was only after he summoned the remaining 3 beasts and prepared for battle that Wu Chuan had uttered those words and departed. After briefly reviewing the plethora of skills possessed by the beasts, dozens in total, Gao Lin began to grasp the situation. It had to be due to one of the following: a hint of red, luck, causality, or a talent for fortune. His suspicion leaned towards causality, as it was a passive skill, one that could not be actively triggered and whose effects were unclear. From the Buddhist texts he had consulted at the Hyderabad embassy, he understood that Buddhism places significant emphasis on the concept of causality. However, his knowledge remained superficial, and he hoped to explore this further or consult figures from the Taoist lineage when the opportunity arose. The 2 days passed swiftly, and indeed, Wu Chuan made no further moves, even providing sustenance for them, though they lacked for nothing. Gao Lin cautiously inquired about Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao, and Wu Chuan promptly delivered them without uttering another word, maintaining an air of decorum throughout. He even handed over the spatial spirit pearl to Gao Lin, which left him astonished. Acquiring a spirit pearl so effortlessly was unexpected. For a moment, Gao Lin wondered if Wu Chuan might be suffering from some form of split personality, oscillating between extremes. When asked why, Wu Chuan replied, "It is merely an object from your northern nation, borrowed for a time, and now returned to its rightful owner." His hands clasped in a gesture of reverence, appearing as the serene and compassionate figure he always portrayed. It was as if the man who had subdued them in the air just days ago had been an entirely different person. Suppressing his doubts, on the 3rd day, Gao Lin approached Wu Chuan with the others to inquire about their exit. Upon entering the ruins, there had been a multitude of individuals, yet only 20 emerged, with 12 belonging to the northern faction, confirming that Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao had, indeed, survived. Gao Lin felt a twinge of regret over their survival, as it would complicate matters, necessitating their return to the Special Investigation Bureau. Wu Chuan directly activated the central pagoda in Buddha Village, moving aside the enormous statue that had been enshrined there, revealing the exit. It was no wonder they had previously been barred from entry. "This is where I bid you farewell. Until we meet again, may fate bring us together," Wu Chuan intoned, bowing. Gao Lin awkwardly expressed his thanks, still struggling to reconcile the changes in Wu Chuan's demeanor. He wished the villain would remain consistently villainous instead of behaving so inconsistently. As they stepped through the exit, they were greeted once more by the radiant stone gate and the staircase bathed in golden light. Below, Gu Liang, Qing Ji, and Tao Hong awaited, along with others from various factions. Gao Lin noted that there was nothing amiss. He swiftly escorted Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao down the stairs. Upon learning the truth, the remaining factions among their battered ranks erupted into wails of despair, intent on seeking retribution from the primary lawmaker for explanations and reparations. Gu Liang, Qing Ji, refrained from questioning. However, Tao Hong rushed over to inquire about the situation inside. Gao Lin produced a wristband to report to Director Liu while simultaneously explaining the circumstances to Tao Hong. Just as he finished, both Tao Hong and Gu Liang shuddered in unison, their gazes drawn to the horizon. They beheld the distant sky, where clouds were rent asunder by streams of golden light, transforming the heavens into a sea of glassy blooms. In an instant, the radiance of the Buddha enveloped them, a colossal visage standing resolutely against the skyline. Amidst the golden light, Sanskrit, lotus flowers, and the visage of the Buddha intertwined, revealing figures seated upon lotus platforms, traversing the clouds. 1, 2, 3 figures, all radiating a sacrosanct glow. The melodious recitations resonated from the heavens, clearly penetrating the minds of all present. The world seemed to fall into a hushed silence, leaving only the ethereal and profound vibrations of the sacred chants echoing in their ears. Gao Lin and the others stood as if ensnared by a spell, their gazes vacant and devoid of life. Tao Hong and Gu Liang exchanged swift glances, a sense of dread enveloping them. This is dire. Chapter 48, The Fall of the Ning Family. Gu Liang hastily enveloped the dazed individuals in spiritual energy, unable to attend to Wu Wu and several elders from the families still waiting in the distance. In an instant, she summoned a celestial crane, its form expanding to accommodate them all. The 12 had no time to react before being whisked onto its back, soaring toward the northern territories. Wherever the Buddha light reached, birds circled in intricate patterns, while beasts knelt in submission, as if recognizing an ancient master. The laborers and awakened individuals became fervent devotees of the Buddha, humbly prostrating themselves. Tao Hong's anxiety intensified. Just as Master Li had foretold, the Buddha had indeed descended. She summoned all her spiritual energy, unlike ordinary individuals. Her power glimmering with golden light, swirling around the celestial crane, barely repelling the encroaching Buddha light and sacred vibrations. The celestial crane flew at full speed, maintaining a relatively stable course, yet the arduous distance of several thousand kilometers was not to be traversed in mere minutes or hours. The crane's flight became laborious, as if the air had thickened, its wings flapping with great difficulty, and its speed gradually dwindled. Sweat began to bead on Gu Liang's brow, her demeanor markedly altered, revealing her urgency. Meanwhile, Tao Hong struggled to maintain her energy against the encroachment while awakening her fellow dazed companions, stealing glances to encourage Gu Liang, even offering her a cloth to wipe away the sweat that was not there. After a time, Gao Lin and the others finally regained their senses. The moment the sacred chants had reached him, he felt as though his mind had turned to mush, clouded and incapable of thought, as if his soul had lost its vitality. He was oblivious to the subsequent events, only awakening to find himself on the back of the celestial crane, swiftly heading toward the northern territories. Grateful for the intervention of the powerful figures, he realized that without their aid, they would have perished. Observing the others as Tao Hong, infused with golden energy, revived each one of them, Gao Lin felt a sense of relief. They had been saved by two formidable allies. Clearly, the group bore no burdens, as the sacred vibrations and Buddha light had been mitigated by Gu Liang and Tao Hong's efforts. Once Tao Hong had awakened all but Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao. She wiped her brow, which bore no sweat. Now that we are all awake, we must think of a way to leave the Buddhist nation swiftly. Given the current constraints on the crane's speed, it will take at least 2 to 3 more hours to reach the border. Clearly, we cannot endure for such an extended period. At this moment, Gao Lin noticed that Gu Liang Qingzi appeared to be in a rather poor state. His mind raced through possibilities, and the only options that came to him were Su Lanlin's spatial teleportation and the newly acquired spatial spirit pearl, which he was still uncertain how to utilize. However, now was not the time to study the spatial spirit pearl. Observing Gu Liang Qingzi struggling, Gao Lin called out, "Lan Lan." Simultaneously, Lu Jiming understood instantly and channeled his spiritual energy, while Li Jianhong bestowed a blessing skill. Su Lanlan nodded in comprehension. Gathering all her mental and spiritual energy, she activated the spatial teleportation. In the next moment, everyone atop the celestial crane found themselves in an entirely different location, gazing down upon a hilly terrain. Due to their high altitude, the precise location remained unclear, but they could still see the radiant Buddha light shimmering in the distance, still within the borders of the Varanasi nation. They had teleported approximately 2,000 kilometers, with the northern border still about 1,000 kilometers away. Lan Lan had just accomplished an extraordinary 2,000-kilometer teleportation. After a quick assessment, Lan Feng informed everyone of their coordinates. Gu Liang Qingzi felt an immediate sense of relief, as if the heavy burden had been lifted. The celestial crane also accelerated, for time was still of the essence. Su Lanlan had intended to return directly to Xinghui City, but had overestimated her spiritual energy and failed to account for the 15 individuals she was transporting, including the celestial crane itself. Previous attempts at teleportation seemed to lack distance restrictions, provided enough spiritual energy was available, enabling one to feel connected to any desired location. Yet this time, with a number 3 times greater than her own team and accompanied by the formidable Gu Liang Qingzi and Tao Hong, Su Lanlan who had never teleported such a vast distance before, suddenly succumbed to unconsciousness. The Jichuan team was astonished to hear the 2,000-kilometer distance. Realizing the remarkable capabilities of the Xingye team, Lei Lai managed to catch Su Lanlan just before she collapsed, while Tao Hong swiftly approached to check her pulse. She's fine. Her spiritual and mental energy are depleted, resulting in temporary unconsciousness. A little rest will suffice. We owe this girl a great deal, Tao Hong sighed. The Buddha has descended, granting salvation to all beings. In the Varanasi nation, there were no ordinary individuals left. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what it truly meant. Could you elaborate, Miss Tao Hong? They exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Gao Lin who posed the question, as he was most familiar with both Gu Liang and Tao Hong. The relics of the Buddha nation are ancient remnants. When they emerge, the Buddha light and sacred sounds can assimilate all living beings in their radiance. Even ordinary people can become awakened after this event, transformed into enlightened beings, all devout followers, albeit stripped of their spiritual essence. You may understand it as a form of brainwashing. Tao Hong spoke languidly, and after finishing her explanation, she turned away to attend to Gu Liang Kingzi. At that moment, Gao Lin found it difficult to articulate his feelings. They had come perilously close to becoming mere followers among the multitudes of the Buddha nation. As the most populous nation in the world, even amidst the resurgence of spiritual energy and the violence of exotic beasts, Varanasi still firmly held its position at the top. The potential for universal awakening posed a significant threat to neighboring countries should the higher-ups in Varanasi decide to instigate turmoil. It was no wonder that Master Li had previously cautioned against internal strife among the prominent families in the northern nation. He seemed to have anticipated this scenario. However, regarding the Qin family, Gao Lin cast a lingering gaze at the seemingly dazed Qin Tianhao and Huang Qin. The Special Investigative Bureau in the northern nation remained uncertain about their situation. It had been over half an hour since Gao Lin transmitted the fabricated relic information. Yet Director Liu had still not replied, likely delayed by unforeseen circumstances, as he usually responded promptly to Gao Lin's messages. Meanwhile, in Suzhou, within the northern nation, the vast estate appeared as though it had been ravaged by artillery fire, though remnants of its former glory could still be discerned. Ningzhuo was in disarray. A portion of his hair shorn away, his eyes bloodshot, his voice trembling with rage. Su Changjiang, is this the sincerity of your destined ones? Ha ha. How pitiful that the family head has been deceived by you. At this moment, hardly any living souls remained in the Ning family. Apart from Ning Zhuo and the barely conscious family head in the main hall, all signs of life had vanished. Even the chickens and ducks once tended by the servants had fallen victim to the chaos wrought by these individuals. Isn't it just fine that we destined ones commit such heinous acts? Su Changjiang's words dripped with malice, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Yet to Ning Zhuo's ears, they sounded utterly absurd. Ha! Do you think that by switching sides at the last moment, the Special Investigative Bureau and Master Li will spare you? Ha! Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. After a frenzied bout of laughter, Ning Zhuo fixed his gaze intensely on these individuals, as though imprinting their visages into his memory. Ultimately, his eyes locked onto a scholarly figure. Su Yunhuai, your Su family shall not evade this fate. I shall await you in the afterlife. Upon hearing this, Su Yunhuai's gaze hardened. With a swift motion, he formed his hand into a blade and pierced Ning Zhuo's heart, withdrawing instantly, heedless of the blood that spattered over him. His voice was cold and laced with warning. If you seek death, I shall grant it to you. The Su family is not one you can curse. Ning Zhuo, struck by this blow, felt the light in his eyes fading, his voice growing faint and intermittent. You shall all meet a terrible fate. With that, he breathed his last. The earthly fate stood nearby, observing the scene with keen interest. Before finally speaking, you should not have granted him such a mercy. Perhaps he could have divulged something if brought back alive. At this moment, Su Yunhuai used his spiritual energy to cleanse the blood from his hands, remaining silent as he turned to leave. Oh, it seems you have a sudden will to survive. How intriguing, a teasing voice chimed beside him. Startled, he swerved suddenly and pulled over to the side of the road, coming to a halt. Who are you? And when did you get into my car? Su Yunhuai beheld the man before him, whose lips curled into a wicked smile, his voice imbued with an inquisitive undertone. Is this the demeanor one should adopt towards their savior? In an instant, Su Yunhuai comprehended. He had never been a fool. For the Su family had never harbored dim-witted individuals. It was merely that in his youth, he had resisted his father's arrangements, choosing to counter his father's wishes, pursuing the very tasks he was advised against. Aware that the charming figure before him, a decade his junior, was a high-ranking awakened being who had saved his life. He subsequently followed this individual, consuming the awakening elixir and learning the ways of cultivation. One fateful day, Su Yunhuai received a task from this enigmatic figure. instructing him to infiltrate the Ning family to gather intelligence regarding the Spirit Pearl. The Su family's affairs were shrouded in secrecy at the time, with only Lu, the chief of the Special Investigation Bureau, and Lan from headquarters, alongside the Fate Bearers and the Su family, privy to the details. Thus, it was rather effortless for Su Yunhui to establish a connection with the Ning family, who believed he was representing the Su family. However, Su Yunhui soon uncovered the Ning family's nefarious intentions to ally with the Qin family and the Fate Bearers to overthrow the official regime. In the north, there existed merely 6 prominent families. From the Ning family's perspective, uniting with the Qin and Su families meant they were already halfway to success. The remaining Mu and Ji families had always been staunch supporters of the regime, ready to lend their support regardless of who held power, thus unlikely to interfere if the plot came to fruition. The Guliang family, though diminished in numbers, posed no real threat, their adversaries being the Special Investigation Bureau and the Tiantai Mountain. Later, the Qin family revealed their collaboration with the Van Kingdom, which elated the head of the Ning family, who believed that in less than 6 months, they would be positioned to seize control within the north. Initially, the goal of the Fate Bearers was merely to have Su Yunhui locate the whereabouts of the Golden Spirit Pearl. Little did they know that as Su Yunhui delved deeper into his investigations, he inadvertently unearthed a multitude of complications, akin to pulling a radish from the soil. Additionally, with Su Changjiang's identity within the Special Investigation Bureau exposed, and the Fate Bearers narrowly escaping death, Su Changjiang decided to directly share this information with the Bureau as a gesture of goodwill, which explained why Lu had informed Gao Lin that the Fate Bearers were inclined to extend an olive branch. The Special Investigation Bureau needed to concentrate on countering the Qin family, as the clout of the aristocratic families should not be underestimated. A single misstep could lead to calamity. Thus, the Fate Bearers and the Special Investigation Bureau found themselves in a fortuitous alliance, one seeking the Spirit Pearl and the other aiming to dismantle the Ning family. Consequently, a grand plan was devised. The Fate Bearers demanded sincerity from the Ning family and agreed to cooperate on the condition that chaos would ensue during the celebration of the Tianchu's birthday. Ningzhuo complied, and the head of the Ning family felt increasingly confident of success, particularly with the news of the Buddha's descent from the Van Kingdom, awaiting the moment to strike against the north. At that juncture, the Ning family, the Qin family, and the Su family would carve out their dominion, while the teachings of Tiantai Mountain would metamorphose into those of the Fate Bearers. All plans appeared promising, and it seemed that the day of reckoning was not far off. The Fate Bearers arrived with genuine intent to discuss the subsequent detailed plans, only to unwittingly invite disaster upon themselves. When Su Changjiang activated the time-stopping ability, the members of the Ning family realized too late the gravity of their error. Su Yunhui felt he had accomplished something monumental. If the Su family were to learn of his deeds, would his father not commend him? Would his uncles not extol his virtues? Would his sister and niece not regard him with admiration? Yet, in the present moment, there was no feedback. The past 2 months spent navigating the treacherous waters of the Ning family had been fraught with peril. No one was naive, for a single misstep in word or expression could lead to dire consequences. What awaited Su Yunhui was the specter of death. Nonetheless, he had never been a failure, and he had executed his tasks with commendable efficacy. As Su Yunhui stepped out of the Ning family's estate, he gazed at the vast azure sky in the direction of the southwestern Van Kingdom, murmuring a prayer. Lan Lan, dear uncle, may you return safely. But could Su Yunhui ever return to the Su family? Chapter 49, Promulgation in Zhe Province. Gu Liang Qingji, a veritable SS-level awakened being, undoubtedly possessed an extraordinary ability following her advancement in beast mastery. Throughout the journey, Gao Lin observed her seamless collaboration with the celestial crane, applying various enhancements, whether acceleration or spiritual energy replenishment. After more than 40 minutes, they arrived at the border between the Van Kingdom and the north. The border guards, upon witnessing the celestial cranes soaring overhead, offered no hindrance. Gao Lin had worried that they would have to disembark to present identification and undergo inquiries. But the crane's prominence and distinctiveness spared them such inconvenience. During the journey, the little red figure bestowed blessings upon Su Lan Lan every 10 minutes, rejuvenating both her spiritual and mental energies. As she gradually regained consciousness, she expressed her gratitude to those who had inquired after her well-being, gazing in bewilderment at the undulating hills and mountains below, questioning, have we not returned to Xinghui City? We have merely crossed the border and are now within Zhe Province. Lei Lai replied from beside her. Seeing Su Lan Lan awake and unharmed brought relief to Gao Lin, but his respite was short-lived as a notification chimed from his wristband. Lu, it is good to hear you are well. Do not return to Xinghui City just yet. A significant number of Buddhist awakened beings are currently spreading teachings in Zhe Province, and the headquarters is understaffed. You must proceed to assist. Upon acknowledging Lu's message, Gao Lin heard Guliang Qingji suggest, "We shall part ways here. I will escort them back to Kyoto." It seemed she too had received a message. However, with two such formidable allies departing, Gao Lin felt a pang of reluctance. As Guliang Qingji spoke, the celestial crane gradually descended, landing on a rural road in the mountains. The road was unpaved, merely a dirt path, and as the crane settled, it flapped its wings twice, leaving the 5 members of the Xingye team behind. Tao Hong waved cheerfully at Gao Lin, while Ji Chuan and Mu Qingqing bid him farewell. Before anyone could exchange heartfelt farewells, the crane flapped its wings and swiftly departed, leaving a cloud of dust and 5 bewildered individuals in its wake. Gao Lin found himself at a loss for words, but to avoid choking on the swirling dust, he summoned a coral grass mat, activating environmental alteration, which finally allowed him to breathe easily. They had been unceremoniously dropped in a remote mountain area. Lu Jiming and his 3 companions had not received any updates and were utterly clueless about what had transpired. Why had they been abandoned in such a manner? Su Lanlan and Lei Lai exchanged puzzled glances, then turned in unison to their captain, awaiting an explanation. "Alas, we must depart. Zhe province requires our attention," Gao Lin sighed. Offering a brief explanation, it appeared that the situation was related to the Buddha's descent from the Van Kingdom. Zhe province, being adjacent to the Van Kingdom, had long been the target of cultural infiltration attempts. Although large-scale dissemination had largely failed, some small villages and cities still harbored hidden Buddhist followers. With the Buddha's arrival, these concealed believers had emerged to propagate the teachings, prompting Lu to dispatch them for assistance, a task that was evidently no small feat. Lan Feng, ever composed, remarked, "We are currently in the mountainous region of Pampan Village, Songwei City, Zhe Province." The other 4 responded, "There is no need for such precise coordinates." Songwei City served as the provincial capital of Zhe Province. Gao Lin released his spirit companion, Dy Mao, which returned to perch on his shoulder within half a minute. "Let us head to Sangxi County first. This village has long been deserted." During the initial resurgence of spiritual energy, the villagers had been relocated to urban areas, and sending Dy Mao to explore was merely a means of confirming their surroundings. Occasional signs of battle could still be seen on the mountain, indicating that other Awakened teams had previously cleared out some of the rampaging beasts. The distance from here to the county town is not far, merely a little over 10 kilometers. For the fully ranked A-level Starry Night team, it is akin to a morning exercise. They could easily traverse it on foot. Guliang Qingji's choice of location was not arbitrary. Along the way, they passed by several houses, their doorways overgrown with weeds, which, in just a few months, imparted a somewhat dilapidated appearance. Upon reaching the national highway, they encountered a few passing cars, which added a touch of liveliness to the scene. A van pulled up beside them, and the window rolled down to reveal a man with a dark complexion who flashed a broad, white smile. "Hey there. Where are you coming from? If you're headed to Pengxi County Town, I can give you a ride." His warm demeanor and fiery gaze suggested a familiarity with the group. Gao Lin hesitated slightly, but ultimately accepted the offer. "Sure, that would be great." They quickly climbed into the van. Noticing that it was just the driver and this man inside, the man was a sea-level awakened being while the driver was an ordinary person. "You all look quite familiar. You're from the Starry Night team, right?" "I'm a huge admirer of yours," the dark-skinned man said, turning from the passenger seat. After Gao Lin acknowledged him, the man launched into an enthusiastic monologue about his awakening experience, his relocation from Sifang Village to Pengxi County, the formation of his team, and the recent influx of Buddhist followers into the area. Originally, Pengxi County Town had a resident population of fewer than 100,000, but following the resurgence of spiritual energy, it surged to around 200,000, making it a bustling county town. Upon disembarking, the man warmly invited them to visit him whenever they had the time. Su Lanlan watched the departing van, marveling, "This guy can really talk. He's even more loquacious than I am. He seems quite earnest. I took a look at his fortune, and it appears promising," Lu Shurgun remarked. Before he could finish, Lei Lai interrupted, insisting that Lu Jiming read his fortune as well, to which Lu Jiming firmly declined, stating he could not read fortunes for those close to him. "Moreover, with your current state," Lu Jiming said, casting a glance at Lei Lai, who was sporting half-long red hair that contrasted sharply with his dark skin and highlighted his strikingly white teeth. In a matter of days, he had transformed from a spirited youth into a shade reminiscent of Qiandagua. Pengxi County Town is relatively small. One could traverse it on a small electric scooter in under 20 minutes. A river flows through the town's center, dividing it into the old and new districts. With the population increase, the streets were bustling with life, regardless of any official machinations. As long as there were no wars or beastly invasions, ordinary people could find work to support themselves. It was barely past 9, and the sun was not yet scorching. Elderly folks were seen commuting to work or shopping for groceries, while others were exercising in the park, all appearing as if nothing had changed since before the resurgence of spiritual energy. Pengxi County Town did not have a special investigations bureau. Such institutions only existed in provincial capitals, with the local police station managing these matters. The Starry Night team's objective was to first inquire at the police station about the situation. As they walked, the crowd thickened, predominantly older adults gathering towards the square. Su Lanlan stopped an ant. "Excuse me, what's happening at the square? You seem in quite a hurry." Initially a bit impatient, the ant softened upon noticing Su Lanlan's beauty. Smiling sweetly as she replied, "There's a Buddhist preaching session over there. They're giving away half a pound of eggs to everyone who attends." With that, she hurried off towards the square, eager to queue up. "Eggs sound great. A perfect way to appeal to the older crowd," Lei Lai said, intrigued. In the square, a stage had been erected, devoid of any Buddhist decorations, with the speakers dressed in ordinary modern attire. Below, there was a sign-in area, and the host, holding a microphone, maintained a steady flow of conversation as a long line of people awaited their eggs. After collecting their eggs, attendees could enter and take a seat in the rows of chairs. The audience had already swelled significantly. Gao Lin was curious about the nature of this preaching and allowed Su Lanlan and Lei Lai to join the queue. After a series of maneuvers, the five found themselves seated in the central section at the back. Gao Lin looked at the bag containing 5 eggs in his hands, bemused. He had not intended to queue but had been nudged into line by the ant behind him. The preaching commenced with a solemn-looking bald man as the main speaker. Perhaps if he had donned a suit, he might have appeared more convincing. He is an A-level awakened being, though he seems to be concealing his aura for some reason, Lu Jiming whispered. Gao Lin was slightly taken aback, having failed to perceive this. Throughout the session, no Buddhist teachings were discussed. Instead, it was all health-related advice. Culminating in the final statement, "Our Buddha's compassion encompasses spiritual power that easily reaches every ear." After over an hour, this single phrase was the only connection to Buddhism, which explained why the authorities seemed powerless against them. It was one thing to preach. They were merely disseminating health knowledge, providing free eggs, and not engaging in any unlawful activities, which garnered a fair number of supporters among the local aunts and uncles. Gao Lin thought to himself that, had it not been for that last statement, he would have considered this more a distribution of eggs and a health campaign than a spiritual preaching. Once the session concluded, some interested attendees approached, inquiring about Buddhism and leaving satisfied after exchanging WeChat contacts while clutching their eggs. The group refrained from making any rash inquiries or asking for contact information, opting instead to first gather information at the police station. They had overheard the local ants chatting about these events occurring daily. Was this a gradual method of indoctrination? Who were the puppeteers behind it all? The county police station was relatively small, a 6-story building connected to dormitories and a cafeteria, comprising the entirety of the police facilities. Upon entering, a young officer noticed the group's appearance and the badge on his chest and promptly approached them. Without further ado, he asked, "Are you Captain Gao? Please follow me," and signaled through the intercom before leading the Starry Night team to the elevator. Upon reaching the 6th floor, a portly man accompanied by an aide welcomed them warmly and introduced himself. "I am Han Ligua, the Deputy Director of the Pengxi County Police. Welcome, Starry Night team." After a brief exchange, they entered the conference room, and once the assistant had served tea, Han Ligua inquired, "I wonder what brings you here today, Captain Gao?" Although Gao Lin maintained a smile, he felt a twinge of confusion. Had Director Lu not informed the provincial office of their visit? "Oh, it's nothing urgent. I just happened to pass through Pengxi and thought I'd drop by," Gao Lin replied, giving Su Lanlan a discreet look. Su Lanlan promptly understood. Retrieving from her spatial bracelet a bag containing 25 eggs, which she placed on the conference table. Upon seeing the eggs, Han Ligua's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. "What you may not know, Captain Gao, is that we have been monitoring this preaching closely, but we have yet to find any fault on their part. They have all the necessary permits for their lectures, which are solely focused on promoting health knowledge." Gao Lin was well aware of this. Since joining the Special Investigations Bureau, he had diligently learned some rudimentary legal knowledge. "Director Han, please don't worry. I'm merely here to gather some information. There are no other intentions." Upon hearing the words, Han Ligua visibly exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the 5 individuals before him held no official titles, they were currently ranked as the top tier of the Special Operations Team within the Special Investigation Bureau. Their appearances were invariably accompanied by significant events, from Xinghui City to Jiangshui City to Linhai, Kyoto, and the Kingdom of Vanna, each time coinciding with major occurrences. Thus, when he learned of their arrival in Pengxi County, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that something dire had transpired. He instructed his subordinates to keep a vigilant watch, ensuring that they would promptly inform him should the police arrive, and indeed, he was not left waiting long. Han Ligua gestured dismissively, and his assistant understood. Retreating, Please wait a moment, Captain Gao. I will fetch the information we have gathered for your perusal shortly. Gao Lin nodded in appreciation. The office fell into a silence, while Gao Lin contemplated the intentions behind Director Lu's decision to send them to Zhe Province. It was evident that this was not a matter of confrontation, nor an investigation. After the assistant brought in a stack of documents, Han Liguo took his leave, permitting the group to make themselves comfortable, while leaving the assistant behind, ready to assist at any time. Gao Lin distributed the documents among the members. Lan Feng began to examine his diligently, while Su Lan and Lei Lai mimicked his actions, flipping through the pages. Only Lu Jiming wore a grimace. Must I really look at this? I'm not particularly fond of such things. Indeed, Lu Jiming had never shown an inclination for paperwork, having developed a habit of tackling matters head-on. A Taoist ought to embody the essence of a Taoist, he thought. Reclaiming his stack of documents while Gao Lin swiftly perused the materials himself, it turned out that the phenomenon was not confined to Pingxi County, but extended to all counties within Zhe Province. Excluding the provincial capital, even other cities exhibited similar patterns. Captain, aside from the provincial capital, all the religious propagators in Zhe Province's counties and cities are led by A-class awakeners, Lan Feng noted, immediately identifying the crux of the matter. Each city was under the direction of an A-class awakener, which raised intriguing questions. Zhe Province comprised 10 cities and 90 counties, amounting to over 100 A-class awakeners, who possessed the capacity to orchestrate such an endeavor in Zhe country. Moreover, it appeared that the health promotion campaign, led by the Health Egg Ambassador, was yielding no tangible results. Su Lan also identified the initial trigger point. This commenced the day we entered the Deccan fake ruins. The data Gao Lin had gathered primarily contained information about these individuals, which initially revealed little. As he pondered, he recalled that the true emergence of the Buddhist relics in the kingdom of Vanna occurred today. The propagation efforts had begun from the Deccan pseudo-ruins. The scope of this scheme seemed rather extensive. Who could be behind it? After approximately half an hour, the four of them had perused the majority of the documents. Yet, they found themselves at an impasse, unable to identify a starting point. Su Lan tossed the disordered papers onto the conference table, collapsing back into her chair with a sigh. Lu Jiming, calmly sipping the tea poured by the assistant, remarked, "No need to rush. As long as the other party continues to act, they will eventually reveal their true intentions. Captain, what do you suggest? Should we head directly to Tsangwei City?" Lei Lai suppressed his urge to give Lu Jiming a rude gesture, turning instead to Gao Lin for guidance. Gao Lin was intently reviewing the remaining documents in his possession, which included printed screenshots of chat conversations. The Pingxi County Police Bureau had also participated in the propagation efforts and had even exchanged contact information, yet the communications received consisted solely of health manual documents. Gao Lin felt a tickling sensation in his mind. Perplexed by the incongruity of it all, "We'll revisit this tomorrow." He then turned to the assistant. "Please arrange for us to have accommodations." The assistant promptly made the arrangements, reporting back within 10 minutes that everything was set, guiding them to their lodging. They were placed in the police dormitory, which was quite satisfactory, being a 3-room suite. They declined the assistant's offer for lunch, as Su Lan expressed a desire to experience the meals prepared by the team, having never tasted them before. Given that they had no other engagements that day, she wished to try her hand at cooking. Gao Lin considered this and realized that since the incident at the aquarium, he had not cooked at all. Arriving in Pingxi County, he was eager to once again embrace the essence of everyday life. Thus, he agreed, planning to prepare twice-cooked pork and boiled meat slices. Lu Jiming intended to make fried boiled tofu, a specialty from Tiantai Mountain, while Lei Lai modestly claimed that his culinary skills were average, opting to prepare a simple tomato and scrambled egg dish. Lan Feng decided to brew a soup. After a quick consensus, all eyes turned to Su Lan, who had yet to voice her cooking intentions. Without a hint of embarrassment and a touch of excitement, she replied, "If you're not afraid I'll blow up the kitchen, I'm more than willing to give it a try." The four exchanged glances, amused. "Well then, the young lady is joining the fray." The refrigerator in the dormitory was bare, necessitating an outing to procure fresh ingredients. Lan Feng required numerous items for his soup, prompting Gao Lin to accompany him to ensure nothing was forgotten. Nearby the police bureau was a sizable market, specifically designated for such purposes. Even at noon, it was bustling with an array of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, with shoppers flowing in and out. Having not visited a market in quite some time, Gao Lin found himself dazzled by the vibrant displays. He mused that if he had not awakened his abilities, he would likely still relish such a life. Their shopping was efficient, with swift selections, weighing, and payments, no delays whatsoever. However, when it came to purchasing pork belly and ribs, they browsed a couple of stalls longer, relying on their awakened senses to discern whether the meat had been watered down, as moisture would compromise its quality. Moreover, with Lan Feng's heavenly vision, it was essential to select only the finest ingredients. They did not need to buy eggs, having collected 25 that morning, which would suffice for the meal. On their way back to the dormitory, they encountered Deputy Director Han, who appeared surprised to see Gao Lin and his companion each carrying large bags filled with ingredients. "Are you not fond of the cafeteria's fare?" Han inquired. Gao Lin jiggled the bags in his hands, smiling as he responded, "It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. We wanted to cook a meal ourselves. Would you care to join us? Cook. You young folks have such enthusiasm." "Alas, I am fated to dine at the cafeteria," Han replied, bidding them farewell while heading towards the dining hall. Upon returning to the dormitory, they were greeted by Su Lan Lan, who opened the door with a bottle of liquor in hand. "Wow, you're back already," she exclaimed. Gao Lin placed the ingredients in the kitchen, noticing Su Lan Lan had finished her bottle and was retrieving another from her spatial bracelet. "Are you a drunkard? Drinking so much?" he teased. Su Lan Lan took another swig and let out a long belch. "Alcohol is the essence of grain. The more you drink, the younger you feel. Besides, it's just beer. I can down a whole case by myself. This is merely a splash." As they spoke, Lu Jiming and Lei Lai emerged from their room, donned in new attire, each holding a bottle of liquor as well. Gao Lin shrugged, resigned. "Oh well, we've all been led astray. Let us just get to cooking." Lan Feng had already prepared the ingredients he needed and was blanching the ribs. The kitchen was not spacious, and Gao Lin was busy boiling meat and preparing chilies. With 3 people working, it would soon feel cramped. Thus, Lu Jiming and Lei Lai remained in the living room, unconcerned, as their dishes would be ready shortly. Before long, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air, prompting Su Lan Lan to curiously peek in, complimenting the prepared ribs. "Well done, Lan Feng. Your ribs are cut perfectly." Lan Feng smirked. "You might want to hold off on the praise," as he quickly placed the ingredients into a clay pot, added water, and set it to simmer. Awaiting the final dish, Su Lan Lan faced a setback at Lan Feng's place and turned her gaze towards the prepared urging peppers by Gao Lin. "Wow, Captain, are you making spicy sashimi?" Gao Lin paused momentarily in his chopping motion. "I stand here, representing the kitchen's disdain for you." After another disappointment, Su Lan Lan lost her enthusiasm for further scrutiny and exited, lamenting her inability to showcase her talents. Once the ingredients were prepared, Gao Lin stepped out, allowing Lu Jiming to enter and attend to his tofu. Finally, it was Lei Lai's turn. Having sliced the tomatoes, he cracked the eggs he had received that morning. With a swift motion, he cracked an egg one-handed, glancing around to find no one paying attention to his skills, no one offering any emotional support. He sighed and cracked 4 more in quick succession, just as he was about to grab his chopsticks. Lu Jiming furrowed his brow and stared at the bowl containing the 5 cracked eggs in a daze. "What's wrong? Did an eggshell fall in?" Lei Lai asked, bewildered. He watched as Lu Jiming employed his spiritual energy to inscribe a rune, delicately applying it over the intact yolks. After what seemed like 2 minutes of inexplicable spectacle, the 3 individuals in the living room were suddenly startled by Lei Lai's exclamation. "What the hell? Did I cut myself?" In an instant, Gao Lin dashed to the kitchen door, witnessing Lu Jiming's incantation guiding worm-like fragments from the egg yolks. The 5 fragments, under Lu Jiming's direction, slowly formed the character Buddha. Lan Feng quickly searched, discovering that this character signifies Buddha. "What Buddha?" At that moment, Su Lan Lan entered the kitchen with a band-aid, only to find 4 large men crowded inside. Unable to see what was happening due to her height, she anxiously bounced outside, attempting to catch a glimpse. "Let us discuss outside," Lu Jiming waved, dispersing the Sanskrit characters. Back at the dining table in the living room, Lei Lai cracked another 5 eggs, demonstrating his one-handed technique. It was evident that the group's attention was not on his method, and he received no emotional feedback. Gao Lin attentively examined the yolks and egg whites, probing with his spiritual energy, finding nothing unusual. The other 3 shook their heads, indicating no discoveries. Lu Jiming replicated the kitchen's procedure, similarly forming an identical Sanskrit character. Su Lan Lan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Jiming then had Lei Lai crack 3 more eggs, yet nothing could be conjured. At Gao Lin's suggestion, they added 2 more eggs, allowing Lu Jiming to attempt to evoke more characters. After a series of experiments, only the Sanskrit character for Buddha could be summoned. Though 5 eggs in combination could yield several smaller variants of the character, Gao Lin began to understand why the propagation of the teachings avoided discussing Buddhism directly, instead focusing on health knowledge. It was a familiar guise from the land of Brahma, mirroring the operation of false relics, enabling them to evade scrutiny legally while fulfilling their own objectives. Gao Lin summoned Bobo, activating his electromagnetic skills to survey the surrounding fauna. Within 30 seconds, Bobo returned with a live, unmutated mouse. Lu Jiming gradually guided the Sanskrit into the mouse's body, which exhibited no changes. Instantly, Gao Lin's mind raced through numerous possibilities, his tone becoming grave. This Sanskrit could very well be a seed that, at the right moment, could awaken and transform those who consumed the eggs into devout believers. For 5 consecutive days, thousands of eggs had been distributed in each county. In over 100 cities, that amounted to a staggering 100,000 eggs daily. Excluding those who had yet to consume the eggs, at least 100,000 individuals had been implanted with the Sanskrit seed. This was no trivial number. Over 100,000 equated to the total population of a small county. If these propagators were given more time, the entire province of Zay might fall under the influence of Brahma, becoming a sharp blade inserted into the northern kingdom. They would penetrate silently, without bloodshed, yet remain inescapable. The orchestrators likely had not anticipated that a simple lunch prepared by the Xingye team would unravel their method of propagation. The suggestion to cook rice was primarily attributed to Su Lanlan, with Lu Jiming also deserving credit. The others remained oblivious to any anomalies, but Lu Jiming had perceived something. Though he refrained from disclosing how he had made his discovery, Gao Lin speculated that it might relate to Taoist runes or Lu Jiming's extraordinary abilities. Knowing this, the eggs could not be permitted for consumption by the others, and swift action was required to apprehend these individuals. However, it remained uncertain whether the Special Investigation Bureau in Zay Province had sufficient manpower, as those behind this must surely possess influence from the Northern Kingdom. The origins of the eggs could be swiftly traced. Gao Lin promptly packaged the recent footage and photographs, sending them to Director Lu, leaving the higher-ups to grapple with the implications. Even if they were to announce that the eggs were unsafe to eat now, the local populace would be skeptical. Directly notifying the county's police department would inevitably alert the perpetrators, allowing them to prepare. Only a formal directive from above or a phone call would prove effective. Meanwhile, the Xingye team continued their lunch preparations, even as the clock approached 2 o'clock. It was anticipated that orders would soon arrive, and they had to finish their meal, lest they find themselves occupied again at Director Lu's behest. Having grasped the root of the problem, the group felt a sense of relief. The eggs used in previous experiments had not gone to waste. After inspection, Lu Jiming confirmed there were no further issues, directing Lei Lai to fry all of them for a hearty meal. Thus, a dish of tomato scrambled eggs was born from 25 eggs. To their astonishment, when Lei Lai presented it, it resembled not a mere stir-fry, but rather a pizza adorned with eggs and tomatoes. Lei Lai's soup and Lu Jiming's boiled and fried tofu were also ready. Consequently, Gao Lin took charge of the kitchen, preparing spicy stir-fried pork, particularly with the fiery irjing peppers, which could make one cough and tear up during cooking. Everything was well contained, with coral grass absorbing the odors more effectively than an exhaust fan, rendering the air free of any acrid scent. The spicy pork was successfully prepared. A sprinkle of dried chili flakes over the boiled pork slices, followed by a drizzle of scorching oil, sent an aromatic wave wafting into the living room. Su Lanlan, enticed by the fragrance, eagerly came to serve the dishes. Our Miss Su was not entirely idle. Under Lan Feng's meticulous guidance, she measured rice, washed it multiple times, and added the appropriate amount of water. After a flurry of activity, she managed to steam a pot of rice that looked quite appealing. At the dining table for 5, there was little conversation, only the sounds of spice-induced reactions. Sigh refreshing. At this moment, Su Lanlan's ever-prepared stimulant came into play, and even Gao Lin could not resist downing a bottle. Surprisingly, the rice in the rice cooker was the first to be finished, bringing a smile to Su Lanlan's face. The other dishes were nearly cleared as well, except for the egg pizza, which retained 4/5 of its original portion. After satisfying their appetites, news from Director Lu finally arrived. Albeit belatedly, it felt as though they were under surveillance, waiting until everyone had finished cleaning their utensils before Gao Lin's wristband lit up. Director Lu instructed, "Commence immediate action to apprehend the propagators in Pengxi County. Do not hold back. Capture as many as you can." Gao Lin acknowledged receipt of the message, hearing the hurried commotion of the police outside, indicating that orders had indeed reached them. They certainly have their hands full, needing to notify those who have collected eggs but have yet to consume them. This alone constitutes a monumental task. At this moment, Deputy Director Han has brought Qiandagua to the dormitory of a few individuals. He requests Captain Gao's assistance in apprehending suspects, as our side simply lacks sufficient manpower and high-level combat capabilities to counter the leading Class A Awakened. Naturally, Gao Lin agrees. Qiandagua has been responsible for monitoring the residences of these individuals, and he promptly departs with a few others in a vehicle arranged by the Public Security Bureau. The prospect of taking a celebrity squad on a mission excites Qiandagua, who drives with remarkable flair and speed. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of a guest house, Bobo swiftly erects an ice wall, sealing off the entire establishment. Among the 17 individuals present, the most formidable is merely Class A. Lanfeng Tianyan swiftly conducts a reconnaissance and speaks up. Before the occupants can react, Lei Lai and Lu Jiming, along with Su Lanlan, charge inside. Bobo immediately restrains the Class A ability user, rendering them motionless in midair. The 3 members of the Xingye squad efficiently subdue the group in a matter of moments, demonstrating a strategy of swift resolution. Su Lanlan, wielding her Tang sword, emerges with the apprehended Class A awakened, relishing the opportunity to unleash the power of her weapon after a prolonged hiatus. Under the watchful eyes of the tardy reinforcements from the Public Security Bureau, Su Lanlan casually discards the bound Class A awakened, who lands face first before the poised Qian Dagua. Lu Jiming and Lei Lai nonchalantly exit the guest house, where they find 16 beaten and bound practitioners of the Dharma in disarray. Lei Lai claps his hands, seemingly unsatisfied. "Captain, where to next?" Lan Feng interjects, "Recently. Omping County next door." Qian Dagua stands in stunned silence, gazing at the taillights of the departing Xingye squad, momentarily at a loss for words. Is that it? Acknowledging their strength, he never anticipated such overwhelming prowess. It feels somewhat surreal. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Chapter 51, the Qin family of Kyoto. When Gu Liankingzi, along with Ji Chuan and Mu Qingqing, arrives at the Kyoto Special Investigation Bureau, the place is nearly deserted. They are greeted by Yi Qing, the captain of the Phantom Squad. "Thank you, Miss Gu Liang, for your assistance. Otherwise, our Northern Country's Special Investigation Bureau would have suffered significant losses." Gu Liankingzi nods. "It is my duty," and promptly departs with Tao Hong, ascending on a crane. Yi Qing gazes at Qin Tianhao and Huang Qin with a complex expression. Once, they were all part of one of the 3 special operations units at headquarters, sharing many years of camaraderie. Seeing their current predicament elicits a sigh. During Lan Feng's first promotion to Class B in Kyoto, it was this very figure who had concealed himself. At that time, he had privately reported his observations to Director Lan, which subsequently garnered the attention of the director towards these 2 individuals. Initially, it was believed they were merely seeking revenge on Lan Feng due to an unpleasant incident over the allocation of spirit power infusion quotas. Little did they know, months later, these 2 would be branded as traitors, a stark reminder that one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Yi Qing shakes his head, instructing personnel to escort the dazed Qin Tianhao and Huang Qin away. "Brother Ji, Miss Mu, would you be interested in watching a performance?" Yi Qing invites the 2 members of the Miracle Squad. Ji Chuan and Mu Qingqing exchange knowing glances. Being astute individuals, they understand immediately. "Of course, please lead the way." "Captain Yi," Ji Chuan responds with a smile, receiving a nod of approval from Mu Qingqing. Yi Qing swiftly organizes the arrangements. As Ji Chuan observes the direction of their vehicle, he realizes they are heading towards the outskirts of Kyoto, specifically the old residence of the Qin family. The Qin family in Kyoto differs starkly from the Ning family in Suzhou. The Ning family is entirely reclusive. Its main members never make public appearances, leaving the collateral branches to toil while enjoying the fruits of their labor. This allowed the Destiny organization to gather the main family members under the pretext of necessity, compounded by the unique abilities of Tion C and DC, resulting in a swift and overwhelming annihilation. In contrast, the Qin family comprises numerous members engaged in commerce, politics, and various industries, making it a delicate situation where any significant action would reverberate throughout the entire nation. Even if one possessed the power to eliminate every member of the Qin family, the repercussions would be dire, especially with the Van Kingdom poised with intent. The Qin family's primary members are spread across the nation and even abroad, complicating any efforts to manage them. No matter how one planned, a complete eradication is simply unfeasible. The upper echelons of the Special Investigation Bureau have deliberated extensively after receiving information from the Destiny organization. Currently, the only evidence available is the Qin family's previous connections to the Destiny organization, with Huang Qin and Qin Tianhao having joined their ranks. This information was revealed by the captain of the Phantom Squad regarding their anomalies, which led to a covert investigation by Lan Jinbei. However, the stance of the Destiny organization remains ambiguous, showing little concern for these 2 individuals. Another piece of evidence pertains to the Qin family's recent assistance with relics from the Van Kingdom, involving the provision of spatial spirit pearls, which complicates matters further. As for the revelation from the Destiny organization regarding the Qin family's alleged collusion with the Ning family to overthrow the northern country's government, they lack a concrete evidentiary chain. As an official organization, the Special Investigation Bureau cannot act with the same impunity as the Destiny organization. Moreover, the northern country's Special Investigation Bureau indeed lacks the top-tier combat strength. Otherwise, they would not have required Tiantai Mountain's intervention to suppress the aristocratic families for so many years. The only publicly recognized SS class awakened, by Jean, remains trapped within the Spirit Tower and cannot be deployed. Originally, Lan Jinbei planned to wait for substantial evidence from the Ning family head dispatched by the Destiny organization before collaborating with Tiantai Mountain to take action against the Qin family. After all, official actions must be justified. However, before any effective evidence could be gathered, Lu Renliang received word from Gao Lin in Zhe province. Upon receiving the message, Lu Renliang was astounded. These young individuals truly exceeded expectations. He had initially intended to send the Xingye squad away from Kyoto, concerned about the ticking time bomb that was the Qin family, wishing to avoid their deeper involvement. The Special Investigation Bureau had to tread carefully around the formidable Qin family, especially regarding the still developing Xingye squad. With the situation of the Dharma practitioners rendering efforts in Zhe province futile, Lu Renliang knew the team had returned to the northern country and promptly dispatched them to assist. In just half a day, they delivered an astonishing surprise. Consequently, under Lian's arrangements, Lu Renliang hurriedly flew back to Kyoto. En route, he quickly conferred with the high-ranking members of the Special Investigation Bureau and Director Lan to reach a decisive agreement. The capabilities of the Special Investigation Bureau headquarters should not be underestimated. Following the leads concerning the eggs, they swiftly traced connections to certain members of the Qin family. Now, they possess irrefutable evidence, allowing for the lawful disposition of those Qin family members involved in the Van Kingdom relic incident and the Dharma practitioners affair. While international matters remain stalled, the Qin family's old residence within the northern country is now completely surrounded by the Special Investigation Bureau, led by Lu Renliang and Chun Ming, accompanied by Yu Pingchuan from Tiantai Mountain and a fellow Taoist priest. Inside the Qin family residence, chaos reigns as individuals panic. What are we to do? Why is the Special Investigation Bureau targeting us? Damn it, where did it all go wrong? I warned you not to proceed this way. The Ning family has encountered a predicament. It surely cannot be our turn next, can it? Qin Tianzu, overwhelmed by the uproar created by these individuals, exclaimed. The Qin family has been passed down for over 1,000 years. What tempests have we not weathered? Each of you behaves as if the sky is falling. Without substantial evidence, the Special Investigation Bureau cannot lay a finger on us. The others, witnessing the second-generation heir's declaration, gradually regained their composure, albeit still displaying evident anxiety upon their faces. The current head of the Qin family is Qin Tianzu's father, Qin Yan. Observing his son maintaining a semblance of calm, Qin Yan nodded in approval and spoke in a commanding tone. Let us not panic. Allow me to step outside and assess the situation. Yet, deep within, he harbored no such optimism. The Special Investigation Bureau has always preferred to avoid provoking influential families unless absolutely necessary. This time, however, with such a grand display, it was likely they had indeed secured some critical evidence. The ancestral residence was expansive, spanning over 4,000 square meters, a hallmark of nobility in any era. Qin Yan, accompanied by several members of the Qin family, strode purposefully from the main hall and took over 10 minutes on foot to reach the eastern entrance. Upon spotting Lu Renliang, who was leading the group, Qin Yan's pupils constricted, and he straightened his attire. Director Lu, what an unexpected visit. May I inquire what brings you here today? Lu Renliang smiled amiably, yet remained silent. Qin Yan, undeterred by the expression across from him, continued, if this is merely a social call, it seems unnecessary to bring such a large entourage. He surveyed the surrounding guards, noting the presence of 2 figures clad in Taoist robes. And if there are guests from Tiantai Mountain, I would be most welcoming. With that, the smile that had adorned Qin Yan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a tone laden with stern warning. However, should this be a case of trespassing, know that the Qin family is not easily subdued. As he finished speaking, Lu Renliang's calm voice echoed, there's no rush, let us wait a moment longer. Observing Lu Renliang's confident demeanor, Qin Yan understood that today's events would not unfold peacefully. He turned and exchanged a glance with a companion at his side, who then slowly retreated into the hall. Hastily departing, Lu Renliang and his group evidently noticed this subtle movement, but paid it no mind. In the main hall, Qin Tianzu, seated nearby, saw a young attendant rush in, visibly flustered. What is the matter? He inquired. The attendant whispered hurriedly in his ear, causing Qin Tianzu to leap to his feet, startling the other members of the Qin family, who began to inquire about the situation. Calmness washed over Qin Tianzu as he commanded. All individuals associated with the Fan Kingdom plan are to remain. Qin Tianyue, fetch the elder responsible for the family's purification to the hall. The rest of you may return to your affairs. Your presence is no longer required. Qin Tianyue departed, leaving only one elder responsible for purification. While the remaining 10 or so participants in the Fan Kingdom plan appeared despondent, their spirits visibly waning. At that moment, the midday sun blazed down upon the eastern entrance of the Qin ancestral home, illuminating Lu Renliang and his entourage. In contrast, Those on Qin Yan's side stood in the shadows of the entrance, the atmosphere a mixture of tension and ease. Approximately 15 minutes passed before the call of a crane echoed from above, whether intentional or not. The wind from the flapping wings of the celestial crane caused those behind Qin Yan to sway slightly, struggling to maintain their balance. With a cold snort, Qin Yan unleashed his spiritual energy to protect those behind him. Gu Liang family, what an occasion this is. It truly is lively today. Gu Liang Qingji retracted the celestial crane, choosing not to respond to him, except for a slight nod towards Lu Renliang, disregarding everyone else. Her icy demeanor compelled even the nearby guards from the Special Investigation Bureau to take a few steps back involuntarily. Peach Blossom, noticing the significant gap beside her, produced an umbrella from seemingly nowhere, sheltering the two from the sun. Qin Yan had contemplated numerous possibilities, even preparing for the eventuality that all of the Qin family's actions had been uncovered. Yet, with merely Gu Liang Qingji and two Taoists from Tiantai Mountain present, they could not lay siege to the entire Qin ancestral home. As time passed, approximately another 15 minutes elapsed before Ji Chuan and Mu Qingqing, led by Yi Qing, arrived rather belatedly. Upon arrival, Ji Chuan surveyed the scene, exclaiming, "What a lively gathering, so many distinguished elders present." He respectfully greeted the elders in attendance. The head of the Qin family, with everyone gathered, Director Liu, he gestured, indicating that no further formalities were necessary, and addressed Qin Yan. Speaking in a tone akin to that of a casual recounting of events, he stated, "The Qin family has colluded with the Fan Kingdom to propagate their doctrines within the borders of Zhe province, endangering the national security of the North, disrupting social order, and compromising the mental and physical well-being of citizens. We are here to execute an arrest in accordance with the law." True to his role as family head, Qin Yan exhibited no visible reaction upon hearing these allegations. Lu Renliang continued to gaze at him with a smile. "Head of the Qin family, will you cooperate willingly, or shall we be compelled to take action?" In that moment, Qin Yan could only hope his son grasped the underlying message. His voice feigned surprise, adopting an expression of profound sorrow. "Oh, such matters exist, and I, as the family head, was unaware. The Qin family has always conducted itself with integrity. Who are these vermin? Please inform me, Director Liu, so I can instruct them to be apprehended and delivered to the Special Investigation Bureau. A prior notification from you would suffice. There was no need for such a grand display." Lu Renliang silently cursed the slippery eel for managing to distance himself so effectively from the list of apprehensions. He had never intended to eliminate the Qin family in one fell swoop. However, inflicting significant damage upon them this time would suffice. As part of my duty, it is prudent for me to personally oversee this matter. The Qin family shall not obstruct our execution of duty. Those beside Qin Yan who attempted to interject were restrained by him, creating a path for Lu Renliang and his cohort. Make sure to apprehend the right individuals. It would be quite troublesome to provide explanations should mistakes occur. Please proceed. Lu Renliang waved his hand, adding a cautionary note. Be careful. The Qin family possesses many valuable items. Do not damage anything. The Special Investigation Bureau cannot afford to compensate for any losses. Chun Ming led the personnel from the Special Investigation Bureau into the hall, leaving behind only Qin Yan, Lu Renliang, Gu Liang Qingji, and the others, including Yu Pingchuan, Ji Chuan, and Mu Qingqing. Once his attendant returned, Qin Yan unexpectedly relaxed and smiled. "Would any of you care to step inside for a moment and enjoy some tea? Having stood outside in the sun for so long, it would be improper for the Qin family to appear lacking in hospitality." To Qin Yan's surprise, it was Peach Blossom who first spoke up. "That sounds delightful." However, he merely regarded her as an ill-mannered servant, thinking it inappropriate for someone of her status to speak before her master. Nevertheless, he deemed it unnecessary to contest her. Lu Renliang regarded the young lady, Peach Blossom, with an amused expression. "Then we shall be in your debt, head of the Qin family." Qin Yan had only intended to be courteous, but he hadn't anticipated the audacity of these guests. Mere moments ago, they sought to apprehend his family, yet now they were agreeable to tea. Thoughts of poisoning them or devising a means to eliminate them flitted through his mind, but were quickly extinguished. He feared no one else. Yet the two Taoists from Tiantai Mountain posed a significant threat, especially that Yu Pingchuan, whose status as a direct disciple was quite telling. Merely eliminating others would not suffice, as the two could swiftly relay information to Li Xianqing. Currently, the Qin family lacked the capital to confront Tiantai Mountain. "Please," Qin Yan offered a serene smile. Under his guidance, they meandered through the halls, reminiscent of a stroll through an ancient noble estate, with azure bricks, gray tiles, marble, and the elegant eaves of pavilions and terraces surrounding small ponds. The leisurely stroll left Peach Blossom in awe, her eyes sparkling as if she were wandering through a dreamland. Gu Liang Qingji, observing Peach Blossom's nearly breathless fascination, discreetly tugged at her sleeve. Tao Hong finally regained her composure, nearly forgetting that she must not reveal her identity. She resolved to remain steady, knowing that she would eventually be able to reside in such a home. Qin Yin led the group directly to the main hall, which was already bustling with a throng of people. Outside in the courtyard, several members of the Qin family were being detained. Lu Renliang observed the familiar faces around him, feeling that the situation was quite favorable. The Qin family truly knew how to cut off their own tails to save themselves, as key members from the second and third branches were all present. At that moment, seated in the main hall was an elderly man garbed in coarse linen, his long white beard extending to his fingers. An inexplicable aura of authority suddenly enveloped the room. Except for Gao Lin and Kingzi, everyone else knelt in submission. Gao Lin and Kingzi stepped forward, emitting a cold snort that dispelled the pressure weighing down on several individuals. The old man's face briefly displayed a look of surprise. In our Qin family, those who have committed crimes should be taken away. The rest, he did not elaborate further, vanishing after a few steps. Lu Renliang exhaled, regaining his footing, his expression unchanged, though internally he mused, this old fellow is still alive. Chapter 52, deeply entrapped in crisis. Qin Yin, observing the scene, felt a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes and subtly nodded at his eldest son, conveying approval for a job well done. Gentlemen, please take a seat. Lu Renliang, having composed himself, sat down as if attending a social visit, sipping tea in silence. Gao Lin, Kingzi, and Tao Hong remained standing, as did Ji Chuan and Mu Qingqing. One group was maintaining their facade, while the other was gripped by anxiety. Only Yu Pingchuan seemed oblivious to the underlying tensions, sitting beside Lu Renliang with an air of calm. At that moment, Chun Ming entered from the courtyard, sweat still trickling down from the pressure exerted by the elderly man. Not having had the chance to wipe it away, he approached Lu Renliang, subtly signaling that all relevant personnel were outside. Director Lu, have you assessed the situation? If any of them are missed and require assistance from the Qin family, do not hesitate to ask, Qin Yin remarked, his expression one of a sardonic smile directed at Lu Renliang. The head of the Qin family is magnanimous. Those who have committed crimes are already outside the main hall, so I shall not intrude further. With that, Lu Renliang bid farewell and turned abruptly at the entrance of the hall. I hope the family head can keep the Qin family members in check. We are often busy with public affairs and do not wish to make a second trip. Wouldn't you agree? Though posed as a question, Lu Renliang had no intention of waiting for a response. Chun Ming organized the personnel from the Special Investigation Bureau to escort the detained Qin family members away swiftly. Yu Pingchuan did not cast a glance at either Qin Yin or Qin Tianzu, following Lu Renliang and Gao Lin and Kingzi as they departed. Left behind were Mu Qingqing and Ji Chuan, who exchanged a glance before also taking their leave. Our noble families have always maintained a respectful distance. I hope you convey my regards to your elders. Qin Yin did not make things difficult for the two. Certainly. Qin Tianzu watched as Mu Qingqing and Ji Chuan walked away. Father, we have been made an example of. Borrowing Lu Renliang's words, there was no need to rush. The future remained uncertain. Qin Yin no longer maintained his facade, his gaze revealing a fierce intensity. Tianzu, you performed admirably this time. Lu Renliang and the others swiftly returned to the Kyoto Special Investigation Bureau, where the detained members of the Qin family were promptly taken under Chun Ming's supervision. In the office of the bureau chief, Lu Renliang casually remarked, which member of the Qin family did you encounter? He smacked his lips, spitting out the tea leaves he had inadvertently swallowed, feigning indifference. Indeed, while the Qin family has been gravely injured, do not expect to extract any clues from their lips or memories. Well, at least it serves as a warning to the Qin family. And a reminder to the Ji and Mu families, Lan Jinbei commented, his finger lingering on the table for a moment before speaking again. The two continued discussing various matters. And it was not until some time later that Lu Renliang finally exited the office. He then issued a command to the Starry Night team to capture the cultivators. Afterward, he boarded Gao Lin Kingzi's celestial crane, soaring upward from the Kyoto Special Investigation Bureau. Meanwhile, the Starry Night team was making remarkable progress on their end. An A-level team of cultivators was no match for them, who swept through with overwhelming force. Most of the delays occurred during transit, following their departure from Oping County. Gao Lin took off solo with Daimao. Su Lan, Lei Lai, Lan Feng, and Lu Jiming also split up, with Gao Lin distributing the pets, Bobo, Yaya, Saopi, and Jingguang, among them. When they gathered together, it felt akin to using a cannon to swat mosquitoes, proving inefficient. Since Gao Lin Kingzi's instruction, they had diligently studied their pets daily and were now fully capable of handling matters independently. Moreover, Gao Lin's pets possessed 2 skills each at their respective levels, allowing them to easily overpower other awakened beings of the same level unless they were countered. The Zhe Province Special Investigation Bureau held all the relevant information about these individuals, Hence, once a warrant was issued, it became futile for any of them to use public transportation. Throughout the province, efforts were underway to trace and locate these cultivators. Gao Lin's wristband constantly pinged with positioning data, and Daimao could traverse a county in mere minutes. Some cultivators, having yet to receive the alert, remained at home. Once Daimao descended, it would stealthily approach the featherblade toxin, effectively neutralizing the threat. After swiftly handling the situation, feedback was relayed via the wristband, prompting the local county police to come and clean up. They remained busy until after 9 o'clock in the evening. And through the diligent efforts of the 5 members of the Starry Night team, all cultivators across 90 counties in the province were apprehended. The efficiency was remarkable, with over half of the captures attributed to Gao Lin, whose Daimao speed was simply too swift. The follow-up police personnel found no trace of the birds. Only a plethora of unconscious cultivators scattered about. Additionally, there were 10 city-level cultivators left, 6 of whom had already been dealt with by the local city Special Investigation Bureau. Only 4 city-level locations remained, with some particularly troublesome ones still being pursued. City Special Investigation Bureaus had their own combat prowess. Yet they found it challenging to manage escape-oriented awakened beings, especially those capable of invisibility, teleportation, or altering their appearance, as failure to capture them initially would exponentially increase the difficulty of subsequent attempts. When the provincial capital's Special Investigation Bureau sought assistance, Gao Lin promptly pushed Lanfeng forward, recognizing him as a talent for tracking. Lu Jiming was another asset. Where high technology fell short, he could rely on metaphysics to make calculations. Su Lanlan had a collection of peculiar spiritual energy equipment, which she was instructed to take along with Lei Lai to the third city. With Bobo's electromagnetic skills, they would be able to assist in the search. Gao Lin opted to head to the nearest city, Liang City. Although he could utilize his pet skills, they had distance limitations, rendering Bobo's electromagnetic abilities ineffective over several hundred kilometers. He patted Yidianhong's head, who bestowed a lucky buff on each pet. This was the only mystical advantage he could rely on, and if they failed to find anything, it would be no matter. They would regroup with Lanfeng once he was finished. Liang City was the closest city to the Van Kingdom, characterized by mountainous terrain. The airport had originally been constructed by blasting the summit of a mountain, and the city was predominantly built against the slopes. According to the information relayed by the local Special Investigation Bureau, the last known location of the cultivators was within a temple situated atop a deep mountain. The Liang City Special Investigation Bureau had sent awakened beings specialized in searches, leading them to this location, but by the time they arrived, the culprits had already vanished, leaving no further leads. In the depths of the secluded mountains, where human presence is a rarity, the landscape was once shrouded in miasma prior to the resurgence of spiritual energy. Years ago, several expedition teams vanished without a trace in this area, prompting the authorities to cordon off the surroundings. Adventurers and mountaineers have since avoided this mountain, which the locals affectionately refer to as the soul-eating mountain. Strangely, nestled within this wilderness lies a temple, a place fraught with peril. Upon receiving this information, Gao Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Although he suspected people might still be lost within the forest, the difficulty of searching for them was daunting. Not only was he entirely unfamiliar with the interior, but the myriad of mutated beasts lurking within posed an immense challenge for any search party. The Special Investigation Bureau of Liang City had suffered considerable losses in the soul-eating mountain, leading them to seek assistance in desperation. The casualties were solely attributed to the mutated beasts inside, rather than the alleged miasma or soul-consuming entities previously rumored. After much hesitation, Gao Lin resolved to venture inside, reasoning that even if he encountered something abnormal, he could always rely on his companion, the quirky creature, to aid in his escape. He declined the offer from the Special Investigation Bureau's personnel to accompany him, as he felt that an additional person would not guarantee safety. He could fly out at any moment, but bringing others along might only endanger them further. The Bureau escorted him directly to the base of the soul-eating mountain. To minimize attracting attention from the beasts, he decided to walk from the foot of the mountain, following the clues left by the Special Investigation Bureau into the forest. As night fell, the soul-eating mountain loomed like a monstrous entity with an insatiable maw, waiting to swallow any unsuspecting souls. Approaching 10 o'clock, an eerie silence enveloped the area, broken only by the faint glow of a red light that illuminated the immediate surroundings. Testing his communication wristband confirmed it was still functional, allowing him to notify his team that he had entered the soul-eating mountain, ensuring he could maintain contact as he delved deeper. The damp air carried the scent of earth and decay, and each step he took was accompanied by the crisp crackling of brittle twigs and dry leaves underfoot. As he ventured further, ancient trees, vines, and underbrush became increasingly abundant, obscuring the sky above. The massive canopies of the surrounding trees completely shielded the heavens, blocking out both the moonlight and the stars. Vines hung down from the ancient trunks, and Gao Lin felt an unsettling chill as he progressed. Anyone with a fear of enclosed spaces would likely be paralyzed with dread, for he felt diminutive amidst the encroaching foliage. As if the vines were nooses poised to ensnare him, ready to spring to life and ensnare him at any moment. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, it seemed strangely tranquil. Typically, one would expect the sounds of insects or the low growls of beasts in the forest at night. Yet, silence prevailed, save for the occasional gust of wind rustling the leaves. Perhaps it would be wiser to return during daylight, he mused, his voice tinged with uncertainty. His peculiar companion nodded vigorously, the feather atop its head quivering as it did. Only the little red entity, encased within its bubble of ethereal energy, flitted around Gao Lin, providing a slight sense of comfort. He had never believed in ghosts or deities, but the resurgence of spiritual energy had made the manifestations of Taoism and Buddhism seem undeniably real, leaving him with little choice but to reconsider his skepticism. Deciding to postpone further exploration until the rest of his team arrived, Gao Lin turned to retrace his steps. However, he soon found himself engulfed in a thick fog that obscured his sense of direction. The mist thickened rapidly, threatening to envelop him and the two beasts completely. Alarm bells rang in his mind, but he sensed no spiritual energy fluctuations within the fog, which felt like a natural phenomenon. In an instant, his quirky companion underwent a transformation, growing in size, and Gao Lin swiftly mounted it. Despite the creature's ascent, it felt as though they were trapped, unable to gain any altitude beyond a mere 5 or 6 meters. Panic surged within Gao Lin as he realized his oversight. Having enjoyed a relatively smooth journey since awakening, he now found himself ensnared. His companion, too, sensed the disquiet, as if they were caught in an ethereal wall, unable to escape despite their attempts to soar. As the fog drew nearer, Gao Lin understood the urgency. They must not be completely engulfed. With a clarion call, the quirky creature unleashed a powerful gust, akin to thunder in the stillness of the soul-eating mountain. Utilizing its wind-based abilities, it generated whirlwinds that pushed back against the encroaching mist, gradually expanding the perimeter of their sanctuary. In that moment, the vines on the ancient trees seemed to awaken, snapping to life with serpentine agility, trying to ensnare the flapping creature above. The quirky companion twirled in midair, unleashing visible sword-like energy that collided with the agile vines, scattering wood chips in all directions. Yet, the onslaught of vines appeared unending. After one wave subsided, another surged forth, determined to capture Gao Lin and his companion. The creature displayed its A-grade prowess, conjuring a multitude of feather blades that sliced through the approaching vines with ease, while the resulting projectiles embedded themselves into the trunks of the ancient trees, erupting with explosive force. Although the trees sustained visible damage, the forest was abundant with trees and vines, and Gao Lin struggled to maintain his focus as he sensed his companion's energy dwindling. It was impossible not to feel anxious, yet he needed to conserve enough energy to support his companion should it falter. Meanwhile, the little red entity continued to hover around them, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. Gao Lin could only lament, "Little Red, you've led me astray. This is hardly a stroke of luck." The creature's abilities were limited to auxiliary skills, and in this predicament, only its blessing skill offered any benefit, providing a modicum of energy and mental fortitude. Had he known, he would have kept the resilient turtle by his side. At least its abilities could have countered the vines, which now pulsed with a distinct energy. With its formidable defenses and self-sustaining capabilities, it could have held out until help arrived. But hindsight is always 20/20, and the information provided by the Special Investigation Bureau had failed to mention anything about the vines and the fog. As the battle wore on, it seemed to rouse the dormant vines and ancient trees. The rustling of the tree crowns intensified, stirred by an unseen force. The fog surged forward once more, enveloping the area with alarming speed, while the surrounding vines swirled menacingly, finally unleashing their full might. Gao Lin's heart sank as he contemplated the grim possibility of meeting his end here. Chapter 53, Trapped in the Thicket. At this moment, Gao Lin could no longer afford to worry about the energy lingering within him. He unleashed the hurricane skill of his companion, dispersing the dense fog with relentless vigor, while his pet exerted its full might, wielding feather blades and sword energy to sever the encroaching vines. Under the force of the hurricane, the thick mist's advance was finally halted, but remaining stationary would only lead to their exhaustion. Even in death, one must strive to secure a proper resting place. Seizing the moment when both he and his pet were brimming with spiritual energy, Gao Lin determined a direction. Utilizing the hurricane skill, he carved a path through the fog, while his companion synchronized its efforts to shatter the vines. Despite the abundance of vines, The combination of his hurricane and sword energy cleared a passageway. Yet, within the depths of the mountains, the interwoven trees and the multitude of flailing vines thwarted their progress after barely a few kilometers. The sight before them was a chaotic whirlwind of vines, each as thick as an arm, hurtling towards them. With no choice but to halt, Gao Lin concentrated on dispelling the encroaching fog. The situation for his pet was dire. Its gigantic form in midair rendered it a conspicuous target. Even as it skillfully evaded the majority of the vine attacks, there were instances when a stray vine would strike, though it was swiftly torn to shreds by the pet's counterattack. Nevertheless, the impact was enough to challenge its stability. Abandoning the advantage of height was not an option, for the ground below was fraught with unknown dangers. In the depths of the forest, Gao Lin harbored doubts that only the ancient trees and their canopies summoned the threatening fog and vines. He remained wary of other unseen threats. In desperation, he unleashed the new ability granted by his ascension to rank, the Beast Master domain, a skill he was employing for the very first time. The moment the domain activated, his pet's attacks became increasingly fierce, and its recovery of spiritual energy accelerated. Although it still paled in comparison to the rate of consumption, bolstered by a blessing from Yidian Hong, they could at least endure longer. Thus, they remained locked in this stalemate for approximately an hour, both feeling their spiritual energy dwindling to half. At this juncture, both Gao Lin and his companion were plunged into despair. As for Yidian Hong, it was best left unmentioned. Its passive skills were largely inapplicable. Continuing in this manner was unsustainable, and they risked being worn down to nothing. Gao Lin's attempts to communicate via his wristband yielded no signal. Otherwise, he would have inquired how the special operations team from Liang City managed to escape during the day. The temple remained elusive, and it felt as though they were destined to be trapped here, far from the pursuit of the propagator. Desperation settled in. Invoking the heavens proved futile, as did calling upon the earth. Yidian Hong attempted to activate its stealth ability mid-air, becoming invisible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the vines continued their frenzied assault, relentless and unyielding. Gao Lin lacked fire-based skills or any beast companions to combat them. Otherwise, he would have set this place ablaze. Within, he found himself praying for his teammates to realize his silence and send aid. Initially, he had relied on his companion's ability to fly, but this accursed place was too treacherous to escape. As their spiritual energy dwindled at an alarming rate, Gao Lin had no choice but to bring Yidian Hong to the ground, relinquishing its giant form. Though it returned to its normal size, conserving even a modicum of spiritual energy was a necessity. Ignoring the potential threats lurking below was a risk he could no longer afford, as they would inevitably succumb to exhaustion. At this point, Gao Lin had exhausted all options. He attempted to activate the blue markings on his palm, but to no avail. Not even blood could ignite their glow. He had never held high hopes for these markings, given their erratic nature and the fact that they only illuminated during the evolution of his contracted beasts. With the last vestige of his spiritual energy, he unleashed a final hurricane, watching as the encroaching fog began to creep back towards him. Strangely, he felt a sense of calm. The fog was indeed peculiar, and he could only hope that being enveloped would not lead to a grotesque demise. Yidian Hong continued to orbit around him, darting about in a frenzy. Exhausted, it landed on Gao Lin's shoulder, battered and devoid of energy, unable to summon the strength to return to his palm space. Faced with the onslaught of vines and the thickening fog, Gao Lin closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Yet, to his astonishment, the oncoming vines suddenly fell silent. Peeking open one eye, he was taken aback to see the vines halting just a meter away, as if imbued with life and awareness, dancing in place. This distance coincided with the area Yidian Hong had encircled around Gao Lin. Confused, he wondered at the implications of this phenomenon. Yidian Hong, equally fatigued, turned its head and emitted a sound, seemingly inquiring about the situation. As it danced, it blinked its jewel-like eyes, conveying its own confusion. Regaining his composure, Gao Lin was uncertain which of Yidian Hong's passive skills had struck a chord with the vines, halting their aggression but not causing them to retreat. Raising his hand, he directed Yidian Hong to bless both himself and his pet, hastening the recovery of their spiritual energy. At that moment, the fog ceased its advance, halting just a meter away from him. From an outsider's perspective, the scene was a blank expanse of white, utterly obscuring visibility. Gao Lin could not even discern the vines, showcasing the fog's density. With no time for contemplation, he sat down to meditate and recover his energy. Whenever the recovery slowed, Yidian Hong diligently applied blessings to both master and beast. Once he had regained a substantial amount of energy, Gao Lin emerged from his meditative state. Aside from Yidian Hong's shimmering white light, the surroundings remained a vast, eerie silence, a blanket of white that amplified the sound of his own heartbeat. A glance at the time revealed it was already past 3 in the morning. They had entered the soul-devouring mountain around 10 o'clock. and now over 5 hours had elapsed. Surely his teammates must have noticed his silence by now. Gao Lin's confidence was wavering. As for Lei Lai and Su Lanlan, he had little hope, but he prayed that Lu Jiming and Lan Feng would prove reliable. He dared not move recklessly, fearing the violation of some hidden taboo, and remained cautious, lost in thought. It reminded him of the tale of Journey to the West, where Sun Wukong drew a circle around Tang Sung, ensuring safety as long as he remained within. A circle, indeed. Gao Lin realized his thoughts were becoming disjointed. After all, it was Yidian Hong that circled around him each time it was summoned. Perhaps he should try to walk a bit? Though he could no longer discern direction amidst the blinding whiteness, he noticed the wristband's display was filled with static. The magnetic field here was clearly distorted. Should he venture forth or remain still? The soul-devouring mountain seemed to harbor nocturnal plant life, while during the day, beasts roamed freely. By daylight, he could at least navigate without the debilitating fog obstructing his vision. It was September, and summer days typically dawned around 5 o'clock. Choosing a direction at random, he took a step, and to his surprise, the fog receded slightly as if disturbed. He could even hear the rustling sounds of the retreating vines. Damn, the vines were still here, exhibiting an unexpected patience. Forget it. I shall cease my reckless wanderings after just one step into the treacherous terrain, lest I stray further afield. It is prudent to wait until I am adequately prepared before venturing deeper, at the very least accompanied by Su Lanlan, for her group teleportation ability could prove life-saving. Yet, the fetid odor of the soil and the scent of decay seemed to grow ever stronger. Gao Lin settled back down, the crunch of withered branches and leaves beneath him echoing in the stillness as he awaited the dawn. Meanwhile, the Special Investigations Bureau of Liang City was ablaze with activity. A serious incident had transpired. The captain of the Xingye team had gone missing shortly after entering. His teammates had begun to arrive one by one, seeking answers. Director Bong of the Liang branch was in a state of frantic agitation. The soul-eating mountain had been off-limits even before the resurgence of spiritual energy, due to the pervasive miasma and the multitude of wild beasts that roamed its depths. It was not uncommon for individuals to succumb to harmful gases or be carried away by ferocious creatures, which led to a complete lockdown of the area. After the resurgence, no one dared to enter, especially since the aberrant beasts had not shown signs of aggression, eliminating the need for Gu Lianqing to exert control. Had it not been for the strict orders from above to apprehend the practitioner, Bong would not have risked sending personnel into such perilous territory. During the day, Bong had dispatched 50 awakened individuals into the mountain, but only a little over 10 had returned, a loss that weighed heavily on him, particularly for a special investigations bureau in a non-capital city. When Gao Lin arrived later that evening, he had warned that something was amiss within, but did not press the matter further, considering the strength and diverse abilities of the individuals involved. Now that the captain was missing, however, the responsibility for this incident rested squarely on Basang's shoulders. Everyone knew how much Director Lu cherished the Xingye team. Should anything happen to Gao Lin, Lu Renliang would undoubtedly storm into Liang seeking retribution. In the office, Su Lanlan, Lei Lai, and Lan Feng were already present, along with Gao Lin's familiars, Bobo, and Jingguang. The operation to capture the suspect in the city had progressed swiftly. With the Eye of Heaven activated, no trace could escape detection. They quickly apprehended a disguised awakened individual on the street. Su Lanlan and Lei Lai worked in tandem, utilizing Su Lanlan's peculiar detection device alongside Bobo to extract the suspect from the school premises. Ultimately, Lu Jiming, guided by the sigils, swiftly apprehended another individual. The original plan for the Xingye team had been to complete their mission and regroup in the provincial capital of Songhui City that evening, before returning directly to Xinhui City the next day. However, the unforeseen incident involving the captain had disrupted these intentions. Lan Feng was the first to notice that the captain was unreachable. Typically, he responded to messages promptly. After a group message indicating entry into the soul-eating mountain around 9 o'clock, there had been no further communication. Initially, Lan Feng suspected that Gao Lin had been delayed while pursuing someone, but as the others resolved their tasks and still received no word from him, the realization of the captain's disappearance struck them. The group hastily made their way back to Liang City, with Lu Jiming being the furthest away, finally arriving at the entrance. The grass atop his head glimmered a vibrant green, a striking sight, yet the urgency in the office left little room for levity. Lu Jiming, you finally arrived. We need your help, Su Lanlan implored, tugging at him anxiously upon his entrance. Despite Lan Feng's reassurances that the other familiars were unharmed, indicating that the captain was likely safe, both Su Lanlan and Lei Lai remained deeply concerned. The ominous reputation of the soul-eating mountain loomed large. Who knew what horrors awaited within after the resurgence of spiritual energy? Perhaps their unfortunate captain was suffering, given his silence. Director Bong had stated that even during the day, Those who entered had been able to communicate despite numerous casualties. After reviewing the situation once more, Lu Jiming washed his hands and retrieved 3 copper coins. A serious expression crossed his face as he took a deep breath and cast the coins 6 times. The hexagram indicates entrapment. With a combination of the upper and lower trigrams, he explained. Lei Lai, perplexed by the jargon, asked, "What does that mean?" "It's an ominous sign," Su Lanlan interjected, recalling her childhood lessons with her grandfather that taught her to interpret such symbols. Immediately, she rose and began pacing. "What should we do?" "We must rush in to save the captain. I possess teleportation abilities. As long as we can locate him, we can surely bring him back safely." Upon hearing the ominous interpretation, both Lei Lai and Lan Feng exchanged worried glances with Lu Jiming. "What?" Lu Jiming began collecting the coins. "It is indeed an ominous sign. But it is the upper 6 lines that are significant. Who taught you to speak so cryptically?" Su Lanlan sighed, her mind racing. But she felt a slight relief at his words. "So what should we do? How can we send a message to the captain?" Now, Su Lanlan was no longer in a frenzy, but Lei Lai and Lan Feng were growing increasingly frantic, exclaiming, "What are you two playing at? Other than ominous sign." We didn't understand a single word. Meanwhile, Director Bong, who had been listening in confusion, darted his gaze between Lu Jiming and Su Lanlan. Trapped by the vines. Unable to move, yet action will lead to liberation, Lu Jiming recited the hexagram's lines. Had Gao Lin been present, he would have applauded Lu Jiming for his accuracy. Perfectly on point. Su Lanlan turned to Bobo, attempting to communicate. "Bobo, can you sense where the captain is? Can you reach out to him?" "Bobo," came the reply, which Su Lanlan understood, but not the response. "This won't he do, perhaps it's due to the distance. We're still several dozen kilometers from the soul-eating mountain," Lan Feng added. He had already established a mental connection with his familiar. And if communication through the familiars were possible, he wouldn't be so eager to gather everyone for a plan. "Let us go, we must investigate," Lu Jiming declared decisively. Bong urgently provided a plethora of equipment, gas masks, oxygen tanks, and various other supplies. Su Lanlan accepted them all without hesitation, reasoning that they might prove useful. As she had stated, with her teleportation ability, at least the 4 of them would have some measure of safety upon entering. Clearly, the captain was ensnared by some force. Without intervention, remaining stationary could pose a grave danger. Standing at the foot of the soul-eating mountain, Director Bong opened his mouth to voice something, but soon realized that the 8 figures had vanished from sight. In that moment, he regretted sending in 4 more individuals after only losing 1 captain. If the entire Xingye team were to go missing, the consequences would be dire. The Su family, Tiantai Mountain, Director Liu, and Director Lan would all come knocking at his door, and he feared he would have no choice but to face the ultimate consequence. Determined to keep the higher-ups informed, Bong promptly retrieved his communication device to relay the situation. In Xinghui City, Lu Renliang was abruptly awakened from his slumber by Lian. And upon receiving the news, all remnants of drowsiness vanished. "What? They entered the soul-eating mountain?"